Chapter 1. Traversing with a Husky. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it approaches dusk. Chenqing strolled atop the mountain, leading a silver husky, and gazed at the setting sun, unable to suppress a heartfelt sigh. Today, night falls rather swiftly, Chenqing mumbled, only to realize something was amiss. The darkness enveloped him far too quickly. Doggo, this early onset of night feels peculiar. Chenqing turned in confusion, only to be taken aback. The mountains had vanished, the trees were gone, and the path beneath his feet had disappeared. Doggo! He tugged on the leash, relieved to find the husky still by his side. Had he been dreaming? Rumble! Suddenly, an endless roar erupted, startling Chenqing, causing the husky to scamper to his feet, trembling in fear. With a disdainful glance at his companion, Chenqing remarked, "Come on, I'm not scared. Why are you? Relax, it's merely a dream. It'll wake up soon." Chuckling to himself, he continued walking, soon encountering a colossal azure lotus flower, and by colossal, he meant truly gigantic, towering as high as a 3-story building. Upon the azure lotus lay a terrifying giant of similar size, leaving Chenqing in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the primordial salted fish system. As long as you remain sufficiently salted fish, you shall grow immensely powerful. Option 1. Assist Pangu in creating the world. Reward: Hongming Dao body, innate quasi-saint realm. Option 2. Observe Panga's creation. Reward: 1 volume of chaotic ancient scripture. Option 3. Escape immediately. Reward: 1 heavenly Dao manor. I choose option 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Chenqing thought to himself, Pangu creating the world? Engaging in a battle against 2,999 chaotic demons? What help could he possibly offer? Merely spectating might entangle him in trouble. It was far wiser to depart, especially since a manor was part of the reward. Becoming a wealthy gentleman sounded rather appealing. After all, at the very least, he could ensure his survival. Chenqing had little knowledge of the so-called primordial realm. He was only vaguely aware of concepts like Panga's creation, Nuwa creating humanity, and Hongjun giving sermons. There was much he did not comprehend, but one thing was clear. Pangu had sacrificed himself in the process of creation, and with a husky by his side, what could he possibly contribute? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly Dao manor. Please select the manor's location. Select a location? Gazing at the pitch-black map, he wondered, what can I possibly discern here? Neither heaven nor earth has been created, yet what kind of map do you expect? Hurry up and choose a random spot. Chenqing randomly pointed to a location, and suddenly felt a sensation of vertigo, finding himself in a chaotic space, surrounded by a hazy expanse of chaos. In this entire chaotic world, apart from himself and the manor, and the silver husky, there was nothing else, neither sun nor moon, nor stars. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the system for the first time. Reward: 1 novice gift pack. Current manor level: barely habitable 0-10. Unlocks 1 acre of heavenly Dao farmland. The higher the manor level, the more functions become available. Every time the host acquires rare treasures, the manor's spiritual energy value increases. The more unique the treasure, the greater the increase. Open novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 5-element divine tree sapling, 1 gourd vine sapling, 1 Hongjun sapling, 5 catastrophe fertilizers, 5 Yuanhui fertilizers, and 5 Ihue fertilizers. What in the world? Chenqing was utterly baffled, staring at the saplings and the 15 bags of fertilizer within his system. An acre of land, a manor, and a dazed husky, this constituted all that Chenqing currently possessed. At that moment, the booming sounds resonated throughout the chaotic void, causing his head to throb. The noise was terrifying. He glanced at the acre of land, then began to plant the saplings and vines, as well as the fruit sapling. 5 elements divine tree, 1 flowering per calamity, 1 fruiting per calamity, maturing after 3 calamities, bearing 5 elements divine fruits, which can grant the status of quasi-saint. Innate gourd vine, 1 flowering per Yuanhui, 1 fruiting per Yuanhui, producing 7 treasures gourds per Yuanhui, which can be harvested. Hongjun, 1 flowering per yuan, 1 fruiting per yuan, maturing per yuan. Edible smelling, it grants a millennium of Daoist cultivation. Consuming it instantly elevates one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. What on earth are these? Chenqing stared at the 3 saplings in bewilderment, then eyed the fertilizers, which seemed to correspond perfectly. He promptly took out 5 bags of catastrophe fertilizer and used them on the 5 elements divine tree. Upon using the 3rd bag, the 5 elements divine tree burst forth with radiant 5-colored light. The 5-colored brilliance soared to the heavens, and Chenqing stood in awe, gazing at the 5 crystalline fruits adorning the towering tree, emanating a rich, luscious fragrance. They must be incredibly sweet. Then a thought struck him. He approached the Hongjun Li and directly used the Yuan Wei fertilizer. After exhausting 4 bags, he beheld the ripe fruit. The flower resembled a wish-granting charm, and upon each charm-like flower, there hung a gourd-like fruit. Inscribed upon the flowers and fruits were the characters Hongjun, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Chenqing swallowed hard. This system must be a fruit wholesaler. And there's one more. He spotted the final innate gourd vine, unsure of what it was, but upon using the Yuan Wei fertilizer, it yielded no results whatsoever. 1 yuan. 1 yuan? Chenqing tried using the Yihui fertilizer again, yet the outcome remained the same. Could it be that I need to use the catastrophe fertilizer? After some contemplation, he decided to use the catastrophe fertilizer. Buzz! Whoosh! 7-colored brilliance sparkled vibrantly as the innate gourd vine flourished, producing 7 radiant gourds upon its vine. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the colors shone brilliantly. Chenqing gazed at the 7 gourds, a hint of disappointment crossing his eyes. But gourds aren't edible. At that moment, he noticed his husky wobbling unsteadily towards the Hongjun Li. Chenqing stepped forward and plucked a Hongjun Li. Grinning, he looked at the husky. Doggo, want to eat? There's nothing else here, just this. Aren't you usually not a fan of vegetables? Are you hungry now? Chomp! The husky lunged forward, devouring the Hongjun Li in one bite. Chenqing, feeling disgruntled, plucked another one. You could at least let me have a taste first. And then, as the Hongjun Li entered his stomach, Chenqing felt a jolt, turning to see the husky had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Ah, I feel so sleepy. Chenqing too collapsed with a thud, while the roaring sounds in the air continued unabated. Chapter 2. The bewildered divine beast. Chenqing was unaware of how long he had been asleep. It felt as though he had slumbered for an eternity. Suddenly, a series of resounding knocks echoed through the air. With a languid blink, he opened his eyes and shook his heavy head, only to find that the 2-headed dog had already reached the entrance of the estate. It was then that Chenqing surveyed his surroundings and was left in a state of astonishment. Is this truly my estate? A fertile field, a pond, towering trees. The entire courtyard radiated with an ethereal glow. Particularly striking was the 5-element divine tree he had planted, entwined with the innate gourd vine and the Hongjun Li, harmonizing beautifully with the clouds drifting above, akin to a scene from a celestial realm. So, I am not dreaming. I have genuinely traversed realms. Chenqing murmured softly, then activated the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the falling treasure gold, increasing the estate's spiritual energy by 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the primordial pearl, increasing the estate's spiritual energy by 2. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chaos sword, increasing the estate's spiritual energy by 3. Congratulations, host. Your estate has leveled up, ascending to the status of a good residence, unlocking the chaos pool, capable of nurturing myriad beings from across the heavens. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the god-slaying spear, increasing the estate's spiritual energy by 2. Congratulations, host. Your estate has leveled up, now classified as a blessed light emerging, acquiring the world tree of the great Dao, now placed within the estate. Current estate level, blessed light emerging, 284500. System task. Cultivate a great Luo realm being completed. Reward, 1 chaos spirit egg. Reward has been issued. System task. Cultivate 3 great Luo beings. 23. Reward, 3000 great Dao essentials. As Chenqing stared at the flurry of system notifications, he was momentarily dazed. How much time had passed? He glanced around his estate. Curious objects adorned the walls, some scattered haphazardly across the ground, especially around the five-element divine tree, where branches were laden with various items: swords, spears, staves, flags, lotuses, sword bindings, and garments. There was an abundance of everything, though he had no intention of counting them. There were simply too many to identify. Had it not been for their potential to enhance the estate's spiritual energy, he would have discarded them long ago. Just then, he approached the two-headed dog. "Someone's knocking. At least open the door. Coming, coming." "Who is it?" Chenqing opened the door, and upon lifting his gaze, his mouth fell agape. "What on earth is that?" A colossal creature, at least 10 meters in height, resembling a dog yet akin to a wolf, was howling at the sky. "Under Mount Buzhou lies the domain of my divine beast. How dare you?" "Insignificant being." The enormous creature fell silent, its eyes filled with terror. "Divine beast?" Chenqing failed to notice that the two-headed dog had also grown larger, now exceeding the so-called divine beast by more than tenfold. "Great Luo?" The divine beast's eyes brimmed with dread. "By the heavens, since the dawn of creation, the most formidable beings it has encountered were merely golden immortals. It has yet to see a Tai golden immortal. But this being possesses great Luo cultivation? Furthermore, it appears to be the guardian beast of this individual." Its immense form knelt before Chenqing, repeatedly bowing its head. "Great immortal, spare my life. The divine beast has acted foolishly and should not have offended you. Please, grant me mercy." Ding. The system scanned the divine beast and determined that its fangs could increase the estate's spiritual energy by 5 points, categorizing it as a rare treasure. Chonqing's eyes lit up. 5 points? He smiled at the divine beast. "My friend, could you possibly shrink down a little?" "Shrink?" Upon hearing this, the divine beast promptly complied. Chonqing chuckled. "Since we have met, let us share this bond, dear friend. Why not come inside for a chat?" "Of course." The divine beast dared not refuse. After all, it was a guardian beast of the great Luo realm. Now that it scrutinized Chenqing closely, a wave of sorrow washed over it. "Yet another great Luo, great immortal, I truly meant no offense. Please forgive me." Upon entering the estate, the divine beast once again prostrated itself before Chenqing. "It's quite all right." Chonqing observed the now smaller creature, realizing that this bizarre beast from the primordial world appeared quite different than he had imagined. Before he could speak, he noticed the divine beast had collapsed in fear, gazing in alarm at his estate. The divine beast lamented inwardly. A superior innate spiritual treasure. The falling treasure gold. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The sea-calming pearl. An innate supreme treasure. The god-slaying spear. And the chaos spiritual treasure. The chaos sword? As it looked around, it saw 10 supreme innate roots. The Hongjun, the innate gourd vine, and the 5-element divine tree. The divine beast was at a loss for words, grappling with the realization of what kind of formidable entity it had provoked. And that pond, how could it be filled with chaotic spiritual energy? Ever since Pango opened the heavens, not only had chaotic spiritual energy vanished, but even the primordial purple energy had dissipated. Yet here, there existed a pond teeming with chaotic energy. Suddenly, a small head emerged from the chaotic water, its eyes fixed upon the divine beast, which froze in place. A chaotic sacred beast, born from the chaos. Far stronger than itself, a being of the great Luo realm. And that tree, what manner of tree was it? It was adorned with patterns of the heavenly Dao, as if the tree itself embodied the Dao. "My divine beast friend," Chenqing gently prodded, calling out a few times, prompting the divine beast to burst into tears. "Great immortal, I truly recognize my mistakes." Chenqing was taken aback. "I haven't done anything. Why are you so anxious? What are you so afraid of?" He was oblivious to the divine beast's current terror. Chenqing, with a smile, said, "By the way, divine beast, my name is Chonqing. Our encounter today is surely fate. How about we become friends?" The divine beast stared blankly at Chenqing, astonished that this great immortal wished to befriend it. Was this a test? It lacked the courage to accept such an offer. Hastily, it bowed its head. "Great immortal, I am unworthy. I only ask for your forgiveness. If you would allow me, I would be honored to serve you, bringing you tea and water." "What use do I have for a beast to serve me tea?" Chenqing rolled his eyes. I am more interested in that tooth of yours. Great immortal, please accept this. Without hesitation, the divine beast broke off one of its large fangs and even cleansed it with spiritual energy. Chenqing, upon seeing the fang, felt a twinge of guilt. The divine beast was far too accommodating. I cannot accept this without offering something in return. Chenqing gestured to the treasures strewn about. Choose anyone from these as a trade. He pointed to the two chaotic spiritual treasures that provided 3 spiritual energy, saying, You cannot take these 2, but the rest are yours to choose from. The divine beast was once again stunned, its eyes gleaming with greed as it beheld the innate supreme treasures. Chapter 3. Recovering in Wa and Fuxi innate supreme treasures, such coveted items. Yet, upon glimpsing the 2-headed dog and the unknown chaotic sacred beast within the pond, the divine beast dared not claim any for itself. It shook its head vigorously. No, no, no. I cannot accept these. They are treasures beyond my humble station. I do not dare aspire. Casually, Chenqing pointed at the god-slaying spear. 2-headed dog? Hand that spear to it. If I give it to you, just take it. I'm not one to take advantage of others. Chenqing mused that, at the very least, the spear provided a 2 increase. Not too shabby, and in the end, he had gained 3 points. Take it. My master has no interest in these trifles. Just take it and go. The 2-headed dog picked up the god-slaying spear and approached the divine beast. Relaying the message telepathically, Yes, yes, I will obey. Thank you, great immortal. The divine beast seized the spear and hurriedly departed. Ah, I forgot to inquire about the current state of this world. I am not well versed in the primordial era. Watching the estate's spiritual energy increase by 2 points, Chonqing felt a pang of frustration. 2-headed dog, let us venture out for a stroll. Chonqing rose, scanning his surroundings. In ancient times, heroes carried swords. I'll take this one. He retrieved the chaos sword and fastened it to his waist, glancing at the 2-headed dog. I need a rope to tie you up. What if you bite someone? He spotted some rope on the ground. This place is different from our previous home. If you bite someone here, who knows what could happen? You should have seen how terrifying that divine beast was. Standing over 10 meters tall, it could devour you in a single bite. The beasts here are far too fearsome. Who knows what else lurks outside? As Chenqing attempted to secure the 2-headed dog, it continuously evaded him, inwardly scoffing. I could swallow it whole. Never mind. If you don't want to wear it, then don't. But I warn you, just enjoy the stroll. Do not bite anyone, understood? With that, Chonqing led the 2-headed dog out of the estate. He glanced back, observing the 3 characters of his estate's name, which he could not comprehend, and dismissed it. To his surprise, his estate was situated at the foot of a towering mountain. He marveled at its height and, as he looked around, curious sounds occasionally echoed through the air. Shaking his head, he paid little mind. 2-headed dog, let us climb this mountain and see how high it is. It feels like ages since I last hiked. As they ascended, Chonqing began to regret his decision. What kind of mountain is this? It feels as though it has no end. Looking down, all he could see was a misty expanse, obscuring everything. Dog, perhaps we should not have climbed this mountain? Chenqing muttered, yet he pressed on, walking and walking. Finally, they reached the summit. In this world, where day and night did not exist, he was unaware of the passage of time. He simply found himself at the peak. What on earth is this? Upon reaching the summit, Chenqing was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle of clouds enveloping the landscape, as if he were suspended in the heavens. 2 indistinct shapes floated amidst the mist. Doggo, go fetch those and bring them here. Chonqing called out to the husky. With a hint of dissatisfaction, the husky complied, and upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was indeed floating in midair. The husky returned with the 2 indistinct objects, prompting a smile from Chenqing. How amusing! They resemble 2 balls. There's nothing much to see on this mountain. Let us head back. The descent seemed to stretch endlessly, and upon arriving at the estate's entrance, they found the gate still locked. Chonqing sighed in relief. Once inside, he tossed the 2 objects beside a large tree. Feeling bored, he murmured, if only there were barbecued meat to enjoy. I merely took a stroll and didn't even spot a mountain chicken, let alone any meat. Doggo, where are you off to? Chonqing noticed the husky preparing to venture out again and called after him. The husky, already far ahead, merely rolled his eyes. Don't run off recklessly. It's dangerous. Suddenly, splashes from the fish pond caught Chenqing's attention. Approaching the water's edge, he discovered a white creature resembling a dollfish. How did this fellow get here? Was it sent by the system? Chenqing mused as he playfully teased the creature, then plucked a yellow zhongli leaf from the side and placed it in the pond. Ha! Here's a little boat for you. He set the creature on the leaf, and to his surprise, it relaxed and began to drift leisurely. This little one certainly knows how to enjoy life. Chenqing chuckled, but the creature rolled its eyes, declaring, I am the Chaos Dragon God, one of the last remnants among the 3,000 demon deities. At that moment, the two indistinct objects that Chenqing had brought back began to radiate a brilliant light beside the large tree. Intrigued, he approached, discovering that the area was filled with faint emerald glimmers. As the emerald lights merged with the two indistinct forms, their brilliance intensified. Buzzing sounds filled the air, and two figures emerged from the luminous orbs, leaving Chonqing momentarily stunned. What is happening? Are these fairies? Divine beasts? How did they transform into humans? A woman, breathtakingly beautiful, stood before him, while the other figure was a young man. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes imbued with a hint of confusion before they turned to Chenqing. With utmost respect, they bowed. Wa, she, we pay our respects to our lord. Chenqing was taken aback. My lord. Are they addressing me? He instinctively touched his chin, noting the absence of a beard, questioning how he had become a lord. Who are you two? How did you suddenly appear? Why do you call me my lord? My lord, I am Wa, and this is my elder brother Shi. The young woman replied with a radiant smile, as if dimming the very cosmos around her. Thanks to you, my lord, we have descended from the peak of Mount Buzhou. It is your benevolence that has allowed us to take form in this realm of the heavenly Dao tree, a gift for which we are eternally grateful. Wa is willing to serve my lord with tea, and my elder brother can guard the estate in gratitude for your kindness. Serving tea? Guarding the estate? Chonqing looked at them, contemplating the practicality of such offers given their petite frames. Ding! The system chimed, revealing. Scanning Wa's intimate undergarment can increase 20 points of estate spirit energy. It is a rare treasure. Chapter 4. Shen and Luo Hou arrive intimate undergarment. Chenqing's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Wa's bosom. System, are you jesting with me? Do you expect me to ask for that? I want it. Chonqing found himself stealing another glance. While Wa questioned innocently, my lord, is there something amiss with me? I seem different from you and my elder brother. My lord, would you like to see? Wa's words, combined with her stunning beauty and naive demeanor, left Chenqing speechless, unable to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, a colossal object plummeted from the sky, crashing into the courtyard and kicking up a cloud of dust. Chonqing turned to see the husky, alongside an unknown leg at his feet, and exclaimed, What the heck? Did you bring back a wild boar leg? The husky scoffed internally. You think you could find such a huge boar leg? This is a Qilin arm. My master is utterly clueless. Disregarding the husky's thoughts, Chonqing grinned. Perfect. Now we can have barbecue. Though it's a tad large. Just then, two imposing figures outside began to murmur. One was Shen and I, accompanied by a shadowy figure. Shen and I, why have you brought me here? This is Mount Buzhou, the territory of the Qilin clan. If that primordial Qilin discovers my presence, I'd be devoured. Fear not. I assure you, a great immortal resides here, and I've brought you to seek fortune. Perhaps the immortal will take a liking to your teeth. Do you see this? My god-slaying spear was obtained by trading my very tooth. Shen and I proudly displayed the spear, yet the shadowy figure looked skeptical. You traded a tooth for such a treasure? If we weren't acquainted for 2 epochs, I'd find it hard to believe. While Chenqing pondered how to manage the massive leg, a series of knocks echoed at the door. His eyes brightened. Doggo! Upon hearing his call, the husky rolled his eyes in annoyance, but reluctantly opened the door, revealing Shen and I and the shadowy figure bowing respectfully to the husky. With a grin, Shen and I remarked, Immortal, knowing your esteemed master delights in rare treasures, I have a brother, a natural chaos demon god. Perhaps your master would fancy his teeth. The husky glanced at the shadowy figure, who was now cowering in terror, exclaiming, Daluo. I mentioned that he is an immortal of the Daluo realm. Shen and I shot the figure a disapproving look, utterly disregarding his own previous demeanor. Teeth? The husky's eyes lit up. You've arrived at the perfect time. My master is in need of assistance. You too, come in and lend a hand. What can we do for the immortal? Shin and I inquired eagerly, while the husky turned back, instructing, come in, but remember to keep your mouth shut. Shin and I? What brings you back? Chenqing asked. Oh, you've brought a companion? Quite dark and unappealing. Turning to see his companion completely prostrated on the ground, Shun and I noticed the figure's terror-stricken gaze scanning the surroundings. What in the world is this place? The 5 elements divine tree, the innate gourd vine, Hongjun. These are all innate spiritual roots. The 5 elements divine tree bears fruit only after several epochs. How did it yield fruit here? The world hasn't even been opened yet, and those treasures, innate supreme treasures, chaos spiritual treasures, perfect innate treasures, and that chaotic pond, filled with chaos spiritual energy, surpassing even the primordial purple qi, a whole pond of chaos spiritual water? But wait, what is this tree? It's adorned with the patterns of the great Dao. Has this tree comprehended the primeval Dao? The shadowy figure stared in shock at the small creature floating atop the Hongjun Rui leaf. Exclaiming, the master here is Daluo. It turned its gaze to Chenqing, who was still contemplating the enormous leg. The only normal figures in sight were the 2 maidens and their attendant. The figure glanced at Wa and Fuxi, feeling a semblance of normalcy in their celestial presence. Immortal. Shin and I approached with a flattering demeanor. I know you are in search of rare items. My companion was also born of one of the chaos demon gods. Would his teeth be of interest? Ding! The system chimed again. Scanning Luo Hou's dual horns can increase 6 points of estate spirit energy. It is a rarity. Chenqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pointing at Luo Hou's head, I want those dual horns. Let us make a trade. Just like you did. Shin and I gave Luo Hou a nudge, prompting him to promptly remove his dual horns and respectfully present them to Chenqing. Please accept, immortal. Shin and I hurriedly infused the horns with spiritual energy, and Chenqing nodded, extending his hand to receive them. You may choose anything from within. Just a few items are off limits, Shin and I whispered. Don't even think about those few chaos spiritual treasures. It's best not to be too greedy. The innate supreme treasure is still fair game. That's a fragment of the chaos supreme treasure, the chaos pearl, combined with the fragment of the creation jade plate, forming the primordial pearl, the immortal. May I have that? Luo Hou held his breath, pointing at the primordial pearl. Chonqing glanced, realizing it only added 2 points. Take it. Thank you, immortal. Luo Hou exclaimed, elated, as he grasped the primordial pearl, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Perfect timing. Chonqing addressed Shin and I and Luo Hou. One of you, come help me deal with this leg. At that moment, Shin and I and Luo Hou cast their gazes downward, locking eyes in mutual shock as they softly murmured, Qi, the Qilin arm. Both swallowed hard, acutely aware that this was the age of the 3 innate clans. The dragon clan reigned supreme over the seas, while the phoenix soared as the sovereign of the skies. The Qilin, however, was the ruler of the earth. It was said that the primordial Qilin had ascended to the Daluo realm, making it one of the few formidable dominators. Endowed with the innate talents of the primordial chaos divine beasts, indeed, the Qilin clan resided in the vicinity of this Buzhou mountain. But to directly offend the Qilin clan like this, was it truly wise? What? Are you unable to handle this? Chenqing inquired, observing Shun and I and Luo Hou. They hastily shook their heads in unison. We will manage. We will manage. Very well. Cleanse that arm in the pool, then slice the meat into even pieces with that sword. Chapter 5. The primordial Qilin arrives. Shin and I and Luo Hou gazed at the chaos spirit pool, then at the chaos sword, both swallowing their breaths, questioning whether they truly had to proceed in this manner. Chenqing, noticing their hesitance, couldn't help but voice his doubts. Are you two incapable of doing this? If so, I shall take over. Shin and I hurriedly carried the Qilin arm to the side of the chaos spirit pool. Glancing at the floating chaos sacred beast, great, esteemed one, may I cleanse it? The chaos sacred dragon lazily cast a glance at Shin and I, responding nonchalantly, just do as your master commands, and ensure the task is executed properly. Yes, yes. Shin and I nodded fervently, trembling as he immersed the Qilin arm in the pool's chaotic waters, exclaiming internally at the extravagance of it all. Chaos, a chaos divine treasure. Luo Hou, too, watched the chaos sword with excitement. Realizing that it was indeed a chaos divine treasure, to use it for slicing meat? What an enigmatic esteemed one this was. Deep within, Luo Hou felt a mix of astonishment and concern, pondering whether this might affect his own demonic path. Luo Hou sliced the meat. Just then, Shun and I approached, holding the Qilin arm, causing Luo Hou to freeze momentarily before wielding the chaos sword to begin slicing the meat. As he observed the chunks of Qilin flesh, Chenqing found himself in a predicament. There was no means to ignite a fire. He absent-mindedly grabbed a golden cauldron, placing the pieces of Qilin meat upon it. Frustration welled within him. Fire? Where do I find fire? Without it, how can I roast the meat? Shin and I and Luo Hou stared at him in disbelief. You, a Daluo, can effortlessly conjure fire with your abilities, and yet you fret over its source? Master, allow what to kindle the flames. Wa, now at the celestial immortal stage, could easily ignite a fire? Oh, then please do. Chenqing's eyes lit up as Wa smiled sweetly, causing the world to dim in comparison. With a snap of her fingers, flames erupted beneath the golden cauldron. How I envy those born with such abilities. Chenqing lamented, wishing for the day he might encounter an immortal to impart the secrets of cultivation upon him. What? Shin and I and Luo Hou exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Esteemed one, you jest, do you not? Who else possesses the right to teach you the ways of cultivation? Chonqing gazed at the golden roasted meat. Swallowing hard, it has been ages since I last tasted roasted meat. This is truly fragrant, and the pool's waters have cleansed it well. Looking at the golden cauldron, he murmured, what a pity it is. This vessel is too small. If only it were larger. Suddenly, the golden cauldron glimmered, doubling in size. Chenqing's eyes widened, fixated on the cauldron. It truly has grown. Make it larger still. Once more, the cauldron shone, expanding further. Chenqing chuckled. Excellent, excellent. This size is just right. Now, let us place the meat upon it. Hey, when did this little fellow arrive? Chonqing noticed a small chaos sacred dragon perched adorably on his shoulder, much like a puppy. What? Are you feeling peckish? He teased the chaos sacred dragon, reaching into the pot to retrieve a piece of cooked Qilin meat and extending it towards the creature. With a flick of its tongue, the chaos sacred dragon eagerly devoured the morsel, its eyes lighting up as it smacked its lips. Wa's flames burned brightly and vigorously. Chenqing chuckled at Wa, who smiled sweetly in return, clearly delighted. You all should partake as well. He called to Luo Hou and Shun and I, and then to Wa and Shi, join us, there is more than enough for everyone. As he spoke, the canine began pawing at a piece of meat, devouring it with glee, before reaching for another slice of Qilin flesh. Seeing this, the chaos sacred dragon leaped down from Chenqing's shoulder to compete for the food. If you do not eat soon, there will be nothing left, he warned. He tossed pieces of Qilin meat to Luo Hou and Shen and I, tasting a slice himself, smiling faintly. The flavor is indeed delightful. Both Luo Hou and Shen and I respectfully exclaimed, Thank you for your generous offerings, esteemed one. Suddenly, a resounding hum filled the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds emanating from Shen and I. Luo Hou, Wa, and Shi? What is happening? Chenqing questioned, puzzled, still clutching a piece of Qilin meat. Shunni's eyes sparkled with elation. I've broken through. I have ascended to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. His breaths came in rapid succession, and Luo Hou mirrored his excitement. They both knelt before Chenqing. Thank you, esteemed one, for your blessings, peak celestial immortal. Wa and Shi exchanged glances, their eyes alight with surprise and awe. Their master was truly formidable. Have you truly achieved a legendary breakthrough? Chenqing asked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, having never witnessed such a transformation. Just then, a series of thunderous knocks resonated at the door, shaking the very ground. Chenqing paused, bewildered. At this hour, who could possibly be knocking? Shen and I quickly interjected. Esteemed one, I shall open the door and see who has come to visit. He rushed to the door, and upon opening it, his pupils constricted, only to be met with a booming roar that sent him flying backward. Luo Hou gasped, swiftly sidestepping, while the canine sprang up to catch Shun and I. Shen and I, it is the Primordial Qilin that has arrived, he exclaimed in alarm. You dare to consume the flesh of my Qilin clan? Roared a colossal Qilin standing at the threshold. With its roar, An array of furious growls erupted behind it, revealing dozens of Qilin hovering nearby. Qilin? Chenqing mused, glancing at the pieces of meat on the golden cauldron. Then turning to the canine dog, "Did you bring back a Qilin leg? You?" The Primordial Qilin was about to continue when its eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, what is that tree?" The canine stood defiantly in front of it. And the Primordial Qilin trembled. "Daluo? What manner of creature is this? I have never encountered such a being." At that moment, the Chaos Sacred Dragon leaped onto the canine's back, its eyes coldly regarding the Primordial Qilin. A natural aura of draconic power emanating from it, the Primordial Qilin shuddered, staring at the Chaos Sacred Dragon. The aura of the Dragon Clan, how can it possess an even more terrifying presence than that of the Ancestor Dragon? The Primordial Qilin was utterly bewildered. What manner of being was the master of this courtyard? Who was this esteemed one? Chapter 6. Wa becomes Daluo. Chonqing teaches the Dao to friends, fellow Daoists. The Primordial Qilin took a deep breath, addressing the canine and the Chaos Sacred Dragon. "Has my Qilin clan wronged you in any way? Why do you consume our flesh? Shrink down. My master prefers creatures of a smaller stature." The canine's voice echoed in the Primordial Qilin's mind. "A master?" The Primordial Qilin was thoroughly perplexed. These two mighty Daluo divine beasts had a master. Could it be the owner of this celestial temple? Qilin. Chenqing anxiously regarded the enormous creature at the door, reminiscent of legends, albeit slightly larger than expected. Just then, the colossal Qilin transformed into an elderly man clad in purple, entering the courtyard. Upon crossing the threshold, the Primordial Qilin was completely taken aback. What in the world is this? A chaos spirit pool. The three great innate roots. Where are the fruits of Hongjun? And that 5 elements divine tree, has it borne fruit? That enormous tree, oh my! It is adorned with the patterns of the heavenly Dao. His gaze then fell upon Chenqing, swallowing hard as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Hongjun pays respects to my fellow Daoist." Chenqing pays respects to my fellow Daoist. Chenqing reciprocated the gesture. The Primordial Qilin glanced at the Qilin meat on the golden cauldron, its eyelids twitching. "Fellow Daoist Chun, may I inquire how my Qilin clan has offended you, leading you to consume our flesh? Please, speak candidly." "Qilin meat." Chenqing looked at the canine, and its voice resonated in the Primordial Qilin's mind. "The Qilin leg was retrieved by me. My master had no prior knowledge." "Ah?" The Primordial Qilin turned to the canine, which stated nonchalantly, "My master is solely focused on pursuing the heavenly Dao, indifferent to all that transpires around him. Though not disturb his tranquility." The Primordial Qilin trembled, surveying its surroundings, feeling as though Chenqing was truly a transcendent being, an immortal of pure cultivation. As Chenqing was preparing his speech, Qilin clasped his hands and addressed him. "I apologize for disturbing your tranquil cultivation today. It is Hongjun's fault, and I shall take my leave." Chonqing was taken aback. Was he not here to pursue accountability? Why was he leaving? Was the Qilin clan so easily appeased? Ding. The system detected that the Qilin whiskers of Qilin were precious treasures, capable of increasing the estate's spiritual energy by 12 points. "Hongjun, please wait." Chonqing hastily interjected, and Qilin paused, gazing at him with curiosity. "Chenqing, is there something else? As the foremost of the Qilin, your whiskers are uniquely unparalleled in the world. I, Chenqing, have a peculiar fondness for collecting such rare treasures." "What do you mean, Chenqing?" Qilin's eyes suddenly turned cold, staring at Chenqing. Although the latter possessed 3 Daluo, it was unthinkable to be so humiliated. Era directly positioned himself in front of Chenqing, who gave the dog a light pat on the head, earning a resentful glance. Ignoring the dog, Chenqing respectfully stated, "I am willing to exchange a treasure from my courtyard for 1 Qilin whisker from Hongjun." "What do you think?" Qilin was startled, then his eyes gleamed as he surveyed the courtyard filled with treasures. "May I choose freely?" Chonqing nodded and calmly pointed at 2 items of chaotic spiritual treasures. "Aside from these 2, you may select anything else. Is that truly so?" Qilin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chonqing confirmed, and without hesitation, Qilin plucked one of his whiskers and handed it to Chonqing. "Hongjun is most generous. Please choose at your leisure." Chonqing laughed heartily, handing Qilin's whisker to Wa, and then turned back to Qilin, saying, "Then I shall choose that." Qilin gestured toward a peculiar item, which Chonqing recognized as merely worth 2 points of spiritual energy. insignificant in the grand scheme. The innate supreme treasure, the time device, capable of altering the flow of time across the realms. Qilin accepted the treasure Chonqing tossed to him, eyes brimming with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he bowed to Chenqing. "Thank you, Chenqing. From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed friend of my Qilin clan." With a proud demeanor, he continued. "The domain of Buzhou Mountain spans thousands of miles, all under the jurisdiction of my Qilin clan. All beings on land shall heed our command. Henceforth, your Daoist temple shall be a sacred ground protected by my clan, ensuring you encounter no troubles. Thus, I am most grateful to Yijuan." Chonqing rejoiced as Qilin bowed, casting a lingering glance at the five elements divine tree and the chaotic spiritual spring before departing. "Master, there is still one Huang Hongli." After Qilin left, Wa approached Chenqing shyly, indicating the last Huang Hongli. "What, do you want it? Bring me your personal pouch in exchange." Chenqing, momentarily startled, blurted out as he contemplated how to ask for Wa's intimate pouch. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. It felt rather presumptuous. To his surprise, Wa beamed. "Master, you said it. Here, take it." Without a second thought, Wa tossed her personal pouch to him, leaving Chonqing stunned as he caught the delicate red pouch. A fragrant aroma wafted from it, causing his face to flush. He suddenly remembered that in this primordial world, the distinctions between genders were non-existent. Wa then dashed towards the Huang Hongli, swallowing it amidst the envious gazes of Shini and Luo Hou. While she laughed joyfully nearby, only 73 points of spiritual energy remaining. With Wa's pouch, the estate's spiritual energy increased by 20 points, leaving just 73 points until the next upgrade. Rumbling, at that moment, after consuming the Huang Hongli, Wa was enveloped in radiant light, accompanied by thunderous sounds emanating from within her, as countless beams of light shot skyward. "What is happening?" Chenqing was stunned. Wa's aura soared uncontrollably, breaking through the golden immortal realm. Advancing to the Tai Golden Immortal and reaching the Great Luo position. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Cultivating 3 Great Luo beings, completed. Reward, 3,000 principles of the Dao, boom. Chonqing felt as if his mind had exploded. A torrent of knowledge rushing into his consciousness, the 3,000 principles of the Dao becoming clear as day. What? Chonqing stared at the system. Is this what the 3,000 principles of the Dao entails? How does it benefit me? I can't even cultivate. Ding. System task issued. Deliver a lecture to the beings of the realms. At least 3,000 beings must attend. Reward, 3 strands of primordial purple qi. Lecture? Chonqing examined the new system task. Where am I supposed to deliver this lecture? On the 3,000 principles of the Dao. What is this primordial purple qi? Is it tasty? Chapter 7. The ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix arrive. Following the events with Qilin, Chenqing settled into a leisurely existence, indulging in Wa's massages and savoring the various exotic meats brought by Qilin. Qilin had become quite addicted, bringing a new type of meat each time, insisting on washing it in the pond before grilling and taking a significant portion with him afterward. It seemed he regarded Chenqing's place as a back kitchen, while Shini and Luo Hou lingered, gorging themselves on roasted meat until they were stuffed. Chonqing had witnessed Shini and Luo Hou vomit several times, and seeing their arduous training, he occasionally offered them guidance, explaining the 3,000 principles of the Dao. One day, Chonqing suddenly noticed that Era had sprouted golden divine light, leading him to speculate that the dog had undoubtedly stolen some delectable treat. However, after looking around, the 7 gourds remained, as did the 5 elemental fruits. What had Era actually consumed? This was becoming too dull. The estate's spiritual energy had not increased further, and he couldn't just wait for others to visit. Moreover, the system task required him to lecture, and he was unsure what the primordial purple qi was. But it must be something valuable. He had to complete the system task. He needed to go out for a stroll. On that very day, beside the world tree of the heavenly Dao, Luo Hou attained enlightenment, stepping into the realm of Great Luo, fully merging with the Pangu Pearl. Congratulations, brother Luo Hou. Shini beamed at Luo Hou, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. This was his first brother. Luo Hou expressed his gratitude with a smile. And just then, Chenqing approached, astonished. You broke through? I truly envy you all. One after another, you keep breaking through. Luo Hou's mouth twitched. I have just reached the Great Luo position, and you are already at the peak of great Luo perfection. Why do you envy me? Luo Hou knew that the great immortal was refining his heart, and he bowed respectfully. Thank you, great immortal, for your guidance during the 3 Yuan meetings, which allowed Luo Hou to step into the great Luo position. Chonqing was unaware that the 3 Yuan meetings spanned many years. He chuckled. It is also due to your own understanding. Regardless, I feel a bit bored after being here for so long. I wish to venture out. Who among you is willing to protect me? Protect? Shini and Luo Hou exchanged glances. With your strength and the 2-peak Great Luo Guardian Divine Birds, along with Wa, who is at the mid-Great Luo stage. Who would dare to harm you? I understand. Shini's eyes lit up. For the great immortal's journey, surely a mount is required. I, Shini, am willing to be your mount? Chonqing was taken aback. What do you mean by that? I merely wish for a bodyguard. You both seem formidable, after all, brother Luo Hou. Shini turned to Luo Hou. I know you possess great wisdom, and the great immortal has bestowed upon you and me his guidance. However, if you are to be a mount, your pride may not permit it. He produced the god-slaying spear he had refined, then looked at Luo Hou. I am willing to be the great immortal's mount and follow him. Consider this god-slaying spear as a gift for you. Luo Hou stared blankly at the god-slaying spear offered by Shini, filled with emotion. He gazed at Shini. Brother, your gift shall be etched in my heart. He then turned to Chenqing. The great immortal's guidance is a debt I cannot forget. Regardless of what the future holds, the great immortal shall always be my master. Disciple Luo Hou pays his respects to his teacher. Chonqing wanted to say, are you mistaken? I cannot cultivate. But seeing the sincerity in Luo Hou's eyes, he refrained from dampening the spirits of this endearing fellow. Teacher, brother, I shall depart. Luo Hou accepted the god-slaying spear from Shini, then bowed to Chonqing and Shini before turning to leave. The vast primordial world awaits my exploration. After leaving the Daoist temple, Luo Hou's boisterous laughter echoed through the heavens, and he soared westward. This Luo Hou. Watching Luo Hou's exuberance, Chonqing shook his head. This fellow has been pinned up for too long. It is evident he has been confined here for quite a while. Wa, Shi, prepare some treasures. Bring everything from that area, just in case we encounter any useful rare treasures for exchange. Yes, master. Shini, we have quite a few companions and belongings. Can you carry it all alone? Do not worry, great immortal. I can change size at will. So there is no need for concern. Chenqing recalled Shini's massive form and nodded. Very well, let us set off and explore this primordial world. Just as Chenqing was about to step out, 2 powerful figures converged in the chaotic void of the Western Sea. The ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix. The ancestral dragon frowned at the primordial phoenix. Why has that Shiqalin's Qilin clan become so formidable recently? That is precisely the reason I have come to you. Yuan Feng gazed at Zulong, equally perplexed, and remarked, merely 3 Yuan meetings have transpired. Yet the Qilin clan has grown exceedingly more powerful than I. Indeed. Zulong was equally bewildered, recalling, during the last Yuan meeting, I specifically ventured to the foot of Buzhou Mountain to engage in discourse with it. To my astonishment, the entire Qilin clan has remarkably strengthened, and that primordial Qilin would often depart during our discussions. Each time it returned, it brought with it an assortment of fragrant treasures, which it distributed among the young Qilins for their consumption. Zulong's eyes gleamed with realization. Could it be that those fragrant items brought back by the primordial Qilin are related? Previously, I had not paid attention, but upon reflection, something seems amiss. Yuan Feng regarded Zulong and stated, it must be connected to its frequent departures. Where does it venture off to, and for what purpose? You remain entirely in the dark? Zulong shook his head. Its absences lasted merely a few years. Hence I paid it no heed. Now that I ponder, there may be some hidden motives. Yuan Feng rose. Come, let us visit the Qilin clan and investigate. You will engage in discourse with it, veiling the heavenly secrets, while I shall search the surroundings to uncover what I can. To the east, by the way, it always departs in that direction. You might find something there. The east? Yuan Feng nodded, and then the two began to strategize, promptly rising to head towards Buzhou Mountain. Wa, are you ready? We shall set forth, my lord. All is prepared. We may depart. At this moment, Chonqing remained unaware that Zulong and Yuan Feng of the 3 primordial clans were stealthily approaching him. As he set out with Shini and Wa, Chapter 8. Encountering Hongyun, meeting the three pure ones. Shini, are you familiar with this wasteland? Chenqing queried, bewildered by the desolation surrounding him as he stepped outside. Master, Pango created the world. Now, all things are in the process of transformation. The desolation is only natural. In a short while, it should improve. A short while? Chenqing nodded, then asked curiously, how long is this short while? Is it a unit of time in the wasteland? Master, a short while equates to 18,000 years. 12 such short whiles are called a yuan meeting, totaling 129,600 years. Chonqing was taken aback. Is time in the wasteland always measured in such grand epochs? Do periods easily extend into tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years? Does that mean I have become immortal? As Shini raced ahead, Chenqing's eyes suddenly brightened upon spotting a crimson cloud in the western horizon, where ethereal cranes danced and spiritual beasts roamed. Chonqing patted Shini's shoulder and pointed towards the crimson cloud, exclaiming, Shini, let us investigate that direction. Shini immediately altered their course. Upon nearing, they beheld a waterfall cascading from the heavens into a lotus pond, where a gigantic red lotus gleamed with crystalline clarity. Golden koi swam amidst the red lotus, and even Wa could not help but exclaim, what a beautiful place. These creatures are merely ordinary spiritual beasts. She observed the cranes, spiritual beasts, and koi, remarking, in the wasteland, such a serene location exists. This place has an owner. Shini growled softly, as the crimson mist dissipated. A grand palace emerged before them. Just as Chenqing was about to inquire about the palace's name, Wa spoke first. This is the Palace of Fire Clouds. Wa glanced at Chenqing, who smiled and replied, since it is a place with an owner, let us pay a visit to the master of this Palace of Fire Clouds. Shini? Yes, master. Shini stood before the palace, unleashing a low roar that resonated within the Palace of Fire Clouds, causing it to tremble. Meanwhile, within the palace, a young man clad in red suddenly opened his eyes. Revealing a look of confusion and gravity, he rose from the palace and called out, I am Hongyun. May I inquire which fellow Daoist has come to visit? Hongyun. As he spoke, Hongyun's voice abruptly halted, for he was utterly stunned. The terrifying Shini, alongside Chenqing of the great Luo realm, this was already remarkable. But what of the two divine beasts beside Chenqing? Are they also of the great Luo? When did the wasteland become populated with so many beings of such caliber? Ding! Detected the essence of Hongyun. The open heaven red cloud is a rare treasure, which can increase spiritual energy by 15 points. Open heaven red cloud. Chonqing's eyes sparkled. Indeed, one ought to venture forth more often, for this excursion had already led to a treasure. Fellow Daoist Hongyun. Chonqing performed a respectful bow, to which Hongyun repeatedly gestured for him to refrain, saying, Master, you are too kind. I cannot accept such reverence. Chonqing was momentarily dazed. What was the matter with the inhabitants of the wasteland? Why did they all address him as master? What sort of a mortal was he? Does fellow Daoist Hongyun possess a treasure named Open Heaven Red Cloud? Chenqing asked directly. Hongyun's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Chenqing, solemnly replying, This object is my source of essence, which I have refined into my own treasure. Merging nearly half of it, beside Chenqing, Wa produced a red gourd, stating, My lord has a penchant for collecting rare items. What kind of treasure is your Open Heaven Red Cloud? Can it compare to this? Hongyun was taken aback, then his pupils constricted, realizing it could not compare at all. Wa tossed the red gourd towards him. I will trade for your Open Heaven Red Cloud. Hongyun caught the red gourd and opened it, revealing countless strands of crimson silk within, his eyes lighting up with delight. Soul lost sand. Thank you for your generous gift, master. Hongyun respectfully bowed to Chenqing, then extended his hand, causing the crimson mist behind him to cascade down, filling the sky with its brilliance. This is my Open Heaven Red Cloud. Hongyun reverently presented the crimson cloud to Chenqing, who smiled and accepted it. You must have been transformed for quite some time. Might you know if there are any others like you nearby? Perhaps there are other rare treasures? Immortals? Hongyun pondered briefly before his eyes brightened, pointing towards the east. There lies a three-pure mountain, home to three immortals. It is said they are manifestations of Panga's primordial essence, collectively known as the Three Pure Ones. Master might wish to visit them. Perhaps there are rare treasures there. Chenqing gazed towards the eastern horizon. where a towering mountain shrouded in mist loomed. Surely, that must be the fabled Three Pure Mountain. Chenqing patted Shinny, who let out a roar and swiftly dashed towards the Three Pure Mountain. Hongyun watched Chonqing depart, his eyes filled with reverence. Only after Chonqing had vanished from sight did he rise and whisper, "I wonder what being has transformed into such a powerful immortal. This master is truly terrifying." Meanwhile, Chenqing admired the open heaven red cloud in his hand, grinning broadly at the newfound 15 points of spiritual energy for his estate. Progress must continue. 3 pure ones, Chenqing mused, pondering if there would indeed be 3 individuals. If he were to acquire 3 such treasures, then, Wa, did you pluck all the gourds from that gourd vine? It suddenly dawned on Chenqing, recalling the red gourd Wa had given to Hongyun, and he turned to her. Indeed, Wa nodded. Did you not notice? I fashioned the gourd vine into a garland, which I now wear upon my head. Ah, that explains why it seemed so familiar. Chenqing praised Wa with a thumbs up. Clever thinking. Those gourds are of no use, merely a nuisance. Wa nodded in agreement. If we encounter something my lord desires, I shall use the gourd to trade and acquire more for you. Chenqing concurred. Indeed, that is the way. The folk of the wasteland are quite naive, treating these worthless gourds as treasures. Below, Shinny nearly knelt down, exclaiming, Master, that is one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the primordial gourd vine. Those gourds are indeed supreme primordial treasures. Naturally, Shinny kept silent, for to the master, such supreme primordial treasures were hardly noteworthy, as the heavenly Dao observatories were truly invaluable. Master, we have arrived at 3 Pure Mountain, but the foot of the mountain is shrouded in barriers laid by others, preventing our ascent. Shall we force our way up? That would not be wise. Chenqing shook his head, gazing at 3 Pure Mountain. Instead, let your voice resonate. Invite them to come forth and meet us. Understood. Shinny inhaled deeply and unleashed a mighty roar. 3 pure ones, come forth to meet us. Chapter 9. The intentions of Yuanshi upon 3 Pure Mountain. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were deeply engrossed in their cultivation. With the world newly formed, it was indeed an opportune moment for training. They were among the earliest of the primordial beings to transform, and now they had attained the golden immortal realm, achieving rapid progress in their cultivation. The 3 primordial clans, having emerged from the chaos, possessed innate advantages. Thus, the era belonged to them, and they diligently honed their skills. The 3, being manifestations of Pangu's primordial essence, considered themselves to be the true inheritors of Pangu, thus holding considerable renown among the celestial beings. 3 Pure Mountain served as their sacred site for cultivation. Just as they concluded their discourse and entered into deep meditation, a resounding roar echoed in their ears. Is it a Tai golden immortal? Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison. Laozi spoke solemnly, let us go and investigate, uncertain if it be a blessing or a curse. Tongtian murmured softly, his eyes filled with concern, while Yuanshi wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Shinny, might you have roared too loudly? Chenqing remarked, astonished. Shinny's roar seemed to surpass even thunder itself. Master, I have controlled the volume. Shin-Inai spoke in a low voice, a hint of grievance in his tone, as he had tried his utmost to keep his voice down. 3 beams of light descended from the mountain, prompting Chenqing to glance over. There stood a venerable old man with white hair, a refined middle-aged gentleman, and a handsome young man. Upon seeing Shan and I, their expressions shifted dramatically, and when they noticed Chenqing on Shan's back, their faces changed once more. The sight of the 2-hued husky beside Chenqing sent them into sheer fright, and when they beheld the chaos sacred dragon atop the husky, they nearly fell to their knees. Exchanging glances, the 3 of them simultaneously bowed to Chenqing, saying in unison, we pay our respects to the great immortal. Chenqing was taken aback. Why were they addressing him as a great immortal again? It seemed that in the vast wilderness, having a majestic steed like Shun and I was indeed essential, as everyone felt compelled to call him a great immortal. There's no need for such formalities. Chenqing replied with a smile that I've heard that you 3 are manifestations of the primordial Pango, possessing extraordinary treasures. The expressions of the 3, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, darkened instantaneously. Chenqing regarded them and said, System, scan for any valuable items, ding. The system has detected the Taiqing celestial light, Chonqing celestial light, and Yuqing celestial light. Each can enhance the estate's spiritual energy by 3 points. Only 3 points? Chenqing felt a twinge of disappointment. The system then prompted, the 3 Qing celestial lights, when merged, can coalesce into the 3 Qing light, which can increase the estate's spiritual energy by 27 points. Chenqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. You 3 must possess the Taiqing, Yuqing, and Chongqing celestial lights, correct? Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were momentarily taken aback. These were merely their innate protective celestial lights, artifacts that had safeguarded them since their transformation, now largely ornamental. They had not anticipated that someone of Chenqing's caliber would come seeking such items. Hesitantly, they nodded in agreement. Chenqing cast a glance at Nuwa, who instantly understood, and 3 gourd-shaped artifacts materialized in her hands. 3 gourds in exchange for your 3 celestial lights. Will you trade? Nuwa looked at Laozi and the others. You must know, these 3 gourds are quite powerful, especially if it weren't for our master. Trade. Before Nuwa could finish her sentence, the 3 of them shouted in unison. Nodding eagerly, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, leaving Nuwa momentarily stunned. Great Immortal, these are our 3 Qing celestial lights. Please accept them. Leading the way, Laozi and the others simultaneously presented a beam of celestial light. Bowing respectfully to Chenqing. Is it really this easy? Chenqing glanced at the 3 gourds in Yuwa's hands, secretly sighing. Indeed, they have never seen the world. The purple gold gourd was given to Laozi, the white gourd to Yuanshi, and the final green gourd to Tongtian, each of their eyes betraying their uncontained joy. Chenqing shook his head inwardly. How naive they are. Such gourds sprouted 7 in a single night. What practical use could they possibly have? With a flicker of thought, Chenqing realized he was on the verge of upgrading his estate. He looked at Laozi and the others, clasping his hands in salute. Might I inquire if there are any immortal abodes in the vicinity? Laozi and the others paused, then fell into contemplation. Laozi shook his head, as did Tongtian, but Yuanshi's gaze flickered, seemingly pondering something. Great Immortal, I know of a place where powerful immortals cultivate, perhaps as formidable as yourself. You may want to take a look. What place? Chenqing's eyes brightened. Yuanshi pointed to the north, 36,000 miles away, rising above 3,000 zhong. There lies a floating celestial mountain. That mountain is called Jade Capital Mountain, where a formidable immortal is said to be cultivating, attaining the status of a great Luo. We lesser immortals frequently visit to seek guidance. Jade Capital Mountain? Chenqing felt a stir in his heart. Laozi and Tongtian exchanged glances with Yuanshi but said nothing. Chenqing then bowed to Yuanshi. Thank you for your guidance. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Shin and I, let us proceed to Jade Capital Mountain. With a fierce roar, Shin and I took to the clouds, while Laozi and Tongtian turned to Yuanshi, with Laozi frowning and saying, Second brother, what are your intentions? Yuanshi smiled. Elder brother, I merely wish to cultivate a good rapport with that great immortal. Hongjun Daoist cultivates at Jade Capital Mountain, a well-known great Luo, and undoubtedly possesses treasures. Laozi scrutinized Yuanshi. You ought to know that Hongjun Daoist is notoriously proud. Our requests for guidance are often based on our origins. Were it not for our connection to Pangu, how would he deign to instruct us? And has he ever guided anyone else? Take note of his companions. Enyang Old Ancestor, Chenqing Old Ancestor, and the Long Eyebrow Great Immortal. Why? Because they are all at the Great Luo level. If one seeks friendship, one might befriend Hongjun Daoist. But did you not see how arrogant that Great Immortal was? Moreover, he is protected by 2 Great Luo divine beasts. One need only observe how he demanded the 3 Qing celestial lights to understand that this great immortal is not easy to deal with, by bringing him to Hongjun Daoist's Jade Capital Mountain. I fear not only will they not find friendship, but it may also incite conflict. Second brother, you are usually wise. I cannot believe you did not foresee this. Yuanshi fell silent, while Tongtian lamented. Second brother, you are being foolish. If this great immortal presses the issue, with just the mount of his Tai Golden Immortal, he could obliterate us. Laozi shook his head and sighed. It would be best to avoid entanglements with such a great immortal. Although we are manifestations of Pangu, we are still 3 transformations late. Yuanshi clenched his teeth. Had we transformed 3 times earlier, we would also hold the status of Great Luo. Chapter 10. The Dragon and Phoenix Emerge. Luo Hou arrives. Little did Chenqing know of Yuanshi's schemes and petty thoughts. The reason Yuanshi resorted to such tricks was nothing but jealousy. He considered himself a manifestation of Pango, the genuine primordial being, yet suddenly found an existence like Chenqing, who not only stood at the pinnacle of Great Luo but also had two formidable Great Luo guardian beasts. Why should that be? Yuanshi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Shen and I sped toward Jade Capital Mountain with Chonqing, who closed his eyes to rest. As they journeyed, the Ancestor Dragon and the Phoenix of Fate arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou. According to their plan, the Ancestor Dragon would seek out the beginning Qilin while the Phoenix of Fate sought secrets. The two parted ways, with the Ancestor Dragon entering the domain of the Qilin clan. But upon entering, he was utterly astonished. What secrets had Hongjun concealed? The growth rate of the Qilin clan was astonishingly terrifying. This simply could not stand. He had to unearth this old fellow's secrets. The Ancestor Dragon gritted his teeth and stealthily approached the lair of the beginning Qilin. Ah, my friend Chenqing has been gone for 2,000 years. I wonder where he has wandered off to. If he doesn't return soon, I have prepared over 100 kinds of roasted meat. As he drew near the beginning Qilin, the Ancestor Dragon suddenly froze. Who is this Chenqing? What is roasted meat? The beginning Qilin chuckled softly. If Aotian and Zhong Huang were to see the changes in my Qilin clan, they would surely be taken aback. The Ancestor Dragon's expression darkened, and the beginning Qilin murmured to himself. After another 10 or 8 transformations? With Chenqing present, my Qilin clan need not worry about becoming the rulers of the heavens. The Ancestor Dragon thought inwardly. Oh, Hongjun, your ambitions are indeed grand. To declare oneself the ruler of the heavens is quite a bold claim. Yet he also gleaned a crucial piece of information. The so-called Chenqing was somehow connected to the changes within the Qilin clan. What manner of place was this, to have so many Qilin guards? Meanwhile, the Phoenix of Fate was stealthily searching eastward of Mount Buzhou. This is a courtyard? Concealed within the heavens, suppressing her own aura, the guards below were entirely unaware of her presence. The 36 Qilin had formed a 36 heavenly rotation formation to guard this mere courtyard. What was Hongjun scheming? I must see what secrets this little courtyard holds. The Phoenix of Fate concealed her aura and cautiously descended toward the Heavenly Dao Temple. Within the Heavenly Dao Temple, it seemed to sense an external intruder. The light of the world tree shone brightly, and a canopy of branches descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar, sending the Phoenix of Fate flying. The commotion was immense, and the 36 Qilin dark guards roared in unison, bellowing at the airborne Phoenix of Fate. Who dares intrude upon our Qilin clan's forbidden ground? Seeing she could no longer hide, the Phoenix of Fate revealed herself, addressing the 36 Qilin dark guards with a cold scoff. I am Zhong Huang. What do you intend to do? One of the black jade Qilin stepped forth, bowing to the Phoenix of Fate. Ah, it is the esteemed Zhong Huang. Might I inquire why you have trespassed into our Qilin clan's forbidden ground? It is in the direction of Chonqing's Heavenly Dao Temple. The beginning Qilin, longing for Chenqing, stood up suddenly, while the Ancestor Dragon, hidden in the shadows, silently groaned. Zhong Huang, my friend? Aotian, what are you scheming? Just as the beginning Qilin was about to rush over, he sensed an anomaly in the void, and with a swift motion, the Ancestor Dragon's figure materialized. I merely came to engage in a philosophical discussion, the Ancestor Dragon said with an awkward smile. But the beginning Qilin was no fool. His expression changed. What of Chenqing? You've landed in a great mess. What? The Ancestor Dragon was taken aback, but the beginning Qilin quickly departed, arriving before the Heavenly Dao Temple in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the Phoenix of Fate in the air, he let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, there was no unusual activity at the Heavenly Dao Temple. The Phoenix of Fate descended upon noticing the beginning Qilin's arrival, followed by the Ancestor Dragon. The beginning Qilin regarded the two of them with a furrowed brow. What is the meaning of this? One intruded upon the forbidden ground of my Qilin clan, while another stealthily infiltrated our ranks. Yuanfeng Zhonghuang gazed at the world tree of the great Luo pinnacle. Hongjun, what place is this? When did it become the forbidden territory of your Qilin clan? The Primordial Qilin replied nonchalantly. That is of no concern to you. If you have no further business, I kindly ask you to depart. I attempted to venture within, only to be obstructed by a canopy of foliage, which undoubtedly possesses the strength of the great Luo pinnacle. It must be a treasure of innate spiritual roots. Aotion. Yuan Feng's eyes blazed with intensity as they fixed upon Aotion, who, in turn, regarded the Primordial Qilin. Yijuan Dao brother, why not allow us to enter together and investigate? Aotion, the Primordial Qilin asserted, this place is forbidden to my Qilin clan and serves as the cultivation ground for a dear friend of mine. He is currently away, and I must safeguard this locale. I implore you both, do not force my hand. The Primordial Qilin shook his head. Zheng Huang smiled faintly. What if we insist on entering today? The expression of the Primordial Qilin darkened, his gaze turned steely, and he looked at Aotion. What say you? Aotion Dao brother, do you share this sentiment? After a moment of contemplation, Aotion responded, fixing his gaze on the Primordial Qilin. Yijuan Dao brother, let us enter and take a look, shall we? The Primordial Qilin shook his head once more. If I allow you to pass through this gate today, when my friend returns, I will have no explanation to offer my Qilin clan. 7 colored flames erupted fiercely from Yuan Feng. Aotion, I will hold back Yijuan. You must use your unparalleled power to break through this gate, and we shall uncover the truth. You dare. The Primordial Qilin thundered, astonished by their audacity to act with such force. A wave of 7 colored flames began to encircle him. Aotion, act swiftly, Yuan Feng commanded in a hushed yet urgent tone. The Primordial Qilin roared in fury, and Aotion realized he had no other choice but to charge toward the entrance of the heavenly Tao Temple. With a mighty dragon's roar, an overwhelming aura erupted, and a colossal dragon claw materialized in the void, descending upon the gate of the heavenly Tao Temple. Impudent! A voice bellowed from the heavens, and a dark radiance descended, accompanied by a thunderous crash as Aotion's claw was instantly shattered. A massive black silhouette coldly regarded Aotion. Who dares to intrude upon my master's domain? Clad in a flowing black robe, exuding an unparalleled domineering presence, with hair billowing and eyes like ice. Wielding the god-slaying spear and crowned with the primordial pearl, he stood upon the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus. None other than Luo Hou, who, in this pivotal moment, had made his entrance, striking awe into their hearts. Chapter 11. Hongjun's Pride. 3 friends exchanged treasures unbeknownst to Aotion and Yuan Feng's venture to his heavenly Tao Temple. Chonqing was currently riding Shun and I, having arrived at the jade capital mountain mentioned by Yuan Shi. Gazing at the celestial mountain suspended in the air, Chenqing was immediately enveloped by an aura of grandeur. It was evident that a great immortal resided here. He patted Shanni's head. Let us pay our respects, and do so with courtesy. This mountain clearly belongs to someone of significance, so do not provoke any formidable figures. Shin and I grumbled in response. What being could possibly surpass your greatness? Even the mightiest are merely great Luo. Dispersed immortal Shan and I, accompanying my master to pay respects to the lord of this mountain, we humbly request an audience. Following Chenqing's command, Shin and I remained polite in their approach. Who dares to make such a ruckus here? A voice resonated from the mountain, and a cloud formed to bear down a youthful figure, who alighted with an air of arrogance. Who are you? What business do you have visiting my lord? The youth cast a disdainful glance at Chenqing atop Shin and I, speaking haughtily, impudent. Before Chenqing could respond, Shin and I had already erupted in anger. You insolent child, how dare you show such disrespect to my master? I shall teach you a lesson today. In Shanni's eyes, Chenqing was not merely a master but also a mentor. The youth's dismissive demeanor ignited Shanni's fury, and he let out a thunderous roar. The youth, possessing only golden immortal cultivation, was no match for Shanni's ferocity and was instantly sent flying. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, catching the flying youth, accompanied by a voice. Which friend dares to humiliate my disciple? A white figure floated down from the celestial mountain, extending a finger as a beam of light shot down towards Shanni's head. Master, master! Shin and I gazed in terror at the descending finger, while Chenqing felt nothing, merely noting that the finger seemed rather large. Roar! Just as despair enveloped Shun and I, a low growl resonated, and the chaotic sacred dragon materialized from the void atop the Tuhar. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the descending finger. Boom! The finger was swiftly devoured by the chaotic sacred dragon, allowing Shan and I to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the chaotic divine beast had arrived. Great Luo? The opposing figure was evidently taken aback, then stood firm in the void. Chonqing looked over, only to find a Daoist clad in azure robes. The azure-robed Daoist fixed his gaze upon Chenqing, who was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this little fellow could grow so large. It seemed that only he and the two Har were the least competent in this scenario, prompting Chenqing to inwardly sigh. The azure-robed Daoist bowed respectfully to Chenqing. "Esteemed friend, how shall I address you?" Chenqing returned the bow. "I am Chenqing, having heard that a great immortal resides upon this mountain. I have come to pay my respects." The azure-robed Daoist furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chenqing before his gaze shifted to the two Har and the chaotic sacred dragon, his expression stiffening. "I am Hongjun. Jade Capital Mountain is my cultivation ground. Your arrival here seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" Hongjun regarded Chenqing with indifference, seemingly unwelcoming. "Hongjun Dao friend." Chenqing clasped his hands in greeting. "I apologize for the intrusion. I come merely to observe, with no other intentions. Have you finished your observations? Might you take your leave?" Hongjun's gaze remained fixed on Chenqing, who was momentarily taken aback. How could one be so ungracious? Before Chenqing could speak, Hongjun turned with the youth and departed. "I kindly ask that you leave and do not disturb our cultivation." Chenqing stood there, stunned. Was Hongjun truly so difficult to deal with? It seemed he had not offended him. Why then did he refuse to engage at all? Shen and I roared in indignation. "Master, this Daoist is exceedingly rude. Let us level his mountain and teach him a lesson." As soon as Shen and I finished speaking, the chaotic sacred dragon also roared, its fierce gaze fixed upon Jade Capital Mountain. Just as Chenqing was about to speak, a voice of surprise echoed in his ear. "Oh? Has Hongjun Dao friend acquired a new companion today?" Chenqing turned to see three benevolent-looking old men riding clouds toward him, their expressions revealing astonishment as they regarded Chenqing. "Three esteemed friends." Chenqing bowed in greeting, and the three old men exchanged glances, their eyes alight with astonishment. What being was this? Two great Luo guardian divine birds. The trio was captivated, one of them noting Wa and Fuxi, supreme destiny. "Monarch of heaven and earth, three esteemed friends." Chonqing observed their dazed expressions and spoke again, prompting the three old men to hurriedly bow. "Yang Mei, Chenqing, Yin Yang, we greet you, esteemed friend." Ding, system detection. Yang Mei's 3,000 green willows can increase 25 points of Manor spiritual energy. System detection. Chenqing's heart-dividing stone can increase 15 points of Manor spiritual energy. Note: a perfect treasure for Fuxi, yielding unexpectedly great utility. System detection. Yin Yang's Yin Yang puppet can increase 16 points of Manor spiritual energy. Chenqing's eyes sparkled. Each of these three individuals possessed treasures, unlike Hongjun, who had nothing yet acted so haughtily. Chenqing bowed to the trio. "Esteemed friends, greetings. I am Chenqing, a wandering cultivator with a penchant for collecting rare and exotic treasures." The three, Yang Mei, Chenqing, and Yin Yang, exchanged glances, and Chenqing subtly signaled to Wa, who immediately comprehended. Chenqing added, "Esteemed friends, you all hold esteemed status. Best to refrain from bringing out those inferior items. Let us see some genuine treasures." "Yes, my lord." Wa responded respectfully, promptly retrieving various treasures from Shani's back, leaving Yang Mei, Chenqing, and Yin Yang wide-eyed. Among them were the map of mountains and rivers, the Chenqing cauldron, and the Yin Yang pearl. The trio's eyes fixated on the three treasures. What? They exchanged astonished glances. These were three exceptional innate spiritual treasures, perfectly suited for them. "Chenqing Dao friend, what would you like in exchange?" Chenqing was the first to voice his eagerness. The Chenqing cauldron seemed tailor-made for him. Chenqing smiled warmly at the trio. "I seek your 3,000 green willows, your heart-dividing stone, and your Yin Yang puppet." He pointed to each in turn, then looked at them. "I propose an exchange. You may select one from among these. What say you?" The three of them exchanged glances, nodding fervently. "Agreed." Chapter 12. Luo Hou's three inquiries with this venture. Chenqing was thoroughly satisfied. Once all these items were placed in the manor, it would be upgraded once more, and he wondered what abilities would be unlocked. Thus, Chenqing resolved to return. On his way back, he encountered a peculiar crow, one with 3 legs and golden in hue. A golden flame blazed upon him, and the system astonishingly detected the core of the great sun golden flame, which could enhance the manor's spiritual energy by 7 points. Chenqing exchanged it with a yellow gourd. Ultimately, he departed under the awestruck gaze of the other party, having learned the name of the young raven. He was called Tai. Ijuan, you were born alongside us in the chaos. The three innate tribes now govern the seas, the firmament, and the land. Yet you choose to confront us for the sake of other beings? Outside the Celestial Path Temple, the imposing Wa Hou suppressed the ancestor dragon. While the Yuanfeng was entangled with the Qilin, her furious cries resonating in the air. The Qilin spoke calmly. I have already stated that this place is the dojo of a friend of mine. I implore you not to disturb him. Yet you insist on barging in. His gaze bore a hint of coldness. Outyin, Zhonghuang, I advise you to maintain our non-aggression. It is best for us to coexist peacefully. With a furious roar, Wa Hou thrust the god-slaying spear, pushing the ancestor dragon Outyin back. Wa Hou scoffed, Is my teacher's courtyard a place for you to enter? Zhonghuang, retreat. Outyin let out a dragon's roar, hastily withdrawing, while Zhonghuang fixed her gaze on the Qilin. Ijuan, you are declaring war against us. Sighing, the Qilin watched the ancestor dragon and Yuanfeng retreat, his eyes filled with lamentation. How did it come to this? Fret not, my friend Ijuan, he assured. Once my teacher returns, with him present, your dragon and phoenix will pose no threat to my Qilin clan. Raha's eyes sparkled with determination. Moreover, their current brutishness will be reported to my teacher upon his return. He turned to the Qilin, smiling. There is no need for my teacher to intervene personally. Should his two guardian divine beasts take action alongside us, what fear do we have of the dragon and phoenix united? The Qilin's expression grew complex as he sighed softly. Though it is said thus, we are all part of the innate three tribes. I would rather not escalate matters to this extent. Wa Hou regarded him and replied, If they truly cherished this bond, they would not act in such a manner, would they? Sighing, the Qilin bowed to Wa Hou. I must attend to the matters of my Qilin clan. Friend Ijuan, please. Wa Hou echoed with a smile. I shall await my teacher's return here to seek enlightenment. The current primordial world felt so desolate. Chonqing couldn't help but lament while on the back of Shini, who softly remarked, The universe was just beginning. The evolution of life requires time. Indeed. Chonqing nodded. Let us return to the temple and rest for a while. We will venture out when the primordial realm becomes lively again. Shini hurried swiftly, and upon their return to the Celestial Path Temple, they found Wa Hou standing guard at the entrance. Chonqing was taken aback. What brings you here? Wa Hou rose respectfully and said, Master, I have encountered uncertainties while seeking understanding, and thus I have come to consult you. With a smile, Chonqing replied, Come, let us enter and discuss your uncertainties. Whether I can provide clarity is another matter. As they entered the courtyard, Chenqing placed the items he had acquired down and heard the system prompt. Spiritual energy value is full. Would you like to upgrade? He did not rush to upgrade but turned to Wa Hou, who respectfully inquired, May I ask, Master, what is the Dao? Is there a distinction between right and wrong in the Dao? What is the Dao? Chenqing smiled. He was well versed in this from his past life dramas. He pointed to the 5 elements divine tree that can represent the Dao: planting, sprouting, blooming, and bearing fruit. That is the Dao. He then gestured towards the chaos spirit pool. That too can embody the Dao. These two are also the Dao. Chenqing indicated Nuwa and Shiha, and then to Shini and Wa Hou, you too are part of the Dao. We? Wa Hou and Shini looked perplexed. Chenqing calmly explained. To summarize, existence itself is the Dao. Wa Hou's body trembled, as did Shini, Nuwa, and Shiha, all contemplating Chenqing's profound statement. Existence itself is the Dao. Wa Hou bowed deeply to Chenqing, and the others followed suit. Wa Hou then asked, May I inquire, Master, can the Dao be classified as right or wrong? Chonqing shook his head. What constitutes right? What constitutes wrong? The great Dao encompasses myriad paths, all can attain sanctity. Cultivation lies within oneself, not in the Dao. He gazed up at the heavens. Beings across the realms cultivate diverse paths. Good and evil reside within the cultivator's essence, not within the Dao. If you are virtuous, then your cultivated path is virtuous. If malevolent, then your path is malevolent. Thus, the Dao knows no right or wrong, no good or evil. Right and wrong lie within the cultivator, as do good and evil. If you perceive it as good, then it is good. If as evil, then it is evil. Right and wrong are the same, independent of the Dao. Master's teachings shall be etched in my heart. Wa Hou was astounded. He had not anticipated such profound wisdom from his teacher regarding the Dao. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Thank you, my lord. Shini, Nuwa, and Shiha expressed their profound respect, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Rahu took a deep breath and addressed Chenqing, Master, I have 3 questions. In the genesis of heaven and earth, as the primordial realm began to manifest, should we contend for the fortunes of the universe? Chenqing smiled at Rahu. This question should be one you ponder yourself. All beings of the heavens possess their own choices. Much like myself, he gestured towards the celestial path temple, a courtyard, a plot of fertile land, planting something, basking in the sun, enjoying roasted meat. This is my choice. Whether to contend or not lies within one's own heart, not in others. He pointed to Rahu's chest. Ask your heart what it desires. If you wish for something, pursue it. Regardless of success or failure, seek only to have no regrets in your heart. Chonqing's words left Rahu utterly speechless. Softly murmuring, remember, if you do not contend, others will naturally do so. If you choose to contend, others will likewise contend with you. How to contend or whether to contend is entirely up to you, not others. When thoughts and intentions differ, so do choices. Just remember 4 words. Question your heart and have no regrets. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shone brightly above Rahu's head, illuminating the sky and forming the shape of 3 flowers, a manifestation of enlightenment atop the pinnacle of the great Tao. Chenqing gazed in astonishment. Could one's head truly blossom? Rahu bowed deeply. Disciple, thank you for your guidance, Master. At that moment, Rahu's eyes sparkled with clarity, free from confusion, gazing at Chenqing with deep respect and fervor. Chapter 13. Chenqing teaches. Hongjun expounds. By the way, how did you come to guard the entrance? Chenqing inquired, puzzled by Rahu's appearance, as if he were stationed there deliberately. Master, Rahu replied with a hint of indignation. After you ventured out, the ancestor dragon and Yuanfeng stealthily attacked, attempting to force their way into your manor. Fortunately, Yijuan discovered them just in time, and I happened to be seeking your guidance, which allowed me to thwart their intrusion. Thus, I stood guard at the entrance, fearing they might persist in their ill intentions. The ancestor dragon? The Yuanfeng? Chonqing furrowed his brow, and Rahu nodded. Like the Qilin clan, they manifested within the chaos, the 3 innate beings of the dragon and phoenix tribes. Chenqing glanced around, relieved that the ancestor dragon and Yuanfeng had not breached the manor. Had they done so, the treasures within would be at stake. That would mean hundreds of points of spiritual energy value lost, forcing him to start anew without any knowledge of how to do so. A thought crossed Chenqing's mind, and he spoke softly. Yijuan has done me a great favor. This kindness must be repaid. The ancestor dragon and Yuanfeng must surely bear a grudge against him. He addressed Shini. Go and invite Yijuan to visit. This gratitude cannot go unacknowledged. Understood, Master. I wonder if Yijuan will be able to gather 3,000 beings to listen to the teachings. Chenqing mused quietly, aware that his own task still loomed ahead. That troublesome mutt was always fixated on food. As he turned, he found that the mutt, Rahu, and the chaos sacred dragon, including Nuwa, were all fixated on the 5 fruits hanging from the 5 elements divine tree, their eyes gleaming with desire. Little did they know the allure these fruits held for those at the great Dao level. Consuming just one would mean ascending to the quasi-saint level, with no bottleneck whatsoever. Of course, without Chonqing's permission, they dared not voice their longing. Before long, the Qilin Yijuan, clad in purple robes, entered from outside. Upon seeing Chonqing, he beamed with joy and hurried forward. Chenqing, my friend, you have been gone for thousands of years. I have missed you dearly. Chenqing was taken aback. Thousands of years? I merely strolled around. Time seemed to flow faster than water. Thank you for your assistance, Yijuan. Chonqing decided not to dwell on the matter. Rahu has informed me of your great favor. I owe you a significant debt. You are too kind, my friend. Yijuan shook his head. We have known each other for some time. I have gained much from my association with you. So this is only natural. The kindness of Yijuan must be repaid. Chonqing mused for a moment. How about this? If you do not mind my humble understanding of the Dao, I plan to teach at the entrance of the Celestial Path Temple. You may bring your Qilin clan to listen. Perhaps my understanding of the 3,000 paths may benefit your clan. Yijuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, if Chenqing is willing to impart wisdom, it would be an honor for my Qilin clan. I shall make arrangements immediately. Chenqing promptly spoke. Yijuan Daoist friend, for this lecture, I earnestly request that you gather no fewer than 3,000 beings. It must be at least 3,000. Yijuan responded with a hearty laugh. Rest assured, Daoist friend Chenqing, my Qilin clan rules over the terrestrial beings. The mere number of 3,000 is trivial. We shall certainly exceed that. Only then did Chenqing feel a sense of relief. Nodding in agreement, in that case, I shall trouble you, Yijuan Daoist friend, while I prepare at the entrance, Master, Lord, Sir. As Yijuan departed, Luo Hou, Shun and I, Wa, and she all turned their eager gazes towards Chonqing. What are you all planning? Chenqing inquired, perplexed. Luo Hou, filled with utmost respect, said, Master, may we request permission to listen to the lecture? You wish to listen as well? Chenqing looked at Shun and I, Wa, and she, who all nodded vigorously. Chonqing waved his hand. Very well. It is beneficial to listen. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Sir. Yijuan acted swiftly. Chonqing set a seat at the entrance, sitting cross-legged upon it, with Luo Hou, Wa, Shun and I, and she flanking him on either side. Yijuan took a seat opposite Chenqing, behind whom sat numerous figures, the majority of whom were from the Qilin clan, having shrunk their forms for ease of listening. As Chenqing surveyed the surroundings, he realized that not only 3,000 but certainly over 5,000 beings had gathered. His voice resonated gently. Today, I shall speak of the Great Dao. Among those present, nearly none had reached the Great Dao realm. I hope that what I share today may assist you. I will convey my understanding of the 3,000 paths. If you find my discourse enlightening, feel free to listen attentively. If not, you may quietly depart. But please remember to maintain silence during the lecture. Should you have inquiries, please wait until the end to pose them. And do not interrupt. That I hope all will adhere to this request. With Yijuan overseeing, none dared to act recklessly, especially with Chonqing's formidable presence ensuring their respect. Chonqing nodded slightly before commencing his lecture. The Great Dao encompasses 3,000 paths, all capable of leading to sanctity. The term Great Dao signifies boundlessness. Dao resembles a net, intended to encompass all. The Great Dao is boundless, embracing all that exists, transcending time and space, existing in eternal freedom. What is the Dao? Existence itself is the Dao. There is no precedence in the Dao. The adept takes precedence. The Dao knows no right or wrong. The true heart is the guiding thought. As Chenqing began his lecture, golden lotuses blossomed around the entire Tian Dao temple, enveloping an area of 1,000 miles, releasing waves of enchanting fragrance that permeated the surroundings. All beings, even Yijuan of the Great Dao realm, Luo Hou, and Wa, were entranced, let alone this gathering of mere celestials, golden immortals, and Tai golden immortals. As Chenqing's lecture unfolded, they entered a state of transcendence, each being's eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, some perplexed, others enlightened, some overjoyed, and still others lost in thought. As time passed, among the thousands present, some began to radiate with a luminous glow, signaling breakthroughs. Meanwhile, far atop Yujing Mountain, Hongjun gazed at the heavens, calculating with furrowed brows. How strange! I feel as though something that belongs to me has been usurped. What could this mean? Hongjun pondered, his brow furrowing in contemplation. I asked at him. As calculations unfolded in his mind, Chonqing's ethereal visage appeared, causing his gaze to flicker. What is transpiring? Who is he? I find myself unable to foresee his future. His destiny is inscrutable. Chapter 14. The Manor's further advancement in this lecture, Chonqing had lost track of time. His promise to elucidate the 3,000 paths meant he would certainly see it through. As he spoke, the thousands of beings continuously experienced breakthroughs, particularly among the Qilin clan, where many achieved significant progress in merely 3,000 years. And thus, after this year, Chenqing's lecture came to a close. Having devoted 3,000 years to expounding the 3,000 paths, he let out a long sigh of relief. Upon concluding, a radiant light erupted behind Chenqing, coalescing into a banner, which sparked a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The Tianhua Miaozhui banner could enhance the Manor's spiritual energy by 10 points. In an instant, all information regarding this banner flooded Chenqing's mind. The Tianhua Miaozhui banner? How did this come about? A look of confusion crossed Chenqing's face as he casually tossed the banner behind him into the courtyard. And you all? Chenqing observed the thousands of beings still engrossed in their meditative states. a look of astonishment crossing his features before he rose. Master, Luo Hou, beside Chenqing, quickly stood, bowing respectfully. Chenqing glanced at him. You have regained your awareness swiftly. With utmost reverence, Luo Hou replied. Disciple has previously received guidance from Master and has made some progress. The teachings of Master are not something one can comprehend in a day. Luo Hou remembers this well. Chenqing smiled. I understand your aspirations. Pursue your desires. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion for a time to refine my manner. Luo Hou paused, surprised. Refined further? How can such a manner be improved? Just then, a golden light flickered around Shi, signaling a breakthrough. Shi, blinking drowsily, opened his eyes, while Shun and Wa gradually awakened, and simultaneously, the thousands of beings began to rouse from their meditative states. May I inquire, great sage? A being began, and Chenqing answered all their questions, as he was well versed in the essence of the 3,000 paths. After 3,000 years of lecturing and 600 years of addressing inquiries. Finally, no being had further questions, and they all bowed in unison. Thank you, great sage, for imparting your wisdom. I have few friends. Yijuan Daoist friend is one among them. You are all invited here by Yijuan Daoist friend? So I need not elaborate further. I have a disciple named Luo Hou, this fellow here. Chenqing gestured to Luo Hou. From this day forth, I wish to close the Tiandao temple, uncertain of when it shall reopen. My disciple, should you offend any of you in the vast wilderness or encounter difficulties, I hope you will show leniency in light of this lecture. Strictly abide by the edict of the great sage. Master, Luo Hou's eyes shimmered with emotion as Chenqing sighed. All I can do for you is this. Take care of yourself. Chenqing bowed respectfully to Yijuan in the distance, who reciprocated the gesture. Chenqing then addressed Shen and I. Shen and I, open the door and close the Tiandao temple. Shen and I opened the grand door of the Tiandao temple, and Chenqing, Wa, and Shi entered in succession, while Shan and I slowly closed the temple's doors behind them. As they observed the closed doors, all beings, led by Yijuan, bowed in reverence, expressing their gratitude and admiration for Chenqing. Turning around, Yijuan looked at the greatly enhanced Qilin clan and smiled. Luo Hou approached. Yijuan Daoist friend, my master truly holds great regard for your Qilin clan. The grace of Daoist friend Chenqing is not something Yijuan can forget. Yijuan replied earnestly. Luo Hou nodded with a smile. Now, I fear that the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng, upon learning of this, will not relent. Yijuan's expression shifted, and he sighed softly. He found himself at a loss for words regarding the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng. Yijuan Daoist friend, I must travel to Shumi Mountain to further develop my demonic path. I shall trouble you to guard this place. Rest assured, Luo Hou Daoist friend. Yijuan nodded firmly. I shall ensure no being disturbs Daoist friend Chenqing. Meanwhile, within the Tiandao temple, Chenqing surveyed the surroundings, noting 3 strands of purple aura swirling around him. He was taken aback. Is this the Hongming purple qi? At that moment, he noticed a system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task of lecturing the beings of the heavens. Reward: 3 strands of Hongming purple qi. Ding. System task issued. Establish a path of your own, requiring at least 3,000 disciples. Task reward: 3 portions of creation merit. A path? Chenqing stared blankly at this system task, contemplating the establishment of his own path with a minimum of 3,000 disciples. What is the use of creation merit? To upgrade the manor. Chenqing took a deep breath and clicked to upgrade the manor. Suddenly, a surge of purple gas and light burst forth, reminiscent of the Hongming purple qi. Ding. Congratulations, host, for upgrading the manor. The manor's level has risen to fortune abounds, and you have acquired a dojo, now placed within the manor. Tiandao Dojo, capable of being grand or modest, forged from the essence of heaven and earth. Meditating within the dojo grants the blessings of the universe and facilitates a quicker and easier understanding of the great Dao, Hongming purple qi, one of the essential conditions for achieving sanctity. Born from the Hongming world, a single strand of Hongming purple qi bestows merits capable of benefiting countless beings, leading to sanctity. Current manor level: fortune abounds, 536-1000. The manor is upgrading. The system is undergoing transformation, and the manor is in a closed state. Please bear with patience. Chenqing quietly observed the changes in the manor within the Tiandao temple, the 3,000 emerald willows surrounding the entire estate. rendering it even cooler and more refreshing. As for the Mind Stone from the ancestor of heaven and earth, he had given it to Shi, who cherished it like a treasure, delving into the principles of cosmic change. Meanwhile, the yin-yang puppet from the ancestor of yin and yang was also taken by Shi, who claimed that both yin and yang undergo transformations along the same path, and the two could complement each other. As long as they remained within the manor, the spiritual energy value would not diminish, and Chenqing paid it no mind. What pleased him most was the radiant heart of the sun flame he had exchanged from the little fellow named Tai. This item was extraordinary. Once placed within the Tiandao temple, it was lifted by the world tree of the great Dao and began to hover above it, transforming into a radiant sun. The crimson clouds, birthed from the ethereal red mist of Hongyun, spread across the sky above the Tiandao temple, within which the faint illumination of the three pure ones shimmered. The entire Tiandao temple, amidst this transformation, resembled an enchanting celestial realm. A spirited dog chased after Shan and I, while Chenqing occasionally pondered the ineptitude of Shin and I, who was being pursued by such a large creature. The chaotic holy dragon lounged within the chaotic spirit pool, while Wa devotedly attended to Chenqing, offering massages at every opportunity. Time. In this serene atmosphere, passed quietly, yet the outer world of the primordial chaos underwent cataclysmic changes. Chapter 15. The Dragon Han Calamity, the Rise of the Demon Cult. One day, the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix received clandestine news from a mysterious figure. The strength of the Qilin clan had surged exponentially, with Qilin Yijun harboring ambitions of unifying the realm. The Qilin clan sought to dominate the seas and lands, aspiring to become the sole sovereign of the primordial world, inciting the wrath of both the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix. When they united to confront Yijun for clarification, they discovered that the Qilin lineage had already erected a grand formation beneath Mount Buzhou, sealing off all voids. This formation, of course, was a gift from Luo Hou to Yijun, purportedly to prevent any disturbances to the Tiandao temple. Naturally, the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix harbored suspicions, only to find that members of the dragon and phoenix clans had been mysteriously dying during solitary excursions. Upon meticulous investigation, they discerned that every instance of dragon or phoenix fatalities bore the markings of the Qilin clan. Aotion, no matter how you perceive this matter, I demand an explanation from Yijun. The primordial phoenix, burning with rage, was engulfed in 7-colored flames. Yijun has been evading us, undoubtedly guilty. Aotion was equally furious. Speak your mind. How do you wish to proceed? We, the dragon and phoenix, shall assault Mount Buzhou and demand accountability from the Qilin clan. The primordial phoenix fixed her gaze upon Aotion, her voice resolute and profound. Attack Mount Buzhou? Aotion was taken aback, and the primordial phoenix scoffed. What? Does the great ancestral dragon fear? Are our kin meant to perish? Fear? Aotion proclaimed loudly. I, Aotion, fear nothing. Very well. Since you, primordial phoenix, insist, let us seek an explanation from Yijun. On that very day, beneath Mount Buzhou, within the territory of the Qilin clan, Yijun was entertaining a special guest, Luo Hou. Yijun furrowed his brow, addressing Luo Hou with a soft sigh. My friend Luo Hou, I can't shake the feeling that avoiding Aotion and the primordial phoenix is not a wise course of action. Luo Hou, with a sense of resignation, replied. You know their jealousy runs deep. If they were to learn of the current might of your Qilin clan, what do you think they would contemplate? Yijun was momentarily stunned, and Luo Hou sighed. I fear they would join forces to annihilate your Qilin clan, especially considering your clan's rapid proliferation. Coupled with the teachings of our master, the strength of the Qilin clan has grown swiftly. Should we not evade them, I dread the prospect of a great war among the three clans. Luo Hou's concerns were well-founded. Yijun nodded in agreement. Yet the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix had already rallied the dragon clan and countless avian beings, converging upon Mount Buzhou. Yijun, if you do not emerge today to provide us with clarity, we shall lay waste to Mount Buzhou and extinguish your Qilin lineage. The resounding roar of the ancestral dragon echoed throughout the skies above Mount Buzhou. Aotion, Yijun's expression shifted dramatically, while Luo Hou's eyes glinted with intensity. Yijun hastily declared, Luo Hou, I must attend to this matter. As Yijun departed, a dark mist enveloped Luo Hou, and a shadowy figure materialized. Luo Hou, Do you not fear that your schemes against the Qilin clan will be uncovered by Yijun? Luo Hou replied coolly. At this juncture, Yijun can no longer influence the unfolding events. You should focus on your own affairs. Within Luo Hou's eyes lay the scheming of the heavens. The evil execution will not take long. I shall soon break free from this seal. And you should prepare to emerge from the river of fate. This shadowy figure was none other than the infamous demon god, Evil Execution, who concealed himself within the river of fate, siphoning the vitality of the three clans to strengthen himself. Once I manifest, the demons shall rise, and the path shall vanish. With a sinister laugh, Evil Execution emitted a dragon's roar. Luo Hou cast him a sidelong glance, and the dark mist slowly dissipated. I must lend Yijun a hand. Otherwise, the conflict among the three clans shall never commence. Luo Hou murmured softly, then exited the domain of the Qilin clan. Jidu, you shall impersonate the Qilin clan and spread poison among the Dragon and Phoenix clans. I shall secretly protect you, igniting the strife among the three clans. Yes, at the entrance of the Qilin's cave, a black jade Qilin respectfully spoke before turning to depart. Finally, it begins. Luo Hou looked up, his eyes ablaze. Master, you shall not hold me accountable, shall you? Due to Luo Hou's instigation, the Dragon and Phoenix clans united to obliterate the Qilin lineage, leading to a cataclysmic and brutal battle beneath Mount Buzhou. This clash reverberated throughout the entire primordial world. After a decade-long war lasting 100,000 years, the Dragon and Phoenix clans retreated, while the Qilin clan, under Yijun's leadership, regrouped. To prevent the conflict from spilling over into Mount Buzhou or potentially impacting the Tiandao Temple, Yijun decreed that the battlefield be relocated to the banks of the Sea River. As the three clans engaged in this apocalyptic war by the Sea River, they summoned all living beings to partake in this grand conflict, resulting in countless lives extinguished. Boom, boom. Above the heavens, Yijun stood his ground against two foes, unwavering, wielding the unparalleled innate treasure, the time instrument, bestowed upon him by Chenqing, manipulating the celestial flow of time. Yijun gained the upper hand, and amidst the three-way battle, after 300,000 years, all parties broke through, ascending to the quasi-saint realm. Not only them, but shortly after their breakthroughs, within the western primordial world. Amidst the peaks of Shumi, Luo Hou was enveloped in dark mist, the black energy surging skyward. The grievances of countless beings, their unwillingness, their fury, their very essence and fragments of their souls, all converged. Ha 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 ha. Luo Hou laughed maniacally. As the spiritual essence of the western primordial world surged towards him, propelling his power to the quasi-saint realm. I desire to become a saint. This is the key. Unbeknownst to Luo Hou, within the boundless void, a pair of indifferent eyes scrutinized him, fixated on the battle of the three clans by the Sea River. Standing proudly in the void, his expression was devoid of emotion, coldly observing the unfolding events in the primordial world. A jade dish hovering beneath him, he even obscured the heavenly secrets of the western primordial world, facilitating Luo Hou's endeavors, ensuring that the beings of the outside world remained oblivious. The conflict among the three clans raged on for a staggering 810,000 years. Finally, on this day, Luo Hou had gathered sufficient resentment and essence from the three clans, successfully breaking the seal of the Zhuxian sword array. An exultant roar echoed from the River of Fate as Luo Hou seized control of the Zhuxian sword array and the Zhuxian formation diagram. From this day forth, I shall establish the demon cult beneath Mount Shumi. My name is Luo Hou, my title is the Demon Ancestor, and my path is the path of demons. Join my demon cult, and you shall receive protection. The demon cult shall thrive. Luo Hou's proclamation reverberated throughout the primordial world, eliciting a myriad of responses from the demon path. Meanwhile, the innate three clans had suffered grievous losses, and this monumental battle came to a close, henceforth known as the Dragon Han Calamity, Chapter 16. The beginning of the Qilin's legacy. Wa, how do you find the renovations in this courtyard? Within the Tiandao Temple, the entire structure was still undergoing transformation, seemingly devoid of any concept of time passing. My lord, are you attempting to reshape this Tiandao Temple into a world of its own? Wa gazed in awe at the changes within the Tiandao Temple. Your words hold a kernel of truth. Chonqing observed the skies above the Tiandao Temple, the red mist, the sun, the celestial glow of the three pure ones. It does resemble the heavens. You mentioned that Shen and I has ascended to the great Luo, yet the spirited dog remains fixated on that fruit. Could it be extraordinarily delectable? Well, Wa had never tasted it, so she couldn't say. Stealing a glance at the 5 elements divine tree, which bore 5 elements divine fruits, Wa felt a twinge of envy. Chenqing shot her a glance. Liar, I've seen you drooling over that fruit before. Just like that spirited dog, Shun and I, and the little loach in the water. Wa immediately felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. My lord, the fruits of the 5 elements divine tree are divine treasures. Consuming one could lead to the realm of quasi-saint. Chenqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Wa. The quasi-saint realm? Is it truly formidable? If I partake, could I not also ascend to the quasi-saint? Wa gazed at Chenqing in disbelief. After countless years, he had already transcended into the quasi-saint realm, and she wondered which level he currently occupied. Seeing your demeanor, it seems I am of no use to you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chenqing's eyes as he waved his hand. Let us divide them. Tell the spirited dog that you shall each have one. My lord, Wa beamed with joy. And Chenqing regarded the 5 elements divine tree. Also fetch a fruit for your brother. He has been researching that Qinkuan Yinyang for years, yet his cultivation has barely improved. Chenqing shook his head. Wa, overjoyed, expressed her gratitude, and then a radiant light enveloped her as an object appeared in Chenqing's hands. What is this? Chenqing stared at the white bellyband in his hand, utterly perplexed, gazing blankly at Wa. Wa's face flushed crimson as she softly remarked, My lord, did you not fancy it? Initially, I exchanged a yellow middle plum for a piece for myself, and now I wish to gift you another. Chenqing was taken aback, and Wa gently reassured him. My lord need not worry. This one is freshly made, worn for merely 70 or 80,000 years, still pristine. If a quasi-saint were to bleed from the nose, Chenqing believed he would be unable to stem the flow at this moment. After Wa performed a graceful bow, she hurried off to find the spirited dog. As Chenqing observed, the 2-horned creature let out a bark, its body suddenly expanding, and in a single gulp, it devoured the fiery fruit. Goodness, this 2-horned beast has indeed become extraordinary. Startled, Chonqing clutched the white bellyband of Wa, pondering its fine texture, wondering what it was made of. With a splash, upon hearing Chenqing's words, the chaos holy dragon in the chaotic pool could no longer restrain itself, opening its mouth to swallow the water attribute divine fruit whole. Elder brother, with a wave of Wa's hand, the earth attribute divine fruit descended towards she, who bowed respectfully to Chenqing, saying, Thank you, my lord. Go ahead and eat. Chenqing gestured dismissively, while Shinny consumed the gold attribute divine fruit, and Wa chose the remaining wood attribute divine fruit. After feasting on the divine fruits, they fell silent, beginning their fusion and cultivation within the celestial Dao temple. Chenqing yawned and continued basking in the sun, dozing off. When the shade of the great world tree enveloped the entire celestial Dao temple, Chenqing opened his eyes in the dimness and cast a puzzled glance at the great world tree. The tree radiated a verdant brilliance, its branches stretching 3,000, perfectly corresponding to the 3,000 azure willows, which shimmered and grew rapidly. Chenqing yawned again, and as the great world tree returned to its original form, the seals of the celestial Dao temple dissipated, and a series of knocking sounds echoed. Chenqing, puzzled, turned to look. Wa and the 2-horned creature were still engaged in their cultivation. With no other choice, he had to open the door himself. Great immortal? Upon opening the door, Chenqing found 2 middle-aged men transformed from Qilin bowing respectfully to him. Chenqing was taken aback. What is the matter? The clan leader requests your presence in the clan. Great immortal, please go and see the clan leader. The 2 Qilin had tearful eyes, which left Chenqing bewildered. What has happened? Chenqing inquired, and the 2 Qilin whispered. Once the great immortal meets the clan leader, everything will become clear. Let us go. Intrigued, Chenqing followed the 2 Qilin, who led the way respectfully. It was his first visit to Yijuan's lair. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the lair of the Qilin clan, the clan had already fallen into utter decline, with barely 1 in 10 remaining, far less than a tenth of its former glory. Chenqing gazed in astonishment at the state of the Qilin clan, wondering how it had come to this. It seemed as if they had endured a great war. Within Yijuan's lair, Chonqing beheld Yijuan in his true form, lying upon an icy bed, his body marred with wounds. Chenqing's expression shifted as he approached Yijuan, who, half closing his eyes, brightened upon seeing Chonqing approach. Chenqing, my friend. A look of joy appeared in Yijuan's eyes as he suddenly sat up, his form radiating light, transforming into an elderly man clad in purple robes. You have finally emerged from your seclusion. Yijuan looked at Chenqing with delight. Good, good. It is wonderful to see you at last, my friend Yijuan. What has happened? Observing Yijuan's condition, Chenqing's eyes filled with astonishment. What could have transpired? This tale is lengthy, and I lack the time to elaborate, lamented Yijuan softly. My friend Chonqing, I have an ungracious request. Chonqing was taken aback, then spoke solemnly. Please, Yijuan, speak your mind. Whatever I can do, I shall not delay, Yijuan smiled. My Qilin clan has endured over 800,000 years of conflict, and it can be said that we are on the brink of extinction. Chonqing was bewildered. 800,000 years? Are you serious? I merely took a few naps and made some alterations to the Celestial Dao Academy, and 800,000 years have passed? Yijuan looked at Chenqing. I have a son? Still quite young, and my time is short. I wish to entrust my son to you, as your guardian divine beast. This? Chenqing was taken aback as Yijuan grasped him. My friend, do not delay. This is my dying wish. And I hope you will look after the remaining members of my Qilin clan. Rest assured, Yijuan, as long as I, Chenqing, am here, the Qilin clan shall not face extinction, Chonqing said with utmost seriousness. Grateful for your promise. Yijuan smiled. Yijuan chuckled. Go fetch the strange beast quickly. Chapter 17. The defeat of Luo Hou. Chonqing never expected to encounter Yijuan's request for guardianship, and moreover, to have the entire Qilin clan entrusted to him. What in the world had transpired? Chonqing could only inquire further later. Before long, a young child entered from outside, kneeling before Yijuan. Clan father? Yijuan gazed at the strange beast and said with a smile, My son? This is my close friend, Chenqing. After I am gone, you shall follow him closely. The strange beast turned to Chenqing and bowed. Strange beast, greetings to my master. No. Chonqing waved his hands repeatedly, then looked at Yijuan. Yijuan, while I can protect your son and your clan, this matter of acknowledging a master is out of the question. It must be done correctly. Yijuan looked at Chenqing, who pondered for a moment. If you think highly of me, I shall take your son as my disciple. Excellent. Yijuan was naturally overjoyed. He had personally witnessed Chenqing's capabilities, and having him as a disciple would surely lead to boundless potential. Disciple strange beast, greetings to my master. The strange beast promptly knelt before Chenqing. Chenqing sighed. Yijuan, your son is quite intelligent. Ha ha ha. Yijuan laughed heartily, appearing exceedingly pleased. Chenqing, I will have the strange beast lead the remaining members of the Qilin clan to your temple. Chonqing nodded and Yijuan softly said, My friend, if you have time, do consider visiting the Primordial Qilin mountain. You may witness the final struggle against Luo Hou. A complex expression flickered in Yijuan's eyes. Were it not for Luo Hou, the conflicts between him and the Dragon and Phoenix clans would not have erupted into the Hongjun catastrophe. However, his relationship with Chenqing was what troubled him most. Chonqing was taken aback, noting Yijuan's seriousness. He committed it to memory, bowing to Yijuan. Yijuan, you should rest well. I will return shortly. Yijuan nodded, and as Chonqing turned to leave, he kept Yijuan's words in mind, feeling as though something significant was afoot. Primordial Qilin mountain. Have you all awakened? Upon returning to the Celestial Dao Temple, Chonqing discovered that Shini and the two-horned creature were the first to awaken. Their eyes filled with surprise. Master, Shini approached, bowing respectfully, while the two-horned creature wagged its tail. Chonqing shot at a glance. Enough, speak if you can. I knew when you grew large to eat that fruit that you had transformed. You clever beast. Chonqing regarded the two-horned creature, which barked, Master. You have indeed mutated? Chonqing observed the two-horned creature. Judging by Shini's appearance, it is evident that it is inferior to you. It has already reached the peak of Daluo. What is your level of cultivation? The two-horned creature grinned. Master, I currently possess quasi-saint strength. After all, I am not an innate being and lack specialized cultivation methods, so my progress is rather slow. Chonqing was taken aback. Quasi-saint strength is not weak at all. He looked around the courtyard. Choose some weapons and treasures. You and Shini will accompany me on an outing. The two-horned creature scanned the surroundings, and Chonqing pointed to the chaos sword. Bring that sword. A hero must have a sword by their side, and Shinny, you should also select 2 items. Shinny was overjoyed. Chonqing glanced at the system, relieved that these items could be taken out without diminishing the aura value of the estate. As long as these items remained in his possession, the estate's aura value would persist. After all, the system is carried with him. He noticed that Wa, Fuxi, and the Chaos Holy Dragon were all engrossed in their cultivation. The 3 of them should suffice to guard the gates. Let us go to Shumi Mountain, Chenqing said, and Shinny's body surged as he and the 2-horned creature mounted him, speeding directly towards Shumi Mountain. 2-horned creature, with your current strength, you should be able to protect me, right? Chonqing glanced at the 2-horned creature, suddenly feeling as though he had not brought enough people. Do not worry, master. In the vast primordial realm, there is hardly anyone who can match me. The 2-horned creature brimmed with confidence. Chonqing regarded this creature. It had seemed to have hoarded a pile of items. Then I shall rely on you for protection. Chonqing's words made the 2-horned creature internally scoff. You are already at the peak of quasi-saint. Do you really need my protection? Who could possibly harm you? On the western primordial Shumi Mountain, the demon ancestor Luo Hou reigned supreme over the west, while Daoist Hongjun, under the pretense of exorcising demons and safeguarding the path, led the likes of immortal Yangmei, ancestor Chenqing, and ancestor Yinyang to assault Shumi Mountain. Countless wandering immortals followed suit, and the battle between the demon and immortal factions erupted fiercely atop Shumi Mountain. Luo Hou, having stepped into quasi-sainthood and wielding the sword array of extermination, was invincible. Luo Hou set up 4 sword gates, facing 4 opponents, entrapping Hongjun, ancestor Chenqing, ancestor Yinyang, and immortal Yangmei, significantly boosting the morale of the demon faction. The celestial demon god and Jidu led the demon faction, sweeping through the immortal faction. As the demon side surged, the expressions of the 4 quasi-saints turned grim. This situation did not bode well. Ancestor Chenqing's gaze was heavy. Within another sword gate, Hongjun spoke solemnly. If Luo Hou prevails, the demon faction will rise at that time. There will be no hope for the immortal path. Hongjun's eyes were serious as he observed Luo Hou unleash his demonic might. Only by exterminating demons can we safeguard the path. Fellow Daoist Hongjun, the fate of the immortal faction rests on your shoulders. Just then, ancestor Yinyang let out a great roar and then self-destructed. Ha, ha ha, splendid. Luo Hou beheld this scene and laughed heartily. Who else among you wishes to self-destruct? The venerable ancestor of heaven and earth cast a fierce gaze upon Luo Hou, a radiant aura surging forth from his being. Hongjun, my friend, I entrust the matter of this celestial legacy to you. With those words, the ancestor of heaven and earth detonated himself without hesitation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hongjun's eyes as he summoned his 3 corpses. United in purpose, they paid a heavy price, severely wounding the great immortal Yangmei, and shattered Luo Hou's killing sword array, sending Luo Hou's figure reeling backward. Dark mist enveloped him, and black essence splattered across the heavens. He gazed upward at the firmament, a smile breaking upon his lips. In the end, I have indeed been defeated, Master. All I sought was a sliver of existence under this heavenly Dao, to eradicate evil and uphold the path. As you once said, existence itself is the Dao. Have I, your disciple, erred? Why must the demonic path be unwelcomed? Why is it that the heavenly Dao cannot tolerate it? Luo Hou roared to the heavens. Heavenly Dao, is my demonic path not one of the 3,000 great avenues? Luo Hou, Hongjun, with his 3 corpses hovering in the celestial sphere, replied sternly, You have wreaked havoc upon the innate 3 tribes for your selfish desires, causing untold suffering among the beings of the wilderness, leaving naught but a fraction of them alive. Your demonic path is, of course, intolerable to the heavenly Dao. With righteous indignation, Hongjun proclaimed, I, Hongjun, act on behalf of heaven to eradicate evil and uphold the path. Today shall be the day of your demise. Henceforth, there shall be no demonic path within the realm. As he spoke, Hongjun directed the creation jade plate towards Luo Hou with great force. Chapter 18. A plea against the heavenly Dao Master. I can no longer fulfill my filial duty before you. Luo Hou gazed at the descending creation jade plate, realizing that its impact would spell his certain demise. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, a colossal shadow rushing toward Luo Hou. Buzz. A blinding light erupted as an immense cauldron, imbued with boundless chaotic energy, surged towards Hongjun's creation jade plate, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. Who? Hongjun's expression shifted abruptly. This cauldron was a chaos spirit treasure, second only to his creation jade plate. How could this be? It was known that, in the primordial world, among the 4 supreme chaos treasures, only his creation jade plate remained after the departure of the chaos pearl. The number of chaos spirit treasures should not exceed 5, yet one appeared here. Leaving Hongjun utterly astonished, he then beheld an incomparably massive being manifest beside Luo Hou, one whose form he had never encountered before. Luo Hou stared in disbelief at the being next to him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ha Desian, how could you be here? Do not call me Ha, Ha retorted angrily. Although Luo Hou's strength was now on par with his, he still held a measure of respect for Ha, master. At that moment, Luo Hou noticed Chenqing kneeling before Ha, amidst the astonished gazes of myriad beings. Master? The demonic ancestor Luo Hou has a master? The crowd turned their astonished eyes toward Chenqing, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What a turn of events! Chenqing sighed softly. Luo Hou's injuries were beyond saving, his primordial spirit on the verge of dissipating. Clinging to the last vestiges of life, Shen and I approached, looking at Luo Hou with a heavy heart. Brother Luo Hou, why must you have brought yourself to this state? Luo Hou regarded Chenqing, a respectful smile gracing his features. Master, have I erred? Surely, I cannot be wrong. I have merely lost, bringing shame upon you. Chenqing shook his head. I know not what has transpired, nor can I judge your right or wrong. Do you feel guilt in your heart? Luo Hou was taken aback, then softly replied. Perhaps, yes, I feel guilt towards my friend Jun. For allowing the Qilin clan to suffer thus, I regret not heeding your teachings. My selfishness has been too great. Selfishness, who among the myriad beings is devoid of it? Chenqing sighed softly. At this juncture, do you have any final words to impart? Master. Luo Hou gazed at Chenqing, his eyes shimmering with emotion. The misfortunes I have brought upon myself, I do not blame heaven or earth, only myself for lacking strength, and thus I have fallen. I can die, but the legacy of the demonic path must not vanish. Luo Hou turned to Chenqing, beseeching, Please, master, allow the legacy of my demonic path to endure. I shall die without regret. The legacy of the demonic path. Chenqing regarded Luo Hou with a mixture of admiration and melancholy. A flash of black radiance enveloped Luo Hou, and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus hovered before him. He looked at the god-slaying spear in his hand, and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus before him. Bowing deeply to Chenqing, Master, I implore you. Chenqing sighed softly, accepting the god-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. I promise you, the legacy of the demonic path shall not be extinguished. Luo Hou's heart swelled with joy, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. At that moment, from the heavens above, Hongjun's voice echoed. The demonic path cannot remain. It is intolerable to the heavenly Dao. My friend, is it you? Chenqing turned to Hongjun, recognizing him as the haughty figure from Yujing Mountain, a cold glint surfacing in his gaze. Then tell me, what is the heavenly Dao? Chenqing regarded Hongjun with a measured calmness. Hongjun was momentarily taken aback before responding with serenity. To impart the Dao to all beings is the heavenly Dao. To teach and enlighten all beings is the heavenly Dao. To ensure the peace of all beings is the heavenly Dao. To stabilize the transmission of the 3,000 great avenues is the heavenly Dao. With an air of righteous authority, Hongjun fixed his gaze upon Chenqing. This is the heavenly Dao. Chenqing nodded. I have a friend named Jun, the Primordial Qilin, who leads the beings of the wilderness. When I last saw him, his clan thrived. Hongjun frowned, and Chenqing continued calmly. Yet now, the Qilin clan has dwindled to a fraction. I ask you, where is the peace of all beings you speak of? Where is the heavenly Dao? Hongjun directed his gaze toward Luo Hou. Had it not been for his transgressions, how would the innate 3 tribes have turned against one another? If the innate 3 tribes had not turned against each other, how would the beings of the wilderness have faced such devastation? Xie Shangshuan regarded Hongjun with a detached expression. Then what were you doing? You and your so-called allies in eradicating evil, what were you doing at that time? When the pinnacle of beings fought for their lives, did you intervene? Did your heavenly Dao intervene to teach and enlighten? How many beings have you guided to impart the Dao to all beings? What has the heavenly Dao offered to them? Tell me, where was the heavenly Dao when they waged war and suffered grievously? Where was the heavenly Dao when they were lost in confusion? Now, tell me, if the heavenly Dao cannot tolerate the existence of the demonic path, must it not exist? If it cannot exist, does that mean it does not deserve to? Chenqing's gaze was icy as he regarded Hongjun. And what of you? What do you represent? Can you embody the heavenly Dao? Even if you could, must I adhere to the heavenly Dao? At this moment, I point to the heavens, the heavenly Dao. My cultivation bears no relation to the heavenly Dao. My existence is a world opened by the ancient sage Pangu. What benefit does the heavenly Dao serve me? Hongjun's pupils constricted, and Chenqing's voice turned frigid. If that is the case, why should I follow the heavenly Dao? Luo Hou is my disciple. He seeks my protection for the demonic path. Why should I not protect him? Chenqing's voice resounded across the heavens. Heavenly Dao, allow me to enlighten you on what the heavenly Dao truly is. Listen closely. The heavenly Dao is unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. Chenqing's voice resonated through the skies. This is what you call the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, how could you watch the Qilin clan suffer? How could you witness the near extinction of all beings? You dare blame my disciple? Why do you not blame the heavenly Dao? Why not blame yourself? Have you ever intervened? Chenqing's words struck with profound weight, echoing through the skies, resonating in the ears of all beings. Boom! Simultaneously, as Chenqing's words fell, a series of thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens. The winds howled, clouds darkened, and a terrifying maelstrom of thunder coalesced, causing all beings to gaze upward. Chapter 19. Ha battles Hongjun heavenly punishment. As he beheld the gathering thunderclouds, shock gripped Hongjun's features. Chenqing's words had provoked the heavenly punishment. Master, fear flickered in Luo Hou's eyes, but more than that, he felt a surge of gratitude, moved by his master's unwavering defense of him. Come, today I shall witness how you eradicate the demonic path. Chenqing lifted his gaze toward the tumultuous thunderclouds, his eyes cold, his figure soaring beneath the storm. Thank you for your protection, Master. Luo Hou shall have no regrets. Hot tears streamed from the corners of Luo Hou's eyes, his form gradually becoming translucent, fading away. Buzz! A sphere emerged from within him, the primordial treasure. The Chaos Pearl, surrounded by a wisp of chaotic essence. Chenqing extended his hand, the Chaos Pearl hovering in his palm, turning to Luo Hou. Luo Hou, though the ancient sage Pangu divided his essence into 3 pure ones, there is no cycle of rebirth, yet there is the possibility of renewal. Luo Hou stared, captivated by the Chaos Pearl in Chonqing's hand. Chonqing continued gently, yet after rebirth, you remain you. Though you are also no longer you. Luo Hou's gaze ignited with fervor. Master, I am willing to transform into a spirit. Should I be reborn in the future, I hope to continue under your tutelage and inherit the legacy of the demonic path. Chenqing nodded, and Luo Hou smiled, transforming into black mist, merging into the Chaos Pearl. Chonqing then regarded the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. You shall be reborn alongside it. Thus, let you nurture it anew. Chenqing infused the Chaos Pearl into the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, its radiance soaring to unprecedented heights. Buzz, buzz. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus erupted in radiant brilliance, with the primordial pearl suspended above its heart. Emitting a faint black aura, inheriting the demonic path, from this moment forth, it is not merely Luo Hou, yet it is also Luo Hou. Your name henceforth shall be Mo Luo. Chenqing gazed at the 12th grade annihilation black lotus. Await your rebirth. And inherit the demonic path. This esteemed friend, witnessing Chonqing's actions, how could Hongjun possibly endure it? Chonqing lifted his gaze towards Hongjun. Hand over the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen array diagram. What did you say? Hongjun was taken aback, and Chenqing looked at him with indifference. Luo Hou's rebirth has merged all memories into my being. I am already aware of every detail. The cause of the 3 innate clans has been inflicted upon my disciple. He has committed atrocities, leading to the suffering of the beings in the western wilderness. The Zhuzhen sword array and the Zhuzhen array diagram are the fruits of his deeds. All causes have been laid upon my disciple. How can you claim these fruits for yourself? Chenqing fixed his gaze upon Hongjun. Just hand them over. Hongjun snorted coldly. My friend from the Qian Dao and the Yin Yang Dao have perished in self-destruction, and the esteemed Yang may has suffered severe injuries. Even I have lost 3 treasured artifacts, he coldly stated. Why should I return the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen array diagram to you? Did I not suffer any loss because of Luo Hou's karmic retribution? Chenqing nodded slightly, glancing at Ha. If he does not hand them over, you shall compel him to yield. If you do not obtain them through force, do not expect to return with me. Ha let out a furious roar, his massive form turning towards Hongjun. Thieving Daoist, if you do not comply. Do not blame your Yi for being ungracious. I shall see how you make me relinquish them. Hongjun scoffed, his eyes flashing with anger. Though you too are at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Must you truly provoke me so? The heavenly punishment does not descend. What can be done? Hongjun gazed at the heavenly punishment suspended above, revealing a trace of sighing. This heavenly punishment merely lingered in the firmament. Refusing to fall, woof. With a single roar, Ha charged directly at Hongjun, who snorted coldly and prepared to retaliate, but then he froze. The Chaos Spirit Treasure, the Chaos Ding, the Chaos Spirit Treasure, the Chaos Sword. The Innate Supreme Treasure, the Heavenly Flower Mysterious Drop Flag, the Innate Supreme Treasure, the Qian Ruler, and the Supreme Innate Spirit Treasure, the God-Slaying Spear. How is this possible? Hongjun's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he beheld the various treasures hovering around Ha. Utterly astonished. Even he possessed merely 1 Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Transformation Jade Dish, and 1 Innate Supreme Treasure, the Celebration Cloud of all heavens, acquired amidst the chaos, and another during the Pangu's creation of the heavens. But this guardian beast, though it is merely a guardian, how could Luo Hou's god-slaying spear be overlooked? Yet, how could he himself possess so many treasures? It was only then that he recalled that the innate supreme treasures of the Qian ancestor and the Yin Yang ancestor were seemingly exchanged for this Luo Hou's treasures. Thus, how many artifacts must his master possess? Where did he acquire them? If you do not comply, I shall compel you. Ha shouted, hurling all the treasures at Hongjun. Hongjun was bewildered. Is this how one engages in battle? I shall smash. Ha laughed heartily, each artifact crashing down, and not only that, but he also revealed several more high-grade innate spirit treasures. Smash, smash, smash them all. Ha laughed joyously, wildly smashing down the treasures. This scene left all beings in the heavens astounded. Is there such a manner of duel? This is sheer chaos. Boom, boom. Hongjun immediately summoned his defensive supreme treasure, the celebration cloud of all heavens, while the transformation jade dish floated around him, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. In the face of Ha's relentless bombardment, even with the celebration cloud protecting him, Hongjun was still left dazed and confused. Unable to discern east from west, Ha's figure intermittently appeared beside Hongjun, and each paw that fell produced a resounding explosion. For a time, Hongjun could not even catch sight of Ha. Even with the transformation jade dish in hand, he found it difficult to retaliate. He felt stifled. Who possesses such an array of formidable treasures? Moreover, to unleash attacks so madly, rendering one utterly unable to locate their opponent. Ha's assault could be summed up in one word. Smash, wildly smash. Will you hand them over or not? Do you comply or not? Surrounding Hongjun were countless illusions of himself. Chenqing shook his head in dismay. Realizing that this Hongjun Daoist was not so easily dealt with, roar. Ha's massive form descended from the sky, lunging directly at Hongjun to bite down. Hongjun was startled. Is he really going to bite? Divine Reverse, the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen array diagram. Hongjun had not yet had the time to refine them, as he had tucked them into his sleeve. At this moment, Ha was engaged in fierce combat with him. Seize the opportunity, using the innate supreme treasure I have conferred upon you, to slice through his sleeve, and then reclaim the 4 swords of Zhuzhen and the Zhuzhen array diagram with the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Divine Reverse respectfully complied, while Chenqing handed the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus to Divine Reverse. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Zhuzhen array both originated from Luo Hou, being of the same source. Using the Annihilation Black Lotus to reclaim the Zhuzhen array is indeed the best choice. Divine Reverse gazed in the direction of Hongjun, wielding the innate supreme treasure, and charged at Hongjun. However, Hongjun, who was battered and disoriented by Ha, had not the slightest awareness. Chapter 20. Seizing the Zhujian sword array, Chonqing exchanges treasures. Ha is simply bludgeoning the master with a stick. Observing Ha's onslaught, Chonqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, relying entirely on the treasures to secure victory. The way of heaven. Chonqing looked up at the heavenly punishment above. After merging with Luo Hou's consciousness, he finally attained a complete understanding of this wilderness. In this era of great conflict, all vie for the heavenly Dao's fortune. In the struggle of the demonic path, if Hongjun triumphs, then he is likely to become a sage of the heavenly Dao. Chenqing's gaze flickered. This is the so-called heavenly Dao. Just then, Divine Reverse's figure pierced through the void, slicing Hongjun's sleeve, and the four swords of Zhujian and the Zhujian array diagram fell directly to the ground. Divine Reverse summoned the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus, absorbing the four swords of Zhujian and the Zhujian array diagram into the Black Lotus, and then Divine Reverse swiftly retreated. Hongjun sensed it. But it was already too late. He stared at the severed sleeve, then sighed. Very well, the demonic path ought not to be extinguished. Why must one force it? You all, take care. Hongjun raised his hand. The celebration cloud and the transformation jade dish shielding him, directly shaking off all of Ha's treasures, and then cast a glance at Chenqing before vanishing. Ha retrieved his treasures. Casting an unhappy look at Hongjun. Why did he run away? He hasn't finished yet. Come back. Ha. Chenqing called out in discontent, and Ha muttered as he returned. Divine Reverse respectfully stated, Master, the Black Lotus and the Zhujian sword array. Let us depart for the heavenly Dao temple. Chonqing sighed, casting a glance at the desolate western wilderness, and spoke slowly to Ha and Divine Reverse. Yes, Divine Reverse responded respectfully, then transformed into a massive figure, turning to leave toward the direction of the heavenly Dao Academy. The heavenly punishment still lingered. The myriad beings gazed at the heavenly punishment in the firmament. Then at the departing Chenqing, each harboring their own thoughts before dispersing, leaving the heavenly punishment suspended in the sky. Atop Yujing Mountain, upon returning, Hongjun immediately summoned his 3 corpses, then sat cross-legged. Beginning to slowly merge his 3 corpses, after slaying Luo Hou, Hongjun suddenly had an epiphany, recalling the scene of Panga's creation of the heavens, and contemplated another path to sanctity. The slaying of the 3 corpses, also known as merging the 3 corpses. Meanwhile, when Chenqing returned to the Heavenly Dao Academy, Sibu Xiang had already led the Qilin clan to gather around the academy, and upon looking, there were fewer than 100 Qilin. Among them, the strongest was merely at the Tai-E Golden Immortal Realm, completely extinguished from Daluo, and the new leader of the Qilin clan, Sibu Xiang, was only at the Golden Immortal Realm Master. Upon seeing Chenqing's return, Sibu Xiang knelt down, and the entire Qilin clan followed suit, respectfully addressing, Great Immortal, Sibu Xiang. Chenqing nodded at the dozens of Qilin. No need for such formalities. Rise, come here. Chenqing beckoned to Sibu Xiang, who respectfully approached. Chenqing spoke to Ha. Chaos Ding, God-slaying spear. Buzz, buzz. The Chaos Ding and God-slaying spear appeared before Chenqing, who handed them to Sibu Xiang. These are the treasures I bestow upon you. One for offense and one for defense. Thank you, Master. Sibu Xiang's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yet he became even more respectful as he reached out to accept them and expressed his gratitude. Chenqing nodded at Sibu Xiang. You shall accompany me into the academy, while the Qilin clan will wait outside for the time being. Chenqing entered the Heavenly Dao Academy, where Wa, Shi, and the Chaos Sacred Dragon remained in slumber. Chenqing gazed at the hall of the Heavenly Dao, then fell into contemplation. Sibu Xiang respectfully followed behind, as Chenqing extended his hand. The 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus hovering in his palm, and Sibu Xiang looked up. Chenqing softly spoke. He is your elder brother Luo Hou, who has perished, yet will be reborn. Your Qilin clan has suffered greatly, for he is the mastermind, Master. Sibu Xiang trembled. Chenqing gazed at him. I promised him to preserve his demonic path inheritance. When he is reborn, I will take him as my disciple. At that time, he will be your junior brother. Chenqing's words caused Sibu Xiang to tremble. Chenqing continued slowly. Do you harbor hatred for him? My clan father has returned to the heavens. Hence I do resent. Sibu Xiang's eyes revealed sorrow. Yet my elder brother has also been reincarnated. How can I harbor hatred? Then do you comprehend your current mission? Chenqing looked at Sibu Xiang, who softly replied, to recuperate, retreat, and propagate, in anticipation of the future. Chonqing nodded. As long as you understand, I have a hall of heavenly Dao. From now on, the foremost position in the hall shall be reserved for your Qilin clan. Sibu Xiang bowed again in gratitude. Thank you, Master. With a flick of his hand, Chenqing sent the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus floating towards the world tree of the great Dao. Your animosity towards him is understandable. Yet one must grasp the gravity of the situation. He turned his gaze towards the creature resembling nothing in particular. What your ancestral father desires is not vengeance, but rather a means to restore the Qilin clan to its former glory. I understand, the creature replied respectfully. Chonqing observed the Daoist temple. From this moment forth, the Daoist temple shall be situated outside the Daoist observatory, allowing you to enter at your convenience. I, too, shall occasionally venture out to impart teachings and aid them in enhancing their prowess. Chenqing spoke softly, and the creature bowed in gratitude once more. You may go and make the necessary arrangements. Chonqing promptly established the Daoist temple just beyond the observatory. The creature led over 100 Qilin into the temple, subsequently retreating from the world. Boom! At that moment, the primal heavens reverberated with thunderous sounds, and a kaleidoscope of brilliance illuminated the sky, enveloping the entire expanse in a dazzling display. The heavens resonated, the sound of the great Dao echoing throughout, compelling all beings of the primordial realm to raise their heads towards the celestial firmament. Even Chenqing, within the Daoist observatory, gazed upwards, where a phantom appeared in the sky, coalescing into the unmistakable image of Hongjun. Chenqing's eyes flickered as he murmured softly, Hongjun has attained sainthood, the first saint beneath the heavens. His resolve to eradicate the demonic path is unwavering. He recalled his system task of establishing a lineage of the Dao. With Hongjun achieving sainthood, he would undoubtedly establish his own lineage to vanquish the demonic path. At that moment, the phantom of Hongjun spoke from the heavens. I have comprehended the 3,000 paths within the creation jade plate and have merged the 3 corpses to attain sainthood. Today, I shall open the Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, and after a century, I will commence my teachings. I convey this message to all beings of the primordial realm. All who are fated may come to listen. After a century, the doors of the Zhixiao Palace shall close, so cherish this opportunity. Hongjun's voice resonated across the primordial realm, reaching the ears of all its inhabitants. A century's time, beyond the 33 heavens. Chonqing murmured, a century's time, without sufficient power, one may struggle to arrive. Hongjun will impart teachings, establishing a lineage of the Dao. Chonqing contemplated, if he were to protect the demonic path, the establishment of his own lineage must occur swiftly. Chapter 21. Hongjun's teachings. Chonqing exchanges treasures. Hongjun has attained sainthood. After a century, beyond the 33 heavens, eldest brother, we are quite near. We must hasten our journey. The saint's teachings will profoundly impact us. It is imperative we attend. On the summit of the 3 clear mountains, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both turned to Laozi. Very well, then we shall proceed together, Laozi decisively declared, and the 3 set forth towards the 33 heavens. As the saint imparts teachings, it is an opportunity not to be missed. Above the northern sea, a colossal phantom leaped into the air, soaring into the void, the Kuanpeng. The saint's teachings are imminent. I have completed my 9-9 dispelling gourd, and it would benefit all friends of the primordial realm to join in the festivities. Within the Fire Cloud Palace, Hongyun opened his eyes and murmured softly. The opening of Hongjun's lecture naturally drew all beings from the heavens. The voices of the saints awakened Nuwa, Shiha, and the Chaos Sacred Dragon from their slumber. Chonqing glanced at them, noting that the Chaos Sacred Dragon had entered the quasi-saint realm, while Nuwa was on the cusp of greatness. At the pinnacle of the Great Luo stage, whereas Shiha appeared comparatively weak at the mid-Great Luo stage. Despite Shiha's lack of innate talent in cultivation, his exceptional aptitude in the study of yin and yang was remarkable. The Chaos Sacred Dragon yawned, lounged upon the leaves of the Huangzhongli, while Nuwa and Shiha bowed towards Chenqing. Master, Hongjun has attained sainthood and opened his teachings. Chenqing looked towards the heavens. At this moment, beyond the 33 heavens, it must be quite lively. Does Master wish to go? Nuwa's eyes brightened. Chonqing glanced at her. I perceive it is you who desires to attend. After all, this is the saint of the heavens imparting teachings. He will not discuss the path to sainthood. Whether I listen or not makes little difference, Nuwa pouted. I merely find it intriguing. It would be nice to witness the spectacle. Indeed. Chonqing considered his estate's spiritual energy, contemplating the search for rare treasures, as countless beings of the primordial realm flocked to the teachings, ensuring a plethora of treasures would be available. Moreover, the quality of good artifacts within his Daoist observatory was diminishing. He needed to devise a method to procure some more. With a flicker of inspiration, Chenqing turned to Nuwa with a gentle smile. This time, we shall split into 2 groups for our journey beyond the 33 heavens. You and your eldest brother shall take one route, while we shall proceed separately. Nuwa looked puzzled, regarding Chenqing. Chonqing smiled. Hongjun knows me. Our relationship is not particularly amicable. If you wish to hear his teachings on the path to sainthood, you cannot accompany me. Nuwa paused, then sighed. Very well, I shall go with eldest brother. Master, you must follow us, fear not. I have matters to attend to. I shall certainly go. Chonqing smiled, and Nuwa and Shiha bowed before departing the Daoist courtyard. Master! At that moment, Shin and I approached. Chonqing shook his head. As one's cultivation strengthens, the desire to grow even stronger naturally arises. Hongjun is a saint, while I am merely a quasi-saint. She seeks to chase after greater power. Hence attending the saint's teachings is essential. After all, I am unaware of the path to sainthood myself. But they, Shin and I interjected, Nuwa and Shiha have received numerous benefits from Chenqing. Now that a saint has emerged in the world, they are eager to rush over. Chenqing smiled at Shin and I. It is of little consequence. Sometimes, haste may not yield favorable results. Furthermore, I indeed wish to attend Hongjun's teachings to join in the excitement. Shin and I was taken aback. Master, with your cultivation, it is only a matter of time before you enter the realm of the saints. Why must you attend that person's lecture? Chonqing shook his head. I do not intend to attend his lecture. Rather, I wish to partake in the excitement and see if I can exchange for some items to bring back, as our courtyard is still lacking in supplies. Shin and I surveyed the courtyard filled with innate treasures and spiritual artifacts. Is there truly a shortage? Each time, the items Master returned with were extraordinary. Little did Shin and I know, upgrading the estate would yield benefits far beyond what these innate treasures and spiritual artifacts could provide. Ha, go and gather those items. Chonqing pointed towards the pile of superior innate spiritual artifacts and exceptional innate treasures. Master, shall we not confront him while he is lecturing? Ha's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chenqing. Do you still think he is merely a quasi-saint? He is now a saint, wielding the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Creation Jade Plate. Do you wish to confront him? He could easily obliterate you. Then should we bring this ugly dragon along? I shall abstain. Upon hearing this, Ha faltered. He had previously clashed with Hongjun, uncertain if he harbored a grudge. Chonqing chuckled. You are indeed aware of your fears. He will not initiate an attack before delivering his teachings. Will he? Now, prepare the items. We shall set forth. He turned to the Chaos Sacred Dragon. You have just entered the quasi-saint realm. Your foundation is unstable. Remain within the Chaos spiritual pool to solidify your state. And help me watch over the Qilin clan. The Chaos Sacred Dragon lazily nodded. It was indeed reluctant to leave, as it felt quite comfortable here, leisurely drifting about, basking in the sun's golden rays. After Ha packed the items, they mounted Shan Ni's back, and with a roar, he soared towards the 33 heavens. Shin and I, there is no need to go to the Zhixiao Palace. Let us find a path that leads to the palace, and we shall wait there. Wait for what? Shin and I inquired, perplexed. Chonqing smiled. To await the beings of the heavens. Did I not mention? We have come to exchange items. Why does Master wish to exchange such peculiar items? Would we not be at a disadvantage? After all, those are innate spiritual treasures. You do not understand. Trust my judgment. Chonqing offered no further explanation. Shin and I respectfully complied and sought a path leading to the Zhixiao Palace. Chonqing glanced at the floating mountain range, with a waterfall cascading through the center. He marveled. Is this truly the path leading to the Zhixiao Palace? Indeed, Master, Shin and I replied respectfully. This place is known as the Jietian Ravine. The essential passageway connecting to the 33 heavens. To reach the ancient Zhixiao Palace, one must traverse this route. Chonqing nodded, and then a colossal figure soared through the heavens, capturing his attention. Ding, system scan. The Qinpeng's placenta can increase the estate's spiritual energy by 15 points. An exceptional treasure. Qinpeng, my friend. Chonqing called out loudly to the gigantic Qinpeng soaring through the sky. The Qinpeng, startled, turned its gaze towards him, its expression shifting dramatically. Quasi-saint. This esteemed friend. It quickly transformed into an old man, bowing respectfully. May I inquire what advice you have? Let us speak amicably. Chonqing grinned like a cunning merchant. I have a particular interest in collecting unique items. I understand that after your birth, you possess a placenta, which is extraordinarily rare, and I wish to negotiate an exchange. Chapter 22. The summoning and quasi-promotion. As Hongjun delivered his teachings, beings from across the heavens flocked to the Jetyin ravine leading to the Zixiao palace. A peculiar scene unfolded, where a quasi-saint was exchanging spiritual treasures. He offered piles of superior innate spiritual treasures and exceptional innate treasures, trading for an array of peculiar items, molt from a dragon cat's shedding eyes, the 9-layered skin of a ghostly vehicle, and the shed fur of Baizhe, among other bizarre items, essentially worthless to the beings of the heavens. Yet, at this quasi-saint's side, they could exchange for a superior innate spiritual treasure, and in some cases, even an exceptional innate treasure. Thus, atop the celestial ravine, the myriad beings of the heavens swiftly encircled, each beseeching Chenqing. Great Immortal, do you see anything on me that you desire? Great Immortal, I only wish to exchange for a piece of superior innate spiritual treasure. I am willing to trade anything. Great Immortal, I have waited for several years. Please, allow me a glimpse. Great Immortal, I promised. It's merely a tale. In exchange for a piece of exquisite innate spiritual treasure, I am ready. Among them was a monkey with 6 ears, its eyes filled with determination, glancing at its own tail. It gritted its teeth and made a resolution. Chenqing chuckled, then addressed the surrounding beings. Are you not going to listen to the saint's teachings? All gathered here, but time may run out. No, we shall not go. What is so great about the saint's teachings? It is far better to exchange treasures with the Great Immortal. Indeed, Great Immortal, you exchange once a year. With thousands of beings here, does that not mean it will take 1,000 years? Yes, why not tell us what you need, so we may see if we possess it? This would save you the trouble of checking each one. Indeed, Great Immortal, why not directly inform us of your needs, so we can prepare beforehand? Chonqing shook his head. The items I require are all unique, of great significance to me, yet inconsequential to you. I must discern them myself. He accepted the tail from the 6-eared monkey and provided it with a piece of exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Value must be assessed by me alone. Alas, the system was sluggish, only willing to scan once a year. Previously, it had scanned multiple times without such a stipulation, now suddenly declaring it would only scan once a year. Consequently, Chenqing's speed of treasure exchange diminished. At that moment, 2 streaks of light swiftly approached from the western direction, appearing quite urgent. Brother Jane, what is happening over there? Were we not meant to listen to the saint's teachings? Why are they all gathered there? That is a quasi-saint, Brother Zhuanti. Should we not go take a look? The 2 figures were none other than the quasi-saints Zhuanti and Jane arriving from the west. Yet the saint's teachings were to last a century, and only 3 years remained. If they delayed, Zhuanti hesitated. Look at those thousands of beings, all surrounding that quasi-saint. They too came to hear the saint's teachings, which indicates that what is occurring here must surely be more important. Zhuanti immediately found this reasoning compelling, then exchanged glances with Jane, and the 2 descended towards Chenqing. As both were at the pinnacle of Daluo, their bodies radiated golden light, which spread out in layers. Parting the crowd to form a pathway, Zhuanti and Jane approached. Make way, everyone, make way. We are in a hurry. Allow us to pass and take a look. The combined force of 2 pinnacle Daluo beings rendered the surrounding creatures utterly unable to resist. And Chenqing looked towards the 2, Zhuanti Jane. I greet my fellow Daoists. Zhuanti and Jane both bowed respectfully to Chenqing. After all, he was a being of quasi-saint realm. The system scanned Zhuanti's Bodhi seed, which could be planted within the heavenly Dao Manor. When the Bodhi tree blossomed, it could increase the Manor's spiritual energy by 35 points. The system scanned Jane's Buddhist light, which could augment the Manor's spiritual energy by 25 points. When combined with the Bodhi tree, it could enhance the spiritual energy by 90 points. What? Chenqing was momentarily stunned. gazing at the quasi-saints Juanti and Jane. An increase of 90 points to the Manor's spiritual energy. What could this mean? He suppressed his excitement and smiled gently at Juanti and Jane. Are you two also here to exchange treasures? Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, and Juanti respectfully inquired. May I ask, how shall we exchange for these treasures? We are newly arrived and lack understanding. Chenqing smiled and began to explain the rules for exchanging treasures to Jiayin and Zunti, who were both taken aback, gazing at the surrounding spiritual treasures. The piles of superior innate spiritual treasures and exquisite innate spiritual treasures ignited their envy. No wonder so many innate beings had gathered. Dear friend, might we ask you to show us first? We are pressed for time. Jane and Juanti simultaneously looked at Chenqing. You two possess items I require. It merely depends on how you wish to exchange. Chonqing regarded them with a warm smile. Please enlighten us, dear friend. Juanti and Jane looked at Chenqing, their eyes gleaming. These innate treasures were something they lacked, the Bodhi seed and Jane's Buddhist light. Chonqing observed them before speaking slowly. Juanti and Jane exchanged a glance and fell silent. After a moment, Juanti spoke gravely. Dear friend, these two items are our very essence. Chonqing shook his head. You two, having transformed from innate beings, have already taken form. Thus, you need not cling to the notion of essence. If you wish to exchange, you may choose freely. Chonqing pondered for a moment. Just one exquisite innate spiritual treasure and 3 superior innate spiritual treasures. If not exchanged, I shall not press the matter. Juanti and Jane exchanged glances, their pupils contracting as they gazed at the innate treasures behind Chenqing, their eyes ablaze with desire. The Bodhi seed and Jane's Buddhist light held little utility for them. Yet they represented a unique significance akin to the ancient concept of a man's root. We desire that Dharma wheel and those 3 treasures, the flag, the whisk, and the prayer beads. If you agree, we shall exchange. Era. Chonqing turned to Era. Era immediately understood and produced the 4 treasures mentioned by Jane and Juanti. Dear friend, this is the Bodhi seed. Juanti raised his hand, and the Bodhi seed floated towards Chenqing. This is the Jain Buddhist light. Jane also raised his hand, the golden radiance shimmering. The Jain Buddhist light turned out to be a golden relic. Chonqing received the Bodhi seed and Jane's Buddhist light, while Juanti took the extinguished Dharma wheel, and the flag, whisk, and prayer beads were handed to Jane. Chapter 23. The teaching begins as the century elapsed, when Hongjun arrived at the main hall of the Purple Cloud Palace. His eyes widened in astonishment. 6 beings occupied the 6 mats, but what of the rest? I am the first true saint. Should not the audience flock in droves to hear the teachings? Yet what is the meaning of this meager gathering of misfits? Where have all the beings of the heavens gone? Hongjun turned to the attendant beside him, who still bore the appearance of a youth. The youth respectfully addressed Hongjun. My lord, a century has passed. Yet the beings arriving are inexplicably few. We shall wait another century. Hongjun sighed deeply, then his voice resonated from the Purple Cloud Palace, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. The teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace are postponed for a century. All beings yet to arrive, please make haste. After a century, the palace gates shall close, and there will be no further opportunity. Postponed for a century? The myriad beings surrounding Chonqing looked up. Who cares about the postponement? What matters is the exchange of treasures here. Indeed, we shall continue exchanging. He will still postpone, and after a century, he will postpone again. Meanwhile, Juanti and Jane, having exchanged treasures, hastened towards the Purple Cloud Palace, while Chonqing continued to await his annual scan. He felt the system was deliberately sluggish. With the arrival of Juanti and Jane, how could it directly detect everything? This was undoubtedly intentional, and Chonqing felt helpless. Another century passed, and within the Purple Cloud Palace, the listeners numbered only 300 to 500 beings, prompting Hongjun to sense something amiss. Surely something was afoot. The positions of the 6 mats had shifted. The later arrivals, Jane and Juanti, had outperformed the earlier arrivals. Pushing Hongyun down and casting Kuanping aside, Haoyan, Hongjun turned to the youth beside him, who bowed respectfully. My lord, go investigate what transpired, then return to report. Hongjun spoke slowly, and Haoyan respectfully complied, retreating to fulfill the task. It is Chenqing. When Haoyan arrived at the celestial ravine, he beheld the multitude of beings encircling Chenqing, and his expression shifted. What are they doing? Haoyan pondered. then swiftly melded into the throng of celestial beings. After inquiring about the situation, he returned to the Purple Cloud Palace to report, leading Hongjun to contemplate deeply. Hongyun whispered, "My lord, if this continues, not only a century, but even a millennium will pass with few beings coming to hear the teachings." Hongjun glanced at the hundreds of beings in the Purple Cloud Palace, closing his eyes. Naturally, he and Hongyun's words were inaudible to those below. In a realm unseen by all beings, a glimmer of white light emerged from Hongjun, guiding a trace of azure radiance, vanishing from the Purple Cloud Palace. "My lord, the treasures are insufficient." Simultaneously, Era spoke softly to Chenqing, his eyes filled with bitterness. Those were dozens of spiritual treasures, a considerable profit. Chenqing gazed at the system's 832 points of Manor spiritual energy, smiling. He needed just over 100 points to upgrade once more. Profit. Era was bewildered. Aside from exchanging for a heap of useless items, what else had been gained? What use were these things? "Dear friends," Chonqing addressed the celestial beings with a bow. "I came out in haste this time, so I have brought few treasures, and they have all been exchanged. Quickly now, go listen to the saints' teachings." Chonqing waved his hand. "Next time, I shall bring more treasures. We shall have opportunities to exchange again." The two figures, Ha and Shun and I, exchanged a glance, realizing that they could not afford to bring more next time. Otherwise, their resources would be utterly depleted. What had they even traded for? However, the beings who failed to acquire treasures were reluctant to depart. "Great sage, where is your place of cultivation? We wish to accompany you." "Indeed, great sage. Where do you practice? Are there treasures to be found there? We are eager to follow you." "Great sage, please take us along. Just trade us a single treasure." Chenqing observed them and remarked, "As you can see, not every being possesses what I require, so there is no rush regarding this matter. If there are future opportunities, we can exchange then." He gestured to Shun and I, saying, "Shun and I, let us return to the heavenly Dao temple." With a mighty roar, Shun and I surged forth, scattering the myriad beings, who watched with regretful expressions as he ascended into the heavens and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, a beam of emerald light descended from the Zixiao Palace, catching a glimpse of the departing Chenqing. The ethereal figure was unmistakably that of Hongjun. He furrowed his brow, pondering, could he have anticipated my arrival? But I have ascended to sainthood. The secrets of heaven are inscrutable. How could he foresee my coming? After Chenqing's departure, the myriad beings began to flock towards the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun frowned, his emerald figure departing from the realm of destiny, returning to the Zixiao Palace. "The myriad beings have arrived. Hongyun, prepare yourself." At the high seat of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes. Hongyun was taken aback, but then respectfully acknowledged him. Just in time. Fortunately, the doors have not yet closed. Outside the Zixiao Palace, a great multitude of beings surged in, finally managing to enter the sacred hall. "Why are there only 6 spots? How shall we listen?" one asked. "Indeed, understanding the Dao cannot be accomplished in a single day. Will we have to stand here indefinitely?" Silence. Hongyun's voice resonated powerfully as he regarded the myriad beings. "When the sage speaks, one must not seek prominence. You arrived late and still wish for a place." His countenance was filled with authority. "When the sage expounds the Dao, one must listen with a tranquil heart. How can one comprehend the Dao if their heart is in turmoil?" Yet, Hongjun remained silent, opening his eyes to survey the beings below, who promptly fell silent. He gazed at the doors of the Zixiao Palace, realizing that in 2 years, another century would conclude, and the myriad beings awaited the commencement of the teachings in hushed anticipation. After 2 years, Hongjun nodded to Hongyun, who proclaimed in a clear voice, "The century is complete. The Zixiao Palace shall close, and the teachings shall commence." Wait. As the great doors of the Zixiao Palace began to close, a loud shout rang out, followed by a thunderous roar as a massive figure darted from beyond the threshold. Just in time. Just in time. The sudden appearance startled all beings within the Zixiao Palace. "It was him?" Hongjun frowned, not expecting the unexpected intruder to be Chenqing. "How could he?" "My apologies for the abrupt arrival. I hope I have not caused any disturbance." Chenqing clasped his hands in greeting to the surrounding beings. Forcing a smile, "Great sage, you have come to listen as well? Perfect. After the teachings, we must continue our exchanges of treasures," one exclaimed. "Indeed, "Great sage, you cannot escape now. You must trade us a treasure," another chimed in. "Did you return to fetch a treasure?" The beings surrounded Chenqing, eagerly inquiring. "Big brother." Yuan Shi and Tong Tian turned to Laozi, who murmured, "This great sage is rather amusing, still engaging in exchanges of peculiar items." Lord, Nuwa and she exchanged glances, feigning ignorance, while Zhuanti and Jane refrained from approaching. Instead, it was Hongyun and Kuanpeng who drew closer. Seeing such lively interaction, Hao Yan's composure faltered. This was his lord imparting teachings. What significance did gathering around a quasi-saint hold? He bellowed. Silence. Are you here to listen to the teachings or to engage in idle chatter? The Lord is about to begin. Must you be so rowdy? Chenqing waved his hand, saying, everyone, let us first listen to the sage's teachings. We can discuss other matters afterward." This calmed the crowd, and Hongjun cast a deep glance at Chenqing before speaking. "The Dao I impart today is the great Luo Dao. It is derived from my comprehension of the 3,000 Daos within the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the creation jade dish. I hope you cherish it and ponder deeply." Damn this system, it is deceiving. Chenqing felt a surge of frustration as he journeyed back to the Heavenly Dao Temple, only to find a new task from the system. Upon inspection, it demanded he attend Hongjun's teachings, warning that failing to do so would result in the loss of half the spiritual energy from his estate. How could he dare to ignore it? He promptly instructed Shun and I to turn back. Relieved to arrive just in time for Hongjun's discourse, exhaling a sigh of relief, he surveyed his surroundings, recognizing several familiar faces. Nuwa and she were not to be overlooked, subtly greeting him, to which he quietly signaled for them to refrain. The three pure ones occupied the foremost seats, while Zhuanti and Jane had taken 2 spots. He also spotted Kuanpeng and Hongyun. Ah? Chunqing's gaze fell upon an elderly figure beside Hongyun. Clad in red with white hair and a beard, exuding a kind demeanor with a slightly plump physique, radiating warmth and approachability, ding. The system scans the ginseng fruit seed on Jinyuanzi, which can be planted in the Heavenly Dao farmland. Once it bears fruit, it can increase the estate's spiritual energy by 50 points. The ginseng fruit seed. Chenqing's eyes lit up, and he approached Jinyuanzi.as. Hongjun imparted his teachings. The surroundings were adorned with blossoming golden lotuses. The fragrance intoxicating. All beings were enraptured, eyes closed in contemplation, while only Chenqing navigated through them without causing any disruption. Sensing Chenqing's proximity, Jinyuanzi opened his eyes, momentarily startled. "Why approach me when you do not wish to hear the sage's teachings?" Chenqing performed a respectful bow, saying, "Jinyuanzi, my friend, do you possess a ginseng fruit seed? Would you be willing to exchange it?" Jinyuanzi smiled. "You must be Chenqing, as I have heard from Hongyun. I know you have a penchant for collecting rare treasures. What would you offer in exchange?" "I have no treasures left. If you consent, after the teachings conclude, follow me to my abode, and you may select what you desire." Chenqing proposed. "Chenqing is quite generous. Should you agree to exchange, you shall not suffer loss." Hongyun chimed in supportively. "I possess but a single seed, left behind when the ginseng fruit tree merged with me. I have been searching for a method to cultivate it, but to no avail. If you seek the seed, do you have a way to cultivate it?" Jinyuanzi's gaze sharpened, questioning Chenqing's intentions. Chenqing nodded. "To be candid, I possess an acre of fertile land where I can plant treasures of the world. Thus I wish to attempt cultivation." Jinyuanzi pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well. After the teachings, I shall accompany you to observe." Chenqing's delight was palpable. Though Hongjun kept his eyes closed, he was acutely aware of all that transpired within the Zixiao Palace. He understood Chenqing's intentions, yet chose not to intervene, maintaining a deliberate detachment. However, just because he ignored it did not mean Chenqing would refrain from provoking him. Ding! The grand event of Hongjun's teachings has officially commenced. The system activation has triggered. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Listen peacefully to Hongjun's teachings, join the Daoist sect, and be rewarded with the method to slay the 3 corpses and attain sainthood after the discourse. Choice 2. Depart midway through Hongjun's teachings, rewarded with one of the 3,000 Daos, aiding the host in attaining the laws of sainthood and achieving mixed origin. Choice 3. Interrupt and refute Hongjun's teachings on the Heavenly Dao, thereby establishing a discord between him and the host, thrusting the host into the grand conflict of the primordial world. Reward: Chaos Supreme Treasure, Chaos Pearl, 5 random divine objects, 3 innate supreme treasures, 10 innate spiritual treasures, random grades, and the essence of the 3,000 Dao laws for attaining sainthood. Chenqing was bewildered, staring at the options presented by the system, murmuring, "System, aren't you the lazy system? If I choose the third option, can I still be lazy?" The system replied calmly, "Choosing the third option merely pits you against Hongjun. He establishes a sect, and you too shall establish a sect. He cultivates disciples, and you shall cultivate your own. Your sect will contend with his, and your disciples will compete with his. What difference does it make to you? Are you not still lazy?" It sounded rather reasonable. Chenqing pondered, his gaze fixated on the third option. Joining Hongjun's sect would inevitably obliterate the legacy of the demon Dao. Leaving midway was an option, but it bore little difference to directly opposing him. Taking a deep breath, determination gleamed in his eyes as he declared, "System, I choose the third option." The system promptly announced, "Congratulations to the host for selecting the third option. Please refute Hongjun's teachings as soon as possible. Once the refutation is deemed successful, rewards shall be granted." Chenqing was taken aback. Wasn't it sufficient to merely choose? Refute? How am I to refute? That is your concern. Hurry, for time does not wait for you. This infuriating system, wasn't it enough to simply make a choice? Why must he devise a way to counter Hongjun's teachings? How to refute? A thought struck him. In a moment of urgency, Chenqing's eyes suddenly lit up, as if a realization had dawned upon him, and he strode forth from the multitude of beings. "Hongjun Daoist, I have questions regarding your teachings. I implore you to enlighten me." Chonqing's voice resounded throughout the Zixiao Palace, abruptly interrupting Hongjun's discourse. A new book has been uploaded. I kindly request 5-star reviews and updates. Thank you to all the young gentlemen and ladies. I will strive to craft the subsequent plot to everyone's satisfaction. Chapter 25. Chonqing challenges Hongjun's discourse. Hongjun's teachings flowed effortlessly, and as he observed the myriad beings taking advantage of the opportunity, a profound sense of accomplishment welled within him, spurring him to speak with increasing fervor. Naturally, apart from Chenqing, he chose to ignore this singular anomaly, allowing him to frolic as he pleased so long as he did not disrupt Hongjun's lecture. All was well. Yet, unexpectedly, in the midst of the discourse, this individual dared to speak, his voice booming like the resonant toll of a bell, reverberating through the Zixiao Palace and jolting the attentive beings from their reverie, drawing their gazes towards Chenqing. Some looked on with discontent, others with confusion, some with anger, and a few were utterly bewildered. Hongjun, lifting his gaze towards Chenqing, was struck by an unusual glimmer of ire in his eyes. It is worth noting that after attaining the status of a sage, all emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness had become ephemeral for him, yet they had resurfaced at this moment. This child must be eliminated. A tempest of murderous intent surged within Hongjun. With Chonqing present, his heart could not find peace. And even after entering sainthood, future ascension would prove exceedingly arduous. "What is your doubt?" Hongjun inquired, as the beings turned their attention to Chenqing, eager to hear his thoughts on the interruption of the sage's teachings. "May I ask, esteemed sage, does the Dao possess distinctions of good and evil?" Chenqing posed, gazing intently at Hongjun. "The myriad paths reside within the sage's heart. Therefore, do these myriad paths not encompass distinctions of virtue and vice? Good and evil?" Hongjun had not anticipated such a query from Chenqing, especially in the presence of myriad beings. What sort of question was this? He regarded Chenqing, then pondered momentarily before responding. "The Dao possesses strength and weakness, yet ought not to harbor distinctions of good and evil. All beings may cultivate and attain the Dao." Chonqing nodded slightly, since the sage also perceives the Dao as devoid of good and evil. "May I inquire why the sage proclaims the eradication of demons to uphold the Dao?" Hongjun's eyes sparked with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Chenqing. Was this a ploy to disturb his state of mind regarding Luo Hou? Chenqing calmly stated, "The demonic path is also a path." Hongjun was taken aback, and Chenqing continued, "If the Dao is indeed free from distinctions of good and evil, then the demonic path is but another facet of the Dao. Why then does the sage seek to eliminate the demonic path? Would that not be tantamount to eliminating the Dao itself? Luo Hou wreaks havoc for his own selfish desires, causing harm to countless beings. Thus, the demonic path is devoid of virtue. However, beings possess distinctions of good and evil. The sage implies that the Tao knows no good or evil, yet beings do. Chonqing regarded Hongjun, who nodded in agreement. Then how do beings discern good from evil? Chonqing challenged, among the 3,000 beings present, which are virtuous and which are malevolent. Those who act for the benefit of all beings are virtuous. Those who harm beings for self-gain are malevolent, Hongjun replied coolly, responding with ease. Chonqing gazed at Hongjun, genuinely surprised by the depth of his understanding of the Tao. A weight of gravity flickered in Chenqing's eyes as he took a breath and proceeded. May I ask, esteemed sage, as beings manifest in the primordial chaos, with each being unique, do they not possess distinctions of rank? Hongjun replied calmly, as beings manifest in the primordial chaos, under Panga's creation, amidst the dispersal of chaos. All beings share a common breath and cultivate the Tao of this world together. If so, how can there be distinctions of rank? Hongjun looked at Chonqing. What, do you perhaps believe that beings possess distinctions of rank? I simply cannot comprehend. Chonqing shook his head. If beings possess no distinctions of rank, then it is inconceivable that only 6 beings would attend your teachings. Then why are there only 6 seats? Chenqing fixed his gaze on Hongjun. Should it not be that the sage believes in distinctions of rank among beings? I have set up 6 seats on a first-come, first-served basis. The 6 beings who arrive first are qualified to sit and listen, while those who come later must stand. Chonqing shook his head, yet the reality contradicts this. The later arrivals have taken the places of Hongyun and Kuinpeng, since the sage believes that acting for the benefit of all beings is virtuous, and acting for self-gain at the expense of all beings is malevolent. What of Zhuanti and Jian? Are they virtuous or malevolent? Hongjun was momentarily stunned. Chonqing stated calmly, Luo Hou has harmed countless beings, and the sage deems him malevolent. Yet Zhuanti and Jian have harmed a single being for their own gain. What is the sage's view on this? Is there a difference between harming countless beings and harming a single being? Chonqing looked at Hongjun, or rather, in the eyes of the sage, is harming a single being not considered malevolent? You are engaging in sophistry. Hongjun shot back at Chenqing. Chonqing laughed. Since the sage believes my inquiries to be sophistry, I shall rephrase my question. Calmly, Chonqing asked, may I inquire why the sage delivers his teachings? Why impart wisdom to the beings of the heavens? I have stated before, it is for the benefit of all beings. Hongjun responded with composed conviction, what I have attained lies within the chaos and the heavens. Thus, I must act virtuously for this realm. These words radiated a sense of righteousness, prompting the beings present to gaze at Hongjun with admiration. Hongjun then turned to Chenqing, who applauded, excellent. The sage is indeed a sage, possessing unwavering righteousness and selfless dedication. But is the reality truly so? A wave of unease surged within Hongjun, as Chenqing smiled. Might I ask the sage to elucidate the conditions for attaining sainthood under the heavenly Tao? Would the sage dare to speak? Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically. Chonqing had indeed uncovered something. Chonqing smiled at Hongjun. What is this? Is the sage unable to speak? Or perhaps, dares not to? Since the sage will not speak, the beings shall surely be left in confusion. Thus, allow me to elucidate. Chonqing turned to the myriad beings, his voice echoing outward. Under the rules of the heavenly Tao, there are 3 paths to sainthood. The first, akin to the great Pangu, is to demonstrate strength to attain the Tao. Yet, Panga's attempt to open the heavens ended in failure, making this the most arduous path. The second involves the severing of the 3 corpses. The path of sainthood pursued by the sage, merging the 3 corpses to attain the Tao. This method is exceedingly challenging. However, there exists another, simpler path to sainthood, that is, attaining it through merit. The foremost condition for attaining merit lies in the very word merit. Hongjun's expression finally shifted, revealing a glimmer of hostility as he regarded Chenqing. Chonqing remained calm, stating, even after becoming a sage, one may continue to ascend, correct? Chenqing looked at Hongjun, and the method of ascension for a sage is precisely what I previously mentioned, the concept of merit. When the sage teaches the myriad beings, is it not for the sake of heavenly merit? Hongjun remained silent, yet the beings had begun to murmur among themselves. Thus, the sage's teachings are for himself and not for the myriad beings. Therefore, I ask again, sage, for selfish gain, do you consider this virtuous or malevolent? Chapter 26. Playing in the Mud Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Hongjun's discourse. The system has deemed it a success and rewards you accordingly. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl, which has seamlessly integrated into your being. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Dragon Tooth Rice, 5-colored stone, 9 Heaven Shirong, Bitter Bamboo, and Tying Moon Laurel. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Innate Supreme Treasure. Panga Banner. Congratulations for obtaining the Innate Supreme Treasure, 36 Sea Calming Pearls, and Qiankuan Ruler. Congratulations for obtaining the Innate Supreme Treasure, Red Embroidery Ball. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the exquisite Innate Spiritual Treasure, the Heavenly Chenqing. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the essence of the 3,000 paths into your being. Chonqing's words resonated powerfully, leaving the 3,000 beings in deep contemplation and astonishment. Hongjun remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Chenqing. He could not fathom how Chenqing had come to possess such knowledge. Yet his plans had been thoroughly dismantled by Chenqing, igniting a flame of murderous intent within Hongjun. Yet he could not act, for he understood all too well that to do so at this moment would only validate Chenqing's assertions. Rendering action unwise, Chenqing, however, had no time to concern himself with Hongjun. Instead, he was astounded by the barrage of notifications from the system. So many treasures. The Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. Chonqing gazed at the orb within himself, akin to a crystal ball, transparent and radiating a verdant glow. So this is the most formidable of Chaos Supreme Treasures. The sensation is reassuring. Chenqing smiled, then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the Zixiao Palace. It was time to return. Chonqing glanced at Shinny and Era, then bowed to Hongjun. Since the sage is unable to provide clarity, I must seek the answers myself. Please, sage, open the door. I shall take my leave. Chenqing's words prompted Hongjun to look at him, while Haoyan beside him could no longer contain himself and promptly opened the great door. Chenqing smiled, mounted Shinny, and departed, while behind him, Nuwa hurriedly shouted, "My lord, wait for us." She chased after him, and Chenqing looked back. What? Do you not wish to remain and watch the spectacle? Are you not afraid of the sage's wrath? Nuwa pouted. Is the best part already over? My lord has left. What more spectacle is there to behold? We shall return with my lord. Chonqing was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Shinny, carrying Chenqing and his companions, transformed into a streak of light and vanished beyond the Zixiao Palace. The sage must think that Chenqing is utterly audacious. In the midst of the 3 purities, Yuanshe rose directly, paying his respects to Hongjun, and then became filled with righteous indignation. What Chenqing just spoke of? Could it truly be real? Some beings voiced their doubts, for Chenqing was not a sage, and his discourse on the path to sanctity might not be authentic. All that he spoke was indeed true. Hongjun gazed upon the multitude of beings. I originally intended to deliver my teachings in 3 sessions, reserving the discourse on the path to sanctity for the 3rd. However, since Chenqing has broached the subject, I shall not hesitate to address the path to sanctity directly. If any of you wish to delve deeper, then listen attentively. Should any of you lack interest, you may depart freely. I shall grant you 10 years to contemplate this. With the gates of Zixiao Palace open for that duration, Hongjun then closed his eyes, for regardless of the circumstances, he must first complete his teachings, as the merits of the heavenly Dao must be accrued first. At this moment, Chenqing, amidst the flight of Shen and I, summoned the Chaos Pearl, which hovered above his head, emanating a swirling azure halo. He remained uncertain whether Hongjun would act covertly. The Chaos Pearl possessed the ability to evade the heavenly Dao's derivation, thus ensuring his temporary safety, a precaution taken by Chenqing. Shen and I bore the inquiry of Nuwa. My lord, regarding the merits of sanctity, what constitutes the grand merits of heaven and earth? Is it true that sufficient merits alone can lead to immediate sanctity? There is indeed another condition. One must possess the primordial purple aura. Chenqing chuckled. You, my dear girl, have quite the ambition. Are you aspiring for sanctity? Is there a quasi-saint who does not yearn to attain it? Surely you do not wish it, my lord? Nuwa spoke candidly, and Chenqing replied with a smile. I have not given thought to attaining sanctity through merits. The primordial purple aura, birthed from chaos, must be integrated within oneself to form the primordial Dao body. Only then can one's physical form attain sanctity, drawing the merits of heaven and earth into oneself to achieve immediate sanctity. The primordial purple aura? Nuwa murmured softly, and Chenqing continued with a smile. When Hongjun attained sanctity, he likely gathered all the primordial purple aura from the world. Nuwa was taken aback, then muttered, "Does this imply that we have no possibility of attaining sanctity through merits? Must we, like him, sever our 3 corpses to achieve sanctity?" Chenqing regarded her. "If you wish to pursue the path of sanctity through merits, upon returning to the Dao Temple, I can bestow upon you a strand of primordial purple aura. You may integrate it first." Nuwa was instantly elated, smiling sweetly at Chenqing. "Thank you, my lord." Chenqing smiled back, giving Shun and I a gentle pat, and Shen Ni's speed doubled. Nuwa's eyes brimmed with various calculations, though she remained unaware of their nature. The Qilin clan. When Shun and I returned to the Dao Temple, Chenqing beheld the Qilin clan upon his Dao platform and recalled a system task of his own. Establishing a lineage might well commence with the Qilin clan. Chonqing mused, while Nuwa was preoccupied with thoughts of Chonqing's primordial purple aura. "Here you go." Chonqing extracted a strand of primordial purple aura from the system for Nuwa, who had not taken her eyes off him throughout the journey. "Thank you, my lord," Nuwa exclaimed joyfully, receiving the primordial purple aura and rushing towards the world tree of the great Dao, where she began to integrate the primordial purple aura, refining her Dao body beside it. The 4 symbols. Chenqing beckoned to the 4 symbols as it approached, smiling. "Prepare yourself. I will arrange the Dao Temple." Chonqing pondered. "Once I have made the necessary arrangements, I shall impart the Dao to your Qilin clan and devise a method to enhance your strength." The 4 symbols, naturally overjoyed, respectfully expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, master." Chonqing nodded, then entered the Dao Temple, retrieving all that he had exchanged this time. Zhen Yuanzi had not accompanied him, perhaps still attending the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, which was somewhat regrettable. Chonqing planted the Bodhi seed and placed the Buddha light from the Tao of guidance beside the heart of the Great Sun's golden flame. Half Great Sun golden flame, half Buddha light from the Tao of guidance, rendered the entire Dao Temple resplendent, radiating brilliance. "My lord, Nuwa's primordial Dao body has been formed. How then should she attain sanctity through merits? One day?" Nuwa rose from beside the world tree of the great Dao, her body emanating a shimmering radiance. "I have no time now. Has Hongjun's teachings not concluded? Where is Zhen Yuanzi?" Chonqing murmured softly. "My lord, what preparation should I undertake now?" Nuwa looked at Chenqing. "You may occupy yourself with your own play in the mud. I shall proceed to impart the Dao to the Qilin clan." Chapter 27. Nuwa creates humanity and attains sanctity. Outside the Dao Temple, within the Dao platform, Chonqing was delivering teachings to the 4 symbols and the Qilin clan. Due to the nature of the Dao platform, the Qilin clan progressed in their cultivation remarkably swiftly. Chonqing also took the opportunity to dissipate a strand of primordial purple aura, saturating the entire Dao platform with purple mist, enveloped in the essence of chaos. Coupled with the profound insights from the 3,000 Great Dao, his teachings on the 3,000 Great Dao became even more profound, making it easier for the Qilin clan to comprehend, integrate, and perceive. Chenqing nodded slightly, and indeed, the Qilin clan's reproductive abilities were quite impressive. While comprehending the teachings, they also produced numerous new lives. The 4 symbols gazed at the revitalized Qilin clan, their eyes gleaming with excitement, looking at Chenqing with increased respect, fervor, and above all, gratitude. It seemed that a unique power had inexplicably manifested within Chenqing, a power derived from the Qilin clan, from which he perceived faith. Truly remarkable. Chenqing extended his hand, and the power of faith floated in his palm, radiating a soft golden glow, seemingly possessing the ability to safeguard the primordial spirit. The 4 symbols. Chonqing looked towards the 4 symbols, who bowed respectfully. Chonqing chuckled. "The Qilin clan is now immersed in the path of enlightenment. You should keep a close watch over them. I will step inside for a moment." Chonqing nodded to the 4 symbols, who responded respectfully. How troublesome. How should the Bodhi seed grow? Unable to merge with the Buddha light from the Tao of guidance, and with Zhen Yuanzi yet to arrive, he was merely short of that final bit of spiritual energy. He glanced at the spiritual energy value of the system's estate, just a few dozen points short of another upgrade. Whether it be Zhen Yuanzi's ginseng fruit seed or the Bodhi seed flowering, both could facilitate another upgrade of the estate. However, with Zhen Yuanzi delayed, the Bodhi seed's flowering remained uncertain, ultimately falling short. Chonqing sighed. shaking his head, and with a sense of melancholy, pushed open the doors of the Dao Temple. Yet upon doing so, he was taken aback. Beside the chaos spirit pool, Wa sat there, molding something, as one small clay figure after another joyfully bounced around her. What is Wa doing? Chenqing observed the little clay figures, then froze in astonishment, realizing that each one bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Chenqing turned to Wa, puzzled. I say, Wa, why are you crafting so many clay figures? Are you bored? Wa sought the path of sanctity through merits, and my lord suggested she play in the mud. Wa pondered whether the path to sanctity through merits might relate to this. Thus, while playing, she molded a clay figure resembling my lord. You are using my chaos spirit pool and the fertile soil of the great Dao to mold clay figures? Chenqing regarded the clay figures, and then as if struck by an epiphany, he exclaimed, Wa creates humanity? Chenqing recalled the ancient mythological tales. Pango opened the heavens, Hongjun preached, Wa created humanity and mended the sky. Quafu chased the sun, and Gong Gong collided with Mount Buzhou. Such myths were known to nearly all during that time. Wa looked at Chenqing with confusion. My lord, is there something amiss? Chenqing shot her a glance. What could be wrong? Look at this heap of clay dolls you've made. See what they're doing. My well-arranged estate has been thrown into disarray. Wa glanced around, sticking out her tongue, and Chenqing huffed. If you continue to cause chaos, I shall fetch the divine whip to discipline you. Wa knew her lord was often harsh in words but soft-hearted. Being good to Shen and I, the era, or even her elder brother. Fetch the divine whip to discipline me? Wa scoffed, glancing at the chaos spirit pool and the surrounding fertile soil of the great Dao. I shall merely mold a few more clay figures. However, it seems this process is rather slow. Wa looked at the clay figures she had crafted, murmuring softly, finding the pace too slow. I have an idea. She removed the innate gourd vine wreath from atop her head and then smiled brightly. I shall whip. Wa directly employed the innate gourd vine, striking the chaos pool, and drops of water formed. She then struck the fertile soil. Each drop of water directly molded a clay figure from the soil. Observing the multitude of clay figures, Wa laughed. No, something is still missing. Her eyes twinkled, and she extended her hand, a black gourd appearing in her grasp, one of the 7 gourds of the innate gourd vine. The chaos gourd, containing a chaotic space. She opened the black gourd, and streams of chaotic spiritual energy wafted out, merging with the clay figures. Buzz, buzz. Radiance shimmered, and the entire assembly of clay figures took shape, all resembling Chenqing in youthful form. We pay homage to the mother goddess. The group of youths bowed respectfully to Wa, who nodded. You may stand aside. I shall create more companions for you. Crack, crack. Wa's thoughts raced as she molded another batch of clay figures in her likeness, using the chaotic spiritual energy from the gourd to bring them to life. How intriguing. Wa smiled, and the lashes fell one after another, as the genders and appearances fluctuated with her whims, while the water of the chaos pool dwindled, until the chaotic spiritual pool ran dry and 1/3 of the land was utilized. Wa finally halted her endeavors. The entire Heavenly Dao Temple was already teeming with figures. When Chenqing entered the Heavenly Dao Temple for the second time, he was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth happened? Where did these thousands of people come from? Observing them bustling around Wa, the chaotic sacred dragon lay forlornly in the desiccated chaotic pool, gazing at Wa with a sense of grievance. After all, that was its nest, and the 1/3 of fertile land that was now depleted was meant for cultivation. It intended to plant dragon tooth rice, imbued with the essence of dragon yuan, could enhance a person's magical power by 1,000-fold with just a single measure consumed. Just as Chenqing was about to sow this dragon tooth rice, a thunderous roar erupted from the skies above. What was that? Radiant hues descended from the heavens, and the formidable merits of the heavenly Dao cascaded directly into Wa's being. Wa stared blankly at the 7-colored glimmers enveloping her. It turned out that what the master referred to as playing with mud was indeed the path to sanctification through merit. Master, a powerful being. Feeling the transformation within her, Wa instinctively understood what had transpired. Had she, indeed, achieved sanctification? Chenqing gazed at Wa in astonishment as her figure gradually ascended into the void. At that moment, the 7-colored radiance illuminated the entire cosmos, and within the purple cloud palace, all beings in the vast wilderness looked up in awe once more. A sage had emerged in the world. Chapter 28. The arrival of Jin Yuanzi, under the Master's guidance, played with mud and attained sanctification, my voice resonating through the heavens. Many years hence, beneath Mount Buzhou, before the heavenly Dao temple, I shall impart the Master's teachings. I hope all beings cherish this opportunity, for the venue is limited. Nuwa's figure bathed in seven-colored radiance, her voice resounding across the celestial expanse. Playing with mud to achieve sanctification? Listen to my teachings? What nonsense is this? Chenqing felt blood rise in his throat. How many years would that be? Nuwa. Chenqing gritted his teeth as he looked at her. After attaining sanctification, Nuwa radiated brilliance, her face adorned with a beaming smile that stirred Chenqing's very soul. He took a deep breath to quell the tumult within him and then gazed at Nuwa, speaking in a grave tone. I must ask you, when did I express a desire to impart teachings? And how many years hence? Nuwa regarded Chenqing with earnestness. Master, when Hongjun attained sanctification. It caused quite a stir, and under your guidance, I now stand at this sanctified station. I must bring honor to you. Chenqing's lips twitched. Nuwa chuckled. Rest assured, Master, your last teaching was excellent, and this time it will surely be even better. I'll teach nothing. Chenqing's veins throbbed, and behind Nuwa, the throng of several thousand human figures, scantily clad, began to chatter excitedly around her. Silence. Chenqing bellowed, and the crowd immediately quieted. He gritted his teeth. All of you, come with me and sit properly at the teaching venue, Master. What shall we call this newly created race? Nuwa looked at Chenqing, who snorted. From now on, let it be known as the human race. I shall teach them some fundamental concepts, and you must accompany me. Yes, Master. Nuwa replied cheerfully as she followed him. The doors of the heavenly Dao temple swung open, and as countless figures emerged, the four-image creature was momentarily taken aback. Chenqing waved his hand. Four-image, instruct your Qilin clan to step back for now, allowing these humans to sit in order first. Sighing as he surveyed the multitude, Chenqing continued. In this world, there exists yin and yang, and so too must the human race be divided into male and female. Yang represents the male, while yin represents the female. Through their union, they shall procreate. Thus, Chenqing commenced the earliest lessons on human relations, which lasted a full 3 years before the human race learned to don clothing and understood the distinctions between genders. Meanwhile, Nuwa murmured to herself, so the human race is divided into male and female. The master is male and I am female. Since I am female, I shall henceforth be called Nuwa, she whispered. Chenqing cast her a peculiar glance. Ding, congratulations, host, for establishing the human Dao lineage. Reward, 3 portions of the merit of creation. Creation merit, the merit derived from Pangu's creation of heaven and earth. 1 portion of creation merit can forge a spatial realm, establish a place of fortune, and ensure prosperity. A new system task has been issued. Create a complete cultivation system for the human race. Task reward, seal of all beings. Chenqing pondered briefly, then raised his hand, 3 portions of creation merit hovering above it. He turned to the four-image creature. Four-image, come here. The four-image creature approached respectfully, and Chenqing held out 1 portion of creation merit. This portion of creation merit is bestowed upon your Qilin clan. Chenqing was uncertain what the seal of all beings entailed, but rewards from the system were invariably beneficial. It must be something of great value. The creation merit was originally distributed equally among the 3 primordial clans, yet due to their conflicts, the merit was obliterated, leading to their current plight. Disciple, I thank you, Master. The four-image creature was filled with emotion as it knelt before Chenqing, who helped it rise. Nuwa. Chenqing turned to her, and Nuwa looked back at him in confusion. Chenqing raised his hand, and another portion of creation merit fell into Nuwa's hands. You are the divine mother of the human race. This creation merit shall be integrated into the human race henceforth. From now on, the human race shall stand among the myriad races of the heavens, and as its creator, you must protect it. Yes, Master. Nuwa received the portion of creation merit respectfully, and Chenqing observed the last portion before stowing it away. He turned to gaze at the world tree of the great Dao, where the 12-petal annihilation black lotus hovered, exuding an eerie black glow. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Humans dwell upon the earth. Yet they must have nests, for they cannot live exposed to the elements. A towering figure spoke. Indeed, nests are essential. Henceforth, my name shall be Nest-bearer, for I shall forge nests for the human race. Chenqing then proceeded to teach Nuwa about kindling fire through friction and the union of yin and yang. These shall be your teachings. It is your duty to enlighten the human race. Chenqing then entered the heavenly Dao temple, for his primary focus was to arrange the estate, looking at the desiccated chaotic spiritual pool. A hint of sorrow flickered in Chenqing's eyes, while the chaotic sacred dragon gazed at him with a sense of grievance. What are you staring at me for? It's not my doing. Chenqing shot at a glance. If you have the capability, go find Nuwa yourself. She's a sage now, so seeking her out would be akin to courting disaster. The chaotic sacred dragon was not foolish. It understood well that the current Nuwa was not to be trifled with. Chenqing glanced at the fertile land and noted there was still space available, then proceeded to plant the dragon tooth rice. With a sigh of relief, he thought, just a few more points to go. At that moment, a voice boomed from outside the heavenly Dao temple. Jin Yuanzi and Daoist Hongyun have come to pay their respects to Daoist Chenqing. Chenqing's eyes lit up as he abruptly looked up. Jin Yuanzi, the seed of the ginseng fruit, had finally arrived. He pushed open the doors of the heavenly Dao temple. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun hovered in the sky, gazing in astonishment at the scene below, particularly at the thousands of human beings. This was an entirely new race. Daoist Jin Yuanzi, Daoist Hongyun, come this way. Chenqing beckoned, and Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun exchanged glances before descending. Greetings, sage. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun bowed respectfully to Nuwa, but Chenqing pulled Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun aside. No need to mind her. Let us go inside. Daoist Jin Yuanzi, do you have the ginseng fruit seeds? Chenqing's gaze was fervent as he fixed it on Jin Yuanzi, who nodded. I have brought them. Where are they? Chenqing's eyes gleamed brightly, and just then, Hongyun tugged at Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi turned to look, only to be left in a daze. The world tree of the great Dao stood before them, a singular tree brimming with the markings of the great Dao and the essence of the heavenly Dao. This? Not only that, but Hongyun marveled at the various innate treasures surrounding them, her eyes filled with awe. Were those truly the existence of innate treasures? Jin Yuanzi was utterly stunned as well. What is this place? What kind of being is Daoist Chenqing? This estate. Chapter 29. Hongjun's various arrangements. Daoist Jin Yuanzi. Chenqing noticed that both Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were still in a daze, prompting him to nudge them. What is wrong with you two? And nothing. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun shook off their shock, and Jin Yuanzi, in a daze, produced a seed. This is the ginseng fruit seed. What would Daoist Jin Yuanzi like to exchange for it? Feel free to choose. Chenqing pointed toward the two innate spiritual treasures. Except for those two, you can take anything else. Anything else is fair game? Jin Yuanzi swallowed hard, eyeing the innate treasures. Daoist Chenqing? Can they be included as well? Of course. Chenqing had already taken the ginseng fruit seed and moved toward the heavenly Dao's fertile land, planting the seed with care. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi began to select from the innate treasures. His eyes shining brightly, but Hongyun tugged at him again, causing him to pause. Hongyun pointed, and Jin Yuanzi looked over, his pupils contracting as he murmured, Heavenly Book? Hongyun whispered, Daoist Jin Yuanzi, this heavenly book is from the same series as your earth book. If combined, it would create a formidable defense and offense, significantly enhancing its power. Taking a deep breath, he continued. If we ever have the chance to acquire the human book, combining the three would surpass an ordinary innate treasure, rivaling that of the chaotic spiritual treasures. You are correct, Jin Yuanzi exhaled. However, we must not be too greedy. Exchanging for one innate treasure might not matter to Daoist Chenqing, but excessive greed could leave a poor impression. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun were engaged in a hushed discussion, completely disregarding Chenqing's intentions. Chenqing, my fellow Daoist, we shall choose this one, Zhen Yuanzi proclaimed, pointing to the heavenly tome carelessly discarded in the corner. Without even a glance, Chenqing waved his hand dismissively. Take it away. What? Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun exchanged glances, and Zhen Yuanzi proceeded to retrieve the heavenly tome. Chonqing frowned. These ginseng fruit seeds aren't sprouting. He pondered for a moment before calling out to Nuwa outside the door. Nuwa, toss in that black gourd of yours. Outside the Tiandao pavilion, Nuwa effortlessly tossed the black gourd to Chenqing. He observed the positions of the ginseng fruit seeds and the Bodhi seeds, then opened the black gourd. Drawing the chaos sword from his waist, he cleaved the black gourd in two, unleashing a surge of chaotic spiritual energy. Chonqing restrained the chaotic energy, guiding one half of the black gourd infused with chaotic energy into the Bodhi seed, while the other half entered the ginseng fruit seed. In an instant, both the ginseng fruit seed and the Bodhi seed radiated brilliant light, prompting Chonqing to smile as he beheld their sprouting. With a nest established, since you have this plan for humanity, I shall appoint you as the first leader of humankind, to guide them in this vicinity and commence the construction of a nest. Yes, Mother Goddess, swearin, you shall lead humanity, responsible for igniting the fire and cultivating crops, ensuring lineage and succession, allowing humanity to proliferate swiftly across generations. Yes, Mother Goddess. Meanwhile, as Chenqing tended to the fertile land and Wa organized the human race, several significant events unfolded within the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun gazed at Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jane, and Zhuanti, and spoke slowly. I wish to take you 5 as my disciples, imparting to you the primordial purple energy and the path to sainthood. The 5 were taken aback and turned to Hongjun. We wish to establish the Daoist sect as the teaching of the heavenly way. Taoism, once established, shall divide into 5, and you 5 shall represent each faction. Do you consent? Hongjun's words prompted Laozi and the others to bow respectfully and say, disciples are willing. We pay our respects to our master. A sage establishing a sect ought to be regarded as an ancestor. Even Luo Hou claims to be the demon ancestor. A sage must be the Dao ancestor. At that moment, among the remaining beings, a golden crow suddenly spoke. Brother Dijuan speaks correctly. Another being echoed, naturally, a sage can be the Dao ancestor, leading us in cultivation and enlightenment. We are willing to join the Daoist sect. You are indeed commendable. Hongjun turned his gaze to Dijuan and Kuanpeng, noting that the one who had echoed Dijuan was Kuanpeng, who had been deprived of his position. Hongjun regarded Dijuan, his eyes filled with celestial calculations, and calmly stated, Dijuan, I shall issue the first decree. Among the beings of the heavens, your strength is among the mightiest. Dijuan looked at Hongjun as he continued, I desire for you to unify the myriad races of the heavens into one faction, establishing a force in the 33 heavens. The name of the force and the race shall be yours to decide. Dijuan was overjoyed, and Hongjun calmly added, you and your brother Tai are born of nobility, and thus destined for greatness. Your brother Tai is accompanied by the innate treasure, the chaos bell, so fear not. Dijuan readily agreed. Rest assured, Dao ancestor, Dijuan will surely gather the myriad races of the heavens and adhere to the Dao ancestor's decree. Kuanpeng, I command you to assist Dijuan and Tai in this grand endeavor. And I shall bestow upon you both a strand of primordial purple energy. Do you consent? Kuanpeng is willing. How could Kuanpeng refuse? This was primordial purple energy, one of the essential conditions for attaining sainthood. Yuanshi, Hongjun turned to Yuanshi. I grant you primordial purple energy and the protection of the auspicious clouds of the heavens. You must go to the primordial wilderness to establish a sect and propagate its teachings. Disciple obeys, Yuanshi responded respectfully as Hongjun imparted the auspicious clouds and a strand of primordial purple energy, igniting Yuanshi's eyes with fervor and joy. Tongtian, Hongjun looked at Tongtian. Originally, Luo Hou's extermination sword array was most suited for you. Yet it was seized by that Chenqing. I bestow upon you 24 calming sea pearls, the immortal concealment diagram, the sun and moon pearls, and other treasures. You too shall go to the heavens to establish a sect and propagate its legends. Disciple obeys. Hongjun then turned to Zhuanti and Jane. Zhuanti, Jane, you two shall head to the western lands. The western primordial wilderness is currently shattered, devoid of life, making it the perfect time to accumulate merit. Zhuanti and Jane exchanged glances, wondering why they had to venture to such a desolate place with little merit to be gained. Hongjun raised his hand. I grant you the divine scepter of empowerment, the fish intestine sword, the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, and the 8 treasure pool of merit. You shall go westward to establish a sect and propagate its legends. Zhuanti and Jane accepted the treasures, which were inferior to those given to Yuanshi but fewer than those given to Tongtian. Nevertheless, they hailed from the west, so such treatment was expected. Disciple obeys. Hongjun finally turned to Laozi. I bestow upon you the Taiji diagram. You may proceed to Mount Buzhou, beneath the Tiandao Pavilion, where Wa attained sainthood and established humanity. You shall establish the teachings of humanity, ensuring they adhere to the teachings of my Taoism. Can you accomplish this? Disciple obeys, Dao ancestor. At that moment, Dijuan suddenly spoke. The force established by Dijuan shall be the heavenly court, and the race shall be the demon race. Is that acceptable? Indeed. Chapter 30. Upgrading the Manor. The emergence of Wutian Chenqing remained unaware of Hongjun's arrangements and focused solely on when his manor would upgrade. He wished for the Bodhi seeds and ginseng fruit to bloom and bear fruit swiftly. Zenyuansi and Hongyun stood by, unsure whether to leave or remain, watching Chenqing with baffled expressions, clueless about his intentions. Just then, the Bodhi seeds suddenly bloomed, and the Bodhi tree grew vigorously. Chenqing's eyes lit up as he recalled the system's prompt. The spiritual energy of the manor is full. It can be upgraded. Dio, you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Chonqing didn't hesitate for a moment. After all, what was the point of all his efforts if he didn't upgrade? It was undoubtedly time for an upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host. The manor has been upgraded. The manor level has risen to purple chi from the east, granting you a primordial world space. Ding! Do you wish to merge the Tiandao Pavilion with the primordial world space? Merge! Chonqing chose to merge, and he witnessed the entire Tiandao Pavilion erupting in radiant purple light, with streams of purple energy flowing from the east, purple chi from the east, the primordial world. Zenyuansi and Hongyun were both struck with astonishment. What had Chonqing done? In just a few short years, the entire manor had undergone such a dramatic transformation, evolving into purple chi from the east. Their eyes reflected awe. Chenqing's abilities were simply unbelievable. As the manor upgraded, Chonqing's system also underwent some changes. Firstly, the manor's spiritual energy value had vanished, replaced by the merit of sentient beings. Moreover, this merit had reached a staggering level, requiring a total of 10 million merits to upgrade. Looking at the 8,974 merits he possessed, Chonqing felt like crying. When would he ever upgrade the manor? Chonqing, my fellow Daoist. Zenyuansi and Hongyun approached him, hesitantly speaking. Chonqing turned. What is it? Why are you still here? Zenyuansi was at a loss for words, softly responding. Didn't you wish to preach? Thus, Hongyun and I came to listen. Preach? Chenqing's eyes brightened. Indeed, preaching also garnered merit. He smiled at Zenyuansi and Hongyun. You may wait outside in the hall. Then we shall wait outside. Zenyuansi and Hongyun retreated, yet their hearts were filled with astonishment. Initially, they had doubts about Wa attaining sainthood and serving as Chenqing's maid. It seemed almost unimaginable. After all, if even a maid could attain sainthood, how could Chenqing still be only a quasi-saint? However, following these events, they were convinced that Chonqing possessed extraordinary abilities. Just look at the manor. The transformation over several years was simply unprecedented. Chonqing sighed softly, pondering whether it was excessive to exchange for items like Bodhi seeds. He needed to devise a way to retrieve them from Zhuanti and Jane. Shaking his head, as he prepared to leave the pavilion, his gaze caught a glimpse of the 12-petal extinction black lotus atop the world tree of the Dao, where a shadowy figure was slowly taking shape. Oh! Chonqing was astonished, and extending his hand. The 12-petal extinction black lotus landed in his palm, emanating a faint black radiance. What is this? Chonqing observed the chaos pearl within the 12-petal extinction black lotus, which had merged with Luo Hou's last remnants and, after being nurtured by the world tree of the Dao, had taken form. This little fellow. Chenqing smiled, ready to set it down, when suddenly the chaos pearl flashed brilliantly, and a shadowy figure appeared before Chenqing. Disciple Moro pays respects to master. The shadowy figure knelt before Chenqing, who was taken aback. He looked at Moro with a slight smile. What? You have awareness at such a young stage. How did you know I am your master? Moro replied respectfully, thanks to Master S protection and cultivation. I have been able to grow and refine myself around the world tree of the Dao, thus taking form so swiftly. Chonqing chuckled. You are still too weak. Continue to nurture yourself upon the world tree of the Dao. With that, Chonqing intended to close the black lotus, but Moro quickly interjected. Master, please wait. I have something to say. Chonqing was surprised as Moro bowed. Thanks to Master S protection, I am aware that my past life was the demon ancestor Luo Hou, you know. Chenqing was taken aback, and Mo Luo nodded, saying, the demon ancestor did not erase everything. After my rebirth, I integrated all of his memories. I am also aware of all that the demon ancestor has done. Imo Luo took a deep breath. I have officially begun my cultivation. It is precisely because I have commenced my training that my heart remains unsettled. The deeds of the demon ancestor have left an indelible mark on my spirit. Looking at Chenqing, he continued, thus, I wish to journey to the Western primordial world to transform it, exerting my utmost efforts to restore vitality to the Western wilderness. Chenqing did not expect Imo Luo to harbor such intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, you are currently merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, not even approaching the Daluo stage. It is said that after Hongjun imparted his teachings, the Daluo emerged from the wilderness. Even a Daluo venturing to the Western primordial world would face great peril, let alone someone of your Tai Golden Immortal status. Imo Luo smiled, Master, one cannot shy away from action due to danger. Can one? If I do not act, I will never find peace in my heart. Without peace, how can one cultivate? Since you are so determined, I shall not hinder you. Chenqing sighed, and Imo Luo immediately expressed his gratitude with a bow. Thank you. Master, your journey to the Western primordial world will be fraught with danger. Do you require any treasures? Chenqing could only assist Imo Luo in this manner. I am originally transformed from the 12-petal annihilation's Black Lotus, and the Hongyun Pearl is my companion. I already possess the most suitable and finest treasures. If that is the case, then go. Chenqing shook his head, and Imo Luo softly remarked, Master, nowadays, the mention of demons sends shivers through the hearts of the people. My name is not appropriate. He looked at Chenqing. My name was granted by you, Master, and should not be altered. It ought to inherit the path of demons, yet for this journey, it is unsuitable. Chenqing smiled. It matters not. It is merely a name. If it is inappropriate, then change it. What would you like to be called? Imo Luo looked up, gazing intently at Chenqing, his eyes gleaming. Master once said, the way of heaven is unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. Hence, I shall not revere the way of heaven. It is devoid of reason. Chenqing nodded slightly, and Imo Luo enunciated clearly, since there is no reason, then there exists no heavenly principle. Thus, I wish to change my name to Wutian. Chapter 31. The named disciple Hutu Wutian departed, leaving Chenqing somewhat contemplative. Although he knew Wutian was protected by the 12-petal annihilation, Black Lotus, and the Hongyun Pearl, he could not help but feel a tinge of worry. Chenqing pushed open the gates of the heavenly Dao temple, only to be taken aback. Within the temple, countless figures sat cross-legged, numbering nearly 10,000. Among them were familiar faces, Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, Tai Yi, with whom he had exchanged treasures, and even the six-eared monkey. To his astonishment, he even spotted Laozi among them. What was this situation? They were all earnestly listening to Nuwa imparting her teachings. Her expression solemn and dignified, as she spoke the words of the great Dao, resonating throughout the surroundings, Master. As Chenqing stepped forward, Nuwa sensed his presence, opened her eyes, and ceased her discourse, respectfully addressing him. Greetings, Daoist Chenqing. Witnessing the saints treating Chenqing with such deference, all the beings present naturally bowed in respect. I have a deep friendship with the Qilin clan, and since they have withdrawn from the world, they now reside here to recuperate. I once promised that regardless of how the Dao Temple evolves in the future, the first 100 positions will always be reserved for the Qilin clan. This is my vow. Therefore, you all are positioned behind the Qilin clan, not because I perceive any hierarchy among beings, but due to my commitment to the Qilin clan. Although Chenqing felt no obligation to explain, he nonetheless elaborated, the respect shown by all beings is warranted, I shall say. What Nuwa speaks is the way of heaven. He regarded the beings calmly. Do you know what the way of heaven is? What is the great Dao? Can anyone tell me the difference between the way of heaven and the great Dao? The beings exchanged glances. Even Laozi and Zhen Yuanzi furrowed their brows in contemplation. Never had anyone posed such a question. A voice emerged from the crowd. The great Dao is selfless. Hence, there are 3,000 great Daos that circulate in the world, and cultivators can all attain the Dao. As for the way of heaven, the speaker hesitated, unable to articulate further. Chonqing turned to her. What is your name? I am Hutu, the woman replied, clasping her hands in greeting. Chonqing smiled. Daoist Hutu, your understanding of the great Dao is profound. I was born from the flesh and blood of Pangu ancestor, thus I possess some comprehension of the 3,000 great Daos. Yet my understanding is shallow, and I hope it does not amuse the Daoist." "It does not amuse," Chenqing chuckled. "What Daoist Huda speaks of regarding the great Dao aligns perfectly with my own understanding. That is indeed commendable." Chonqing surveyed the surroundings. "Daoist Hutu did not mention the way of heaven? So allow me to share my understanding of the way of heaven." He glanced at the firmament. "As you all know, my words regarding the way of heaven have previously even invoked heavenly punishment. You should have heard of this. The so-called way of heaven is the path of the heavens. Beneath the way of heaven, all beings are akin to ants. Previously, Daoist Huta stated that the great Dao is selfless, which is why there are 3,000 great Daos that circulate in the world. Yet the way of heaven is selfish." Chenqing spoke, and the heavens rumbled. A surge of thunderous pressure gathered in the sky, startling the beings to look up in astonishment. Under the way of heaven, to succeed as a saint, one must meet two conditions. First, to assimilate the primordial purple energy within oneself, practicing the primordial Dao body to sanctify the flesh. Second, to cultivate the merits of the way of heaven, allowing the merits to bestow upon oneself, thus refining the Yuan Shan's 3 flowers and 5 energies. Afterward, the Yuan Shan and the physical body merge into one, thus achieving the so-called merit and sanctity. Yet the so-called merits of the way of heaven are all beneficial to the way of heaven, not to the cultivator themselves, thereby relegating cultivators beneath the way of heaven to mere servitude. Only by receiving the bestowal of the way of heaven can one have a chance to attain sainthood. The way of heaven expounded by Hongjun is this very path. Chenqing shook his head. "However, I do not agree with this path." The beings stared at Chenqing in astonishment. They had not anticipated him to articulate such a perspective. Chenqing addressed them. "I align more with another path, which is the Great Dao. The so-called Great Dao involves cultivating the principles of the Great Dao, comprehending and mastering a complete principle, thus achieving the state of Hongyun. Some of you have already heard the essence of the 3,000 Great Daos from Hongjun. Today, I shall once again elucidate the same essence of the 3,000 Great Daos to you. Listen closely, and I shall reveal how my explanation differs from that of Hongjun." Chenqing's words left the beings in a state of shock. They had never imagined that the path to sainthood could be so abundant, with the principle of becoming a saint. But is this truly feasible? To comprehend and master a complete principle, those who grasp the principles can step into the quasi-saint realm, while those who master the principles can become Hongyun saints. This is the path to sainthood as elucidated by Chenqing. However, before they could further contemplate, Chenqing began his second explanation of the essence of the 3,000 Great Daos. And this time, he delivered it even more fluently than before. Gradually, those who had listened to the teachings from Hongjun began to notice a discrepancy. Although Hongjun was a saint, he comprehended the 3,000 Great Daos through the transformative jade plate. Yet here was Chenqing, merely a quasi-saint, capable of articulating the essence of the 3,000. Why did they feel that Chenqing's explanation was more profound, more concise than Hongjun's? This Daoist Chenqing, and most astonishingly Laozi, who was a quasi-saint and had been closest to Hongjun's teachings, was equally shocked. Why did Chonqing's principles seem more profound than even his teacher's? Laozi pondered deeply over Chenqing's words, filled with an inexplicable awe. After all, Hongjun was a saint. This Daoist Chenqing, at this moment, Hutu, standing at the pinnacle of Daluo, also gazed at Chenqing in astonishment. The essence of the great Dao he spoke resonated completely with her. When the path is taken, Hutu took a deep breath, and during this session of teachings, Chenqing spoke for a full 1,000 years. Observing the beings lost in contemplation, he slowly rose. Just then, a figure approached him directly. Chenqing was taken aback and looked over, only to find it was Hutu. She approached Chenqing and bowed in greeting. Chenqing regarded her, and Hutu respectfully spoke. "I beseech Daoist Chenqing to impart to me the principles of the Dao, so that I may return and pass them on to the witch clan." Chenqing looked at Hutu. "You are transformed from the flesh and blood of Pangu, one of the 12 ancestral witches, renowned throughout the primordial wilderness. Do you not find it undignified to seek the Dao from me?" Hutu replied earnestly, "There is no distinction in the Dao. The capable are foremost. Did not the Daoists say that all beings are equal, and the great Dao knows no rank? I earnestly request you to accept me as a disciple. Even as a named disciple, I am willing to serve the hopes of the witch clan and seek your mercy." "Your understanding is commendable," Chenqing nodded. Very well. I shall accept you as a named disciple. Follow me into the temple, and I shall impart the essence of the 3,000 great Daoists to you. Huda pays respect to the master. Huta rejoiced, and Chenqing led her into the heavenly Dao temple. Chapter 32. Chonqing divides the treasures. Watching Chenqing lead Hutu into the heavenly Dao temple, Laozi appeared hesitant to speak, while the beings remained absorbed in Chenqing's teachings. With a complex gaze, Laozi sighed softly and rose to depart, heading towards the dwelling of the human race. Nuwa cast a glance at him, both intentional and unintentional. Huta remained within the heavenly Dao temple for a full 3,000 years, during which the demon clan established their heavenly court in the 33 heavens, asserting dominance over the primordial wilderness. Hutu returned to the witch clan bearing the essence of the 3,000 great Daoists, and the entire witch clan subsequently entered a prolonged period of closed-door cultivation. I know why you are here. Looking at Laozi before him, Chonqing sighed softly. Do you understand why Hongjun summoned you here? Are the Daoists aware? In Laozi's eyes lingered a sense of bewilderment as Chenqing calmly articulated. The primordial beginning has established the teachings and commenced the dissemination of doctrine, while Tongtian has also established the interception of teachings. Embracing all without discrimination, they are both accumulating the merits of heaven and earth to attain sanctity, and it is only a matter of time. Chonqing gazed at Laozi and added, Hongjun appointed you to establish the teachings for humanity and propagate the path of humanity solely to thwart my ascent to sanctity. What? Laozi was taken aback, and Chenqing chuckled. He knows that Nuwa created humanity, and that a newly formed race lacks righteousness, thus necessitating the presence of sentient beings to establish teachings and legends. He is aware of the primordial purple energy that resides within me and fears I might establish the teachings for humanity and accumulate great merits to enter sanctity. Which is precisely why he sent you to establish the teachings for humanity and contend with me for the merits of the heavenly path. Chonqing shook his head. As a quasi-saint, you should comprehend the weight of cause and effect. If you compete with me for the merits of the heavenly path, you shall become ensnared in an inextricable web of cause and effect, and therein lies the crux. Laozi was momentarily dazed, and Chenqing regarded him with a knowing glance. The reason I summoned you is twofold. First, because you are the true lineage of Pangu, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, and your renown is undeniable. Secondly, it is due to your non-contentious nature, for your heart harbors no desires. A disciple devoid of desires, how can he fully wield control? Laozi, should you wish to establish the teachings for humanity, I shall not obstruct you. Nor will Nuwa, but you must ponder carefully whether you wish to step into Hongjun's machinations, Daoist Chenqing. As he watched Chonqing turn to depart, Laozi stood frozen in place. Chonqing contemplated the nearly 100,000 merits of the heavenly path within his system. Now even closer to 1 million. Humanity proliferates rapidly, yet their lifespans are ultimately too short. Thus, it is imperative to devise a cultivation method for humanity. Chonqing cast a glance towards the direction of humanity, his mind teeming with strategies. On that day, Chenqing closed the Heavenly Path Observatory and sat in solitude beside the world tree of the Great Dao, seemingly absorbed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Era strolled through the primordial wilderness with Shini and the Chaos Sacred Dragon. These 3 had garnered considerable fame in the primordial realm, especially Era, who, with his plethora of treasures, brazenly exchanged magical artifacts every few days, becoming the true treasure hound of the primordial world. Heaven and earth roared. The sounds of the great Dao resonated throughout the firmament, and a colossal phantom coalesced in the primordial sky. It was the shadow of Tongtian, who had attained sanctity. The interception of teachings espoused inclusivity, and naturally, Tongtian's disciples surpassed those of the primordial beginning. Thus, the speed at which he attained sanctity was, unsurprisingly, swifter. Third brother, he has achieved sanctity. As Laozi beheld the newly sanctified Tongtian, a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes as he gazed towards humanity. Tongtian. Nuwa also lifted her gaze to the sky but paid it little heed. Throughout the years, she had been teaching humanity, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts, with the merits of the heavenly path flowing ceaselessly. I must request a few treasures from the Lord, Nuwa mused, glancing at Era, who daily traversed the primordial realm with an abundance of powerful artifacts. She felt envious. The strength of a sage is significantly enhanced by their artifacts. Wa understood that while her natural prowess might exceed that of Tongtian, her treasures could not. Furthermore, with Chenqing's courtyard brimming with innate treasures, she too needed to procure a couple. After approximately 500 years, the heavens once again reverberated with a thunderous roar. The massive phantom of the primordial beginning stood proudly in the firmament, having also attained sanctity, albeit with a demeanor of immense pride, his sage-like form gazing down upon all beings. On this day, Laozi suddenly resolved to enter the Heavenly Path Observatory, a path Chonqing had left for him, a path fraught with challenges. After the primordial beginning attained sanctity, Chenqing opened his eyes beside the world tree of the great Dao. A smile gracing his features. Let it be named the Qi induction technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating the cultivation system of humanity, the Qi induction technique. Reward. 1 seal of all living beings. Seal of all living beings. Harboring the utmost goodness, one may witness the lives of all. It is the seal of the ruler of humanity, capable of safeguarding the lives of the human realm. A new system task has been issued, the great trend of the primordial world, 100 flowers blooming. Instruct 3 sages. Task reward, a random complete Dao among the 3,000 Daos, one of the complete 3,000 Daos. Upon reading this, Chenqing's pupils constricted. Could it not mean the direct path to sanctity through laws? Task completion progress, 13. Chenqing's eyes sparkled. He had already nurtured one Yuhua, but for the second candidate, he pondered whether Laozi could qualify. Even as one who embodies non-contention, seeing the primordial beginning and Tongtian achieve sanctity, Laozi chose to establish a teaching, founding the teachings for humanity in the dwelling place of humanity. Laozi approached Chonqing upon witnessing his awakening. Respectfully bowing in greeting, Chonqing calmly presented the Qi induction technique to Laozi, who was momentarily taken aback. Chonqing stated nonchalantly, I never intended to pursue sanctity through merits, hence there is no contention between us. I can impart the doctrines of humanity to you, enabling you to establish the teachings for humanity. Thus, you shall have no ties to Hongjun, and the cause and effect between you and me shall be inextricable. Chenqing then communicated all the doctrines of humanity to Laozi, who, after comprehending them, turned to depart. Era, Shini, Xiaobai, Wa, Fuxi, and Sifeng, all of you come in. Chonqing's voice resonated within the Heavenly Path Observatory. The leader of the Yuchao clan is also to come. Lord, Master, Great Immortal, Teacher. One by one, figures entered from outside, bowing respectfully to Chenqing. Yuchao clan, this is the seal of all living beings, a protective treasure for humanity, now conferred upon you as the seal of the clan leader. Ensure its preservation? Yes, thank you, Great Immortal. The leader of the Yuchao clan respectfully replied. Chonqing nodded, you may go. Laozi will establish the teachings for humanity and will impart the cultivation methods for humanity to you. So practice diligently. Chonqing then turned to Wa, Fuxi, Era, the Chaos Sacred Dragon, and Shini. You 5 have been with me from the very beginning. You are my most trusted. After a brief contemplation, he continued, given your current cultivation, I should not have to worry about anything in the primordial realm, but with the grand trend of the primordial world now unfolding, powerful beings are emerging. Today, within this Heavenly Path Observatory, I shall bestow upon each of you these treasures, granting you true means of self-preservation. Chapter 33. Disciples Xing Tian and Yi naturally, Wa and the others were overjoyed, gazing at Chenqing, especially Wa, whose smile was radiant. She had been pondering how to request treasures from Chenqing. Chenqing, noting Wa's effulgent smile, quipped, you little one, you have had your eyes on my treasures for quite some time, haven't you? Wa pouted, my lord, both the primordial beginning and Tongtian have attained sanctity. I suspect Hongjun is secretly aiding them and has bestowed treasures upon them as well. Her large eyes brimmed with concern, my lord and Hongjun are foes, not friends. His disciples will not harbor any goodwill towards us, and should conflict arise, we would be at a disadvantage in terms of treasures. Enough, enough. Chonqing waved his hand, that red embroidered ball is a primordial treasure. Take it. Additionally, the 36 sea-controlling pearls and the Chenqing ruler. You may have those as well, 2 primordial treasures, combining offense and defense. That should suffice, right? Chonqing regarded Wa, who eagerly nodded, sufficient, quite sufficient. Fuxi, I shall grant you the Tianqian Qin, which shall henceforth be renamed the Fuxi Qin, along with the map of mountains and rivers, Practice diligently. Yes, thank you. My lord, you rascal. Chonqing gazed at Era, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Era, to him, was the closest, for they hailed from the same origins, yet Era's penchant for trouble was notorious. Chonqing mused, take the heavenly flower banner. It shall serve you well. Era's eyes sparkled. This was among the primordial treasures, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Chonqing waved his hand again, and the array of extermination appeared in his grasp. Chonqing murmured, originally, I intended to bestow it upon Wutian. But he has only just emerged and is too weak. Possessing such a treasure may not be prudent. He looked at Era. For now, consider yourself fortunate. Try to think of a way to step into the path of sanctity. Thank you, Master. Era exclaimed joyfully, accepting the heavenly flower banner and the array of extermination, both primordial treasures, one offensive and one defensive, which he delighted in. Shinny. Chonqing turned to Shinny, as my steed, you too should possess the means to protect yourself. I grant you the 12th grade primal chaos green lotus and the celestial and earthly measuring ruler. Thank you, Master. Shinny's heart swelled with excitement. Though perhaps not as grand as Era's gifts, they were still immense blessings. And you? Chonqing glanced at the chaos sacred dragon, who waved a hand. Master, I do not require any treasures. I manifest within the chaos and artifacts are of no use to me. It extended its hands. My body is the most formidable offensive treasure. Should I attain sanctity, tearing apart primordial treasures would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Chonqing chuckled. If you do not wish for treasures, so be it. I still possess the Chaos Sword and the Panga Banner. Two exceptionally powerful artifacts. The Chaos Sword is a Chaos Spirit treasure, for my own use, as for the Panga Banner. It is the mightiest offensive treasure, but alas, none of you are suited for it, as your cultivation does not align with the most rigorous and aggressive styles. Finally, he turned to Sifong, who hastily added, the God-slaying spear and the chaos cauldron you bestowed upon me are more than sufficient for my lifetime. Just as Chenqing concluded the bestowal of treasures, Hutu had already arrived outside the Heavenly Path Observatory, accompanied by two remarkably robust youths. Disciple greets Master. Huda spoke respectfully at the entrance, and Chenqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did they come seeking treasures? Come in! Chenqing's voice rang out softly, and Hutu led the two robust youths into the Heavenly Path Academy. Greetings, Master. Huta bowed respectfully, while the two robust youths behind her were utterly astonished by their surroundings, gazing about in a daze. Who are they? Chonqing inquired, pointing at the two sturdy young men. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Hutu cast a sidelong glance at them and admonished, Why aren't you paying your respects to my master? Pay homage to our ancestral master. The two young men promptly bowed deeply, their demeanor filled with utmost reverence. Chonqing was taken aback. Had he truly become an ancestral master? He scrutinized the two youths and felt an urge to ask Hutu, Are you aware that I am distributing treasures today, and have you brought along two young ones to partake? With the title of ancestral master invoked, how could he refuse? Chonqing shook his head, about to speak, when suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind. System detects perfect suitability for the Master of Panga Banner. Compatibility at 200. Chonqing was jolted, raising his gaze towards the two robust youths. Hutu respectfully stated, These two are the most enlightened descendants of my witch clan. Hutu turned her gaze to Chonqing, explaining, Our clan fears wasting their talents, hence I took the liberty of bringing them to you. Seeking your guidance, Xingtian and Dai, we humbly beseech our ancestral master to take us in. The two robust youths knelt before Chenqing simultaneously, their eyes brimming with sincerity and fervor. Xingtian and Dai? Chenqing was astounded. Xingtian wielded a headless guandao, while Dai shot down the 9 golden crows. These figures were legendary throughout the ages. Ancestral master? Hutu regarded Chenqing with hesitation, wondering if he might be displeased. Chenqing slowly replied, You have come at an opportune moment, as I am currently distributing treasures. Although you are my named disciple, I cannot slight you. He calmly addressed Hutu. This central Wuji Huangqi and the 5 elements diagram I bestow upon you. Hutu was momentarily taken aback, extending her hand to receive the Huangqi, and then bowed to Chenqing, saying, Disciple expresses gratitude to my master. Chonqing then turned his attention to Xingtian and Dai. Since you address me as ancestral master, you must join my ranks. Joining my ranks should entail more than mere title. He looked at Dai and remarked, I observe your long arms, robust and powerful. Is the strength of your arms unparalleled? Ancestral Master possesses keen insight. Dai is indeed the strongest in arm strength among the witch clan, Dai replied respectfully. Chonqing nodded. The Zhentian Bao, the Pumia arrow, and the Hongyun golden doe. These 3 treasures I grant to you. The Hongyun golden doe serves as a treasure for soaring. While the Zhentian Bao and Pumia arrow complement each other, their might rivaling innate supreme treasures. Thank you, Ancestral Master, Dai exclaimed joyously, while Hutu wore an expression of delight. Chonqing then addressed Xingtian. Hand me the axe upon your back. This axe is named Ganqi. Xingtian reverently offered it. Chonqing nodded. It is commendable. Yet it lacks a touch. He produced the Panga banner and seamlessly merged it with the Ganqi. This treasure shall henceforth be known as the Panga banner. A mist of primordial purple energy enveloped Chenqing. As a strand of that primordial energy infused within. At the moment of merging these 2 treasures, I imbued it with a strand of primordial purple energy. He handed the Ganqi back to Xingtian. From this point onward, your Ganqi shall be the foremost innate treasure of destruction in the Honghuang. Xingtian's gaze intensified with fervor as he regarded the Ganqi in his hands, then knelt before Chenqing. Xingtian expresses gratitude to Ancestral Master. Chapter 34. Hongjun is anxious after Hutu left Xingtian and Dai at the Heavenly Dao Temple. She departed, for she was now the embodiment of the witch clan civilization, engaged in enlightening others and expounding upon the profound truths of the Dao. Meanwhile, Chonqing pondered the candidates for cultivating saints. Originally, Laozi seemed an excellent choice, though he was uncertain how that would reflect upon him. After all, Laozi had paid homage to Hongjun at the Zixiao Palace. Contemplating this, Chonqing resolved to investigate personally. What if Laozi were indeed connected to him? As for Fuxi, his temperament was unsuitable, being overly passive, and Sheni, and the Chaos Saint Dragon were also incapable of contending for merits. Chenqing shook his head, rising from the Heavenly Dao Temple, and proceeded into the forest, which now served as the dwelling place of humanity. The path of humanity lies in humility, in being open-hearted and sincere. In refraining from contention, you must foster mutual love rather than engage in strife and slaughter. You must comprehend what it means to share a common enemy and to uphold brotherly harmony. Observing Laozi disseminating the path of humanity among the populace, enlightening the human race and establishing the teachings of humanity, Chonqing could not help but nod gently. He wondered when Laozi would teach the human race the art of qi induction for cultivation. Chenqing was unaware of Laozi's intentions, but he understood that once Laozi began teaching, he would inevitably attain sainthood. Chonqing Daoist, Laozi, noticing Chonqing lost in thought, approached him. Chonqing smiled and asked, Why have you not yet taught them the art of qi induction? Laozi pondered, They are presently in their weakest state. Their weakness breeds humility. Yet, once they learn the art of qi induction, they will become formidable, he exhaled. Thus, I am imparting the principles of humanity to them, advocating non-contention and waiting for them to calm their minds and shed desires before teaching them. Chenqing shook his head. Have you ever heard the saying, extreme conditions generate reversal? Water that is too clear harbors no fish. If it becomes excessively clean, what will they become? This is beyond your foresight. Chenqing's words left Laozi momentarily speechless, murmuring softly, extreme conditions generate reversal. Water that is too clear harbors no fish. The words of the Daoist are truly profound. Indeed, this is the truth. Chonqing observed the group of humans. The so-called Dao follows nature. Why must you insist that humanity change according to your will? Teaching the Dao does not equate to dominating their choices. Chonqing's words struck Laozi like thunder, enlightening him profoundly. He bowed deeply to Chenqing. With a smile, Chenqing witnessed Laozi imparting the art of qi induction to humanity, culminating in his sainthood 30 years later outside the Heavenly Dao Temple. A feat remarkably more understated than Yuan Shi Tong Tian. On the day Laozi attained sainthood, Chenqing's system task progressed further. Observing the task completion rate at 23, Chonqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He murmured softly, Laozi has attained sainthood, and Hongjun will surely summon him back. I wonder what choice Laozi will make, and who the third candidate for sainthood might be. 10 years had passed since Laozi's attainment of sainthood. Yet he had yet to return to the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun sensed the anomaly. After a moment's contemplation, A radiant light flickered from his being, and a decree was dispatched. At that moment, Yuan Shi, who was lecturing the scattered immortals at the Yushu Palace in the Yuqing realm, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "Master's decree." He opened the decree, frowning. "What has happened with my elder brother? Having attained sainthood, why does he not return to the Zhixiao Palace to report to Master?" At the Heavenly Dao Temple beneath Mount Buzhou, Yuan Shi noted that the final instruction of the decree was for him to go to this location and inquire directly with Laozi. He felt an unsettling sense that Master seemed to be concealing something from them. Yuan Shi frowned. Hongjun's method of nurturing them to sainthood was accompanied by a fear that they would break free from his control. His elder brother might know something. Yuan Shi's eyes glinted with determination. After pondering briefly, he set off towards Mount Buzhou. Only one candidate remains. Chenqing sat on the steps before the Heavenly Dao Temple, ruminating over which beings could be cultivated into saints. Boldly, at that moment, Nuwa's commanding voice resonated before the Heavenly Dao Dojo as she waved her hand, sending a cascade of colorful light soaring into the heavens with a thunderous boom. The earth trembled, and a spectral figure was instantly repelled several steps back from the firmament. Chenqing, astonished, looked up to see Yuan Shi's silhouette. Nuwa rose, her eyes suddenly icy, her hair billowing, radiating an aura of unparalleled coldness. "Yuan Shi, do you dare to pry into the Heavenly Dao Temple?" This was the first time Chenqing had witnessed such a side of Nuwa. Astonishment flickered in his eyes as he beheld her striking demeanor, her presence exuding an air of nobility that captivated all beneath the heavens. Yuan Shi, caught off guard by Nuwa's formidable presence, felt a wave of shock. As a fellow saint, the disparity between himself and Nuwa was astonishingly vast. "I came to seek my elder brother." Yuan Shi took a deep breath. "I harbor no intent to intrude, merely wishing not to disturb you. Had you not sought to pry into my master's Heavenly Dao Temple, how would I have detected your presence?" Nuwa coldly regarded Yuan Shi, scoffing. "Nuwa Daoist, you have misunderstood." Yuan Shi wore a smile. "I was merely curious about the abode of Chonqing Daoist, which could give rise to a powerful saint like you." Yuan Shi meant no malice. He adopted a lowly demeanor. "If I have disturbed you, I apologize." Nuwa's gaze flickered. Seeing Yuan Shi's humility, she found it difficult to pursue the matter further. That moment, Laozi, who had been preaching among humanity, also arrived. He first bowed respectfully to Nuwa. "My junior has disturbed Daoist Nuwa. I apologize on his behalf, and I hope Daoist Nuwa can overlook this." Upon seeing Laozi intervene, Nuwa chose not to pursue the matter further and waved her hand. "Please take him away from here." Laozi nodded, then turned to Yuan Shi, leading him away into the horizon. Nuwa observed their departing figures with thoughtful contemplation before descending. "My lord," observing Chenqing's peculiar gaze, Nuwa reverted to her previous innocent demeanor, questioning, "Why do you look at me like that? Your demeanor just now." Chenqing sighed inwardly. This Nuwa truly encompassed a multitude of facets. Nuwa smiled sweetly. "Do you find me too fierce? I merely think that your earlier demeanor was quite beautiful." Chenqing replied with a smile. Nuwa, beaming, asked, "Is my current appearance not appealing?" Chenqing was momentarily speechless, his gaze flickering, while Nuwa chose not to dwell on the matter further. "My lord, what brings Yuan Shi here this time?" Chenqing gazed at the horizon, pondering. It must be Hongjun who sent him. As Laozi attains sainthood without returning, the Tao of heaven grants no merit, yet the power of faith resides within me. Hongjun must be anxious. Nuwa was taken aback, and Chenqing smiled calmly, saying, "The tree desires tranquility. Yet the wind does not cease. I have no intention of contending with him." Hongjun's heart is no longer at peace. Chapter 35. Laozi's choice, the emergence of the Western Saint's elder brother. Now that you have attained sainthood, your master's mission should be complete. Why not return to Zhixiao Palace? The vast expanse of the sky held a perplexed gaze from Yuan Shi upon Laozi. "Second brother, since our inception, we have sought the Dao independently. In your view, what is the Dao?" Laozi regarded Yuan Shi and countered with a question. "What is the Dao?" Yuan Shi was momentarily stunned, and Laozi's expression grew intricate. "I had always believed that the 3,000 paths passed down by our master constituted the Dao. Achieving sainthood through merit is the Dao." Laozi sighed softly, and Yuan Shi, puzzled, asked, "Is it not? Otherwise, how have we attained the rank of saints?" Laozi shook his head. In these years spent with Chonqing, I have witnessed the myriad lives and deaths of humanity, their indomitable spirit, and their struggle against fate. In their eyes, I have seen resilience, defiance, and the heart-wrenching separations of life and death. Chenqing spoke of this as the mundane world. I inquired of him, "What is the Dao?" Laozi looked at Yuanshi. He told me that a grain of dust is the Dao, a tree, a mountain, all embody the Dao. He proclaimed that existence itself is the Dao. Laozi's words sent a tremor through Yuanshi's heart, but the master said the Dao of heaven is difficult. Thus, one must contend for the fortunes of heaven and earth to seek the Dao. To question the Dao, to pursue the Dao. Therefore, he lectured at Zhixiao Palace, accepting us as his direct disciples, imparting the path of achieving sainthood through merit. We attained sainthood, yet did not grasp the Dao. While the master garnered the merits of heaven and earth for himself, with our attainment of sainthood, the multitude of celestial beings under his tutelage revered him as the Dao ancestor, and all living beings across the heavens worshipped him. This is the master's Dao. Yuanshi had never contemplated such profound questions. Laozi gazed at him with a complex expression. But this is not my Dao, nor is it yours. He pointed towards the realm of humanity. There lies my Dao. Second brother, you ought to find your own Dao, rather than merely following the master's path. Before Laozi could finish his words, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens. Laozi groaned, a trickle of blood slipping from the corner of his mouth. His complexion pale, he looked towards the sky, where a terrifyingly immense figure loomed. The first revered saint of the primal chaos, Hongjun. He gazed at Laozi. You have allied with Chenqing, master. Both Laozi and Yuanshi spoke in unison. Laozi maintaining a tranquil demeanor. I merely concur with his Dao, master. Excellent. Hongjun replied with a detached nod, then calmly addressed Yuanshi. Yuanshi, return to Yushu Palace to impart the teachings, accumulate the merits of heaven and earth, and elevate yourself. Yes. Yuanshi cast a glance at Laozi before respectfully turning to depart. Hongjun then turned his gaze to Laozi. Your acknowledgement of his Dao signifies your rejection of mine. I shall make you understand what the Dao truly is. As soon as Hongjun's words concluded, his ethereal form dissipated into the heavens. Laozi's expression grew intricate. He sighed softly and returned to the realm of humanity. Outside the Dao observation pavilion, Wa and Chenqing had been watching the sky intently, both sensing the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth that had just manifested. They exchanged glances, and Wa spoke solemnly. I wonder what Laozi and Yuanshi discussed, that even Hongjun would personally intervene. Chenqing, observing the light that Laozi transformed into as it returned to humanity, pondered briefly and began to grasp the reason for Hongjun's appearance. A smile crossed Chenqing's face, and just then, the heavens rumbled, an endless radiance illuminating the skies, two distinct rays of Buddha light ascending in the western primal chaos. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, achieving sainthood together? Surprise flickered in Chenqing's eyes, while Nuwa's expression turned grave. My lord, all of Hongjun's followers have attained sainthood. No matter, all will be well with you. Chenqing winked at Nuwa, who paused. My lord, they number 4, while I am but 1. I believe in your strength. Chenqing nodded at Nuwa, then entered the Dao observation pavilion. The third candidate indeed, believe in my strength? Nuwa looked at him with a peculiar expression. Considering he has 4 saintly disciples, if Hongjun were to take action, even she might not withstand it. In Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun observed the ethereal figures of Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin in the western primal chaos. A hint of surprise in his eyes. How did these 2 fellows achieve sainthood? His gaze flickered with calculations across the heavens, then he suddenly addressed his attendant. Hongyun, I have heard that Emperor Jun has recently acquired 10 sons. Deliver a congratulatory gift on my behalf. Hongyun, puzzled, nevertheless responded respectfully. Hongjun's eyes flashed. On Mount Buzhou, heavenly fire burns clouds. All 10 sons of Emperor Jun are 3-legged golden crows. This warrants celebration. Hongyun was taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with understanding. He bowed to Hongjun. Hongyun comprehends. I shall go congratulate Emperor Jun at once. Hongjun closed his eyes, remaining silent, as Hongyun respectfully withdrew, his eyes glinting with determination. My lord intends to deal with Chenqing. In the realm of humanity, Laozi sighed softly. Life and death are intrinsic to humanity, and the path of cultivation is ultimately too slow. Although the rate of reproduction is rapid, it cannot escape the cycle of life. Aging, illness, and death. Chenqing approached and likewise sighed softly. What a pity! If there were reincarnation, humanity could perpetuate through generations. The beings of the heavens would also have the chance to start anew. Chenqing's words left Laozi taken aback, as a figure approaching them suddenly trembled. Reincarnation? Master, what is reincarnation? The figure hastily approached, bowing respectfully to Chenqing, his gaze fervent. Chenqing was surprised, then smiled. What brings you here? Are you interested in this concept of reincarnation? Huta nodded. I came to see Xingtian and Dai. Upon hearing the master's lament, I felt a surge of inspiration and sought your guidance. Chenqing nodded. Then began to expound upon the path of reincarnation before Laozi and Hutu. Meanwhile, above the endless river of darkness, Ha, accompanied by Shen and I, frolicked in pursuit of the chaotic holy dragon, testing the powers of the treasures bestowed by Chenqing. These three beings were unaware that in the boundless sea of blood, a pair of enormous eyes were fixated upon them. Have you noticed? It seems like some being is watching us. Ha's keen sense detected the presence, and he immediately halted. It is the intent to kill. The chaotic holy dragon suddenly turned to gaze at the endless sea of blood, letting out a dragon's roar, its massive claws descending. Show yourself. As the claw struck, the sea of blood roiled violently, a cacophony erupting as countless blood god avatars coalesced from the depths, forming a blood-robed sovereign. He looked at Ha and the others, laughing boisterously as the endless sea of blood surged behind him. Since you are here, you shall leave your treasures behind. From the depths of the boundless sea of blood, a red lotus platform floated beneath him. Two beams of sword light surged forth from the sea of blood. Yuan 2, Abi. Chapter 36. The emergence of the mosquito Daoist. Hutu enters the river of darkness. Ha and the others were taken aback to encounter the formidable figure of the old ancestor of the river of darkness. Yet Ha felt no fear. After all, he had fought with the untransformed Hongjun himself, not to mention the mere old ancestor of the river of darkness. With a low growl, Ha charged forward, raising his hand as the extermination sword array enveloped the river of darkness. The river of darkness looked up, his eyes widening in shock. The heavenly flower falling flag shielded him completely, yet Ha showed no signs of trepidation. Not only Ha, but the 12-petal primal green lotus beneath Shan and I radiated a verdant glow. Meanwhile, the celestial Xianhuang measuring ruler descended upon the river of darkness, while the chaotic holy dragon, as it claimed, was equivalent to a congenital supreme treasure. The river of darkness's eyes widened. This was not right. They had not used these treasures previously. How did the extermination sword array end up in this fellow's hands? Wait! The old ancestor of the river of darkness hastily shouted, while Ha scoffed. What are you waiting for to seize our innate spiritual treasures? What are you waiting for? Kill. I have no sister. The old ancestor of the river of darkness cried out, as Yuan 2 and Abi defended against the assault of the extermination sword array. The 12-petal inferno red lotus glowing beneath them, boom, boom. The celestial Xianhuang measuring ruler and the terrifying claws of the chaotic holy dragon simultaneously struck the blood river, resonating with thunderous roars as the sea of blood surged. This is not how it was supposed to go. I was wrong. The old ancestor of the river of darkness lamented, realizing that had he known these three were so fearsome, he would have never provoked them. Yet Ha paid no heed, coldly snorting as the sword energy of the extermination sword array rent the air, causing the old ancestor of the river of darkness's form to explode, plunging into the endless sea of blood. Ha was taken aback, puzzled. Did this fellow just perish? What kind of quasi-saint was this? He possessed two innate supreme treasures and the 12-petal inferno red lotus? The chaotic holy dragon exclaimed. This fellow is the old ancestor of the river of darkness, born from the boundless sea of blood. As long as the sea of blood endures, so shall his essence. Even saints cannot slay him, Shin and I roared. Then let's destroy this sea of blood and see if he dies. How dare he covet our master, annihilate him, boom, boom, within the endless sea of blood. The three of them wildly obliterated the continuously coalescing old ancestor of the river of darkness, whose eyes brimmed with fury and indignation. This fellow has been shattered hundreds of times. Ha looked at the old ancestor of the river of darkness. Continuing like this is merely wasting time. Wait, just as Ha was about to cease, the chaotic holy dragon suddenly spoke. Let's strike him a few more times. There's no need to rush. What? Ha looked at it in confusion. And the chaotic holy dragon grinned slyly. Don't worry, soon he will suffer a great loss. Though the two-headed dog did not comprehend fully, it still joined forces with the divine reversal to shatter the body of the ancestor of the river of Hades 9 times anew. At that moment, the chaotic holy dragon chuckled. That will suffice. He gestured toward the direction of the ancestor of the river of Hades, exclaiming, Behold his infernal fire red lotus. Ha ha, that is the bloodwing black pattern. Roaring like thunder and with a mouth like a tempest, capable of absorbing innate treasures. Both the two-headed dog and the divine reversal turned their gaze, witnessing the blood-colored mosquito feasting upon the ancestor's 12th grade infernal fire red lotus. Directly siphoning off 3 grades. Ah! The ancestor of the river of Hades bellowed in a frenzy, the boundless blood sea erupting skyward. The chaotic holy dragon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! It is enraged. Let us depart and drive it to madness. Onward! The two-headed dog also chuckled, and the trio departed from the river of Hades, heading towards the heavenly Dao temple, while the bloodwing black pattern trailed closely behind them. Why do you follow us? The two-headed dog inquired, eyeing the bloodwing black pattern with curiosity. A flash of crimson light enveloped the bloodwing black pattern, transforming it into the form of a young maiden. Esteemed ones, I have assisted you in venting your grievances. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? The maiden, with her large, expressive eyes and clad in a red dress, appeared both charming and delightful. This girl is indeed pretty. Surely, my master would take a liking to her. The two-headed dog chuckled mischievously, leaving the divine reversal and the chaotic holy dragon puzzled by its mirth. Let us return to the heavenly Dao temple. You may accompany us, the two-headed dog said cheerfully. As the maiden, transformed from the bloodwing black pattern, followed closely behind. Within the river of Hades, the ancestor seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with madness and fury. Damn it! You scoundrels cannot escape. He glared at the infernal fire red lotus beneath him. Vowing, if I do not avenge this grievance, how can I, the river of Hades, maintain my standing in the primordial world? Slowly, he closed his eyes, a crimson light radiating from his form, as his 12th grade infernal fire red lotus. His companion had now been diminished by 3 grades. The bloodwing black pattern had yet to fully merge, and the ancestor instantly sensed the whereabouts of his adversaries. They are heading towards Mount Buzhou. Humph, master. I have brought back a charming little girl. Would you care to see? She is delightful and captivating. The two-headed dog called out excitedly outside the heavenly Dao temple. At this, Chenqing's expression darkened, while Enwa and Laozi exchanged puzzled glances. What did the two-headed dog mean? Indeed, a charming little girl. Yet, upon seeing the maiden trailing behind the two-headed dog, Chenqing's eyes brightened at the sight of her youthful beauty and charming demeanor. Esteemed ones, I humbly greet you, revered saints, the maiden exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment upon recognizing the presence of 2 saints. Meanwhile, the furious ancestor of the river of Hades had also detected the existence of Enwa and Laozi. His blood water took notice of the distant human race, and his heart hardened. What if they are saints? Even saints cannot extinguish me. I shall render this place barren. As the blood water spread, cries of anguish erupted from the human populace, prompting Chenqing and the others to turn in alarm. Enough! Laozi bellowed, launching an immediate counterattack. The Tai whisk descended, and a scream echoed from the boundless blood sea before it receded. What is happening? Chonqing furrowed his brow, while the two-headed dog shouted, That scoundrel has actually pursued us here. Master, it is as follows. The two-headed dog recounted the events that transpired in the river of Hades, causing Chonqing to ponder deeply. He must have tracked me by the aura of the infernal fire red lotus. The maiden said apologetically, I should take my leave from here. Just then, Hou, who had been contemplating the Dao of reincarnation imparted by Chonqing, suddenly raised her head. Master, allow me to go. Chonqing turned to her, and Hou smiled gently. My abilities are well suited to monitor the river of Hades, and the place they are heading is ideal for my understanding of the Dao of reincarnation. The blood deity avatar of the ancestor seemed to embody a path of reincarnation, benefiting my disciples' comprehension of this cycle. Why disciples' journey would yield dual benefits. Very well, you may proceed, but exercise caution. Chenqing eventually agreed, nodding. Thank you, Master. Hou replied respectfully. Chapter 37. Hou transforms into a saint of reincarnation in the river of Hades. The ancestor glowered at Hou by the riverbank. I have no quarrel with your witch clan. What is your purpose in obstructing me with the core of the earth? You have acted against the human race created by my master. He is angered. Hou replied calmly, regarding the ancestor. Master? You are a disciple of Laozi? The ancestor frowned. Why master is none other than the lord of the heavenly Dao temple, Daoist Chenqing. Hou stated plainly. Daoist Chenqing? I have never heard of him. The ancestor regarded her with indifference. The Saint Wa is his attendant, and the Saint Laozi reveres his teachings. The Qilin clan serves him, while my witch clan has greatly benefited from his imparted wisdom. Ancestor of the river of Hades, you have hidden away for far too long. How dare you offend my master? Hou stared at the ancestor. His guardian deities and steeds could annihilate your blood sea avatars countless times. And I, having received treasures and teachings from my master, shall defend him against you. The ancestor's heart trembled. When did such a being emerge in the world? He was utterly oblivious. Hou observed the blood deity avatar beneath the ancestor, which was constantly morphing and shattering within the blood sea. Contemplation filled her gaze as she began to derive various paths of reincarnation, utilizing the ancestor's blood deity avatar to gain insight. Daoist 1. Outside the heavenly Dao temple, Chonqing turned to Daoist 1. With Hou's journey, the ancestor of the river of Hades is no longer a concern. What are your intentions now, Daoist Chenqing? Daoist 1 bowed respectfully. Chenqing's eyes remained fixed ahead, dismissing the impropriety of the primordial beings surrounding him, especially as Daoist 1 bent in a revealing dress. With the aid of his guardian deity, Daoist 1 had escaped from the suppression of the ancestor's blood sea, and thus wished to follow Chonqing. Master, Enwa interjected with a smile, now that I have attained sainthood, I must guard the human race and attend to many matters. I lack the time to serve you. Master, this girl seems promising. She would suffice as your attendant. Enwa's words left Chenqing speechless, as if she had previously served him as an attendant. Daoist 1 performed a graceful bow, saying, I, Daoist 1, greet you. Master! Chonqing regarded her thoughtfully. Very well, you may serve as my attendant for the time being. Please select 2 protective treasures from within. Daoist 1 responded with respect, fully aware that following someone who commanded such reverence from saints like Enwa and Laozi, despite Chonqing being merely a quasi-saint, would surely lead to greatness. Hadn't Enwa achieved sainthood as well? Following Chenqing, Daoist 1 entered the heavenly Dao temple. All the good treasures have been claimed, leaving only the less useful ones. Feel free to choose 2, Chonqing remarked, but do not take that sword. It is reserved for myself. All the good ones are claimed? The useless ones? Daoist 1 stared in disbelief at the dozen or so top-grade innate spirit treasures and a pile of superior innate spirit treasures. These are considered useless. She looked down at her sole remaining middle-grade innate spirit treasure, stunned. What is my standing in the world? As she turned, her gaze fell upon the ginseng fruit tree and the Bodhi tree, leaving her further astonished. By the way, do you want this? Chonqing produced the lunar laurel tree from his system. If you desire it, take it. It seems to be a treasure. Daoist 1 gulped, the innate spiritual root. Lunar laurel tree, master, are you truly bestowing this upon me? Take it if it is useful. It matters not to me. Chonqing waved dismissively. And take this as well. He tossed the bitter bamboo to Daoist 1. You are of the bloodwing black pattern. Merging this with your mouth should enhance your prowess. Daoist 1 was left utterly speechless. The bitter bamboo, one of the innate spiritual roots. Master, how do you possess so many innate spiritual roots? That is the 5 elements divine tree. Its fruits have matured, known as Hongjun. What kind of tree is this, with celestial patterns all over? Daoist 1 felt her perception of Chenqing's heavenly Dao temple shatter completely. Utterly astounded, by the way. What is your current cultivation level? Chonqing inquired suddenly. Daoist 1, dazed, replied, the peak of Great Luo. Only the peak of Great Luo. Chenqing's brow furrowed in frustration. You are not a quasi-saint. Thus, you cannot attain sainthood through merit. As for Hou, she is a quasi-saint. Why did I let her leave? I should have devised a way for her to attain sainthood. That would fulfill my system task. Chenqing shook his head in regret, looking at the two-headed dog, divine reversal, and chaotic holy dragon with disappointment, which caused the three to exchange glances of confusion. Meanwhile, Hongyun arrived at the heavenly court, bearing gifts from Hongjun, 10 fire extension pearls. The demon emperor Dejuan hurriedly came forth to greet him. At this moment, Dejuan led with the heavenly court renowned throughout the primordial world, commanding the celestial expanse with unparalleled prestige, and was hailed as the heavenly emperor. Especially since he had comprehended a formation comparable to the extermination sword array from the He-Tu and Luo Hou, combined with his current quasi-saint strength, he was nearly invincible beneath the saints. Coupled with his brother Tai, known as the Eastern Emperor, whose chaos clock merged with him by nearly 50%, his power could rightfully be deemed the foremost immortal beneath the saints. Ha ha ha. The arrival of Hongyun is indeed a momentous occasion. But what instructions does the Dao ancestor have? Emperor Jun, exuding an awe-inspiring dominance that seems to gaze down upon the world, laughed heartily as he stepped forth from the heavenly court. The Dao ancestor, aware of the heavenly emperor's joy at having 10 sons, thus sent Hongyun to present 10 flame extension pearls as a playful gift, in celebration of the heavenly emperor's fortune. The Dao ancestor's concern was palpable, and Emperor Jun expressed his gratitude. With a serious demeanor, Emperor Jun was then approached by the demon commander, Ji Ming, who reported, "Heavenly Emperor, the 10 princes have left the heavenly court to enjoy an outing. They are currently at the Fusang bathing grounds." Emperor Jun, sensing the situation, chuckled and said, "Please, take my friend Hongyun to see the 10 princes. I shall attend to my second brother first." Ji Ming respectfully acquiesced, then turned to Hongyun and bowed. "Hongyun, my friend, please follow me." Emperor Jun gestured towards Hongyun, saying, "You may go ahead. Once I have spoken with my second brother, I shall return to properly entertain you." Hongyun nodded with a smile and then followed Ji Ming to the Jinwu bathing grounds, where he encountered the 10 golden crows, who were indeed delighted by the 10 flame extension pearls. With a glint in his eye, Hongyun cheerfully proposed, "I know of an exceptionally enjoyable place. Would you care to join me?" Suddenly, a tremor shook the heavens as Hongyun's words hung in the air. He gazed in astonishment as the ethereal figure of He-Tu manifested in the sky. Chapter 38. The rule of emotion becomes sacred. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. The reward is one of the complete 3,000 great avenues, the Great Chaos Thunder Technique. Will the host integrate it? He-Tu has attained sanctification? Chonqing stared blankly at the heavens, bewildered by how she had achieved such a state. Hadn't she been tasked with monitoring the old ancestor of the underworld river? What was happening? Chenqing felt somewhat dazed, and upon noticing the system's prompt, she was jolted. One of the complete 3,000 great avenues, the Great Chaos Thunder Technique? Integration? Naturally, Chenqing would choose to integrate, with Wa, He-Tu, and Laozi all having attained sanctification. It would be utterly embarrassing for her to remain unsanctified. As the Great Chaos Thunder Technique began to integrate, Chenqing sat cross-legged, closing her eyes as a torrent of incantations surged within her mind. The 9 heavens divine thunder, the annihilation divine thunder, the unforeseen divine thunder, the destruction divine thunder. Various thunderous incantations coalesced within her consciousness, enveloping Chenqing in a tempest of thunder. The 81 types of thunder incantations merged into one, forming the Great Chaos Thunder Technique. Chonqing began to understand, watching as the 81 thunder incantations gradually fused together. Meanwhile, beside the endless underworld river, He-Tu, embodying reincarnation, achieved sanctification. The old ancestor of the underworld river stared blankly at He-Tu. She has attained sanctification? He felt a surge of madness as the terrifying aura emanating from the whirlpool of reincarnation destructively devoured his blood-sea avatar. He-Tu had established her reincarnation right beside him. The underworld river roared in frustration, blood surging like a tide, as within the cycle of reincarnation, He-Tu calmly regarded him. "I owe my sanctification to you. This reincarnation evolution was guided by my master." He-Tu spoke lightly. "Underworld river, if you wish to attain sanctification, I advise you to seek counsel from the master. If you continue to act so recklessly, do not blame me for being ungracious." The underworld river scoffed. "Shall I consult a quasi-saint for the path to sanctification? If he possesses the ability, let him achieve sanctification himself. He is merely a trivial quasi-saint. However, before the underworld river could finish his retort, a series of thunderous booms echoed through the boundless void above, dark clouds gathering ominously as thunderbolts converged. The terrifying thunder spread across the sky, forming a sea of thunder clouds, the destructive might of the thunder instilling fear even in quasi-saints like the underworld river. What could it be? The underworld river gazed in terror at the swirling thunder above, while even Hutu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be heavenly retribution? Heavenly retribution? The underworld river was shaken, while Hutu murmured softly. Did the master previously invoke heavenly retribution? Could it be that he has done something again? What has transpired? The sea of thunder gathered in the heavens, hovering above the summit of Buzhou Mountain, directly aligned with the direction of the heavenly Dao temple. Wa and Laozi had congregated together, while Huta's avatar also appeared outside the heavenly Dao temple, the three great sages gazing at the terrifying thunderclouds above. Wa's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Why do I feel that the power of that thundercloud could annihilate even us sages? Laozi nodded in agreement, whispering, I too feel this way. It is as if there is an overwhelming sense of dread, yet strangely familiar, emanating from the depths of my primordial spirit. Huta gazed at the tightly shut gates of the heavenly Dao temple. What has the master stirred within? Both Wa and Laozi shook their heads in unison. Wa spoke softly. The master has set up a seal. Even with my power, I cannot enter unless I force my way in. Is this heavenly retribution? Inside the heavenly court, Emperor Jun, Tai, Hongjun, Jiming, and other celestial beings hovered above the 33 heavens, watching the direction of Buzhou Mountain. It was the domain of the Chenqing Daoist. What was he up to? Dong Huang Tai furrowed his brows, muttering, I feel as though something significant is occurring. The primordial saint, the celestial saint, and the two western saints all manifested in the sky. Hongyun, too, stared in astonishment at the heavens. Even the saints were stirred, Emperor Jun whispered. What on earth has this Chenqing Daoist done to provoke such commotion? Even attaining sanctification does not typically cause such terror, does it? At Wanshou Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzi and Hongyun gazed at the thunderclouds, whispering amongst themselves. In that moment, all beings across the heavens looked up, their hearts chilled. It was utterly terrifying, overwhelmingly fearsome. What was that thundercloud? The ethereal figures of Wa, Laozi, and Hutu also manifested in the sky, observing the thundercloud from close proximity, yet unable to discern anything. Meanwhile, the heavens rumbled, and they witnessed the ethereal figure of Hongjun materialize above the Zixiao Palace. Silently watching the thundercloud, his expression grave, buzz, a silver-white radiance erupted, and 3,000 miles of thunder cascaded down, directly aimed at the heavenly Dao temple below the thundercloud. The great chaos thunder technique? Chonqing murmured softly. One of the 3,000 great avenues actually ranks in the 17th position. It is quite far back, buzz buzz. At that moment, countless thunderbolts merged into Chenqing's body, enveloping him in a tempest of thunder. What is this? The primal source of thunder's power. Chenqing was taken aback, slowly closing his eyes as he integrated the 3,000 miles of thunder. His body began to levitate from the heavenly Dao temple, surrounded by a multitude of thunderbolts, his eyes shut, as his figure emerged in the heavens. At that moment, all beings understood that this tumult was wrought by the Chenqing Daoist. But what exactly had he done to provoke such a stir? Suspended amidst the thunderclouds, Chenqing felt the thunderbolts continuously merging into him, gradually emanating an aura of dominance that suppressed the very heavens. Wa murmured softly, the aura of the great Dao. Has the master embarked on another path to sanctification? Is it truly feasible? This is beneath the heavenly Dao. Laozi's eyes glimmered with intensity. The Chonqing Daoist has embarked on an ancient path. I wonder if he will succeed. In contrast to Wa and Laozi's contemplations, Hongjun and his companions were far less optimistic. Including Hongjun, the primordial, celestial, and the two western saints all donned grim expressions. Buzz! At that moment, Chonqing suddenly opened his eyes amidst the thunderclouds, his arms outstretched as countless thunderbolts converged upon his brow. A silver light blazed forth at his brow, as countless thunderbolts fused into a singular silver lightning mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the Great Chaos Thunder technique. achieving an elevation in cultivation to the saint realm. At last, he has attained sanctification. Chonqing opened his eyes, his gaze crackling with thunder as he looked upon the myriad beings of the heavens, who were all filled with trepidation. Thunder surrounded him, the lightning mark glowing brightly upon his form, standing proudly amidst the heavens, the power of faith shimmering behind him, inspiring reverence in all beings. Chapter 39. Hongjun's proposal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a saint of the great Dao, having attained the status of Hongyun. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Step out of the primordial chaos. Lead the human race. Govern humanity. Contest for the fortune of heaven and earth, and claim the orthodox path. Reward. One of the top 5 among the 3,000 great avenues. Option 2. Join Hongjun's faction. Propagate the immortal path. Promote the heavenly Dao. Reward. Unification with the heavenly Dao, becoming its spokesperson and ranking above the saints. Option 3. Continue in a laid-back manner, nurturing disciples and successors of the Dao to prepare for the impending calamity of the primordial chaos. Reward. 1 fallen saint pill. Fallen saint pill. Upon use, it can cause one saint to fall. Chonqing chose without hesitation. He already possessed a complete 3,000 great avenues, and for now, that was sufficient strength. There was no need to contend for the fortune of heaven and earth. As for joining Hongjun, that was out of the question. As a standard slacker, he found option 3 to be the most reliable. I choose option 3. Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting. You have obtained 1 fallen saint pill. Note: the fallen saint pill is only effective against saints. It is ineffective below the saint level. Chonqing pondered whether it could be used against Hongjun now. He gazed thoughtfully at Hongjun's ethereal figure, deep in contemplation. Hongjun seemed to sense danger and promptly vanished from sight. Chonqing looked towards the primordial, celestial, and the 2 western saints. What was he trying to do? The primordial, celestial, and the 2 western saints were taken aback, then swiftly dissipated into the void. Chonqing was left stunned. He merely wished to test the fallen saint pill. Had the saints' perception of danger grown so acute that they could detect it instantly? Chenqing shook his head, then slowly descended from the sky. At that moment, the gazes of all living beings in the heavens converged upon the direction of Mount Buzhou. The moment Chenqing attained sainthood, the commotion was so immense that even fellow saints such as Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, Zhuan Ti, and Jie Yin felt a sense of trepidation. This clearly indicates that the path to Chenqing's sanctification is far from simple. After all, even Hongjun was frightened away. There is certainly something peculiar about it. Daoist Hutu. Ming-He glanced at the reincarnated Hutu beside him, who turned to look at him. Ming-He, with a sycophantic smile, said, "Might I trouble you to make an introduction? I wish to seek the teachings of Saint Chenqing, hoping he could offer me guidance." Hutu chuckled at Ming-He's words. "Not competing with my master anymore?" "I dare not." Ming-He shook his head repeatedly, and Hutu laughed. "Then what about your 12th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus? You still wish to trouble my master, since it has already consumed 3 grades. Consider it a punishment for Ming-He." Ming-He shook his head with a serious expression. "I would not dare to speak of retribution again." "Very well. I shall inform my master and see if you can be accepted as a disciple." Hutu smiled. For a being like Ming-He, though merely a quasi-saint, he could still be quite a nuisance. If he were to be taken under his master's wing, he would become someone else's trouble in the future. Enwa, Laozi, and Hutu's avatar awaited at the entrance of the heavenly Dao temple. As the doors slowly opened, Chenqing looked at the 3 of them and smiled slightly. "You may all enter, and I shall also help alleviate your confusions." Enwa, Laozi, and Hutu walked in, while Chenqing sat beside the parched chaos pool, extending his hand as countless bolts of thunder erupted from his palm. With a calm voice, Chenqing spoke. "The path I have attained is one of the 3,000 great Dao, the great chaos thunder technique, which embodies the path of thunderous destruction. Among them are the 9 heavens divine thunder and 81 different thunderous techniques." With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of thunder shot up into the sky, converging above the heavenly Dao temple. This illustrates the distinction between the attainment of sainthood through laws and through merit. Through the laws, I have completely mastered an entire, complete thunderous law. Master, if one has already attained sainthood through merit, can they still pursue the path of law? Enwa could not help but ask Chenqing. "Theoretically, there is no issue," Chenqing replied, looking at Enwa. As for whether it is feasible or not, I have not tried. Do you wish to give it a go? Enwa nodded, her gaze fervently fixed on Chenqing. I believe. After you attain sainthood, you have become vastly more powerful than any of us. Laozi nodded in agreement. I do not know why, but witnessing the Daoist attain sainthood, even though I am also a saint, fills my heart with a sense of trepidation. Huta similarly remarked softly. When the master attained sainthood, the heavens trembled. Even when Hongjun attained sainthood, he did not create such a commotion. Chonqing shook his head with a smile. You are all too greedy. Do you think attaining sainthood through laws is an easy feat? Little do you know, it is exceedingly challenging. You are all anxious in your hearts, eager to become saints, which is why you opted for the path of merit. While the path of law may require you to invest tenfold or even 100-fold of your time. Otherwise, how could I have attained sainthood only after you all did? Chenqing chuckled as he looked at them. Just look at Ha and Shun and I. They certainly reveal the truth. They cannot pursue the path of merit and must instead follow the path of law. Perhaps by the time you all surpass sainthood, they may not have even achieved sainthood yet. Is the path of law that difficult? Enwa was taken aback, and Chenqing calmly replied. It will be more challenging than you can possibly imagine, and it will not be easier. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated across the skies above the heavenly Dao Academy, reminiscent of thunderclaps. Chenqing slowly raised his head to gaze at the heavens. A colossal figure suddenly appeared in the sky. And Chenqing's eyes sparkled as Enwa, Laozi, and Hutu also turned to look at the massive silhouette. It was Hongjun, who gazed down at Chenqing from a lofty height. Chenqing squinted, and Hongjun's voice echoed from the firmament. Daoist Chenqing. Chenqing smiled faintly. I did not expect the Dao ancestor to personally visit me. There's something you wish to discuss? Hongjun replied coolly. Daoist Chenqing, since you have already attained sainthood, and our paths diverge, we have 5 saints on our side while you have 4. Should another conflict arise like that with Luo Hou, the strife among saints would undoubtedly rend the entire Hongyun asunder, leading it to oblivion. I imagine such an outcome is not what you wish to see, is it? Hongjun gazed steadily at Chenqing, who responded with a smile. Speak freely. Say what you wish in our contention of Dao. It may be fought by our disciples and scattered immortals, but should one reach the saintly realm, they must not intervene. Would you be willing to abide by such an agreement? Hongjun inquired. Chenqing immediately laughed. And what if one side were to breach this agreement? Should any saint act on their own accord? We shall join forces to obliterate them, and you and I may swear under the heavenly Dao that should either side violate the oath, they shall face divine retribution, and the other side need not honor their vow. Chapter 40. The return of the witch clan to the sect. Chenqing was well aware of Hongjun's intentions. He must have discerned the difference between the heavenly saints and the great Dao saints. Yet he did not belong to the jurisdiction of the heavenly Dao. The so-called oaths of the heavenly Dao do not impose significant constraints upon him. Hongjun merely seeks to provide the heavenly Dao with a reason to deal with him. Once he acts, the heavenly Dao could retaliate against him. While he would not be obliterated under divine punishment, he would certainly suffer some hardship. Moreover, should he disrupt the heavenly Dao to complete himself, who knows how harshly the heavenly Dao might respond? Chenqing looked at Hongjun. I agree with your words. Then let us take an oath beneath this firmament today. From now on, saints shall not act. Those who violate this shall be jointly executed by us, and should either of us breach the oath, the heavenly Dao shall punish us. With Chenqing's nod, the heavens erupted with rolling thunder. And Chenqing squinted. This was the heavenly Dao's acknowledgement of the oath between him and Hongjun. Hongjun glanced at Laozi below. Then the enormous phantom slowly dissipated. Enwa, Laozi, and Hutu fell silent. Chenqing looked at them. If I am not mistaken, Hongjun must be plotting something. Hutu, return to the witch clan and inform the other ancestral witches of this agreement. Hutu respectfully complied. And Chenqing turned to Laozi. As the successor of the human Dao, establishing a teaching legend, you ought to think of a name for yourself to facilitate the accumulation of merit and the enhancement of your being. Laozi cupped his hands toward Chenqing. I shall take note. Master, what about me? Enwa's eyes widened as she looked at Chenqing. Chenqing shot her a sidelong glance. You surely have your own ideas? Do you not? Master possesses a stone that contains the essence of the 5 elements. Since there is nothing to do, I wish to refine that stone and gain insight into the origins of the 5 elements. Are you referring to that one? Chonqing pointed to a 5-colored divine stone held by the Chaos Sacred Dragon in the parched Chaos Pool. Yes, yes. Enwa nodded repeatedly, while the Chaos Sacred Dragon, holding the 5-colored divine stone, was taken aback. Upon realizing its significance, it attempted to sneak away. Take it if you wish. Chenqing paid it no mind, and was overjoyed and instantly dashed forward, snatching the stone from the Chaos Sacred Dragon. Why do you always take my things? The Chaos Sacred Dragon lamented, tears brimming in its eyes as it looked at Enwa. My nest? My gem? You wish to take them all? Enwa rolled her eyes. I do not want yours. Why do you look so aggrieved? I merely intend to gain some insight. Once I am done, I shall return it. The Chaos Sacred Dragon, in a whiny tone, replied. You said the same when you molded clay figures, saying you'd use it drop by drop, yet in the end, it was all used up. Enwa was at a loss for words, but directly took the 5-colored stone from the Chaos Sacred Dragon's grasp. Once I comprehend the path of law to sainthood, I shall teach you. The Chaos Sacred Dragon immediately howled in despair. Chenqing, witnessing this scene, shook his head and chuckled, then fell into deep thought. Hongjun must be harboring some ill intentions. I wonder what schemes he is concocting. Just then, a furious shout echoed at the entrance of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Ming He, do you truly think I dare not kill you? Chenqing's gaze flickered. Could it be that this old ancestor Ming He is aware of the prohibition against saints acting, thus coming to stir trouble? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Ming He transformed into the blood-robed Daoist and bowed to Laozi. Greetings, Saint. Ming He has come to seek refuge with Saint Chenqing, under the guidance of Saint Hu. Ming He deeply regretted his previous misdeeds and implores the saint for magnanimity. Suddenly, Ming He became exceedingly obedient, beaming and speaking cheerfully. Let him come. Chenqing's voice resounded from the Heavenly Dao Temple. Laozi looked at Ming He nonchalantly. You may go over yourself. Ming He respectfully approached Chenqing. I bow before Saint Chenqing. He bowed deeply, showing utmost reverence. Rise. After Ming He stood, he then clasped his hands toward Chenqing. Due to the guidance of Saint Hu, Ming He is filled with remorse and wishes to become a disciple under Saint Chenqing. Hoping for your acceptance, Chonqing smiled. I have an agreement with Hongjun that saints must not act. So you need not fear me simply because I have attained sainthood and come to bow before me. Ming He replied respectfully. I would not dare to deceive the saint. Ming He wishes to join the saint not out of fear, but to seek the path to sainthood. Ming He is undoubtedly powerful, and he himself is indestructible. Even the Heavenly Dao saints cannot easily erase him. Chenqing's thoughts raced, then he nodded at Ming He. In that case, you may choose a position at the forefront of the courtyard. Thank you, Daoist, for your acceptance. The river of Hades was filled with astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings, his heart pounding with trepidation. The entire celestial Dao temple was enveloped in swirling purple mist, the ethereal glow of Buddhist light shimmering in the air, while the radiance of the 3 pure ones soared skyward. Above him, a great sun blazed fiercely, and the world tree of the great Dao exhibited endless patterns of the Dao. The 5 elements divine tree, the Bodhi tree, and the ginseng fruit tree were all in full bloom. The resplendent red clouds of the heavens painted a breathtaking evening glow, a sacred place of cultivation that even the river of Hades had never before encountered, let alone laid eyes upon. Particularly striking were the myriad innate spiritual treasures scattered throughout the courtyard. It was no wonder that even 2 casual guardian divine birds were so formidable. This saint of sentiment was indeed a terrifying figure. The river of Hades bowed even more respectfully, retreating and nodding in acknowledgement to the creature resembling a hybrid beast, before finding a spot beside it to sit cross-legged in meditation. He turned his gaze towards the Qilin clan, which now boasted at least 300 members diligently practicing their arts. Suddenly, the river of Hades felt a jolt. He spotted Xingtian and Yi, 2 descendants of the Wu clan, their treasures swirling around them, exuding an aura that was terrifyingly potent. Rumble. At this moment, the earth trembled, and the river of Hades looked up in astonishment to see a large group of figures approaching the celestial Dao temple. Led by the ancestral deity, Ho-Tu, Xingtian and Yi quickly rose, gazing in the direction of Ho-Tu, who was followed by 11 powerful figures, none other than the other 11 ancestral deities. What could this mean? Xing Tian and Yi exchanged glances, while within the celestial Dao temple, Saint of Sentiment seemed to sense the commotion and looked up. Disciple Hou pays his respects to the master. The 11 ancestral deities, including Dijiang, Ru Shou, Gonggong, Zhu Rong, and Chongliang, all spoke in unison. We pay our respects to the Saint of Sentiment. What is the meaning of this? Saint of Sentiment inquired. Regarding Hou with curiosity, with utmost respect, Hou replied, Disciple and Dijiang had previously conferred and, for the sake of the Wu clan, we wish to have the Wu clan enter your esteemed tutelage. We seek to coexist with the human race around Mount Buzhou, relying on the Qilin clan, and to receive your teachings, esteemed master. We hope you will grant us this favor. The 11 ancestral deities, led by Dijiang, bowed deeply in unison towards Saint of Sentiment, their voices resonating with earnestness. This unexpected gesture from Hou left Saint of Sentiment somewhat astonished. It was well known that the Wu clan was the most powerful race in the primordial land. And without the emergence of saints, who could rival them? Each of the 12 ancestral deities was a quasi-saint, far surpassing the previous terrestrial overlords, the Qilin clan, and they were all exceedingly proud beings. How could this be? He gazed at Hou, who respectfully stated, Master, it is said that the demons govern the heavens while the Wu govern the earth. The demon race is under the control of Hongjun, and thus our Wu clan must seek to enter your tutelage. Saint of Sentiment was taken aback, and Hou softly continued, Upon witnessing my disciple attain the status of a saint, Dijiang and the others believe that I have shattered the fate that forbids the ancestral deities from becoming saints. Therefore, understanding dawned upon Saint of Sentiment. Dijiang and the others were pursuing the path to sanctity. However, they possessed unique talents and strengths, making their journey to sainthood exceedingly challenging, as they would need to navigate the laws of the universe to achieve it. Saint of Sentiment observed Dijiang and the others, and Hou's eyes brightened. Does the master mean they have a chance? Indeed, they do. Saint of Sentiment replied calmly. Dijiang and the others were filled with joy. And Dijiang respectfully addressed Saint of Sentiment. The Wu clan wishes to enter the service of the saint. Saint of Sentiment nodded slowly. In that case, you may first lead the Wu clan to settle outside. Just as the human race does, build nests and establish yourselves. Dijiang and the others responded with reverence, while Hou bowed to Saint of Sentiment, saying, Then I shall assist in settling the Wu clan. Saint of Sentiment nodded in agreement, and Hou respectfully withdrew. Meanwhile, Nuwa played with the 5 colored stones beside the world tree of the Great Dao, while the Chaos Saint Dragon languished on the back of Shan and I. Shin and I munched on dragon teeth rice, and Erha pondered life as he gazed at the heavens. Saint of Sentiment glanced at the spiritual energy value of his system as a state, contemplating whether it was time to hold another teaching session. After all, where would his merit come from? Just as Saint of Sentiment accepted the Wu clan, in the demon clan's heavenly court, Hongyun received a decree from Hongjun. His eyes sparkled as he beheld the 10 golden crows point 10 princes. Come, I shall take you to a delightful place. Hongyun beamed at the 10 golden crows, who eagerly followed him. Second brother, what are your thoughts on Hongjun's decree? At that moment, Dijun was exhilarated by Hongjun's edict, discussing something with Dong Huang Tai. Without the saints emerging, my demon clan has nothing to fear. Dong Huang Tai's eyes flickered with golden flames. What does my elder brother intend to do? Demons govern the heavens, and Wu governs the earth, yet I believe my demon clan is the foremost among all races of heaven and earth. If we can govern the heavens, why not the earth as well? What does my elder brother mean? Dong Huang Tai looked at Dijun in shock, who exuded an overwhelming aura, above the heavens and below the earth. I alone shall reign supreme. The 10 golden crows emerged from Fusang, led by Hongyun to the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. He pointed at the sea of clouds reflecting the sunset's glow and laughed. Isn't that cloud sea delightful? The 10 golden crows cheered joyfully and flew towards the radiant clouds. Hongyun observed this scene with a slight smile before heading towards the purple cloud palace. At the celestial Dao temple, the 10 golden crows congregated, resembling 10 suns chasing one another in the sky, their scorching rays instantly illuminating the ground below. The Wu clan and the human race felt an unbearable heat, causing Laozi to frown as he looked up, about to take action to drive them away. But then he remembered the agreement between Hongjun and Saint of Sentiment. He turned his gaze towards the celestial Dao temple. Choosing to remain indifferent, trusting that Saint of Sentiment would address the situation. What is happening? Di Jiang frowned, gazing at the sky, while Zhu Rong calmly remarked, the three-legged golden crows are the 10 sons of Di Jun. What does he want with his 10 sons here? Di Jiang's expression darkened. Though these 10 little rascals are merely at the Daluo level, the flames of the sun are intolerable. If we do not drive them away, soon our Wu clan shall perish under their scorching rays. As Di Jun intending to attack my Wu clan. If we cannot withstand it, how can the human race? Gong Gong looked towards the human race, where some had already collapsed under the relentless heat of the 10 suns. Surely, the Saint of Sentiment will handle this matter. They too looked towards the celestial Dao temple, for this situation concerned the very survival of the human race. Within the celestial Dao temple, Saint of Sentiment frowned and looked up at the 10 suns in the sky, while one diligently attended to him, also glancing up, the 10 princes of Di Jun. Saint of Sentiment was taken aback and turned to one. Do you know who these little rascals are? One nodded. They are the 10 princes of the heavenly emperor of the demon clan. Di Jun, born from the innate spiritual root of Fusang, transformed from the essence of the great sun's flames. Saint of Sentiment regarded the 10 golden crows. You must instruct the river of Hades to drive them away. They cannot linger here, for the human race cannot withstand their scorching heat. One appeared somewhat apprehensive, having previously pricked the river of Hades with the 3-grade karmic fire red lotus. Saint of Sentiment calmly said, he will not dare to harm you. You are now under my protection. One smiled and then stepped outside the celestial Dao temple. Saint of Sentiment scrutinized the 10 golden crows, feeling an unsettling intuition regarding their sudden appearance. It felt as though there was some connection to Hongjun. Just after agreeing with Hongjun that the saints should not intervene, the 10 golden crows appeared, all under the command of Di Jun. Di Jun was known as the foremost being beneath the saints, reputed to have created a formidable formation capable of contending with the saints, akin to the extermination sword formation. Surely, Hongjun had been prepared, which led to this agreement with him. Saint of Sentiment's eyes flickered with thought. The timing of the 10 golden crows' arrival was too fortuitous. Master, the river of Hades has departed. One returned, and Saint of Sentiment nodded. Soon after, he witnessed the river of Hades, transformed into a figure clad in blood robes, advancing toward the 10 golden crows. What is that? One gasped, as the river of Hades, embodying a sea of blood, clashed against the 10 golden crows in the sky. Bring Di in. Saint of Sentiment's eyes glinted with cold light. One was momentarily taken aback but respectfully complied, exiting to summon Di. Master Ancestor, Di greeted Saint of Sentiment respectfully. Saint of Sentiment gestured towards the 10 golden crows in the sky. With your strength, can you shoot them down? Di hesitated, glancing up before responding. With the Zhantian bow and the destruction arrow, combined with the primordial golden dipper, it should be possible. Saint of Sentiment nodded, then calmly instructed one. Have the river of Hades return. They are 10 in number. United and wielding 10 innate spiritual treasures, the river of Hades cannot contend with them. One nodded respectfully and transformed into a red light, soaring towards the heavens. Saint of Sentiment turned to Di. Get ready to shoot them down. Di was taken aback but hesitated slightly. Master Ancestor, they are the 10 princes of Di Jun, and what of it? Since they have chosen to be Hongjun's blade, they must be prepared to sever. Let Di Jun seek an explanation from Hongjun. You need only act. The actions of the demon clan's heavenly court were unfolding. Di no longer hesitated, as this was Saint of Sentiment's command. Saint of Sentiment remained unfazed. If Di Jun sought an explanation, let him go to Hongjun. One and the river of Hades descended from the air, and the river of Hades addressed Saint of Sentiment. Saint, the river of Hades is powerless. The 10 of them united are beyond my capabilities. Saint of Sentiment chuckled. That is entirely normal. They are all at the Daluo level, and with their shared spiritual treasures, 10 united can naturally withstand a quasi-saint. Theo break them. We must take them down one by one. Saint of Sentiment nodded towards Di, who looked at the 10 golden crows and then directly drew his bow. His eyes sharp as he released an arrow. River of Hades, can you use your boundless blood river to prevent their escape? Saint of Sentiment looked at the river of Hades, who nodded and shot skyward. Swoosh! The shattering arrow pierced through one of the golden crows, subsequently returning to Di's grasp. With a solemn demeanor, Di knocked another arrow and released it once more. Flee, run swiftly. This is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Empowered by the might of an innate paramount artifact, the remaining 9 golden crows were thrown into disarray. Attempt to escape. Too late. The silhouette of the river of the underworld materialized in the void. Observing the frantic flight of the 9 golden crows, he unleashed his boundless sea of blood. Unable to contend with their combined force, he could only impede their escape. The sword lights of Yuan Tu and Abi crisscrossed the surroundings. Da-Yi maintained a grave expression, striking down each golden crow one by one, as the river of the underworld simultaneously collected the flame beads from their fallen forms. When only 3 golden crows remained, 2 of them roared in fury. Old Tin, remember to return and inform the Emperor Father. Let him avenge us. The 2 golden crows' bodies swelled dramatically before they explosively detonated. 9 brothers, the last golden crow, filled with grief and rage, lamented the self-destruction of its brethren, which had blown open a gap in the river of the underworld. I will ensure that the Emperor Father avenges us. The final golden crow broke free from the blood sea and vanished into the horizon. Master, he gazed at Chenqing, preparing to draw his bow once more, but was halted by Chenqing. To leave one alive is fate. Do not cling to it. Yes, master, they nodded respectfully. Chenqing's gaze flickered. With 9 of Dijun's sons lost, it surely will not end so easily. The machinations of Hongjun had ultimately come to fruition. Chenqing understood that all of this was a scheme by Hongjun to incite conflict between the heavenly court and himself. However, with the 10 golden crows descending upon Mount Buzhou, bringing devastation to humanity, he could not remain passive. Now, it was time to see how Dijun would react. In the demon realm's heavenly court, the 10th golden crow rushed back in a panic, heading straight for the Lingxiao treasure hall. Emperor Father, you must avenge us. Inside the Lingxiao treasure hall, Dijun was engaged in conversation with Tai. While the demon lords such as Ji Ming gathered together, Dijun frowned. Luya, making such a commotion, what decorum is this? The 10th golden crow, Luya, spoke with a trembling voice. They're all gone? Emperor Father, all 9 of my brothers have perished. You must take revenge for them. What? Dijun was taken aback, anger and shock surging in his eyes. Speak. What exactly transpired? Tell me everything clearly, Emperor Father. It is like this. Luya recounted how Hongyun had come to them, delivering flame beads and leading them to chase after the red clouds on Mount Buzhou, only to be confronted by the river of the underworld and Yi's arrows. And Hongyun? Dijun immediately sensed the crux of the issue. Ilya shook his head. I do not know. He led us there and seemed to leave on his own. It is the Dao ancestor. The expression of Dong Huang Tai darkened instantly, while Dijun's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. He treats me, Dijun, as a butcher's knife. Dong Huang Tai was equally aflame with rage. He contends for the Dao lineage and fortune with that Chonqing, yet sends my nephew to his doom. The Dao ancestor has certainly devised a clever scheme, Dijun replied coolly. While the saints are absent, our heavenly court naturally reigns supreme over the myriad realms. The Dao ancestor must have recognized this, hence his calculations. His gaze turned cold. Initially, out of respect for the Dao ancestor, I refrained from certain actions, but now, it is unnecessary. Tai glanced at Dijun. Indeed? It is no longer necessary. Previously, we considered their connection to the Dao ancestor, but since the Dao ancestor has plotted so, we need not hold back. Luya, return to Fusong and recuperate. Do not emerge until you reach the quasi-saint level. Dijun instructed Luya, who obediently complied before turning to leave. Ji Ming, assemble all demon lords and gather 30,000 heavenly soldiers. Dijun spoke indifferently, to which Ji Ming's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Yes. I shall lead the troops to Mount Buzhou. Who said to march upon Mount Buzhou? Dijun shot him a glance, causing Ji Ming to falter. Heavenly Emperor, are we not going to avenge the princes? This grudge must be avenged, but not at this moment. Just gather the forces. Dijun's expression remained calm, leaving Ji Ming puzzled, yet he respectfully retreated. Tai said calmly, Elder brother, I have heard that the Wu clan has already submitted to the Saint Chenqing. If we march to Mount Buzhou, the Wu clan will pose a problem, Dijun replied with a faint smile. Do not concern yourself, brother. I have already set a grand chess piece in motion regarding the Wu clan. It is time for it to move. Tai was taken aback, as Dijun's eyes glinted with cold light. Once we settle matters here, we shall activate this piece and take revenge for the Ji brothers. Tai nodded, then spoke to Dijun. Aside from the Qilin clan, the Phoenix clan is concealed within the immortal Fire Mountain, and the Dragon clan lurks in the Songlong Abyss, to save time. Let us split up to eradicate them, Tai suggested, to which Dijun agreed. That sounds splendid, let us proceed. To deal with the Heavenly Dao and the Wu clan, we must first eliminate this hindrance. Should they rise again, it would spell disaster. Jiming, you shall lead 10,000 heavenly soldiers, accompanied by Ying Zhao, Feilian, Qin Yuan, and Shangyang to Songlong Abyss to thoroughly eliminate the ancestral dragon and the Dragon clan. Yes, second brother, you take Kuanping and the others to the immortal Fire Mountain. After all, the Phoenix clan is a dominant force in the heavens, exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Take more people for safety, Tai nodded. And Dijun's eyes radiated boundless dominance. Eradicate the Dragon clan, annihilate the Phoenix clan, and then we shall regroup our forces. His gaze turned towards Mount Buzhou. I shall flatten the Heavenly Dao. Obliterate the Qilin clan and the Wu clan. My demon clan shall dominate the myriad realms. Tai Yi, Jiming, and the others were filled with battle intent, as Dijun waved his hand. Set forth. After this war, the primordial world shall be under the control of my demon clan. Chapter 43. The destruction of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Nuwa rescues Kongxian. The 5 elements of gold. The Lord's Chaos Sword is indeed a chaos spiritual treasure, belonging to the sharpness of the 5 elements of gold. I too have some understanding of it. The 5 elements of wood, the Taiyin laurel tree is an innate wood attribute spiritual root. I have visited and contemplated it, and have achieved a small understanding of the way of wood, fire, the 5 elements of fire. Nuwa murmured within the Heavenly Dao, having encountered the powers of the 5 elements. Both gold and wood, yet as for fire, it is said that there exists an immortal fire mountain in the south, which should belong to the 5 elements of fire. As Nuwa contemplated this, she left the Heavenly Dao and headed towards the immortal fire mountain. As she walked, she inadvertently arrived at a slope, where she beheld a blazing inferno reaching the heavens. Her eyes lit up. The fiery blaze was even of 7 colors, and one could feel the heat of the flames from here. She hastily quickened her pace, rushing towards it. Upon reaching the slope, however, Nuwa was taken aback. For she witnessed a phoenix, a severely wounded phoenix engulfed in 7-colored flames. In that moment, Yuan Feng's eyes were filled with desolation and despair. The Phoenix clan had been utterly slaughtered, and Dong Huang Tai had come wielding the chaos bell, leaving her with no power to resist. A saint. As she passed by the slope, the essence of the 5 elements surged into her body, further injuring the already gravely wounded Yuan Feng. Just as despair enveloped her completely, Nuwa appeared abruptly. Yuan Feng knelt before Nuwa, beseeching, Lady Nuwa, please lend your aid. Staggering, Yuan Feng approached Nuwa and fell to her knees. Yuan Feng? Nuwa's eyes widened in surprise. Did not your Phoenix clan retreat from the world? How could you be here? Dong Huang Tai has come. The Phoenix clan has been shattered. A trace of sorrow flickered in Yuan Feng's eyes. Only this bloodline remains. I implore Lady Nuwa to protect it. Yuan Feng produced a phoenix egg from her bosom, which was engulfed in 7-colored flames. As the flames burned, 5-colored radiance surged from the egg. Nuwa initially wished to remain uninvolved, yet upon seeing the 5-colored radiance and the emanating power of the 5 elements, her eyes sparkled with interest. The 5-colored radiance soared into the sky, illuminating a radius of 100 miles. Nuwa was taken aback. The innate power of the 5 elements. This little one, a 5-colored peacock, emerged from the phoenix egg, surrounded by divine light. Upon its birth, it gazed sorrowfully at Yuan Feng. My child, born with the protection of 5-colored divine light, shall be extraordinary. The clan mother can leave you nothing, so I shall name you Kongxian. Clan mother, Kongxian wept, and Yuan Feng turned to Nuwa. Lady Nuwa, I beseech you to care for my son Kongxian. Do not let our Phoenix clan's bloodline come to an end. I promise you. Nuwa nodded. Yuan Feng glanced at Kongxian, sorrowfully cried out, and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood into the sky, from which a great pung suddenly flew by, swallowing it whole. What a fortunate encounter. Nuwa noted, glancing at the great pung. The great pung respectfully bowed to Nuwa, then turned to depart. Yuan Feng looked at Kongxian, a satisfied smile on her face. and then dissipated amidst the seven-colored flames, vanishing into the world. From that moment forth, this slope came to be known as Luo Feng Slope. Nuwa cast a glance at Kong Xian, sighed softly, and waved her hand, taking Kong Xian away. Far in the heavens, Dong Huang Tai quietly observed this scene, making no move. Beside him, Kuan-Peng frowned. Was it not said that saints must not intervene? Does not Lady Nuwa's action violate the agreement between the Dao ancestor and Saint Chenqing? Dong Huang Tai replied calmly. She has not intervened. Has she? Yuan Feng is dead. The Phoenix clan has perished, leaving only a remnant of bloodline. There is no need for us to pursue complete extermination. But this little one. The eyes of the Kuan-Peng were shrouded in gloom, and Dong Huang Tai sighed. I am well aware of its extraordinary birth, and it will undoubtedly become a significant trouble in the future. However, at present, if we were to forcibly seize or slay it, it would be akin to striking against Yuan Yangyang. The saints must not act against her unless provoked. Should we offend Yuan Yangyang, she would have every justification to retaliate, and at that point, even if she were to slay us, Daozu would remain silent. He turned away, leading the Kuan-Peng and his entourage back to the heavenly court. Meanwhile, above the Songlong abyss, Dijuan found himself in a far less comfortable position than he had anticipated. He had not expected the dragon clan to be so tenacious and formidable, especially the ancestral dragon, who, wielding a dragon pearl, fought tooth and nail against Dijuan, leaving him momentarily powerless to contend with it. Dijuan gazed at the ancestral dragon, Outyin, with an air of disdain. Cease your futile resistance, for you must understand that no matter how you struggle, it will not alter your fate. The ancestral dragon roared in fury. Dijuan, you have dominion over the myriad races of the heavens and are the emperor of the heavenly court. Why Dragon Clan has already retreated into seclusion? Why do you seek to annihilate us completely? Because my heavenly court is preparing to confront a formidable foe, and your Dragon Clan, along with the Phoenix Clan, poses an internal threat. Should my heavenly court weaken? What if the two clans join forces against us? Why has my Yao clan and heavenly court become so powerful? Is it not due to the Dragonhan calamity instigated by your three primordial clans? I cannot afford to let you continue. The ancestral dragon bellowed in rage, then shattered Dijuan's assault with the dragon pearl. Void shuttle, emerge. With a roar, the ancestral dragon took command of the void shuttle, tearing through the fabric of space, and its figure vanished in an instant within the Songlong abyss. Dijuan's eyes darkened with fury. The ancestral dragon had escaped his grasp, the void shuttle. How could it wield such a precious artifact? He addressed Jiming in a low voice. Leave no one behind. Thoroughly search the entirety of the Songlong abyss. We must not allow any fish to slip through the net. Yes, Jiming replied respectfully. When the entirety of the Songlong abyss was filled with the massive forms of the dragon clan, they finally came to a halt. Your Majesty, we have searched the Songlong abyss 3 times from top to bottom and found no hidden dragons. Aside from the ancestral dragon, the others have been completely exterminated. The ancestral dragon, Dijuan's eyes blazed with golden flames. Letting it escape is my fault. My second brother has already sent word that his matters have concluded. Jiming, gather the forces. We shall return, Dijuan commanded solemnly. Jiming hesitated. Your Majesty, the ancestral dragon remains a significant threat. Shall we simply disregard it? Dijuan shook his head. There is no time to concern ourselves with it. We have more pressing matters to attend to while the Heavenly Dao Temple remains unaware of our extermination of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. His eyes glinted coldly. Return to the Heavenly Court. Gather 100,000 heavenly soldiers and march northward to assault the Heavenly Dao Temple, battling the Witch Clan and flattening the Heavenly Dao Temple. Chapter 44. Gonggong and Zhu Rong collide with Mount Buzhou. How is it that you return with only a bird? Chenqing inquired curiously as he gazed at Kong Xian. Yet this bird is quite beautiful, a splendid array of colors. Master, this is a peacock. Nuwa could not help but feel speechless, while Kong Xian surveyed his surroundings with a sense of awe. The spectacle within this temple was truly terrifying. A peacock? Chenqing exclaimed in surprise, to which Kong Xian declared proudly. Once I attain sainthood, beneath the radiance of my 5-colored divine light, no saint shall be beyond my reach. Such grandiose claims from a little one. Chenqing chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Kong Xian, unwilling to concede, was about to argue when Yuhua seized him. do not be disrespectful to the master, Hongjun pouted. And after a moment of contemplation, Nuwa conveyed the events she had witnessed to Chenqing, who fell into a deep contemplation. He murmured, Donghuang Tai has obliterated the Phoenix clan, and it is impossible for Dijuan to remain idle. The Dragon clan is likely in grave peril as well. Chonqing quickly grasped the intentions of Dijuan and Donghuang Tai. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. These two are undoubtedly planning to take action against us. Nuwa gasped, Master, are you suggesting that Dijuan will strike against us? That seems rather unlikely. Dijuan's annihilation of the Dragon and Phoenix clans serves to eliminate future threats. Chonqing replied calmly. Why would he take such measures? It can only mean he intends to undertake a significant endeavor. The vendetta against the child is an unending feud. The saints do not intervene. He and Tai are renowned as the first and second beneath the saints. How could they refrain from attacking our heavenly Dao temple? Then what shall we do, Master? Nuwa asked, alarmed. Chonqing smiled calmly. We shall wait and see if they truly dare to act against us. Wait? Nuwa questioned in confusion, but Chenqing remained silent. Just then, outside the heavenly Dao temple, a series of thunderous booms erupted, causing Chenqing to furrow his brow. What is happening? Nuwa was taken aback as well, and they both turned their gazes towards the commotion outside. In the territory of the Witch clan, two figures clashed fiercely in the air. One was red and the other blue, one embodying water and the other fire. They were none other than Zhu Rong and Gonggong, both radiating brilliant light and exuding overwhelming power. Chonqing frowned. What is the matter with Zhu Rong and Gonggong? How did they come to blows? Their level of conflict does not resemble mere sparring. Nuwa nodded in agreement. Chonqing called out towards the entrance. One, go investigate what has transpired. Moments later, one entered respectfully, reporting, Master, Zhu Rong and Gonggong have turned against one another. They are currently locked in a life-and-death struggle. Have you discovered the reason behind this? Chonqing asked, surprised. One shook his head. I could not ascertain the cause. They simply erupted into conflict without warning. What is going on? Chonqing pondered, then a thought struck him. Could it be related to Dijuan? Zhu Rong, Gonggong. Cease this at once. The figure of Dijiao, the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, manifested in the void, glaring angrily at Zhu Rong and Gonggong. Eldest brother, if it does not perish, it will be my ancestral witches who suffer the consequences. Gonggong's eyes glinted with rage. You are all afflicted by the fire poison and unable to act, but I can. Zhu Rong, why are you doing this? Dijiao's eyes reflected sorrow. Zhu Rong had indeed exploited their trust to unleash the heavenly fire poison. As the embodiment of the source of heavenly fire, the poison resided within his essence and core. If he did not perish, the entire witch clan would fall victim to the fire poison. Zhu Rong's eyes revealed torment. Eldest brother, do not blame me. I too desire to attain sainthood. You need only conceal yourselves and refrain from intervening. He took a deep breath. I will not harm you. Gonggong, I knew you would not overlook my actions. Flames erupted around him. However, you alone cannot contend with me. Can you not consider this a means to assist me? Gonggong roared. You are deluded. You selfish wretch. You dare to unleash the heavenly fire poison upon us. You are draining our very essence. Waves of water surged around Gonggong. I may not be able to vanquish you, but today, I will stake my life to eliminate you. Zhu Rong trembled as Gonggong bellowed. Zhu Rong, you betray the witch clan. You are a disgrace to our kin, and today you shall fall. With a resounding roar, blue light soared into the sky, and the source of endless water converged around Gonggong. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Rong's expression changed dramatically. Gonggong, have you lost your mind? Dijiao quickly shouted. Gonggong, stop. You cannot do this. If you proceed, you will lose your very soul. Eldest brother, for the sake of our witch clan, I must do this. Gonggong replied resolutely, smiling. If Hutu attains sainthood, it shall be a blessing for our witch clan. Regardless of the outcome, it will ensure the preservation of our witch clan's legacy. Let Zhu Rong's actions lead to our demise would be the greatest misfortune. Saint Chonqing has bestowed immense grace upon our witch clan, guiding Hutu to sainthood and granting the innate treasure to Xingtian, nurturing Dei with all his might. He has shown us great kindness. To repay kindness with enmity is not something our witch clan can condone. Gonggong's voice echoed above the witch clan, drawing the attention of all witches below. The likes of Rushu and Tianwu gazed upon Gonggong with sorrowful expressions, while Qua Fu led the others to kneel before him. Upon witnessing this, Gonggong broke into a smile. Zhu Rong stared blankly at the witches below and at Gonggong in front of him, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this point. Regret and guilt flickered in his eyes. With a furious roar, Gonggong raised a large seal towards the heavens, blue light illuminating the sky. As waves cascaded down from it, the energy melded into Gonggong's being. He turned to Zhu Rong, whispering, "My dear brother, we were born together. They say water and fire cannot coexist. Little did we know, we would truly arrive at this day, at this juncture." Gonggong looked at Zhu Rong and laughed, but as he laughed, tears began to stream down his face. "Gonggong," Zhu Rong murmured softly, flames igniting around him as he too refused to stand idly by. Gonggong was about to destroy both himself and Zhu Rong. "Brother, let us perish together." Gonggong bellowed in anguish, transforming into a streak of blue light as he charged towards Zhu Rong, the waves crashing violently. Zhu Rong's face paled, flames erupting around him in a futile attempt to resist. Gonggong embraced Zhu Rong, and in a roar of fury, they hurtled towards Mount Buzhou. In Zhu Rong's eyes, a look of terror finally emerged, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free from Gonggong's shackles. No. Chapter 45. Nuwa mends the sky. Chonqing's plea for half of the broken mountain. Boom. At that moment, all living beings around, including Chenqing, turned their gazes towards the direction of the broken mountain. Oh no! Chenqing's expression changed dramatically. Gonggong and Zhu Rong had directly crashed into the broken mountain, causing it to collapse. Not only that, a gaping hole appeared in the sky above the mountain. The heavens were collapsing, and the world was fracturing. It was the annihilating black wind from the rift in space. Chenqing gazed at the shattered broken mountain, where layers of black storms swept in. "Nuwa, hurry and mend the sky." Chenqing raised his hand, and the 9 heaven soil floated out. "Use it along with the 5 colored stones to seal that hole." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, all the living beings beneath the broken mountain were thrown into a panic. Especially the human race, who fell into utter chaos. The figure of Laozi materialized above the human race. His calm voice resonated. "Do not panic. I shall protect you all. Remain quietly in your nests and do not emerge." Laozi's towering presence offered some solace and assurance to the frantic humans. They ceased their turmoil and returned to their nests to await further developments. Laozi's expression was solemn as he fixed his gaze on the enormous hole in the sky. The Taiji diagram and the Xianyuan Linglong Tower floated above the heads of the humans. On the side of the witch clan, sorrowful wails arose in unison. A flash of fiery red light vanished from their bodies, indicating that the poison of heavenly fire had dissipated, which meant that Zhu Rong had perished. Naturally, Gonggong, who had crashed into the broken mountain alongside Zhu Rong, could not have survived either in an instant. The witch clan lost 2 of its great ancestral witches. Di Jiang roared, his eyes filled with sorrow, as Shebishur approached. "Big brother, Zhu Rong's demise must be connected to the heavenly court of the demon race." Di Jiang's eyes flickered with cold light. "I know. Gonggong spoke to me about it. Seems Di Jun promised Zhu Rong something, which led Zhu Rong to poison us." A fierce glint shone in his eyes. "Di Jun? Heavenly court of the demon race, I will surely avenge this." "Shebishur, go and stabilize the chaos among my witch clan alongside Qua Fu." "Yes." Boom. The sky above was engulfed by countless black storms. Any being that came into contact with the black tempest was utterly annihilated, their bones reduced to dust. Meanwhile, Nuwa soared into the heavens, enveloped in 5-colored radiance. Her hands radiated brilliance as powerful spiritual energy surged into the 5-colored divine stone and the 9 heaven soil. The 5-colored divine stone shone with a vibrant hue, while the 9 heaven soil transformed into a patch of yellow earth. Nuwa merged the 5-colored divine stone with the 9 heaven soil, amidst the dazzling light. Nuwa gazed at the shattered celestial rift, and with a firm command, she flew towards the gaping hole with the Nuwa stone and 9 heaven soil in hand. Boom, boom. Nuwa, supporting the 9 heaven soil, directly pressed the 5-colored divine stone into the massive rift, causing resounding echoes to reverberate through the sky. Nuwa's complexion turned slightly pale, clearly indicating that this exertion had cost her greatly. Gritting her teeth, she looked at the rift and declared in a low voice, "Nuwa mends the sky." Chonqing narrowed his eyes, watching Nuwa in the air. This was indeed the legendary act of Nuwa mending the sky. Ding. After Nuwa's successful mending, a small five-colored divine stone slowly descended from the heavens, drawing Chenqing's attention. Boom. Moreover, after the terrifying collision that left the broken mountain in ruins, a small section of it actually fractured. Chenqing raised his gaze. Following the fracture of the broken mountain, a jade hand suddenly descended from the sky, reaching towards the broken section. Yuan sure? Chenqing sneered, observing the jade hand. How could I allow you to succeed? This broken mountain is a treasure of the world. Boom! Chenqing flicked his hand, sending a bolt of lightning shimmering into the AI art. In a flash of light, a colossal thunder deity appeared above the broken mountain. Sizzle, sizzle. The thunder deity embraced the fractured section of the broken mountain, while Yuan Shi's jade hand landed upon this broken part. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Yuan Shi's jade hand was instantly severed, 2 fingers falling into the hall of heavenly Dao. Chenqing, you have violated the oath with the Dao ancestor. Yuan Shi's phantom appeared in the sky, glaring at Chenqing, who was cradling the small section of the broken mountain, and roared furiously. Have I truly violated it? The thunder deity regarded Yuan Shi's phantom with indifference. Who have I struck? It seems you were the one who acted against me. You just attempted to seize the broken mountain. Was that not an assault? Yuan Shi fixed his gaze on Chenqing, who chuckled lightly. The broken mountain is inherently an unclaimed object. Now that this small section has fractured, you may seize it. But why can't I? Chenqing's expression remained apathetic. Your seizing does not count as an assault, but mine does. Yuan Shi glared at the thunder deity, whose eyes flashed with murderous intent. It is you who attacked me while I embraced the broken mountain, resulting in the loss of 2 fingers. If we were to truly count, you have already made a move against me, have you not? The thunder deity's gaze turned icy. Yuan Shi, are you seeking death? Yuan Shi's face changed dramatically. He had sensed Chenqing's overwhelming power moments ago. Although he wielded no treasures, he was certain that Chenqing was vastly more powerful than himself. Filled with reluctance, Yuan Shi cast a glance at Nuwa, who was mending the sky. With a cold snort, his phantom vanished from the heavens. With Yuan Shi no longer a hindrance, Nuwa focused entirely on mending the sky. She fixed her gaze on the rift in the heavens, radiant colors erupting around her. As the 5-colored divine stone and 9 heaven soil merged, the gaping hole in the sky began to slowly close. The thunder deity glanced at Nuwa before descending with the broken mountain in his embrace. My lord, this? A mosquito gazed at Chenqing in astonishment. Chenqing focused on the section of the broken mountain. What does my lord intend to do with this? To establish a monument, Chenqing remarked with a faint smile at the section of the broken mountain, before raising his hand to let it descend at the entrance of the hall of heavenly Dao. From this day forth, any of my disciples who scatter will have their names inscribed upon the monument. Chenqing pondered briefly, then directly embedded the wheel of reincarnation within. Any being inscribed on the monument must attach a strand of their primordial spirit. Henceforth, should they perish in the world, they could be reborn through this strand of primordial spirit. As Chenqing's words fell, the section of the broken mountain transformed into a monument, standing tall at the entrance of the hall of heavenly Dao, leaving the mosquito momentarily stunned. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed through the heavens as the world tilted to the southeast, and Nuwa successfully mended the sky. With Nuwa's success, a cascade of colorful rays enveloped her, and countless merits descended from the heavens, flooding into her being. Nuwa mended the sky, benefiting all beings. The living beings gazed at Nuwa and knelt in reverence. Thank you, Lady Nuwa. Chapter 46. The beginning of the battle between the witches and the demon's big brother. Is this what you call the pieces you have laid out? In the demon race's heavenly court, Dong Huang Tai gazed at the shattered sky, turning to Di Jun. What a pity. I did not expect Gong Gong to be so fierce. Di Jun sighed softly. Otherwise, under the poison of heavenly fire, the witch clan would pose no threat. Yet, it was a close call. The heavens nearly collapsed, and the entire Honghuang was on the brink of destruction. Dong Huang Tai lamented, watching Nuwa mending the sky. But now, the heavens have not fallen, which has inadvertently benefited Nuwa. Di Jun sighed softly, and the witch clan will likely harbor deep resentment towards us. Ding! With Nuwa's successful mending, Congratulations to the host for receiving 137,000 merits from the heavenly Dao. 137,000. Chonqing murmured softly. He understood that the living beings of Hongjun must be around that number, thus explaining the substantial increase in his merits. Having mended the sky, Wa hovered above, and the merits surged into her, restoring all her previous losses to their original state. Moreover, her strength continued to rise. Suspended in the heavens, Wa was surrounded by 7-colored radiance, and a faint smile graced her lips, signifying her success. With the successful mending of the sky and the influx of merits, her power received a tremendous boost. Wa glanced at the restored heavens before descending towards the hall of heavenly Dao. She landed beside Chenqing and respectfully spoke. "My lord, I am grateful for your bestowal of the 5-colored stones and 9 heaven soil, which allowed me to mend the sky. Your cultivation has also improved significantly." Chenqing beamed at Wa, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it has improved quite a bit. This is the method of ascension through merits." Chenqing's words caught Wa off guard. "Now, are you still contemplating the path of becoming a saint through the laws?" Wa sighed softly, realizing that she might not be able to tread the same path as her lord. She shook her head. The path of becoming a saint through the laws was not one she could walk. There is no need to be fixated. Every path to sainthood can be ascended through different methods. The path of the laws is one way, and the path of merits is equally valid. Wa respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a dark cloud loomed over the heavens, led by Dijun and Tai Yi. Descending from the heavenly court of the demon race, Chenqing narrowed his eyes, watching Dijun and Tai Yi, murmuring softly, "What swift action! It seems that the matter concerning Zhu Rong was indeed orchestrated by them." Wa's eyes sparkled. "My lord, if it is indeed their scheme, then without the saint's intervention, I fear no one can breach Tai Yi's chaos spell." Chenqing shook his head. "That may not be the case. There are 2 ultimate treasures capable of breaking through the defenses of the chaos spell, and coincidentally, both treasures are in our possession. One is the Pangu banner fused with Xing Tian's axe, and the other is the chaos sword." Chenqing gazed at Wa with a calm demeanor. Thus, Tai Yi is not to be feared, however, to confront the core of the demon clan this time. We must still rely on the witch clan. Summon Hutu to come forth. Chenqing spoke softly to Wa, who respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Upon Huta's entrance, she bowed respectfully to Chenqing, who nodded in acknowledgement. "You have seen it. Dijuan has come to invade. What is your perspective?" "I am already aware of Dijuan's schemes against our witch clan," Huta replied respectfully. "Rest assured, master, our witch clan will not allow the heavenly court to offend you." Chenqing continued, "In this battle, bring forth Xingtian and Dai. I shall summon Erha, Shun and I, and Xiaobai to assist your witch clan." Chenqing pondered briefly before instructing. "Inform Mingi that if he wishes to partake in this battle, I shall impart the method of achieving sanctity through merit once it concludes." Huta's eyes lit up at this, and Chenqing added calmly, "The prerequisite is that his performance in this battle must meet my satisfaction." Huta nodded. If that were the case, there was no fear of Mingi lacking effort. Chenqing then turned his gaze to one, who coyly inquired, "My lord, do you truly wish to send me into danger?" Chenqing, taken aback, mused on whether one was inherently so beguiling. Observing her alluring form, he shook his head. "Your unique abilities are of utmost importance. You need not engage in this battle, but you must undertake another task." Chenqing's eyes sparkled with intent as he looked at Wen. "Why, lord? What is it?" Wen's eyes brightened, relieved that she would not be embroiled in this perilous conflict, believing other tasks could not be as dangerous. "Seek out a being. I shall inform it in advance to await you in the heavenly court. It possesses the formation diagram of the Zhou star array. Chenqing instructed. It will assist you in locating the array's focal point and retrieve the river map and Luo book that suppress the Zhou star array. Your task is to absorb the array." Chenqing fixed his gaze on one. "Regardless of how much you manage to absorb, continue until you can no longer," he added. "You should understand, this is also your opportunity." Wen bowed her head in contemplation, then raised her gaze to Chenqing. "My lord, I shall go forth, and I will surely render the Zhou star array ineffective." Chenqing smiled and nodded as Huta bowed to him before stepping back. Chenqing then called out to the entrance of the Tiandao pavilion, "Sifang, Xingtian, Dai, you 3 may enter." The trio approached with reverence, bowing to Chenqing. "Master, Ancestor, you should have seen the invasion from the demon clan and the heavenly court. In this battle, all rests upon the witch clan. Sifong, lead the Qilin clan and ensure the protection of the human race. I entrust the human race to you. Chenqing directed Sifong, who hesitated slightly. Master, our Qilin clan has recovered over these years. With the dragon and phoenix extinguished, there is no need for the Qilin clan to partake in this conflict. You all must continue to recuperate. As the human race indeed requires protection, Sifong acquiesced and respectfully retreated to the side. Chonqing then turned to Xingtian and Dai, stating, in this battle, you two are pivotal. Xingtian, you need only do one thing. Gather your strength. Do not engage, just accumulate your power. Xingtian was perplexed, and Chenqing explained mildly. Donghuang Tai requires your ultimate strike. Gather all your might for a decisive blow when the moment arises. Xingtian nodded in understanding. Chonqing then addressed Dai. Utilize your Zhentian Bao and the destruction arrows in conjunction with the mixed Yuan Gold Dough. Dai nodded in agreement. Chenqing gazed upon Dijuan and the demon clan in the heavens. Proceed. In this battle, your performance will be paramount. Ding, system detection. The great calamity of the primordial witch demon war has commenced. If the host leads the witch clan to victory, the witch clan shall flourish. Rewarding the host with 1. The great Yin-Yang art of the 3,000 Dao. 2. 320,000 Manor, heavenly Dao merits. 3. Random tier, 100 random treasures. Chapter 47. The Summoning of Warriors Dijuan. I come today solely to avenge my 9 sons. I know the one who shot my 9 sons resides within the Tiandao Pavilion, Dijuan declared with pride, his voice icy. I do not come here for your witch clan. I merely seek to flatten the Tiandao Pavilion and slay the one who killed my 9 sons. If you are wise, take your witch clan and leave. Otherwise, beneath the might of the heavenly court's army, your witch clan shall cease to exist. Dijuan regarded Dijiao with haughty disdain. The being who killed your 9 sons belongs to my ancestral witch lineage. Dijiao responded coolly. Do you still wish for me to retreat? Dijuan paused, his gaze chilling, as Dijiao continued. I am aware of your intentions, so there is no need for pleasantries. Let us engage in combat. With a wave of his hand, the 9 demon generals stepped forward. It is known that your 12 ancestral witches are unparalleled. Yet do you not know who else stands with your clan? He gestured to the 9 demon generals behind him. All 9 possess the power to dominate their own realms. What can your witch clan oppose with? Dijiao scoffed. What? Before the battle even begins, you wish to play mind games. It seems the demon clan and heavenly court are not as formidable as you claim. With such confidence, why not engage in a few duels to test your warriors? Very well, I shall see what prowess your 9 generals possess, Dijiao replied, his eyes steady. Dijuan smiled. You 10 are forbidden from entering the fray. My second brother and I shall not participate, for such a contest would be far too dull. Dijuan squinted, grinning at Dijiao. You are quite the strategist, yet I shall abide by your wishes. Dijiao remained calm, causing Dijuan to momentarily ponder whether the witch clan harbored hidden tactics. Dijuan turned to a demon beast behind him and said lightly, Yingzhao, come forth and experience the witch clan's methods as the opening match. Do not embarrass me. A beast with a horse's body, a human face, and tiger-striped wings stepped forward, bowing toward Dijiao. Under the throne of the heavenly emperor. I am Yingzhao, Dijiao addressed a towering giant behind him. Qua Fu, you shall experience the might of the heavenly court's demon generals. The giant bowed respectfully, and Dijiao cautioned. Remember, do not show mercy. You are inherently kind, but today you must not be soft-hearted. Yes, Qua Fu replied dutifully, wielding a peach staff as he faced Yingzhao. I, Qua Fu of the witch clan, request your guidance, please. Both Yingzhao and Qua Fu regarded each other. Their strengths closely matched, promising an intense battle ahead. And why, Lord, the battle has commenced. Within the Tiandao Pavilion, Nuwa observed the unfolding scene. Chonqing nodded. Indeed, this calamity shall bring untold suffering to the living. With your prowess, why agree to such an oath with Hongjun? Nuwa queried, perplexed. Even against the saints, we should not be inferior, should we? Chonqing shook his head. He was not entirely mistaken. Once the saints engage, the primordial realm is destined for devastation. Have you not seen the madness of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong just now? Nuwa pondered. Yet, if Dijuan, Tai, and Dijiao fight with equal fervor, will the realm not shatter regardless? Chenqing smiled. The heavenly Dao is not foolish. Having learned from this lesson, It will not allow a repeat. The heavenly Dao has been prepared since your restoration of the heavens. Chenqing gazed at the celestial expanse. In this current realm, the self-detonation of quasi-saints cannot harm it. Only a desperate act from a saint might bring about annihilation. My lord, what shall we do? Wa inquired, looking at Chenqing. Chenqing chuckled. Dijuan is astute. Recognizing the witch clan's lack of numbers. Hence, he proposed the duel to test our warriors. Xingtian cannot strike, and Dai, though capable of defeating a demon general, should best use his archery against a multitude of foes. Dai, Chenqing called to the nearby warrior, who approached with respect. There is a demon general named Ci Tai. Are you aware of him? It is said to be the demon clan's arms general. Renowned for forging sharp and robust weapons, the source of the heavenly quartz blades, Dai replied, having heard of Ci Tai. Chenqing nodded in agreement, calmly stating, your target is he Dai in this duel. You need not reveal yourself. Remain hidden within the witch clan and await the opportunity to slay him with a single arrow. Dai was taken aback but nodded in understanding. Chenqing then turned to Xingtian. Your mission should be clear. Gather your strength for a single strike to annihilate Donghuang Tai. Xingtian nodded affirmatively, and Chenqing looked towards Ha and the Chaos Sacred Dragon. You two shall assist the witch clan. Ha, there is a great demon among them named by Zhe. Chenqing's eyes sparkled with determination. This demon is intelligent and a bringer of auspiciousness, likely serving as the demon clan strategist. Bring him to me, whether through persuasion or coercion. Ha sighed, expressing his concerns. Master, are you certain I won't be the one captured? You are a 22nd century canine, not a match for these ancient demon beings. Chenqing retorted with a glance. Use your wits, Xiaobai. Pursue a demon general named Hongyun. Chenqing smiled at the Chaos Sacred Dragon. This fellow has ties to the Phoenix clan. Moreover, when the great battle commences, it plays an indispensable role in group combat. If the general's battle includes it, you must engage, and it would be best to slay the enemy on the spot. The Chaos Holy Dragon nodded. And Chenqing cast a glance at him. Do not fear the cost. As long as you do not perish, I assure you, I can restore you to your original state, or even make you more formidable. The Chaos Holy Dragon respectfully acquiesced, while Nuwa hesitated, saying, My lord, if you arrange it this way, won't it pose a problem if Hongjun finds out? Chenqing replied with a faint smile. Do you think Hongjun has not made arrangements? The reason why Emperor Jun is so audacious is that he undoubtedly has Hongjun's support and schemes backing him, he stated calmly. Furthermore, my agreement with Hongjun is that saints are not to intervene, and that merely means they should not take action. It does not imply they cannot participate in other matters. Inform the River of Oblivion that it is permitted to take action. Chenqing calmly instructed Nuwa. You should also take Fuxi with you and protect him in secret. This is his chance to attain sainthood. The art of yin-yang and the unfolding of the universe allows him to deduce others' techniques, the trajectories of their strikes, and predict the traces of their impending spells. Anticipate the enemy's moves and become a true master of fate. If Fuxi wishes to attain sainthood, he must become a genuine master of fate. Your covert protection will ensure his safety. Chapter 48. The terrifying power of Xiaobai Nuwa did not foresee that this would concern Fuxi's attainment of sainthood. Chenqing would not deceive her. She respectfully complied and went to find Fuxi. Chenqing gazed at the surrounding heavenly Dao temple and sighed softly. They said I would be a salted fish. But what kind of salted fish is this? There are countless matters to worry about. In midair, Quafu and Ing Zhao were furiously attacking each other. Each strike of Quafu's peach staff carried unparalleled might. Ing Zhao, wielding a long spear, had luminous wings that shimmered, transforming into streaks of light that flickered around Quafu, relentlessly thrusting towards him. Clang, clang, Quafu defended against Ing Zhao's spear with his peach staff. Each impact sparked brilliant flares, and Quafu's expression grew stern, his gaze profound. With a low shout, Quafu seized the opportunity, sweeping his peach staff horizontally, striking Ing Zhao's long spear with tremendous force. Boom. With that single blow, a resounding explosion echoed, and Ing Zhao was violently sent flying. Such immense strength. Ing Zhao stared at Quafu, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Quafu's power was indeed formidable. A faint blue glow enveloped Ing Zhao, and as he gazed at Quafu, his figure flickered once more. The blue light extinguished, revealing blue flames igniting on his body. Upon seeing this, Quafu began to spin his peach staff in front of him, and blossoms of peach flowers erupted from it. Fu murmured softly, "Spirit of the peach wood, entangle for 100 days in the heavens." Fu's demeanor turned solemn as the peach flowers blossomed from his staff and floated toward Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao was startled, watching Fu. Buzz, buzz. The peach blossoms entwined, surrounding Ying Zhao instantly. Fu's figure appeared above Ying Zhao, and with a low shout, the peach staff came crashing down. Boom! Ying Zhao raised his spear defensively, and with a thunderous sound, the blue flames surrounding him dissipated. He let out a muffled groan, having sustained light injuries from this strike. "Break for me!" Ying Zhao gritted his teeth and shouted, countering with a kick directly to Fu's chest. Boom! Fu was also sent 10 meters back from the kick, and they both gazed at each other, with Ying Zhao's hands trembling and a dent appearing in Fu's chest. Their battle reached a stalemate, and Emperor Jun murmured, "Ying Zhao, return. This round is undecided." Di Jiang shook his head while observing Fu, a sigh in his eyes. Fu lamented, "Ancestor Wu, I was wrong again. I should not have shown mercy." Di Jiang spoke slowly. "Fu, it is commendable that our Wu clan harbors goodwill, but you must understand to whom that goodwill should be extended." He pointed at Fu's chest. "Your moment of kindness nearly cost you your life. Such goodwill is not benevolent but rather foolish, Ancestor Wu." Fu's face flushed with shame, and Di Jiang shook his head, stating that if Fu had not held back, the peach blossom formation would have launched a second wave, and Ying Zhao would have been defeated long ago. "Di Jiang, this first battle is a draw. For the second battle, Shongyang, you shall take the stage." Emperor Jun glanced at Shongyang, who sluggishly stepped forward. Shongyang? Observing the avian figure, Di Jiang frowned. He did not know much about Shongyang, only that he had some connection to the Phoenix clan and was not weak. This fellow. Just as Di Jiang prepared to assign someone to confront Shongyang, an excited roar sounded from behind. "I'll take him!" The Chaos Holy Dragon Xiaobai, with eyes gleaming, fixed his gaze on Shongyang, for this was the very foe his master sought to vanquish. Di Jiang was taken aback and turned to the Chaos Holy Dragon, who nodded at him. "Leave this fellow to me. Have no worries." Di Jiang hesitated slightly, while the Chaos Holy Dragon had already stepped forward. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow. "Di Jiang, this should not be one of your Wu clan subjects, right?" The Chaos Holy Dragon shot a glance at Emperor Jun. "Are you not aiming to flatten the Heavenly Dao Temple?" "I hail from the Heavenly Dao Temple. Does that not make me a part of the Wu clan? What difference does it make?" "The Heavenly Dao Temple." Emperor Jun's eyes gleamed brightly, then he quietly transmitted to Shongyang, "At all costs. Slay it, understood." Shongyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he transformed into a green whirlwind, charging towards the Chaos Holy Dragon. "Excellent." The Chaos Holy Dragon's eyes sparkled, watching Shongyang approach, and with a hearty laugh and a low shout, he charged directly at Shongyang. "This is the aura of chaos." Emperor Jun's pupils constricted as he observed the gigantic white silhouette, while Tai Yi beside him was equally astonished. Could it be born from chaos? Impossible! Shongyang, previously brimming with confidence, suddenly became flustered as blue flames ignited on him, and a blue tempest surged forth, forcing him to retreat. With a roar, Xiaobai unleashed a dragon's roar, his white luminescence erupting skyward as he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon. Eyeing Shongyang, "Where do you think you're going?" As the dragon soared, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and even Di Jiang and the other ancestor Wus felt a tremor. "A dragon? The dragon race?" Shongyang cried out. "This is impossible. Among the dragon race, aside from the ancestor dragon, no dragon possesses 9 claws. How can this be?" Xiaobai disdainfully snorted. "Ancestor dragon. Were it not for my voluntary descent to serve my master here, would there be an Aotion such as the ancestor dragon? Today, I shall show you what a true ancestor dragon is." Xiaobai, with an air of arrogance, let forth a dragon's roar that resonated through the skies. Excitedly fixating on Shongyang, "I never realized I was this powerful." This was Xiaobai's first time unleashing his full strength. He had always been by Chenqing's side, but had never truly displayed his prowess. "Grand cataclysm of wind and fire," Shongyang softly called out, as the blue tempest surged, carrying blue flames directly towards Xiaobai. "You think such meager flames can scorch me?" Xiaobai sneered, his massive form plunging directly into the blue flames. Unyielding and undaunted, "Allow me to show you the might of this holy dragon, Chaos Dragon Claw." Xiaobai declared with a low voice, as 9 dragon claws shone brilliantly, merging in the air. Buzz! The 9 dragon claws fused together in the sky, and the chaotic aura enveloped Xiaobai as he let out a dragon's roar, his eyes filled with exhilaration. As the 9th claw merged into the 10th, both Emperor Jun and Taiyi's expressions changed drastically. Chaos Holy Dragon's 10th claw. Hongyun, retreat quickly, Hongyun bellowed, while Xiaobai laughed uproariously. Retreat? Can you escape? Come to me and perish. Boom! The immense Chaos Dragon Claw descended with terrifying force, capturing Hongyun amidst his dread. Chapter 49. The Alliance of the River of Oblivion and Kuanpeng. What a fearsome being! Observing the awe-inspiring Xiaobai in the sky, even Di Zhang's eyes revealed trepidation. This Xiaobai was entirely on par with them. His roots were so formidable, even surpassing the ancestor dragon. Shebishir approached. Gazing at Xiaobai, astonishment etched in his features. Truly, he is the guardian divine bird beside Saint Chenqing. The ancestor Wus, including Tian Wu, could not help but exclaim in admiration. The power Xiaobai exhibited was utterly terrifying. Die! Xiaobai laughed heartily, relishing the moment. Is this what a quasi-saint is? Too weak, utterly feeble. Such a quasi-saint? Halt! A furious roar reverberated. It was Emperor Jun, witnessing Shang Yang's life hanging by a thread. He could not help but roar in anger. Golden flames cascading down. Xiaobai glanced at Emperor Jun with disdain in his eyes. You think you can save him? Do you not see who I am? Xiaobai, full of arrogance, tightened his dragon claw. And with a resounding boom, as Hongyun attempted to speak, he was crushed before he could utter a word. Deafening explosion echoed as Emperor Jun's fury erupted. Xiaobai regarded the descending golden flames with a cold snort. And with a wave of his claw, he swatted at the golden flames. Boom! With a single strike, the golden flames exploded, and Xiaobai staggered back 100 paces, gazing at Emperor Jun with pride. Emperor Jun, in a duel, life and death are determined by fate. Your interference is wholly unreasonable. Di Jiang stood before Emperor Jun, gazing at him coolly. Its strength is on par with ours, having slain my demon lord. How do you expect me to respond? Emperor Jun glared at Di Jiang, pointing at Xiaobai and angrily whispering. You previously stated that, apart from my 10 ancestral witches and your 2 brothers, all others are fair game in battle. Is that not so? Di Jiang maintained an expression of indifference, while Di Jun appeared momentarily stunned. Di Jiang pointed at the little white creature. If that is the case, why can it not engage in combat? Di Jun, if you wish to duel, let us duel. If you prefer a collective battle, then we shall engage in a collective battle. Di Jun's pupils constricted, and a long laugh erupted. Since it is a duel, I presume I may also join the fray. Which demon commander shall enlighten me? An endless sea of blood surged forth, and the figure of Ming He materialized beside Di Jiang, grinning as he regarded Di Jun, whose countenance immediately grew darker. Ming He, the venerable ancestor Ming He nodded. Demon Emperor Di Jun, Eastern Emperor Taiyi, I have long heard of your illustrious names. Where is Kuanpeng, the foremost among the 9 demon commanders? Renowned as the demon master? What, do you wish to challenge me? A voice resounded from the heavens, obscuring the sun and casting a vast sound across the void, revealing the silhouette of Kuanpeng. The demon master Kuanpeng. Ming He narrowed his eyes. I have heard that you are the strongest beneath Di Jun and Taiyi among the demon race. How about we engage in a contest? Ming He raised a hand, and the primordial treasures, Yuan Tu and Abai, circled around him. Kuanpeng's pupils narrowed in response. These 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures were indeed formidable. Yuan Tu, Abai. Kuanpeng snorted coldly. This is your reliance. I presume? Truly powerful. If considered in isolation, they could rival any one of the 4 swords of Zhexian. Ming He smiled. The demon emperor Di Jun possesses the He Tu and Luo Hou alongside the 9-dragon sword, while Eastern Emperor Taiyi has the innate supreme treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. And you? What do you possess, Demon Master Kuanpeng? Kuanpeng remained silent, and Ming He shook his head. I have entered the tutelage of the Saint of Chenqing, who has promised to teach me the path to sanctity after this battle. He gazed at Kuanpeng. I wonder what treasures the honorable ancestor Hongjun has bestowed upon you in the service of Di Jun and Taiyi. Do not tell me it is merely a wisp of Hongming purple qi. Kuanpeng understood that this was Ming He's scheme to sow discord. yet it struck directly at his innermost thoughts. Dijun barked, "Ming He, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why resort to verbal sparring? Then I invite the demon master Kuan Peng to provide instruction." Ming He chuckled, and Kuan Peng snorted. Transforming into a gray-robed figure, his mana coalescing around him. Buzz, buzz, radiance shimmered, as Yuan Tu and Abai surged towards Kuan Peng. Unfazed, Kuan Peng unleashed an overwhelming burst of mana with a mere wave of his hand. These two individuals, Dijiang, Dijun, and the others watched as Ming He and Kuan Peng clashed. Ming He's advantage lay in Yuan Tu and Abai. Their synergy rivaled even the innate supreme treasures. Conversely, Kuan Peng excelled in mana, having transformed countless times, his depth of mana unfathomable, yet he lacked powerful magical artifacts. As they battled in the skies, their conflict intensified, echoing through the heavens. Dijun and Dijiang furrowed their brows. What were these two up to? High above, Ming He whispered to Kuan Peng. "The Saint of Chonqing has instructed me to inquire whether your tasks have been completed." Kuan Peng replied softly, "I have already positioned that little fellow at the heart of the Zhoutian Star Do formation. But that little one is not even a quasi-saint. Can he achieve anything? The arrangements of the Saint of Chonqing have their own rationale. Our battle shall serve to lay down seals in the sky." Intercepting Dijun and Tai Yi, Ming He spoke softly. "Now?" Kuan Peng was astonished, and Ming He nodded. "The Saint of Chonqing has said that once that little one reaches the formation's heart, he will act, and we must set up immediately. The Saint of Chonqing has instructed us to delay Dijun and Tai Yi for at least 49 days. Ming He urged quietly, as an endless sea of blood surged forth from behind. "I shall serve as the heart of the formation. Even the Eastern Emperor Bell of Tai Yi cannot utterly obliterate me. You need only lend me your supreme mana to assist." Kuan Peng nodded. Speaking gravely, "You should be aware of what you will face. I also have tasks entrusted by the Saint of Chonqing, and after assisting you, I must depart." Ming He laughed heartily. "Rest assured, my sea of blood is boundless. As long as the sea endures, so shall I. I fear not even a saint, let alone Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi." Kuan Peng nodded, then let out a cry. Transforming into his true form, soaring into the skies, as boundless mana flowed from him into Ming He. Ming He's body erupted with a thunderous roar, morphing into an endless sea of blood, which spread across the heavens, radiant bloodlight flashing forth, sealing the skies. These two seemed to be behaving rather suspiciously. Dijiang noticed the anomaly, and Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances. "What is the demon master scheming?" Dijun frowned, while Tai Yi shook his head. "Why does it feel as though he is collaborating with Ming He rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle? It seems they are preparing something." Dijun articulated what Tai Yi sensed, and the brothers exchanged worried glances, sensing a foreboding. Could it be that Kuan Peng? This is bad. It is the blood river sealing the heavens. Dijun's expression changed dramatically, as the starlit brilliance surged forth from his being. The Zhoutian Star Do formation is under attack and rapidly weakening. Chapter 50. The Saint's Covert Intervention. Demon Master. Fury filled Dijun's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the vanishing silhouette of Kuan Peng. The Demon Master has betrayed us. He has aligned himself with the faction of Chenqing. The Zhoutian Star Do formation is the foundation of our heavenly court. Elder brother, we must return immediately. Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's countenance shifted dramatically as he spoke solemnly. "Go." Dijun nodded, but Dijiang and his kin would not allow them to retreat so easily. "Dijun, since you have come, how could we let you leave unscathed? Begone," Dijun roared, unleashing his formidable cultivation, while Dijiang sneered. "We shall see if you possess the strength to do so." Dijiang moved, and the remaining 8 ancestral witches followed suit. The 12 ancestral witches, with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong having fallen, and 2 having attained sanctity, could only watch this scene unfold. The 9 great ancestral witches pressed forward to encircle Dijun and Tai Yi, as Dijun bellowed, "Jiming, lead them through the breach." "We must return to the heavenly court at once," Jiming complied, rallying the remaining ghost chariots and the demon commanders, including Jiuying, to assault Dijiang and his kin, as breaking through this gap became paramount. Dijiang waved his hand, and the great witches of the Wu tribe surged forth, as among the myriad beings, Xing Tian and Da Yi concealed themselves within the Wu tribe, advancing stealthily. A terrifyingly sharp aura coalesced around Xing Tian. his form exuding an air of lethal precision. Chi Tai, Dai, wielding the Zhantian Bao, fixed his gaze intently upon Chi Tai among the demon race, his bowstring taut, brimming with intent. Feng Bo, at that moment. The great witch Feng Bo of the Wu tribe was locked in fierce combat with Chi Tai, their exchanges fierce and unyielding. Splat, splat, blood flew as figures plummeted from the heavens, a brutal struggle for survival unfolding between the demon and Wu races. Clang, clang, the resonating sound of bells echoed incessantly, as Eastern Emperor Tai Yi summoned the Chaos Bell, facing the onslaught of 4 ancestral witches, including the mightiest, Di Jiang. Yet Eastern Emperor Tai Yi remained unfazed, effortlessly maneuvering through the assault of the 4 ancestral witches, while surrounding Di Jun were only the 2 ancestral witches, Shi Bai and Tian Wu. Even so, bereft of the He Tu and Luo Hou, Di Jun found himself unable to breach the combined might of the 2 ancestral witches. Chenqing stood outside the heavenly Dao observatory, his gaze fixed upon the fierce battle below, his expression thoughtful, concealing the heavenly secrets. I wonder what Hongjun intends to do. Chenqing observed the grayish power enveloping the blood sea laid by Ming He, seemingly obscuring the heavenly secrets, likely the influence of Hongjun. Nu Wa, sensing something, Chonqing turned to Nu Wa beside him. Go to Ming He's side and investigate. I have a feeling that Hongjun may be preparing for something. I wonder who he will send to take action. Given your current strength, unless he personally descends. Otherwise, none shall fear him. Nu Wa's eyes sparkled. With the red embroidered ball bestowed by the Lord, I am confident I can contend with any other saint. Be cautious. Chenqing nodded, and Nu Wa vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. The great catastrophe of the primordial era, those who endure the tribulation shall earn the merits of the heavenly Dao. Chenqing's gaze flickered. This must also be the reason Hongjun is instigating the next calamity. Having set up the heavenly seals, Ming He was poised to counter the strikes of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Yet he found the Wu tribe to be remarkably formidable, leaving Di Jun and Tai Yi with no opportunity to strike. He reclined confidently in the heavens, quietly observing the battle below, when suddenly, an intense sense of crisis surged through him, causing him to tremble. His pupils contracted as he scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing. Yet it was precisely this absence that heightened his sense of dread. That sharpness and brilliance felt utterly capable of annihilating him, akin to the furious strike from before that nearly shattered 70% of his essence. Could it be a saint? Ming He's heart raced with uncertainty. Yet the agreement between the saint of Chonqing and Hongjun should deter any saint from acting, right? Fear not. Just as Ming He's mind wavered, a gentle voice resonated in his mind, startling him. It was Nu Wa. Perhaps a saint truly has descended. Knowing that Nu Wa was nearby, Ming He felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, yet soon, a fresh wave of unease stirred within him. Only in this manner would the opposing saint not harbor any suspicions. A scheme began to take shape in Ming He's mind. If he remained too composed, the other party would undoubtedly grow suspicious. In a state of perpetual unease, one could only maintain their guise, ensuring that the other party remained unsuspecting. Thus, Ming He, with remarkable cunning, could not find solace, even as the barriers he meticulously crafted revealed flaws time and again. At that moment, a furious roar resounded, echoing through the heavens, accompanied by a torrential downpour. The figure of Jimming surged dramatically as he looked skyward and bellowed in wrath. With a thunderous boom, the Shizi before him was forcefully repelled. Jimming, lifting his gaze toward the direction of Ming He, unleashed an earth-shattering roar, charging forth with his magical artifact emanating a piercing radiance, directly thrusting towards Ming He's blood river. Ming He's eyes glinted with sharpness as Jimming launched his assault. A chill crept into his heart. The hidden sage could no longer restrain himself. He would undoubtedly take action. Ming He clenched his teeth in silence, aware that this sage would surely intervene, though the identity remained shrouded in mystery. Was it Yuantu or Abi? Ming He murmured softly, and at his call, Yuantu and Abi surged forth to confront Jimming directly, while he himself remained heedless. Let us see who you truly are. Ming He understood well that if he shielded himself with Yuantu and Abi, the sage would be deterred from making a move. Only by presenting the illusion of an opportunity for the opponent to eliminate him could he provoke them into taking that risk. In the shadows, Nu Wa was his beacon of hope. He could only place his faith in her. Wa, the second sage of heavenly law, had received gifts from the Chonqing Daoist and was personally instructed in the path to sainthood. Possessing the merits of mending the heavens, Mingyi was convinced that Wa, at this moment, was undoubtedly the strongest sage beneath Chonqing and Hongjun Daozu, fully capable of safeguarding him. As anticipated, following a fierce clash with Jiming, a flash of sword light suddenly pierced through the void, its origin obscured. Humph! Observing the myriad sword shadows unleashed, Wa let out a cold snort. Indeed, a sage had intervened, the might of a single strike capable of obliterating all. Break! Wa commanded with a calm yet chilling tone, as her red embroidered ball surged forth, colliding with the thousands of sword shadows, which shattered one after another. Following Wa's strike, a sword fell from the heavens, which she grasped, yet her brows furrowed. The sword was without a master. Chapter 51. Xingtian strikes Tai, Dui kills Zetian Wa. The endless sea of blood morphed into the visage of Mingyi, respectfully bowing before her. Wa nodded, mind your own affairs. Which sage has made their move? Mingyi could not help but inquire. Wa glanced at the sword in her hand. Do you recognize this sword? This is the Chenqing sword. Mingyi's countenance changed dramatically. Wa scrutinized him as he solemnly stated, the treasure of the Tongtian sage. The Chenqing sword, Tongtian? Wa paused, recalling the quiet, seemingly aloof young man. Could it really be him? In Wa's consciousness, Tongtian's presence was faint. Not like the arrogance of Yuanshi, and they had no significant interactions. Wa spoke slowly to Mingyi, you should continue to guard this place. I will report this matter to the Lord and ascertain whether Tongtian acted under Hongjun's instruction or on his own accord. Mingyi respectfully acknowledged her command, and with a flash, Wa vanished into the void. Fuxi, witnessing the brutal battle, felt a pang of compassion and chose not to linger further. Observing Fuxi's return, Chenqing sighed. The Emperor Fuxi was ultimately too soft-hearted. He turned his gaze to Wa, who presented the Chenqing sword. The adversary has only struck once, and it was from the shadows. Upon failing, they retreated, leaving only this Chenqing sword behind. Chonqing regarded the Chenqing sword, his eyes flickering. Wa softly remarked, my lord, Mingyi claims this sword belongs to Tongtian. The one who struck from the shadows is undoubtedly him. If you were Tongtian, would you wield this sword to attack Mingyi? Chenqing asked Wa, who paused, deep in thought. That is too evident. Whether successful or not, the sword remains unclaimed, yet it unmistakably signifies its master as Tongtian. This matter is laden with intrigue. If it is not Tongtian, Wa's eyes gleamed. Then it must be Hongjun. Aside from him, who else could compel Tongtian to relinquish ownership of the Chenqing sword? Bring me to the Lord. Chonqing instructed Wa, who nodded and departed to find him, while Chenqing contemplated the Chenqing sword. Within the heavenly realm, the mosquito transformed into its true form, at the core of the Zhoutian starry array, voraciously absorbing the celestial energies around it, with the Hichu and Luo Hou hovering above. The mosquito's eyes sparkled with excitement as its power surged with the influx of celestial energy. This Zhoutian starry array is indeed formidable. The figure of Chenqing appeared beside it. Observing the array with a solemn expression, Dijuan has become aware and is racing back with Tai. We do not know how long Mingyi can endure. The mosquito fixed its gaze upon the Hichu and Luo Hou. Once I break the array's core, you must seize the Hichu and Luo Hou. Without them, this array will be rendered useless. This array cannot be destroyed. Chenqing's eyes flickered. The mosquito shook its head. The array is founded upon the cosmic stars, an endless expanse of the universe, with the heavens as its foundation. The 360 star banners are intricately linked. To obliterate it entirely is beyond even a sage's capability, let alone mine. I can only shatter its core to incapacitate the array. The mosquito's words prompted Chenqing to nod. Then I will devise a plan to seize the Hichu and Luo Hou. Let us hasten. Chenqing's focus was fixed on the Hichu and Luo Hou, for Chonqing had previously promised that if he acquired it, it would be bestowed upon him. This was also one of the reasons for Chenqing's treachery. As Mingyi stated, with his cultivation and strength, he merely lacked a worthy artifact. Beneath Mingyi, Dijuan and Tai, with the assistance of Jiming and other demon lords, broke through the blockade of the ancestral witches, shattering Mingyi's seal in the skies. Mingyi silently lamented. Dijuan was formidable, transforming into his true form of the three-legged golden crow, the fiery sun blazing intensely, evaporating the blood river. As if that were not enough, Tai was also present. With two great golden crow clans joining forces, Mingi found himself utterly unable to withstand their assault. I cannot hold on. Mingi roared, and with the resounding strike of the Donghuang bell, his blood sea erupted violently. Dijuan's eyes glowed crimson. Retreat. Go. Tai echoed with urgency, unleashing the Donghuang bell, surrounded by countless stars, its brilliance illuminating the surrounding area for miles. Dazzling beyond compare, sizzle, sizzle. Any witch that approached was utterly obliterated. Tai bellowed towards the demon faction, fall back, return to the heavenly court. Donghuang Tai. Amidst the pursuing witches, a pair of eyes pierced through the crowd. Fixated on every move of Donghuang Tai, harnessing the momentum of heaven and earth, he gathered an unmatched force. Xingtian observed Tai's direction, stealthily traversing through the ranks of witches. At that moment, Donghuang Tai suddenly felt a pang of foreboding. A surge of intense danger flooding his heart, causing him to shudder. He scanned the surroundings. The source of this inexplicable danger eluded him, but he sensed it was close at hand. As Donghuang Tai's gaze swept across the area, upon locking eyes with Xingtian, a tremor coursed through Xingtian's heart. Donghuang Tai continued his search, and in that instant, Xingtian's eyes shone with determination as he made his move. Donghuang Tai seemed to catch wind of something amiss and abruptly turned, only to behold a blindingly radiant golden axe beam. What is this? Donghuang Tai's pupils constricted. An overwhelming sense of danger emanated from the colossal golden axe beam. Donghuang Bell, Donghuang Tai whispered, as the five-colored brilliance illuminated the heavens. The chaotic sacred might resonating throughout the universe, the Donghuang Bell hovering before him. Open for me. Xingtian's massive form surged upward, wielding his axe, delivering a powerful cleave, the heavenly blade cutting through the chaos as the primal light ignited. Boom! Xingtian's axe struck the chaotic bell, resounding thunderously across the heavens. The bell tolled relentlessly, and the five-colored radiance surrounding the chaotic bell was instantly shattered. Donghuang Tai's expression shifted drastically. How is this possible? Is this the might of Panga Banner? Xingtian's gaze was fierce, relentlessly striking with the axe in hand. Fixated on Donghuan, the Chenqing spread its wings and departed directly from the heavenly court, leaving behind a withered Zhou star array. When Dijuan and Tai returned with the demon clan, Dijuan was consumed by rage. He bellowed, Bifong, was it not your duty to guard the Zhou star array? And this is what you have done. A fiery bird soared from afar, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, Your Majesty, it was the demon master who said you should use the Zhou star array to annihilate the witch clan from afar. So he was summoned to oversee the formation. In an instant, Dijuan understood. This was the doing of Chenqing. His eyes brimmed with fury and resentment. Chenqing, once again. You may leave now. Donghuang Tai sighed, gesturing for Bifong to withdraw respectfully. Dijuan gazed at the empty Zhou star array, his heart heavy with bitterness. Brother, we have suffered defeat, he murmured, while Donghuang Tai's eyes blazed with determination. No, we have not yet faltered, elder brother. Flames surged around Donghuang Tai. When we first established the heavenly court, did we possess the strength we have now? Back then, the heavenly court comprised merely a few hundred beings. Together, as brothers, we rallied the myriad beings, unified the tribes, established the demon clan, built the heavenly court, and swept across the heavens. Who could stand against us? Now, due to Chenqing's treachery, we have lost this array. Yet we are not defeated. We have not perished. Donghuang Tai's spirit surged with battle intent. The heavenly court still stands, and our demon clan possesses hundreds of thousands of beings. The witch clan has yet to ascend. What do we have to fear? Dijuan spoke softly, but Shangyang and City have perished, all due to my failings. Had I not been so arrogant, had I not trusted Chenqing so blindly? His eyes were filled with sorrow. Now even the Hichu and Luo Hou are gone. The Zhou star array lies in ruins. And we are no longer a match for the witch clan. Donghuang Tai grasped Dijuan's shoulder. Elder brother, though we have lost our treasures, we can seek the sage Hongjun for aid. He will not refuse us. It is precisely because Shangyang and City have fallen, and Chenqing has betrayed us, that you must gather your strength. Otherwise, my demon clan, my heavenly court, will truly meet their end. Do not forget the fate of the primordial three clans. Dong Huang Tai spoke earnestly, his words causing Dijuan to shudder. The primordial three clans, Dijuan gasped, observing Dong Huang Tai's anguished expression, his heart quaking. Yes, we are not dead. We have not lost. Let us first consolidate the demon clan of the heavenly court, calling upon all beings of our kind in the wilderness to gather here. Dijuan turned to Tai. Brother, you shall preside over things here. I will go to Zixiao Palace and beseech the sage Hongjun for treasures. When I return, we shall continue our assault on Buzhou Mountain. Dong Huang Tai finally breathed a sigh of relief, solemnly assuring Dijuan. Elder brother, rest assured, I will ensure the demon clan gathers its strongest forces. Dijuan glanced back at Jiming, then surveyed the remnants of the army behind him, letting out a fierce cry as he transformed into his true form and soared towards Zixiao Palace. Dong Huang Tai watched Dijuan's departing figure, a hint of resignation in his eyes, then turned to Jiming. Issue a decree for all the demon clans to converge upon the heavenly court. Dijiang sought an audience with the sage. Outside the hall of heavenly Dao, Dijiang stood respectfully with his head bowed. The grand doors of the hall swung open with a resounding boom, and Dijiang stepped inside with reverence. The heavenly court has retreated. The witch clan has suffered significant losses, yet the demon clan has endured losses thrice as grievous. I request the sage's guidance for our next steps. Wait. Chenqing looked at Dijiang with a faint smile. The strength of the witch clan lies in the earth, not the heavens. However, if the witch clan ascends, the demon clan will be unable to resist. So we must wait. Wait. Dijiang was puzzled as Chenqing played with the Chenqing sword in his hands. With a wave, 10 primordial spiritual treasures soared into the air within the courtyard. 1 supreme treasure, 3 exquisite primordial spiritual treasures, and 6 high-quality primordial spiritual treasures. The witch clan's losses will require time for recovery, but time is of the essence. The annihilation of the demon clan is imminent. He turned to Dijiang. Take these 10 treasures and distribute them among your witch clan, striving to minimize casualties in the forthcoming battles. Dijiang was overjoyed, respectfully accepting them. Chonqing stated calmly, I have already dispatched Xiaobai and Mingyi to eliminate Dijuan, with Nuwa secretly following to prevent any intervention from the sage. Dijiang was taken aback. As Chenqing gazed towards Zixiao Palace, Hongjun obscures the heavenly secrets, allowing the sage to strike at Mingyi. I must retaliate against him at least once. Though his plans and schemes may fail, mine shall surely succeed. Chonqing extended his hand, a chaos pearl hovering in his palm, concealing the heavenly secrets, the chaos supreme treasure. Dijiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Chenqing smiled at him. One must break before they can establish anew. The rise of the witch clan begins now. Dijiang understood what needed to be done. He respectfully withdrew, glancing at Xingtian and Dai at the door, nodding to them before departing. Master. Xingtian and Dai entered from outside. Xingtian wearing a regretful expression. I have disappointed you, master. I was unable to breach Tai's Eastern Emperor bell. Chonqing regarded Xingtian and chuckled. That is the Eastern Emperor Tai, the strongest defense below the sages. If you could easily slay him, he would not be the Eastern Emperor. He then turned to Dai. You appear quite elated. I presume you managed to fell city? Now do you understand your position? Dai nodded. In the midst of 1,000,000 troops, I claimed the enemy's head. Thank you, master, for your guidance. I now comprehend my path forward. Chonqing looked behind them. Where is Hutu? The battle has concluded. She should have returned by now, should she not? In this battle, the great witch Quafu and Fengbua have fallen. Dai's eyes bore a hint of sorrow. The ancestral witch Hutu is currently in the land of reincarnation. Attempting to give them form, however, she has only just begun to engage with reincarnation, so it remains uncertain whether she can achieve this. She is still exploring. I see. Chonqing nodded, his eyes lighting up as he smiled. Dijuan has indeed headed towards Zixiao Palace. Chapter 53. The 33 Heavens ambush Dijuan in the 33 Heavens. Dijuan hastened towards Zixiao Palace at full speed. His heart brimmed with hope. As long as the sage Hongjun granted him treasures, he would have no fear. Yet, while the prospects appeared bright, reality proved cruel. Just as he neared Zixiao Palace, he beheld a vast ocean, a sea of blood. An endless expanse of blood stretched across the sky, directly obstructing the 3-legged golden crow that was Dijuan. He cried out, Mingyi, what do you intend to do? The boundless blood sea transformed into the form of Mingyi, who laughed heartily. Haha, Dijuan. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Dijuan trembled, staring at Mingyi. You've been waiting for me? You knew I would appear here? Is it the sage? Does he dare to intervene against me? You ought to be unaware, right? While I took on the form of Mingyi to block your escape, a sage attempted to obliterate me, only to be thwarted by Lady Nuwa. Since Hongjun Daozu obscures the heavenly secrets, even prompting a sage to strike at me, how could Chonqing not retaliate? You are simply unfortunate. The sage has chosen you. Mingyi gazed at Dijuan with a sigh. Dijuan scoffed coldly. Do you think that without the Hichu and Luo Hou, you have me at your mercy? Even with the Yuan-tu and Abi. Seeking to slay me would be akin to dreaming, Dijuan sneered dismissively, while Mingyi regarded him with a knowing smile. This look sent a chill down Dijuan's spine. Behind him, a dragon's roar resonated, as the chaos sacred dragon Xiaobai blocked his retreat. Mingyi chuckled. Since it is a plan devised by the sage, how could there not be a measure of certainty? Dijuan, I fear you will not leave here alive today. Dijuan's pupils contracted. He gazed at Xiaobai, who grinned. Hunting the heavenly emperor aligns perfectly with my identity, Dijuan scoffed. That remains to be seen. Whether you possess the ability to do so is another matter. We are so close to Zixiao Palace. I refuse to believe that the sage Hongjun is unaware. Then let us see whether he will strike. Mingyi laughed heartily and charged at Dijuan, the Yuan-tu and Abi swirling around him. Humph! Dijuan snorted coldly. Golden flames erupting from his body. Mingyi transformed into a streak of bloodlight, the Yuan-tu and Abi assaulting Dijuan relentlessly. The two swords of the Yuan-tu and Abi. Dijuan gritted his teeth. Had he the Hichu and Luo Hou, he would not fear the Yuan-tu and Abi. How dare Mingyi act against him? He must also keep an eye on that fellow. While fending off Mingyi's onslaught, Dijuan had to remain vigilant of the chaos sacred dragon's presence. For it could strike at any moment, Mingyi sneered. Dijuan, do you still dare to be distracted while battling me? Do you truly believe you are still the heavenly emperor demon sovereign with the Hichu and Luo Hou? Blood light surged as the endless blood river enveloped Dijuan. Not only that, but the Yuan-tu and Abi bore down upon him with a fierce sword intent, transforming into countless sword beams encircling Dijuan. The sword beams flashed incessantly as Dijuan dodged rapidly, the golden flames consuming the sword beams. He glanced towards Zixiao Palace, his gaze flickering. His only hope lay within Zixiao Palace. He must break through Mingyi's encirclement. As long as he reached Zixiao Palace, even if merely within its vicinity, they would dare not continue their assault. It was time to gamble. Dijuan gritted his teeth, golden flames igniting around him, his sword light suddenly flaring to life as the Nine Dragons' sword appeared in his grasp. Mingyi, prepare to die. Dijuan charged at Mingyi, who was taken aback. Has Dijuan truly lost his mind, daring to engage him in a full frontal battle? Humph! Do you think you can contend with me wielding merely a high-quality primordial spiritual treasure? As Mingyi let out a cold laugh, the formidable Yuan-tu Abi charged directly towards Emperor Jun. Boom! The Nine Dragons' sword erupted explosively the moment it clashed with Mingyi and Yuan-tu Abi, causing Mingyi's expression to shift drastically. This is bad. He had not anticipated that Emperor Jun would be so resolute, resorting to the self-detonation of a top-tier spiritual treasure, clearly intending to fight to the death. The air was filled with deafening roars as Emperor Jun, casting a fierce glance towards the direction of Zixiao Palace, declared, "Now is the time. Let's go." Amidst the chaos of the self-detonation, Mingyi found it impossible to pursue. And with a flicker, Emperor Jun soared into the sky, making his escape towards Zixiao Palace. Just then, a colossal figure descended from above, blocking Emperor Jun's path, 9 dragon claws materializing in the void, wishing to flee. Have you consulted me? Emperor Jun, the heavenly emperor of the demon race, has long yearned to teach you a lesson. Little Bai grinned widely. Let me see if your strength is worthy of the title of heavenly emperor. Damn it! Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on the unexpectedly appearing chaos sacred dragon. Little Bai, he was so close to success. Yet it had to be this rascal, haha, chaos sacred dragon claws. Little Bai exclaimed with excitement, having realized his formidable strength after slaying Shongyang. Now he felt no fear towards Emperor Jun. What manner of being is this, so immensely powerful and terrifying. Emperor Jun stared intently at Little Bai, utterly ignorant of the latter's true nature. Little Bai, thrilled, continued to unleash claw after claw, as Emperor Jun howled in agony, the three-legged golden crow soaring through the air, golden flames raining down upon Little Bai. Meanwhile, Mingi had retreated from the self-detonation of the nine-dragon sword, directing his attention to Emperor Jun in the sky. Emperor Jun, now I shall see where you can escape. Yuan Tuobi, wielding an incomparably sharp aura, surged towards Emperor Jun enraged and despondent. Emperor Jun roared in despair, having just rekindled his grand ambitions. How could it be that he would meet his demise here, utterly unwilling to perish at the hands of Mingi and the others? If death is inevitable, then you shall accompany me in my burial. With a furious roar, Emperor Jun howled to the heavens, an endless inferno of golden flames igniting. Mingi and Little Bai gazed solemnly at Emperor Jun, who was burning his own essence. This was clearly a path to self-destruction. Be cautious, Little Bai warned Mingi gravely, to which Mingi replied calmly. I understand. If he truly harbored a death wish, he would self-detonate. Rather than resorting to this, burning his essence, he is merely sacrificing his foundation, still clinging to hope, intending to double his strength at the cost of his own vitality, and then break through our encirclement. Little Bai was taken aback, and Mingi sneered. He still harbors hope for Hongjun Daozu. Even if he burns his essence, as long as he sees Hongjun Daozu, there lies a chance for recovery. After all, Hongjun Daozu is a sage, and the methods of a sage are beyond our comprehension. Now, we shall see what that fellow will do. Mingi looked up at the heavens, ignoring the burning essence of Emperor Jun. Chapter 54. Seeking Hongjun My Lord. In the celestial Dao temple, Wen smiled mischievously at Chenqing, who cast her a sidelong glance. Do not look at me like that. What expression is that? I am merely thanking my lord. Wen shot a sidelong glance at Chenqing. If it were not for my lord's arrangements, I would not have such an opportunity. It seems you have gained quite a bit this time. Chenqing glanced at her, and Wen extended her hand, causing brilliant starlight to erupt from behind her, filling the sky with constellations. Quite a substantial harvest, Wen nodded. I absorbed part of the stellar essence from the great array of the heavenly stars. But unfortunately, my strength is still too weak. Chenqing observed her. Your own foundation is not high, but due to the fusion of the powers of the starry sky, your foundation is gradually transforming. Wen's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chenqing, who continued calmly. Among the myriad paths, there exists one that governs the stars, known as the Great Stellar Art. He looked at one. After you assimilate the powers of the great array of the heavenly stars, you should be able to comprehend the way of the stars. In the future, you will have the opportunity to govern the starry sky. One was taken aback. She had never considered this, but as Chenqing painted the vision, she seemed to glimpse her own future, her eyes glowing with fervor. My lord, how about I become your consort? Chenqing was deep in thought regarding Wen's proposition when her words nearly caused him to choke. Just like he and Emperor Jun, Wen gazed at Chenqing with fervent eyes, while he stared blankly at her, wondering what on earth was going through her mind. Do you understand what that means? Chenqing's gaze was peculiar, and Wen shook her head. I do not know, but I am willing to follow my lord. You? Chenqing was speechless. Let's discuss this once you understand what it means. For now, focus on comprehending your way of the stellar essence. Wen pouted in dissatisfaction before moving to sit cross-legged beside the world tree of the great Dao, absorbing the way of the stellar essence within her. Her surroundings shimmering with starlight. Just then, Wa entered, smiling at Chenqing, who inquired perplexedly, What are you smiling about? Wa glanced at Wen. Wen does not understand the meaning, but I do. Does my lord look down on Wen's foundation? Feeling she is unworthy? Chenqing shook his head. Wa crouched down, looking up at Chenqing. Then what does my lord think of me? How about I become your consort? You. Chenqing stared blankly at Wa, who smiled radiantly. What? Does my lord also look down on Wa? I? Chenqing swallowed hard. As a downtrodden individual from the 22nd century, it wasn't that he looked down upon them, but rather that he simply dared not entertain such thoughts. What is going on with you today? Chenqing wondered, perplexed by why both Wen and Wa seemed eager to offer themselves. Little Bai and Mingi intercepted Emperor Jun, who, in a desperate bid, burned his essence. Ultimately, Kuanping appeared, using the Hichu and Luo Hou to suppress Emperor Jun's primordial spirit, while Little Bai and Mingi joined forces to slay him. Chenqing was even more puzzled. Is this not an outcome that should have been anticipated? What is so strange about it? What does this have to do with your actions today? Nuwa looked at Chenqing. This indicates that my lord stands in opposition to Hongjun Daozu. And my lord has secured absolute victory. The demon race's celestial court is effectively a mere facade. She smiled brightly at Chenqing. My lord, this means that from now on, you shall embody the grand momentum of the celestial Dao. In the world of Hongyun, you shall be the principal character of the heavens, the embodiment of cosmic fortune. Her gaze glimmered. Thus, whether it be Nuwa or Wan, naturally, they wish to draw closer to my lord. The deeper the connection, the better. What, my lord, do you not favor Nuwa? Nuwa's large eyes gazed at Chenqing, who suddenly understood that this was the reason. The great struggle has yet to conclude, and any outcome remains possible. Could you be too anxious? Chenqing looked at Nuwa in silence. Nuwa is merely expressing her trust in my lord. Nuwa beamed sweetly at Chenqing, who shook his head, and just then, Little Bai burst in from outside. Master, observing the odd interaction between Chenqing and Nuwa, Little Bai inquired curiously. What are you two doing, master? How will you reward me this time? Chenqing quickly rose, while Nuwa shot a glare at Little Bai before turning to leave. Little Bai, baffled, turned to Chenqing with a flattering demeanor. I completed the task perfectly this time. It perched upon Chenqing's shoulder. I also killed Xiangyang. In this endeavor to slay Emperor Jun, I exerted considerable effort. Had it not been for me, Emperor Jun would have escaped long ago. Chenqing and Mingi approached respectfully, bowing. We pay our respects to the sage. Chenqing regarded the two of them, then smiled. In this battle, you both performed admirably. My earlier promises shall undoubtedly be honored. Mingi, aside from Yuan Tu and Abi, you should possess a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Qingyun sword, correct? Chenqing looked at Mingi, who nodded in surprise. Hand the Qingyun sword to me, Chenqing instructed, and Mingi naturally complied, presenting the Qingyun sword. Chonqing tossed it to Chenqing. The Hichu and Luo Hou are yours, and this sword is also bestowed upon you. Chenqing smiled at Chenqing. You have made significant contributions this time. Thank you, sage. Chenqing rejoiced, while Mingi felt a pang of regret. After all, that was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Chonqing turned to Mingi with a grin. Do not wear such a mournful expression. If you wish to attain sanctity, you require not only methods but also something else. Mingi looked at Chenqing, his eyes brightening. Chonqing continued slowly. This thing resides with Hongjun. I will personally request it from him. He raised the Chenqing sword in his hand. Moreover, this matter has yet to conclude. Once I visit Zixiao Palace and return, this sword shall also be granted to you. Mingi was overjoyed and Chonqing looked at him. Your performance this time has been acknowledged by Nuwa. You should maintain this momentum moving forward, rest assured, sage. From now on, I, Mingi, shall serve under your banner, never to betray. Mingi immediately vowed earnestly. Excellent, then you may take your leave. Rest for a while, and remain vigilant to the movements of the celestial court. Chenqing rose, gazing towards the direction of Zixiao Palace. My lord, I will accompany you. At that moment, Nuwa approached, aware of Chenqing's intentions. Let us go. Chenqing did not object, nodding to Nuwa, and then they transformed into two streaks of light, swiftly departing towards Zixiao Palace. We bid farewell to the sage. The River of Oblivion and the Chenqing exchanged respectful bows, and then, with a shared glance, both harbored their own scheming thoughts. With the departure of the sage, it seems that Hongjun would find himself in an even more precarious position. Chapter 55. Hongjun's scheming big brother. In the celestial realm, Dong Huang Tai gazed forlornly towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. Tears cascading from his eyes, his expression filled with profound sorrow. I shall surely avenge you, he murmured softly, before unleashing a mournful cry that echoed throughout the heavens, sending shivers through the hearts of all creatures of the demon race. The Heavenly Emperor, the demon leaders, including Ji Ming, stared blankly at the hall, their hearts heavy with the implications of Dong Huang Tai's lament, each pair of eyes awash with grief. Father, in the realm of Fusang, Luya emerged from the golden flames of the sun. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman draped in a magnificent golden robe, who stepped forth from the fire. Mother! Luya gazed sorrowfully at this woman. The consort of the heavenly emperor, he. Her eyes bore no trace of emotion. Your father has perished. She looked firmly at Luo. As the son of the heavenly emperor, you must inherit your father's aspirations. Lead the demon race and restore the glory of the heavenly realm. Ascend to the heavens and dominate the earth, for only you shall reign supreme. Luo wore a bitter expression. If it were not for my 9 brothers, my father would not have launched an assault on the Buzhou mountain, nor would he have met such a tragic end. Everything is because of me, he replied coolly. Luo, your father's ambition lies within the cosmos, within the primal chaos, in unifying heaven and earth, in dominating the myriad realms, not in petty vengeance. You carry the bloodline of the emperor. If you remain so ineffectual, your father shall truly die with his eyes unclosed. Seek out your second uncle, join the demon army, and lead the demon race. If you perish in battle, it is your own failing. If you survive, after this war, the bloodline of Emperor Jun shall bring glory to the heavens. From this day forth, I shall travel across the lands of the demon race, spreading our civilization and teachings, laying the foundation for the resurgence of our kind. At this moment, Chenqing had already arrived outside the Purple Cloud Palace with Enwa. As Chenqing gazed upon the familiar palace, he felt a swell of emotion. The grand entrance stood wide open, and with a gentle smile, he led Enwa inside. Hongjun sat in the main seat, quietly observing as Chenqing entered. Chonqing regarded Hongjun calmly. Fellow Daoist, since you have graciously opened the doors, you must have anticipated my visit today, and surely you know the purpose of my arrival? Hongjun looked at Chenqing and nodded, signaling to Haoyan, who respectfully departed. After a short while, he returned bearing an ice bed, upon which lay a figure, pale and seemingly in a deep slumber. Chenqing and Enwa exchanged glances. Recognizing the figure on the ice bed, Tongtian. What does this mean, fellow Daoist? Chenqing inquired, his gaze fixed on Hongjun. Hongjun replied slowly, regarding the matter of the Chenqing sword, I am already aware. This is my answer to you. My disciple, Tongtian, was ambushed during his retreat, gravely injured and left unconscious, and his Chenqing sword was stolen. Thus, the plot against the River of Oblivion ensued. I shall uphold my pact with you, but the mastermind behind this, I do not know. You come seeking justice. This is my account. Hongjun looked at Tongtian. My disciple remains unresponsive. If you doubt me, you may inspect his injuries yourself. What is this? Chenqing noticed a round mark on Tongtian's forehead. The location of his injury, as a terrifying force relentlessly destroyed his primordial spirit. Enwa felt a tremor in her heart, while Chenqing's gaze flickered, sensing a familiar aura emanating from that mark. Chenqing raised his eyes to Hongjun. Yet regardless, the assailant must be a sage, wielding your disciple's Chenqing sword. You bear responsibility for this matter, Hongjun sighed. It is precisely why I refrained from intervening in Emperor Jun's affairs. Fellow Daoist, you conceal the heavenly secrets, yet events unfold before my very eyes. How could I remain ignorant? Hongjun regarded Chenqing. Our conflict lies in the grand scheme of things, not merely in the wins and losses of a single battle. I would not breach our agreement for the sake of momentary triumph. According to your words, this sage, who remains unknown, stealthily ascended to sagehood, ambushed the primordial beginning, and subsequently schemed against the River of Oblivion? Who could this be? What is their motive? I cannot deduce the identity of this sage. Hongjun shook his head. However, their intentions are clear. To incite a bitter feud between us. Only then can they reap the benefits. Hongjun looked intently at Chenqing. Thus, dear friend, be wary of falling into their trap. I watched Emperor Jun fall before my eyes, and this is to provide you with an explanation. Hongjun sighed. As you have stated, I bear responsibility in this matter. The Dao ancestor may not know where I hail from. Chenqing regarded Hongjun with a faint smile. I comprehend your schemes. He pointed at Tongtian. Tongtian attaining sagehood as your disciple, combined with the treasures you bestowed upon him, leaves scarcely any being capable of injuring him. Hongjun's gaze flickered as Chenqing continued. To my knowledge, even in a covert ambush, the one who could inflict such harm upon him must be either you, me, or Enwa. If it were not the two of us, then it must be you. Chenqing's eyes bore into Hongjun's, who was about to speak, but Chenqing shook his head. I know what you wish to say. The fall of Emperor Jun. Your inaction stems not from an inability to rescue him, but a refusal to act. Chenqing regarded Hongjun with a smile. Your thoughts are swifter than mine. The inability to rescue stems from the fact that should you act, I would inevitably discover it, especially knowing that Enwa lurks in the shadows. Thus, you cannot intervene. As for the refusal, the reasoning is even simpler. Emperor Jun's Hichu and Luo Hou have been lost. The grand array of the constellations is rendered useless. Yu, Emperor Jun is merely a quasi-sage. Though such sages are few, they offer little utility. Yet you perceive another value in Emperor Jun. Only his death can unleash this potential to its fullest extent. In the first battle of the witches and demons, both the demon race and you face defeat. Emperor Jun's demise could unite the demon race and the heavenly realm, Dong Huang Tai. Consumed by a desire for vengeance, would rally the demon forces. Thus, the combat prowess of the demon race's heavenly realm would multiply, especially under Tai's leadership, invigorating the spirits of the demon folk. Chenqing looked at Hongjun. This is the true reason you do not wish to save Emperor Jun, because you intend to use his death to incite a profound hatred within the demon race against me. Chenqing sighed. Hatred can render them even stronger, forging a tighter unity. Hongjun, you truly have a heart of stone. Hongjun remained silent, while Haoyan and Yaoqi gazed at him in astonishment, questioning whether their master truly harbored such intentions. Enwa felt a profound shock as well, realizing Hongjun's intricate machinations and how he seemed to perceive everything. Chapter 56. Chenqing confronts Hongjun. Chenqing felt a lingering trepidation. Hongjun's schemes were truly terrifying. He had orchestrated Emperor Jun's assassination, obscured the heavenly secrets, and awaited Hongjun to fall into his own trap. Yet, Hongjun had already calculated the aftermath of Emperor Jun's demise, effortlessly allowing him to remain aloof while ensuring Emperor Jun's annihilation fell within his grand design. This would unify the demon race, forging a common front against their enemy, while simultaneously displaying his magnanimity and glossing over the Chenqing sword incident. Thirdly, the karmic repercussions of Emperor Jun's fate would be assigned to himself, leaving him untouched by the consequences, a triple benefit, all while extricating himself cleanly from the fray. With Tongtian in his current state, he remained outside the web of causality. Chonqing felt an echo of fear in his heart. Uncertain whether Hongjun had further schemes awaiting him, this individual, who had attained sagehood solely through his own efforts, was indeed formidable. You think too much. Hongjun raised his gaze to Chenqing. As you said, I bear responsibility concerning the Chenqing sword. Thus, I refrain from intervening in Emperor Jun's matters. This merely demonstrates my sincerity. There is not as much to it as you presume. Hongjun's demeanor was calm, while Chenqing countered with a cold smile. Is that so? Then what of him? He pointed at Tongtian. Tell me, who possesses such power to inflict a grievous injury upon Tongtian? Even I could not reach that position. The soul and primordial spirit are all bound within. Chonqing pointed at Tongtian's forehead. This indicates that the one who struck unexpectedly must be someone Tongtian holds in great trust. Among the sages of the myriad realms, only you and the other two of the Sanqing, Laozi and Yuanshi, could achieve such a feat. Laozi has been preaching among the human race, while Yuanshi lacks the strength to severely wound Tongtian while retreating without leaving a trace. Only you, Hongjun, could accomplish this. Chenqing's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Hongjun, who fell silent. Ding! The system detected Hongjun's murderous intent. The host must make the following choices. Choice 1. Immediately cease speaking and leave, rewarding the host with a special ability. The wise adapt to circumstances, capable of turning peril into safety. Choice 2. Continue to provoke Hongjun with words. Should Hongjun become enraged and attack the host, reward the host with 3 strands of primordial purple qi. If the host manages to slay Hongjun in the ensuing chaos, an additional reward of 1 complete method among the 3,000 Great Dao, the Great Debate Technique. Murderous intent? Hongjun actually harbored murderous thoughts towards him. This suggests he disregarded that so-called Daoist oath entirely. Choices? What choice to make? Clearly, it must be the second. He gazed at Hongjun and continued. As a venerable master, to prioritize your own interests by ambushing your own disciple is utterly disgraceful. Chenqing stepped forward to confront Hongjun directly, locking eyes with him. You unhesitatingly cast aside Emperor Jun as a pawn, showing no regard for his loyalty to you. This is truly unjust. Under the solemn oath of the Dao, you harbor murderous intent towards me simply because I have unveiled your true nature. which is an act of insincerity. Revered as the patriarch of the Dao by myriad beings, yet you disregard the welfare of the celestial beings, failing to impart knowledge or wisdom, and treating them as mere fodder for your own selfish desires, which is an act of inhumanity. In response to my provocation, as the foremost sage beneath the heavenly Dao, you lack even the courage to verbally counter me or to take action against me, which is an act of cowardice. You fancy yourself as a master strategist, weaving intricate plans that no one can discern, yet I have effortlessly exposed your duplicity, which is an act of folly. We were once equals, and I have dwelt within your Zixiao palace for quite some time, yet you have never deigned to host me, remaining aloof and unapproachable, which is an act of disrespect. Hongjun, I must ask you, with your lack of shame, virtue, sincerity, humanity, courage, wisdom, and courtesy, what face do you have to call yourself the patriarch of the Dao? What qualifications do you possess to speak of celestial beings? Do you truly deserve such a title? Chenqing scoffed, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder behind him. His voice resonated like thunderclaps throughout the Zixiao palace. Chenqing's low growl echoed through the entire palace, leaving Haoyin and Yaoqi in stunned silence, taken aback by the ferocity of his words. The intensity of Chenqing's accusations was profound, enough to rattle even Hongjun, causing his countenance to flush with anger. Chenqing's rebuke was so overwhelming that it sent tremors through Hongjun's heart, unleashing the murderous intent he had kept concealed. Without any pretense, Hongjun regarded Chenqing, slowly rising to his feet. You claim I lack courage and courtesy? You assert I am unworthy of being the patriarch of the Dao? Here it comes, he has arrived. Chonqing suppressed his excitement, watching as Hongjun's murderous intent intensified. His expression bore nothing but disdain. Is that not the case? What do you seek to intimidate me with? Chonqing smirked coldly. Hongjun, even if I do not pursue this matter, you would not dare to lay a hand on me, would you? You do not pursue me? Hongjun's gaze was fixed on Chenqing, a formidable aura surging forth. Even if the heavenly Dao punishes me, today I shall teach you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Do you possess the strength for that? Chonqing replied with a chilling smile, as lightning crackled around him, his gaze resting indifferently on Hongjun. Hongjun snorted coldly, a green radiance emanating from him, the creation jade plate materializing beneath him. Let me see what abilities you possess to utter such brazen words. With a wave of his hand, beams of light erupted, revealing at least a dozen treasures surrounding Hongjun, each one a primal spirit treasure. Chenqing's eyes flickered as he recognized that among these primal spirit treasures were several high-grade ones. A few supreme-grade treasures, and even 2 primal divine artifacts. Surprised, Chenqing thought. This Hongjun, even when distributing treasures to his disciples, has retained a significant arsenal for himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking Hongjun into action. As a reward, the host receives 3 strands of primordial purple energy. Should the host succeed in slaying Hongjun, a complete discourse on the 3,000 great avenues shall be awarded. To slay Hongjun? A spark of eagerness ignited in Chenqing's eyes. What if he succeeded? Even if he could not kill him, inflicting a beating would still be a source of immense pride. After all, this is the patriarch of the Dao. The Chaos Sword. Chonqing raised his hand, and the Chaos Sword soared from within him, infused with chaotic energy and sharpness, its grayish-white light shimmering. Chaos Spirit Treasure. Hongjun's eyes narrowed. Aside from the creation jade plate, he possessed no other Chaos Spirit treasures. There are 4 Chaos Divine artifacts, and now only his creation jade plate remains, along with the elusive Chaos Pearl, while there are 12 Chaos Spirit treasures. With only 4 remaining, Chonqing alone possessed 2, the other 2 having been destroyed along with the self-detonation of Enyang and Qinkuan, meaning he too had only 2 left. As the Chaos Sword approached, Hongjun could only summon the creation jade plate, for even the primal divine treasures could scarcely withstand the sword's edge. Chapter 57. Destruction of the Zixiao Palace. I've fallen for this cunning little brat's trick. Observing Chenqing's excited demeanor and the madness in his eyes, Hongjun finally realized he had been deceived. What does this rascal intend to do? Hongjun could not fathom why Chonqing deliberately angered him, engaging him in such a fierce battle. What was his true aim? The Chaos Sword. What other trump cards does he possess? Hongjun's eyes glinted with sharpness as he waved his hand, causing the creation jade plate to radiate with brilliant light. The 3,000 avenues. Hongjun raised his hand, the 3,000 avenues swirling around the creation jade plate. As he looked at Chenqing and directly summoned the plate, boom, boom. The 3,000 avenues took turns assaulting Chenqing's chaos sword. And Chenqing's eyes widened in awe. This creation jade plate truly lives up to its name, observing the myriad 3,000 avenues. If these 3,000 avenues were complete, I cannot fathom the extent of power the creation jade plate would possess. The essence of the 3,000 avenues that Chenqing had acquired was akin to the incomplete versions within the creation jade plate. They were but fragments, just like the Great Thunder technique. Chenqing's eyes glimmered with determination as he focused on the creation jade plate. He had integrated 81 thunder techniques to achieve the complete Great Thunder technique. Yet the Great Thunder technique surrounding the creation jade plate contained only 49 techniques. Merely the initial half of the complete technique. This was the sole vulnerability of the creation jade plate. Great Thunder technique. Chonqing smiled softly, then pointed directly to his forehead, where a radiant thunder mark ignited. Great Thunder technique. Hongjun surveyed Chenqing, his eyes revealing trepidation. Chonqing extended his hand, and the thunder mark pulsated in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the thunder mark. The thunder sovereign manifested. Hongjun trembled at the sight of the thunder mark, and as Chenqing raised his hand, the thunder god descended, aiming a strike directly at the creation jade plate. Sizzle, sizzle. As the thunder god descended, the Great Thunder technique surrounding the creation jade plate was instantly absorbed and merged into it. Upon witnessing this, Hongjun's expression shifted. This is bad. This brat has actually conceived a method to breach my creation jade plate. The Great Thunder technique was absorbed by the Thunder Sovereign. One of the 3,000 avenues was diminished, and the creation jade plate suddenly revealed a gap. With a wave of his hand, Chenqing sent the chaos sword whistling forth. The sharpness of the chaos sword made Hongjun feel an acute sense of danger, and he formed a protective barrier with 4 defensive treasures hovering before him. Observing this scene, Chonqing could not help but admire. This Hongjun truly fears death. He is exceedingly cautious. It's certain I cannot kill him, but I must make him suffer. Chenqing scanned his surroundings, and with a swift thought, a plan materialized. Hongjun, meet your end. Chenqing bellowed, and the sword light of the chaos sword shot skyward, charging directly towards Hongjun, whose pupils constricted. To kill me? Hongjun's eyes displayed uncertainty. Chenqing's full-force eruption resembled a genuine attempt on his life. Does this fellow have hidden means? Hongjun scrutinized Chenqing, but the next moment, he was bewildered. What was this chaos sword energy? He realized that Chenqing's chaos sword energy was circumventing him, not targeting him. What was he plotting? What does he intend to do? Waves of chaos sword energy whizzed past him, crashing down around the Zhixiao Palace, causing deafening roars to reverberate. As he observed the chaos sword energy rampaging and demolishing everything within his Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun was utterly flabbergasted. Is this the demeanor of one who aims to kill? He suddenly comprehended, fixing his gaze on Chenqing, gritting his teeth. You never intended to engage me in a life-or-death battle from the outset. Your true objective was to destroy my Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun grasped the situation completely. Chenqing had never aimed to kill him. With the creation jade plate in hand and so many primal spirit treasures for protection, how could I possibly slay you? Relying solely on the chaos sword? Chenqing shot Hongjun a glance of disdain. Since becoming a saint, Hongjun had never felt such fury. He was struggling to contain his emotions. I merely wish to convey that some schemes come with a price. Chenqing cast a calm glance at Hongjun before retracting the chaos sword. He turned to Nuwa, speaking softly. Let us depart. Hongjun, do not forget your oath. To violate the Dao oath invites heavenly punishment. Hongjun's expression darkened as thunderous roars gathered above the Zhixiao Palace, radiating an unfathomable heavenly might. Having acted against Chenqing, he had effectively breached his own Dao oath. Thus, the heavenly Dao would inevitably punish him. Although it was not a grave predicament, he would certainly face some consequences. Hongjun glanced at the protective treasures surrounding him, letting out a low sigh. My lord, are we leaving now? Nuwa inquired, perplexed. Chonqing smiled. What? We've already fought, and the Zhixiao Palace lies in ruins. What more do you wish to accomplish? Did we not come here for a purpose? Nuwa's gaze was odd. Chonqing regarded her. What purpose did we come here for? What needed to be known has already been revealed, Chonqing stated calmly. Tongtian was injured by Hongjun, and it was Hongjun who instigated the conflict with Mingyi, though he suppressed his strength at that time. Hence, your intervention against Mingyi's assassination was warranted, Chonqing continued with composure. He has indeed grown rather reckless. Nuwa's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. How does my lord know this? What caused the scar on Tongtian's forehead? With a graceful gesture, Chonqing summoned the fallen sacred Dan into his palm. Do you perceive any difference between that scar and this sacred Dan? Is not the aura identical? Nuwa extended her hand to receive it, her expression shifting dramatically as she gazed at Chenqing. My lord, this elixir, the power contained within it. Chenqing nodded. It possesses the might of the fallen saints, effective solely against saints. And the injury upon Tongtian was indeed inflicted by such a sacred Dan. However, the one crafted by Hongjun is merely a half-finished product, not yet complete, which is why Tongtian did not perish. Or perhaps, this is merely a trial by Hongjun. Our primary purpose in seeking Hongjun is not to obtain something, but to remind him to refrain from being so reckless. If he continues on this path, I shall no longer be courteous. Raising his Zixiao palace would serve to convey my stance. Keep this sacred Dan. It may prove invaluable in the future, but remember, do not use it lightly, for it is my only one. Chapter 58. The Celestial Court prepares for a second assault on the witch clan holding the sacred Dan. Nuwa quietly observed Chenqing, who sat beneath the five elements divine tree. Such a precious item. Why would my lord entrust it to me? It harbors the power of annihilating saints, and yet my lord himself is merely a saint. Why would he hand it to me? Chenqing, meanwhile, was watching Hongjun atop the five elements divine tree and beckoned. Why do you linger up there? Can a male still lay eggs? Hongjun descended respectfully, addressing Chenqing. Saint, this is the five elements divine tree. My cultivation here accelerates exponentially. Did I not bestow upon you the five elements divine stone that fell from Nuwa when she mended the sky? Chenqing inquired, perplexed. Hongjun glanced behind him. The five-colored divine stone had been absorbed into his five-colored divine light, enhancing his divine abilities, albeit not significantly advancing his cultivation. To elevate, one's cultivation still relies on one's own comprehension. Hongjun spoke with reverence, and Chenqing nodded. Indeed, you are astute. Why have you summoned your disciple down, saint? Hongjun questioned, puzzled. Chenqing replied, do you still remember the grudge against your mother? I dare not forget. A flicker of sorrow and fury crossed Hongjun's eyes. Chenqing calmly continued, Dijun is dead, but Dong Huang Tai Yi and the celestial court of the demon clan still remain. Hongjun was taken aback, and Chenqing regarded him. If you wish to avenge with your own hands, you must possess commensurate strength. Your mother's last drop of essence blood was devoured by a golden-winged pung. Hongjun nodded in understanding, and Chenqing stated, thus, the golden-winged pung shares a certain karmic bond with your mother, and it possesses a five-elements diagram. Hongjun's eyes brightened, and Chenqing added, cultivating within the five elements diagram will allow your progress to soar tremendously, enhancing it tenfold or more. Hongjun comprehended, gazing at Chenqing, ready to speak, but Chenqing gently interjected. The golden-winged pung currently resides in the western wilderness, merging your mother's essence blood at the foot of Ling Mountain. I understand. Hongjun bowed respectfully to Chenqing, who smiled and nodded, watching him retreat with deference. After a moment of contemplation, Chenqing called out to the entrance, and Sibu Xiang entered, bowing respectfully. Master, how does the Qilin clan coexist with the human race? Chenqing inquired. Sibu Xiang replied. The human race reveres the Qilin clan as divine. When your clan's patriarch fell, he made a grand vow with his innate merits, declaring that the appearance of Qilin would herald auspiciousness. Hence, the Qilin clan is blessed with fortune. The human race is weak, yet under the protection of the Qilin clan, they can thrive in peace. Chenqing regarded Sibu Xiang. Though the Qilin clan remains secluded, you must now emerge. Sibu Xiang was taken aback, then respectfully asked, what would you have me do, master? Chenqing spoke slowly. Your god-slaying spear is one of the most formidable weapons in existence. And the Chaos Cauldron, a treasure of chaos, bears the essence of chaos itself. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. In the battle between the witches and demons, the core lies with Tai Yi, who is protected by the innate treasure, the Dong Huang Bell, rendering him invincible. Previously, Xing Tian launched an assault with the Panga banner but could not breach the Dong Huangbel's defenses. Your Chaos Cauldron combined with the God-slaying spear can unleash an unparalleled strike. Does Master wish for me to assassinate Dong Huang Tai? Sibu Xiang's gaze flickered. Chenqing nodded. Certainly, but you alone cannot accomplish this. However, you are a crucial part of the plan. Chenqing observed Sibu Xiang, who replied with respect. Whatever Master commands, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well, come closer. Chenqing gestured, and Sibu Xiang approached respectfully, as Chenqing whispered instructions while Sibu Xiang nodded reverently. Meanwhile, within the demon clan's celestial court, Dong Huang Tai gathered the demon lords, not only uniting all the demon generals but also welcoming several powerful allies. His eyes sparkled like lightning, surveying the surroundings, exuding an aura of sovereign authority that commanded respect. Our last assault on the Witch clan was too hasty, resulting in the defeat of our celestial court. The demon lords, including Ji Ming, displayed expressions of resolve. Dong Huang Tai declared solemnly, "This time, our celestial court has made ample preparations. We shall obliterate the Witch clan." Ji Ming stepped forward from the crowd, bowing to Dong Huang Tai, East Sovereign. Our demon clan now boasts an army of 300,000 celestial soldiers, and I, Ji Ming, volunteer to lead the charge against the Witch clan. The demon emperor was slain by them, and we seek to avenge him. A deep enmity shone in Ji Ming's eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a figure rose from the crowd. Dong Huang Tai clasped his hands in greeting. Dong Wang Gong. The Dao ancestor has named me the foremost male immortal, and I have yet to serve him in any capacity. Now that the celestial emperor has fallen victim to the Witch clan, and the Dao ancestor is at odds with that Chenqing, I have come to assist your celestial court, bringing along some esteemed friends who possess great abilities, hoping they can be of service to you. Tai was overjoyed, rising to express his gratitude. I thank you, Dong Wang Gong, for your aid. Your friends must surely be formidable. Are they present? Dong Wang Gong stroked his beard with a smile. The first is the chief disciple of the primordial beginning, the vice-head of the Chan school, who has long cultivated at Lingzhou Mountain's Yuanju Cave, known as the Lantern Holder. As Dong Wang Gong spoke, a figure radiating light like a lamp emerged from the hall, powerful and profound in cultivation. The Lantern Holder bowed to Dong Huang Tai. Lantern Holder greets the East Sovereign. To have a fellow Daoist assistance is a blessing for Tai. Dong Huang Tai hurriedly returned the gesture, and Dong Wang Gong chuckled. The second is one of the strongest disciples of the Tongtian, a divine whip that commands respect across the wilderness, accompanied by the three-eyed black wind tiger. An extraordinary beast, Zhao Gongming. Ha ha ha, I, Zhao Gongming, greet the East Sovereign. A robust man riding a black tiger floated forward, laughing heartily. Tai acknowledged the Daoist. I have heard of Zhao Gongming. His name reached my ears when the celestial court was first established. Dong Huang Tai regarded Dong Wang Gong, the Lantern Holder, and Zhao Gongming, then sighed. With the assistance of these three, Tai is filled with absolute confidence to annihilate the Witch clan and restore order to the heavens. Dong Wang Gong waved his hand. East Sovereign, I have one more esteemed friend whose abilities are exceptionally formidable and unique. Dong Huang Tai's eyes lit up, and Dong Wang Gong grinned. Let me introduce Brother Lu Qi Tianchan. It is indeed our fortune to have him join us. Chapter 59. By Zhe deceived into the heavenly Dao view. Daoist friend, do you truly possess a method to breach the heavenly Dao view? At the foot of an unnamed hill, two figures, one silver and one white, were roasting meat by the riverside. The white figure displayed a look of astonishment. Rest assured, Hai has assured me of a method. He would not deceive you. The silver figure, still lingering in this realm, was Ha, while the white figure was the demon lord Bai Zhe. What are you preparing now? Bai Zhe inquired, eyeing the familiar roasted meat with curiosity. Ha grinned. This is the treasure to break the heavenly Dao view. Just this? Bai Zhe stared blankly at the roasted meat, incredulous. You picked up a recently deceased demon beast, skinned it, and roasted its bones. This is your treasure to breach the heavenly Dao view. Come, just take a bite, and you will know. Ha drooled, tearing off a leg and offering it to Bai Zhe, who hesitated, yet curiosity piqued as he considered this treasure's potential to breach the heavenly Dao view. Seeing Ha devouring it with delight, Bai Zhe took a tentative bite, and then he staggered. Astonished by the flavor of the roasted meat, observing Bai Zhe's reaction, Ha chuckled. How is it? Quite delicious, is it not? These seasonings were meticulously crafted by Ha Yi, by Zhe nodded. Aromatic on the outside, tender within, but can this truly breach the heavenly Dao view? How would one go about it? Ha cleared his throat. Consider this, such a delectable dish, if I present it to that Chenqing. Even he, a saint, would be unable to resist. I also possess a potion, colorless and tasteless. Once ingested, even a saint would fall into a deep slumber for 30,000 years. Imagine, after 30,000 years of slumber, will the heavenly Dao view still exist? Taking advantage of this opportunity, the celestial army boldly marched southward, directly assaulting the heavenly Dao temple, obliterating the witch clan. Henceforth, the heavenly Dao would be exclusively revered under the supremacy of the venerable Hongjun Daozu. As for you, my dear friend Baze, you have established monumental achievements. The path to your eventual sanctification is now merely a matter of time. Not far off at all. Really? Observing the bobbing head of Era, Baze felt a tinge of skepticism. Era nodded heavily. More genuine than pure gold. Baze was taken aback. What was this pure gold? Initially, he harbored disbelief towards Era, yet Era possessed the core of the great sun golden flame. That was the primordial essence only held by Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai. And with Emperor Jun deceased, it naturally remained solely with Donghuang Tai. Era spoke of being dispatched by Donghuang Tai to devise a plan against the heavenly Dao temple. And coupled with this great sun golden flame's core, Baze was inclined to believe him. Yet, now it seemed, how could he perceive this Era as so unreliable? However, seeing Era's unwavering confidence, Baze hesitated for a moment. After satisfying his hunger, Era nodded towards Baze. Fellow Daoist Baze, let us proceed to the heavenly Dao temple and establish an immortal merit for Donghuang. Upon hearing the call of the celestial being, Mingyi promptly arrived at the heavenly Dao temple, without a moment's delay, his eyes filled with reverence and yearning. You should know the reason for my summoning. Chenqing smiled warmly, and Mingyi gazed at Chenqing, his eyes ablaze. Celestial being, Mingyi? This is the primordial purple energy, a requisite for sanctification. Take it and integrate it with yourself to cultivate the primordial sacred body, and only then shall I impart to you the path of virtue to achieve sanctification. Thank you, celestial being, Mingyi rejoiced, gratefully accepting the primordial purple energy. Chonqing pondered. Is there still no news of Era? I have not seen him since the onset of the witch and demon war. Mingyi shook his head, and Chonqing's gaze flickered. What of the demon commander Baze? Mingyi quickly replied. According to the information I have gathered, Baze has not returned to the demon clan's celestial court and is currently also missing. Chonqing nodded. This Era must have gone to find Baze. I wonder how he plans to bring him back. You focus on your own matters. Yes. Era, have you returned? Where have you been? Why have you only just come back? And who is this creature following you? So white and fluffy. Era, have you brought a new companion for celestial being Chonqing? The dragon sovereign has been looking for you, with an air of arrogance. Era brought Baze to the foot of Buzhou Mountain, where familiar figures from both the human and witch clans greeted Era. Following Era, Baze felt a curious sensation. Wasn't he Era tasked by Donghuang? Why was he so familiar with these witch clan members? Confused, Baze quickened his pace to catch up. Era, how do you know these witches so well? They all seem to recognize you. Era replied mysteriously. This is the task assigned to me by Donghuang. To infiltrate the witch clan. See how well I have concealed my identity? The witch clan treats me quite well. Baze suddenly understood, gazing at Era with newfound respect. So, Era is akin to that Kuan-Ping fellow? A traitor! What nonsense are you spouting? Era's lips twitched, but he refrained from further explanation, leading Baze directly to the front of the heavenly Dao temple. Era, the creature with a mixed form, sat atop the heavenly Dao altar. Nodding in acknowledgement as Era returned, prompting Baze to marvel at Era's prowess. I have returned. Era patted the creature's head and then entered the heavenly Dao temple, calling out, Xiao Bai. I heard you wish to duel with Era? What is this situation? Wasn't he agreed that the celestial being would sleep for 30,000 years? Baze watched as Era dashed into the courtyard behind the temple. Utterly bewildered, until a pair of smiling eyes fixed upon him, he finally snapped out of his stupor, his body jolting. Celestial being? In that moment, Baze realized he had been deceived. This so-called Era was merely the guardian divine bird of celestial being Chenqing. And he had been tricked. Chenqing, meeting Bays for the first time, appeared somewhat naive, smiling gently. Since you are here, you may find peace. Bays, it was I who instructed Era to bring you here. Bays, taken aback, took a deep breath and approached Chenqing, respectfully bowing. I pay my respects to the celestial being. Bays is perplexed. No need for confusion. Chenqing gestured towards the world tree of the great Dao. You possess innate sensitivity? Considered an anomaly among the demon clan. Tai may not recognize your uniqueness, but I do. This tree embodies the patterns of the cosmic principles. Those who approach shall find their cultivation and understanding significantly enhanced. You may remain here to cultivate and comprehend until the celestial court is obliterated and you emerge once more. I will ensure you are not put in jeopardy in the war to annihilate the celestial court. You need not take action. Simply stay here and await the aftermath of the grand conflict. Chapter 60. The celestial court again attacks the witch clan. No one knows the lengths to which Chenqing has gone to summon Bays, nor why he has effectively imprisoned him beside this world tree of the great Dao. What great purpose does Bays serve? None can discern. Meanwhile, Mingi, having obtained a strand of primordial purple energy, returned to his endless river, commencing the cultivation of the primordial Dao body amidst the boundless sea of blood. Hu Tu, meanwhile, contemplated within the cycle of reincarnation how to resurrect Wa Fu and Fengbua. Ultimately, although she helped them regain their former thoughts, rebirth remained elusive. One day, Hu Tu visited Chenqing to express her doubts, and Chenqing regarded her. You embody reincarnation. Nothing can resist you, and any being that comes into contact with your essence shall be annihilated. Hu Tu nodded, and Chenqing calmly continued. If that is the case, then your path of reincarnation is indeed a path of destruction, rather than rebirth, and reincarnation should not be singular. If so, why does great merit fall from the heavens upon disciples? Hu Tu inquired, perplexed. Chenqing replied serenely, that is due to your enlightenment regarding the path of reincarnation. Your transformation into reincarnation is meant to provide all beings with a chance to begin anew, preventing their complete disappearance and annihilation. The great Tao never scorns. It is the essence of chaos. The chaotic being, from a lofty position, is not meant to look down upon the lower beings, but rather to protect and guide them. For beings reborn, you are their maternal deity, providing guidance, leading them into your cycle of reincarnation, safeguarding their rebirth. This, indeed, should be your true path of reincarnation, the fundamental method. Chenqing's words resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, enlightening Hu Tu with profound clarity. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Hu Tu's head glowed with a triflower brilliance, surrounded by 5 energies, having attained enlightenment. Chenqing smiled. Next, you should proceed to differentiate the paths of reincarnation. In the world, there exist demon clans. Thus, there should be a path of reincarnation for demons. There are human clans. Therefore, there must be a path for humans. Beings possess both good and evil. Thus, reincarnation must also reflect this duality, allowing the virtuous to reincarnate into goodness and the wicked into evil. Through the path of evil reincarnation, cleanse sins, purify oneself, and only then may one re-enter the path of virtuous reincarnation. I request that the paths of humanity and the celestial be transformed into paths of virtuous reincarnation. The hell of the unending is designated for the path of evil reincarnation. Hu Tu formulated a plan in her heart, and Chenqing smiled. You may undertake these tasks at your discretion, gradually refining them as you go. Disciples shall comply. Hu Tu bowed. I have one more request, Master. Wa Fu possesses a kind heart, and I have restored his former thoughts. I wish to enable him to be reborn into humanity, and I hope for your consent. Very well, thank you, Master. Hu Tu departed, and dark clouds gathered. Chonqing looked up, squinting, as Enwa approached. Tai is making moves again. Chonqing nodded. I just wonder what being he has enlisted this time to bolster his confidence for a second assault on the witch clan. Enwa glanced at the entrance. My lord, the Qilin clan has gradually thrived under your protection over the years. Though they are not as powerful as they once were, they are still resilient. Chenqing shook his head. The Qilin clan has endured hardship, and thus managed to preserve part of their heritage. They reproduce slowly and need not involve themselves in this conflict. My lord, is it because of Ijuan? Enwa noticed Chenqing's unusually special fondness for the Qilin clan, always providing them with particular care and protection. Not entirely. Chenqing shook his head, revealing a rare hint of confusion. Perhaps it is due to a unique memory and attachment. I cannot shake the feeling that I should leave something behind for this world, for this realm. Chonqing murmured softly, leaving Enwa perplexed. You may go out once to convey my decree. Any remaining bloodlines of the dragon and phoenix clans across the realms may come to my heavenly Dao temple, and I shall safeguard their heritage. This? Enwa was momentarily taken aback, and Chonqing smiled. Go, there's no need for excessive inquiry. I simply wish to preserve the lineage of the dragon and phoenix. Enwa respectfully acquiesced, and Chonqing gazed towards the witch clan. This forthcoming battle shall establish the pattern of the primordial world. The human clan shall rise, in truth, if one were to consider it. Chonqing is the first of the human clan in this world, so how could he allow the human clan to be ordinary? Humanity shall be governed by the human clan. In the heavens above, Donghuang Tai, accompanied by formidable allies, 6 great demon commanders, and 300,000 celestial soldiers, waged war against the witch clan. Dijiang, Tai, have arrived. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, resonating across the entire sky of the witch clan. As the 9 great ancestral witches, led by Dijiang, swiftly gathered, followed by the likes of Xingtian and Dijiang's figure loomed in the void, gazing at Tai with a calm demeanor. What's this? Are you dissatisfied with the last battle's casualties, and thus have brought more to die this time? Dijiang, after this battle, there shall be no more of your Wu clan in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Wu clan, as you pay tribute to the soul of my elder brother, are you prepared to meet your demise? A defeated foe dares to speak of valor? The fate of Dijun shall be your own. Dijiang gazed calmly at Tai, his expression indifferent. He chuckled softly. The Eastern King, standing beside Tai, looked at Dijiang and laughed. Are all members of the Wu clan so arrogant and conceited? Today, I shall see what capabilities the Wu clan possesses to speak so brazenly. The Eastern King regarded Dijiang with a disdainful sneer. Xianming turned his gaze towards the Eastern King. Do you truly believe that being appointed as the so-called leader of the male immortals by Hongjun elevates you to the status of the king of all beings? Ice rain continuously fell around him. Eastern King, whether your bravado holds true will soon be revealed. Xianming of the Wu clan, request your guidance in a life and death battle. Xianming's expression was proud, a powerful aura subtly emanating from him. He was indeed the mightiest among the 12 ancestral witches, wielding both ice and rain abilities. The fusion of these 2 powers enabled Xianming's attacks to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. Just a step away from becoming a true saint in the previous battle, it was Xianming who held Dijun at bay. The Eastern King was well aware of Xianming's prowess. Although Dijiang was the leader of the Wu clan, the strongest among them was Xianming. Xianming, Tai spoke gravely to Xianming. Do not forget our previous decisive battle. The contest of champions. Neither your ancestral witches nor I, Tai, were permitted to intervene. Previously, your demon clan had Dijun, you had Tai, and the grand array of the heavenly stars. Xianming scoffed. What does your demon clan possess now? Dijun is dead. The grand array of the heavenly stars is destroyed. Though you, Tai, are protected by the Eastern Emperor's bell and possess great strength, my brothers need only to dispatch 5 to leave you overwhelmed. Xianming cast a glance at the surroundings. The remaining few of my brothers can effortlessly deal with your so-called demon leaders. Breaking your demon clan will be a mere trifle. Tai's gaze flickered, and Xianming smiled faintly. If that is the case, why should my Wu clan engage in a contest of champions? Would it not be better to unite and attack together? At that moment, a series of anguished screams suddenly erupted from the Wu clan side. Dijiang and the others turned abruptly, only to behold a 6-winged golden cicada. Wherever the 6-winged cicada passed, the Wu clan members it encountered were all devoured. Even the most formidable among the Wu clan could not withstand its consumption. You, 6-winged creature, how audacious! Xianming roared in fury, blue light erupting around him as he condensed water into ice and charged towards the 6-winged cicada. The scent of the Wu clan was perilous. The 6-winged cicada cackled, gazing at the approaching Xianming. Is this the so-called strongest ancestral witch of the Wu clan? I wonder what you taste like. Freeze in case. Xianming commanded coldly, layers of ice forming around the 6-winged cicada. Alas, it is futile against me. The 6 wings of the cicada vibrated continuously, like 6 sharp flying daggers, shredding the ice instantly. Xianming's expression hardened. The six-winged cicada truly lived up to its reputation as a being that feasts on all living creatures of the heavens, a veritable innate spiritual treasure, impervious to weapons and fire. With a low roar, the ancestral witch Ru Shou shimmered with golden light, adorned in golden scales, with a human face and tiger body. He let out a roar akin to a tiger's and swung a fist at the six-winged cicada. This fist, radiating golden brilliance, was imbued with the formidable power of the golden Dao, indomitable. The six-winged cicada chuckled softly, its wings forming a shield. Boom! Ru Shou's terrifying punch was effortlessly blocked by the six-winged cicada, which gazed at Ru Shou with a smile. Such power, yet regrettably, it still cannot breach my defenses. Not sufficient. The six-winged cicada looked at Ru Shou with a bland smile. Allow me. Shi's eyes glimmered with cold light, electricity swirling around him as he observed the six-winged cicada. A low laugh echoed from another side. Do you intend to bully the few with your numbers? That also requires the divine whip in my hand to agree. With a sharp command, a divine whip descended from the heavens, landing directly before Shizi. The black tiger beneath him soared through the clouds. Zhao Gongming's fierce gaze fixated upon Shizi. Shizi snorted coldly, electric sparks crackling around him as he collided with Zhao Gongming's divine whip. The sound of thunder roared incessantly, electric arcs dancing, and Zhao Gongming's divine whip was sent flying by Shizi with a single blow. Returning to Zhao Gongming's grasp, he looked down from above, gazing at Shizi with indifference. What? Are the 12 ancestral witches merely a bunch of cowards who rely on numbers and engage in ambushes? Seeing Zhao Gongming wielding the divine whip, Di Jiang and the others realized that this individual was none other than Zhao Gongming, one of the most formidable disciples of the Master of Heaven. In the contest of champions, ancestral witches may intervene. Should any ancestral witch wish to offer guidance, we would not shy away. If the Wu clan desires outright war, we shall accompany you to the end. Di Jiang, the choice lies entirely in your hands. Illuminated like a radiant lamp, the burning lamp Daoist stepped forward from behind Tai Yi, his gaze fixed on Di Jiang with calmness. Burning lamp, Di Jiang's eyes flickered. The Yuanshi Tianzuan established the Chan teaching, while the Master of Heaven founded the Jie teaching. Both sects housed formidable beings. Zhao Gongming and Burning Lamp were among the more renowned, particularly Burning Lamp, whose status in the Chan teaching was akin to that of a vice leader, underscoring his might. Zhao Gongming, too, was extraordinary. It was said he had 3 sisters, forming a formidable trio when united. Moreover, the six-winged cicada appeared to be no ordinary foe. Aside from the Eastern King, these 3 individuals were each more remarkable than the last, indicating that Tai Yi's expedition against the Wu clan was indeed well prepared. Xianming stepped forward, directing his attention towards Tai Yi. Since you all speak thus, what does my Wu clan have to fear? Come, who among you dares to fight me? I shall battle you. Before Tai Yi could respond, Zhao Gongming had already leaped forth, addressing Xianming. Xianming, allow me to experience your might. Ha ha, you shall soon understand what true strength is. Xianming replied with a cold smile, blue light flickering around him as he conjured a series of bone arrows. Chillingly crafted from ice, be cautious of his Xianming bone arrows, my friend. These arrows contain the extreme cold of the heavens. Once struck, the ice will invade your body, freezing your power, and even potentially sealing your very soul. I am aware, Zhao Gongming exclaimed, his demeanor solemn as he regarded Xianming. Xianming let out a cold snort, his azure radiance sparkling, ice flowers cascading around him. The battle between Xianming and Zhao Gongming commenced. While within the Purple Cloud's palace, the gravely injured Tong Tian slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Hongjun seated nearby. Tong Tian struggled to sit up, gazing at Hongjun, who sighed softly. This plan has not eluded Chenqing, nor has it slain Ming He. Instead, it has resulted in Dijun's demise. Tong Tian was taken aback, then fell silent. Hongjun observed him. I know you harbor resentment towards your teacher. Your Qing Ping sword has also become a tool of that Chenqing. I shall bestow upon you another treasure as compensation. Tong Tian looked towards Hongjun. Master, I simply do not understand. With the demon clan's heavenly court in the front and my second brother's Chan teaching and my Jie teaching in the back, why not allow me and my second brother to fully assist the demon clan's heavenly court, instead of sending Zhao Gongming and my second brother's burning lamp to the fray? the demon clan's heavenly court, with Dijun's 10 sons arriving at Buzhou Mountain, has seen 9 slain, and Dijun has mobilized against the Wu clan, treading Buzhou Mountain and the heavenly Dao temple. This is the reason. As for the final outcome, it remains uncertain, but there will always be a result. Hongjun stated calmly. Causes and effects, one must exist for the other. Tong Tian was perplexed, and Hongjun gazed towards the heavens. Under the law of cause and effect, there shall be competition for the Dao. Only through the struggle for the grand forces can one attain merit, rather than instigating calamities without foundation. He then turned his gaze back to Tong Tian. You, as well as your second brother, ought to learn from New Wa, seizing fortune and merit amidst the struggles of the primordial forces to elevate yourselves. The conflict between the Wu and demon clans is also a contest for merit between myself and that Chenqing. If I prevail, then the merits of all beings in the heavens shall be added to my own. Conversely, should I fail, the merits of all beings shall belong to that Chenqing. However, a single defeat does not signify the end. One must leave room for cause and effect to await the future. Your Zhao Gongming and the burning lamp under Yuanshi are the very causes intertwined with Chenqing and the Wu clan, and also the contingency left by your teacher. Tong Tian understood. Hongjun did not possess absolute certainty of victory, which was why such arrangements were made. He sent Zhao Gongming and Burning Lamp not because he valued their strength, but rather because of the causes and effects binding them. Should any misfortune befall Zhao Gongming, his 3 sisters would undoubtedly seek vengeance, thereby entangling the Jia teaching within the cause and effect. If anything were to happen to Burning Lamp, his second brother, being protective, would certainly not allow Burning Lamp to perish without retribution, compelling a confrontation with the Wu clan. Hongjun's strategy was a contingency plan in case of defeat. Should victory be attained, it would be most fortuitous, as both the Jia and Chan teachings could vie for a share of fortune. Should the battle of the Lich and the Witch end in defeat, there would still be opportunities ahead. Why Master could utilize this causality to instigate a war between the Chan sect and the Witch clan, or perhaps between the Jia sect and the Witch clan. Master, a fleeting shadow of reluctance crossed Tongtian's eyes. If this protracted conflict were to continue, when would the myriad beings of the primordial world ever find peace? You should take your leave and rest now. Hongjun waved his hand dismissively at Tongtian, stating, I understand your doctrine of inclusivity, but there are hierarchies in heaven and earth, and that is the way of the cosmos. I shall not deliberately alter your beliefs. Yet you must remember, in an age of great contention, to refrain from contention is itself a form of contention. To contend can also be viewed as a form of non-contention. Henceforth, I shall enter seclusion to further enhance myself. The outcome of this battle is no longer the key point. The crux lies in the future. Tongtian, alongside your second brother, you must carry forth the teachings of the Jia sect, widely accepting disciples during the Lich Witch War, or even after its conclusion. Hongjun's actions reminded Tongtian of the calamity of the 3 innate clans during the Longhan catastrophe, where Hongjun had coldly observed as Luo Hou schemed against the 3 clans, leading to untold suffering and the flourishing of the demonic path. Hongjun had, under the pretext of exterminating demons and safeguarding the way, slain Luo Hou, thereby accumulating boundless merit for himself. Following the Great War, he had even fused the 3 corpses to attain sainthood. In the guise of a sage, he had compelled Dijun and Tai to unite the myriad clans into a single race, establishing the demon clan, erecting the heavenly court, and instituting heavenly laws, thus unifying all clans under the supremacy of the heavenly court. Tongtian was aware that, during that time, similar merits had descended from the heavens and been absorbed by his own master, while Dijun and Tai had gained nothing. Now, in this current Lich Witch War, how eerily reminiscent were his master's arrangements compared to the past? To have himself and his second brother establish the Chan and Jia sects, widely accept disciples, and disseminate doctrines. Once the Lich Witch War concludes, the beings of the primordial world would undoubtedly be once again shattered and, bereft of the heavenly court to rely upon, would be compelled to join either the Chan or Jia sect. Thus, the Jia and Chan sects would rise in prominence, forging a causal relationship with the Witch clan. And in the future, a similar great war may erupt, with Hongjun devising yet another choice and plan. Master, what status do we truly hold in your eyes? What role do we play? Tongtian sighed softly. Feeling an inexplicable envy towards Laozi, his elder brother saw through it all, distancing himself from disputes, free from schemes and plots, peacefully imparting teachings, establishing a legacy of merit, and earning a timeless reputation. Alas! Tongtian shook his head, sighed softly, and bowed gracefully towards the Zixiao palace before turning to depart, his silhouette tinged with a hint of melancholy. Why, Lord? There seems to be some trouble over at Emperor Zhang's side. In the Daoist temple, observing Chenqing wielding a hoe to cultivate the land, Nuwa's eyes brimmed with confusion. What weapon is that? Chonqing chuckled. Trouble is good. Without it, life would be far too mundane. Tell me, what trouble is it? Who is causing him distress? Nuwa spoke softly. It is the East King, the foremost male immortal appointed by Hongjun. He has brought 3 formidable allies to assist Tai, and these 3 are quite troublesome. Intrigued, Chenqing asked, 3 allies? They are troublesome. Could it be that Yuan Shi and Tongtian are making moves? Or perhaps the Western figures, Junti and Jiayin? Nuwa looked at Chenqing in astonishment, to which Chonqing replied with a smile. Do not be so surprised. It is not difficult to deduce. Since the East King was appointed by Hongjun, he is undoubtedly connected to him. Hongjun has 5 major disciples. Excluding Laozi, there are still 4 saintly disciples remaining. And only they would intervene in the Lichwich War. My lord is astute. Nuwa smiled sweetly. The first among them is the Lantern Burning, the vice-leader of the Chan sect, who holds a highly esteemed position and is no weakling. The second is Zhao Gongming, one of Tongtian's strongest disciples, known for wielding a divine whip that resounds throughout the primordial world, accompanied by his 3-eyed black wind tiger, a rare beast. As for the last one, he bears some resemblance to a mosquito. Nuwa glanced at the mosquito playing with the chaos sacred dragon, Xiaobai, the 6-winged celestial silkworm. Chenqing's gaze flickered as he looked at Nuwa. She continued solemnly, the 6-winged celestial silkworm is an exceedingly troublesome entity, possessing unmatched strength. It was born from the aggregation of desire from the heavens and the earth, embodying this greed to the fullest, preying upon the myriad beings, notorious for its malevolence. Its 6 wings are remarkably resilient. Even innate treasures cannot pierce them, impervious to blades and flames, possessing a unique power that can sway one's mind. Once it unfurls its 6 wings, it can awaken the deepest desires within us. An insatiable greed that cannot be easily dispelled, leading one to become ensnared and ultimately its prey. Chonqing laughed. This 6-winged celestial silkworm indeed seems to be a formidable adversary. It appears that the witch clan will find the impending onslaught from Tai rather challenging. Nuwa nodded in agreement, while Chenqing pondered. Kongxian should have obtained the 5 elements diagram by now. I wonder how his cultivation is progressing and whether he can return in time. You should inform the 4-eyed beast that it can proceed. Then, go borrow a disciple from Laozi to deal with the 6-winged celestial silkworm. He possesses a Wuyang merit pearl that can counter it. Tell him that as compensation for his loss, I will grant him a strand of Hongming purple qi after this battle to enhance his own being for recovery. My lord refers to Laozi's disciple, Xuandu? Nuwa's eyes gleamed with interest. Chongqing nodded with a smile. Precisely. He should know how to deal with the 6-winged celestial silkworm. Nuwa took note of this, and Chongqing calmly stated. As for Zhao Gongming and his ilk, Emperor Jiang and the others should be able to handle them on their own. And regarding the Lantern Burning, Nuwa's eyes brightened. My lord, let the River of Fate deal with him. The Blood Sea avatar of the River of Fate, with the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, would be perfectly suited to shatter his glorious glass Dao body. Then let the River of Fate handle it. This fellow's Hongming Dao body should have matured by now. Chonqing nodded. Inform him that after this battle, I will teach him the path to sainthood. My lord, why do you always indulge him with sweet rewards? Nuwa chuckled softly. Because he possesses desire. Chenqing sighed. Hongjun has set a grand chessboard in motion, but I shall not grant him the opportunity. Chapter 63. Xianyuan slays Zhao Gongming. Xianyuan is the mightiest among the ancestral witches. While Zhao Gongming, despite being one of Tongtian's few powerful disciples, stands no chance against Xianyuan. Beneath the icy expanse, even Zhao Gongming's 3-eyed black wind tiger trembles in fear, moving sluggishly. Zhao Gongming's expression is solemn as he wields his divine whip. Fixating intently on Xianyuan, with a piercing roar, Xianyuan unleashes 3 ice crystal bone arrows that slice through the air from the southeast, leaving only a path to the west, where Xianyuan's true form resides. Zhao Gongming watches as the ice crystal bone arrows approach, the divine whip in his hand radiating a faint golden glow. With a low shout, he swings the whip, sending forth a blinding golden light. Zhao Gongming, today you shall find no return. Xuanyuan's colossal form transforms mid-air into his true self, a fearsome beast adorned with ice crystal spikes. Zhao Gongming, be cautious. This is Xuanyuan's true form, the Tianhai Ice Hound, whose bone spikes are imbued with the weight of the boundless Tianhai waters. One drop is heavy enough to penetrate the marrow. The Tianhai Ice Hound, Zhao Gongming, upon hearing Randang's warning, gazes in astonishment at Xuanyuan. The terrifying beast looming above. Randang, you are indeed well informed. You recognize my true form. Xuanyuan glances at Randang disdainfully. If that is the case, does caution hold any value? With a resonating hum, a blue radiance erupts from Xuanyuan, and a thunderous roar reverberates as the ice spikes on his body explode. Like towering icebergs, they continuously form around Zhao Gongming. Xuanyuan's massive form hovers in the heavens, casting a shadow over the anxious Zhao Gongming below. He opens his mouth, unleashing a torrent of oceanic waters, and Randang's expression shifts dramatically. The boundless waters, the ice that binds the soul. Zhao Gongming, it's over. Beside him, Tai also perceives the gravity of the situation and speaks in a grave tone. The soul-binding ice-water array has formed. Even my great sun Golden Flame cannot break through from the outside. Randang nods, sighing heavily. Now we must see if Zhao Gongming can shatter Xuanyuan's soul-binding ice-water array with his divine whip. At this moment, within the heart of the numerous icebergs, Zhao Gongming finally senses the looming threat of death. He gazes at the towering icebergs and the cascading ice water above. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily upon Zhao Gongming. These icebergs possess unique powers, and the ice water, weighing 1,000 pounds per drop, would spell doom if it enveloped him. He must break through the icebergs. A plan forms in Zhao Gongming's mind. His path to survival lies through the icebergs. He must shatter them to escape. Black Wind, let us join forces to break this ice. Zhao Gongming strikes his black tiger mount, which lets out a fierce roar and transforms into a shadow. Soaring into the sky, with a mighty shout, Zhao Gongming brings down his divine whip, creating a deafening explosion as the icebergs shatter like glass. Zhao Gongming scoffs derisively. Is this all? Keep breaking. Break for me. Zhao Gongming commands the black tiger as they weave through the icebergs, and with each strike of the divine whip, one iceberg after another is obliterated. Not good. Seeing this unfold, Randang's face pales. Zhao Gongming, you've fallen into a trap. Tai turns to Randang, who wears a grave expression. Xuanyuan is one of the 12 ancestors of witches, forged from the flesh and blood of the sage Pango, merging ice and water elements in the chaos. His abilities differ from one ancestor to another, and their forms vary significantly. With a slight nod, he acknowledged this fact, and with a bitter smile, Randang remarked, "Yet that ice mountain of the soul-congealing Xian Shui formation is but a manifestation of the ice spikes upon Xian Ming's body. The ice spikes upon Xian Ming are the source of the power that converges within him, naturally infused with the resentments of the chaotic demon god. These resentments are sealed within the ice spikes. Now that the ice mountain is shattered, the resentments of the chaotic demon god will emerge. The greater the number of ice mountains that Daoist Zhao Gongming destroys, the deeper the resentments of the chaotic demon god will become. At that time, the entanglement of these resentments will be the very core of the soul-congealing Xian Shui formation and the most terrifying aspect, capable of solidifying the soul and freezing the primordial spirit. The strength of Xian Ming far surpasses that of Daoist Zhao Gongming." Randang's expression turned grave. He had previously dismissed the so-called ancestral shamans of the witch clan, but now, all that remained was profound trepidation. Yet, he could not comprehend why, knowing the formidable power of the witch clan, the sage had only permitted him and Zhao Gongming to assist. If it were not for the Eastern King using the lives of the witch clan as bait, the six-winged celestial silkworm might not have come at all. Yet even so, facing the ancestral shamans of the witch clan, the odds of victory seemed slim. As the ice mountain crumbled, Zhao Gongming appeared to sense something amiss. How could Xian Ming allow him to destroy his ice mountain? Moreover, his primordial spirit. Zhao Gongming halted, the Xian Shui gathering around the ice mountain, not attacking it. Yet even after he had destroyed a portion of the ice mountain, a substantial part remained. Xian Ming hung in the heavens, gazing down at him with an expression that even held a hint of pity, causing Zhao Gongming to feel an unsettling chill. "Zhao Gongming, it is time to conclude." At that moment, Xianming spoke coldly from midair, causing Zhao Gongming to shudder. With a wave of his hands, countless ice mountains erupted in a thunderous shattering. What is this? Zhao Gongming's expression shifted, and he felt a peculiar force surge into his body, assaulting his primordial spirit and soul. This is bad. The black wind. We must flee. Zhao Gongming finally discerned that within the ice mountain lay a unique power, which was now invading him. With a crash, the three-eyed black wind tiger turned to flee, yet before it could run, an endless torrent of Xian Shui cascaded down, enveloping Zhao Gongming. My life is forfeit. Realizing their dire situation as they were surrounded by the boundless Xian Shui, Zhao Gongming looked bitterly at the encroaching waters. His mind grew hazy, his primordial spirit and soul dulled, even freezing in place. As the Xian Shui descended upon him, after several attempts to evade, he was ultimately overwhelmed. Randeng closed his eyes and sighed softly. Daoist Zhao Gongming, it is over. Dong Huang, we have been defeated in this first formation. Xianming's cultivation is formidable. As the Xian Shui encircled him, the three-eyed black wind tiger beneath Zhao Gongming let out a mournful roar, only to be met with the sound of bones shattering under the pressure of the Xian Shui. Ah! Zhao Gongming roared in fury, an immense golden light erupting from his form, enveloping the divine whip in his hand as he charged toward the heavens where Xianming hovered. Boom! Yet, under the onslaught of the Xian Shui, Zhao Gongming was crushed to oblivion, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 64. The Battle of Xiandu against the Six-Winged Celestial Silkworm. Who else? Xianming seized Zhao Gongming's divine whip and then turned his gaze toward Tai Yi. Letting out a mighty and chilling roar, a surge of icy waves emanating from him. I have come to confront you. The power of Xianming instilled fear, and a soft, mocking laughter echoed from the spot where Zhao Gongming had perished. Emanating from the six-winged celestial silkworm. You? Xianming fixed his gaze upon it, and at that moment, the six-winged celestial silkworm was slowly devouring the three-eyed black wind tiger beneath Zhao Gongming. What a pity. Zhao Gongming has left no remains. I have yet to savor his essence. The six-winged celestial silkworm turned to Xianming. I wonder if the ancestral shaman of your witch clan possesses a particularly exquisite flavor? We shall see whether you possess the capability. Xianming retorted coldly. Around the six-winged celestial silkworm, ice mountains and Xian Shui converged, returning to Xianming's form. Just then, a leisurely voice resonated from behind. Ancestral shaman Xianming, I wonder if this matter can be entrusted to me. Xianming and others were taken aback, turning to see a refined gentleman clad in a Dao robe approaching from afar. Despite being 100 miles away, his voice was crystal clear. Xianming and Di Jiang exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. The sound traveled a great distance, as if whispered directly into their ears. His cultivation was profound. However, they had never encountered this elegant middle-aged man, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether he was friend or foe. Meanwhile, Randeng trembled slightly, fixating on the refined middle-aged man. At a distance of 100 miles, the elegant middle-aged man closed the gap in mere 3 strides and saluted Di Jiang, saying, Ancestral Shaman Di Jiang, my master has sent Xiandu to offer assistance. My master, Laozi. This refined middle-aged man was none other than Laozi's sole direct disciple. Xiandu, wielding the Tai whisk imparted by Laozi himself. So, he is a disciple of the sage Laozi. Di Jiang also returned the gesture. Daoist Xiandu, your arrival is greatly appreciated. Yet this six-winged celestial silkworm. The sage Chonqing is aware of this calamity and has instructed my master to send me to capture this scourge and bring it back to the heavenly Dao temple for enlightenment. Sage Chenqing. A look of astonishment flickered in Di Jiang's eyes. At this moment, Randeng stepped forward, bowing to Xiandu and stating, Randeng pays respects to my senior brother. Xiandu smiled gently. In truth, it is difficult to determine who is the senior and who is the junior between us. I did not expect to find you here. Randeng replied respectfully, the sage Laozi is the elder brother of the primordial sage. Thus you naturally hold the position of senior brother. Had it not been for your assistance back then, I would not be where I am today. Xiandu shook his head with a smile. And Randeng continued, as a junior, I truly do not wish to be adversarial with my senior brother. The sage Laozi and the primordial sage are brothers of the same origin. How could we possibly harm one another? Xiandu turned his gaze toward the six-winged celestial silkworm. You are mistaken. My master did not send me to partake in your conflict with the witch clan and the demon clan. My master only instructed me to bring the six-winged celestial silkworm back to the heavenly Dao temple. It is insatiably greedy, bloodthirsty, and devours living beings, devoid of compassion. If not guided, it will surely bring endless calamities in the future. Once captured, I shall depart and not involve myself in your disputes. Xiandu's words left Randang momentarily speechless. He found it challenging to respond. Is this the arrogance of a sage's disciple? The six-winged celestial silkworm looked at Xiandu. I am eager to see what abilities you possess to capture me. Even if a sage were to personally intervene, I would not fear. The six-winged celestial silkworm exuded overwhelming pride. And Xiandu glanced at Randang, who sighed softly and stepped aside. Daoist Randang, is Xiandu truly formidable? Tai Yi inquired of Randang, who shook his head in response. My senior brother rarely intervenes. No one knows his methods. He is innately non-confrontational, yet when he does act, he undoubtedly possesses a certain level of assurance. The six-winged celestial silkworm is an extraordinary beast of heaven and earth. I hope it does not fall to my senior brother. Xiandu slowly approached the six-winged celestial silkworm, gazing intently at it. The six-winged celestial silkworm boasted with arrogance, do not speak of you. Even if your master, Laozi, were to come, it would matter not. The six wings of the celestial silkworm began to whirl slowly. Though I may not be able to defeat him, I do not fear him. Since he seeks to capture me, I shall return the favor. It glared menacingly at Xiandu. I shall consume you, allowing your primordial spirit to depart, so that you may inform that Laozi of my prowess. Unfazed, Xiandu extended his hand, revealing a gray orb in his palm. You consume countless beings, endlessly and without restraint. Today, I wonder if you can swallow this orb. With a mere flick of his hand, Xuandu summoned a gray orb that shimmered with brilliance before commencing a relentless spin. What is this? The six-winged celestial silkworm was momentarily taken aback as countless beings began to manifest from the orb's depths, and a cold smile crept upon its countenance. The more that come, the more I shall consume. Chapter 65. Xuandu captures the six-winged celestial silkworm, the infinite meritorious bead. Upon witnessing the gray orb in Xuandu's grasp, the expression on Randang's face shifted dramatically. Tai Yi inquired with curiosity, what is amiss? That is the infinite meritorious bead, derived from the boundless sea of merit, a treasure of my senior brother Xuandu. Imbued with the supreme virtues of the sage Laozi, manifesting the limitless potential of the law of the cosmos. It is said that my senior brother Xuandu is the embodiment of the celestial treasure, the gate of the mysterious female, an enigma of enigmas, possessing boundless magical prowess, hence his appellation, Xuandu. His magical power is infinite, further enhanced by the fusion of Laozi's immeasurable merits, coalescing into the infinite meritorious bead. Capable of manifesting countless beings, as long as Xuandu's magical power endures, so too shall the beings, for the gate of the mysterious female itself is the gateway to all laws, harboring immeasurable magical force. Tai Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing Xuandu's remarkable origin. He gazed toward the six-winged celestial silkworm and queried, if what you say is true, what is Xuandu's purpose now? Randang nodded in acknowledgement. With his boundless magical power, he sustains the six-winged celestial silkworm. I cannot fathom what my senior brother Xuandu intends. Tai Yi, equally bewildered, pondered why Xuandu, instead of confronting the six-winged celestial silkworm, would choose to nurture it with his own power. What could he possibly aim to achieve? The six-winged celestial silkworm's eyes glimmered with ecstatic delight as it regarded Xuandu. Could he truly be so foolish as to nurture me? Is he here to assist me? Xuandu, however, remained composed. As the celestial silkworm feasted, the brilliance of the infinite meritorious bead intensified. The six-winged celestial silkworm, now exhilarated, bellowed, more, let me consume. With fervor, it brandished its six wings, unleashing a tempest of radiant blades. Ha ha ha! The overwhelming surge of power within me is exhilarating. The six-winged celestial silkworm laughed heartily, its radiance soaring towards the heavens. Master, should this continue, the six-winged celestial silkworm may grow to a level beyond even the saint's reach. Within the heavenly Dao temple, Nuwa observed the ascending brilliance, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Indeed, it should be so. Chenqing lifted his gaze with a slight smile. Wa, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Chenqing replied nonchalantly, "Extremes will inevitably lead to reversal. The six-winged celestial silkworm, inherently gifted, devours the beings of the heavens as if they were an endless abyss. Over time, it may even come to believe itself invincible. Furthermore, the infinite meritorious bead, having been infused and refined with Laozi's merits, has become one with Xuandu's magical essence, rendering his power limitless. When boundless magical energy is consumed and assimilated by the six-winged celestial silkworm, it will frantically enhance its own strength, devouring without reserve. However, what if it reaches a threshold where it can no longer contain Xuandu's magical essence?" Wa was taken aback, as Chenqing continued with a grin. "At that point, the power within it will become trapped, unable to merge or be released, potentially leading to its explosive demise." He approached the desiccated chaos pool, adding, "Moreover, should it absorb power to its zenith, unable to accommodate any further, it will undergo a metamorphosis. Much like Xiaobai, evolving from 9 claws to Tian.Do. You recall when Xiaobai manifested its 10th claw? Are you suggesting?" Nuwa's eyes sparkled with realization. Chonqing nodded slowly. "When the six-winged celestial silkworm undergoes transformation, it will undoubtedly be at its most vulnerable. Hence, I instructed Xuandu to bring the infinite meritorious bead." Chenqing gazed toward the direction of the witch clan. As it stands, the six-winged celestial silkworm remains unaware of this principle. Xiao Bai's transformation is a mystery known to very few in the entire primordial realm. Nuwa shook her head in agreement. Thus, it is only natural for the six-winged celestial silkworm to be oblivious. Chenqing smiled. "Now we await Xuandu's return with the transformed six-winged celestial silkworm. Perhaps this creature will surprise us yet." Above the witch clan, the six-winged celestial silkworm knew nothing of moderation or restraint. It only understood the fervent urge to consume and elevate itself. Gradually, as it devoured more and more, the infinite meritorious bead appeared to teem with endless beings, prompting the six-winged celestial silkworm to hesitate. Is it truly an endless feast, or is there a limit to what the other can provide? How much magical power must the other expend for such an insatiable consumption? Why does it feel somewhat weary? The six-winged celestial silkworm sensed an unusual fatigue, leaving it perplexed. What could this mean? Even it could not comprehend why the essence of the beings from the infinite meritorious bead would tire it. Has the six-winged celestial silkworm reached its limit? Xuandu turned his gaze toward the six-winged celestial silkworm, which trembled at the thought. Unable to consume? I'll show you. I can devour it all. The six-winged celestial silkworm roared defiantly, its radiance surging once more, creating a tempest of energy. Xuandu merely smiled calmly as the infinite meritorious bead began to spin anew, unleashing a torrent of beings for the six-winged celestial silkworm to consume. After a time, the six-winged celestial silkworm suddenly plummeted from the sky. What is happening to me? Why is this occurring? Around it, a cocoon began to form, and it stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding on its body. Eyes wide with disbelief, Xuandu approached, observing the cocoon enveloping the six-winged celestial silkworm. What now? Can you still eat? Why? Why is this happening? The six-winged celestial silkworm glared at Xuandu, who shook his head. I too know not the reason. If you wish to understand, you must seek out Saint Chenqing. Xuandu regarded the six-winged celestial silkworm, which was now filled with astonishment. Saint Chenqing. Is he involved? The six-winged celestial silkworm questioned Xuandu, who replied with a calm nod. It was Saint Chenqing who instructed me to bring the infinite meritorious bead to contend with you. He assured me that by doing so, you would inevitably face defeat. I never anticipated you would succumb in such a manner. Is Saint Chenqing truly omniscient? The six-winged celestial silkworm's eyes widened in shock. Xuandu replied with a serene smile. To that, you must inquire of him yourself. With a wave of his hand, Xuandu reclaimed the infinite meritorious bead, enveloping the six-winged celestial silkworm in a golden light. Subsequently, a thick cocoon entirely encased the six-winged celestial silkworm, and Xuandu observed the cocooned creature before swiftly storing it away. He then bowed respectfully toward the distant Dijiang and offered a gentle smile to Randeng before transforming into a streak of light. Vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 66, sending the six-winged celestial silkworm west to establish Buddhism, defeated. As Xuandu departed with the six-winged celestial silkworm, Randang sighed softly, while Tai Yi's countenance darkened. Defeated once more, the morale of the demon army suffered another blow. Randang, my friend. Tai Yi turned to Randang, who exhaled slowly. In the upcoming third formation, I shall face them myself, Dijiang. Shall you engage me in battle? Randang addressed Dijiang, who looked up, about to respond when a crimson light surged from the distance. Randang, I have come to duel with you. A booming laughter accompanied the relentless tide of blood. As the figure of Ming He materialized before them, a grin plastered on his face. Randang's eyes widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. Ming He? How did you arrive here? Ming He laughed heartily, bowing to Dijiang. Ancestor Dijiang, the sage has sent me to confront this fellow Randang. Allow me to take this battle. Dijiang chuckled, since it is the sage's will. I dare not oppose it. We, the witch clan, are immensely grateful for your assistance. Ming He laughed again, then turned to face Randang. Randang, let us fight. You wish to aid the demon army, while I support the witch clan. This duel is only fitting. It appears that although Saint Chenqing remains reclusive, he is well aware of the affairs of the world. A deep sense of trepidation filled Randang's gaze. He realized that employing Xuandu against the six-winged celestial silkworm and now using Ming He to counter him indicated that Saint Chenqing understood their vulnerabilities all too well. What? Are you afraid to duel me? Ming He narrowed his eyes. Randang replied coolly, You possess the Yuan Tu Abi, which restrains me. I acknowledge your advantage. Yet opportunities may still arise. Randang fixed his gaze upon Ming He. Come then. Let me witness your progress. Ming He erupted in laughter, transforming into a sea of blood, the Yuan Tu Abi swords swirling around him, while a fearsome blade of slaughter hovered above his head. As Ming He made his move, the expression on Randang's face shifted instantly. He regarded Ming He with disbelief. Hongmeng Dao body, Qingping sword? How could you have progressed so significantly? Ming He offered no reply. Laughing maniacally, his blood sea roiling, the Yuan Tu Abi striking in unison, while he radiated an unparalleled aura of slaughter. Outside the heavenly Dao temple, Xuandu arrived at its entrance, bowing respectfully. Xuandu seeks an audience with Saint Chenqing. Enter! The grand gate of the celestial path swung open, and Xuandu respectfully stepped inside, only to be momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Chonqing appeared entirely like a humble farmer. You've come? Speak when you're here. Chonqing glanced at Xuandu with a slight smile. You're just in time. I've just harvested a batch of dragon tooth rice and was about to sample it. You are fortunate. Your master lacks such privilege. Chenqing chuckled. Is this the six-winged celestial silkworm? Even in its cocoon, it exudes such a strong desire. Saint. Xuandu bowed respectfully and then presented the six-winged celestial silkworm with both hands. Chonqing cast a glance at the mosquito beside him. Take it to the world tree of the great path. The mosquito complied respectfully and took the six-winged celestial silkworm away. With a wave of his hand, grains resembling dragon teeth cascaded from the celestial path's farmland. Chonqing called out to Ha in the distance. Ha? Come over to cook. I have matters to discuss with Shindu. Be quick, for we still need to eat. Ha approached with dissatisfaction, having been engrossed in play with Xiao by this fellow, when playing rock, paper, scissors. Only ever threw scissors, and when he did, he claimed to have thrown 10 scissors. Chenqing beckoned Xuandu over, who approached respectfully. Chenqing smiled at him. So, how are you finding your time with your master among the human race? Xuandu expressed great fondness for the human realm, replying respectfully, My master feels the same. One who is content has no desires, and without desires, the pursuit of the Dao is simple, thus leading to eternity. You are quite perceptive. Chonqing was indeed surprised. He had not expected Xuandu to possess such insight. This time, you have done me a great favor. The primordial purple energy shall be my token of gratitude. With a wave of his hand, a stream of primordial purple energy appeared in his grasp, which Xuandu respectfully accepted. Thank you, Saint. As for your loss, Chonqing pondered for a moment. Where is your boundless merit bead? Show it to me. Xuandu presented it respectfully, and with a smile, Chonqing took the boundless merit bead and tossed it towards the world tree of the great path. Let the boundless merit bead be nurtured here. You currently have no use for it. Retrieve it when you find it necessary. Xuandu glanced at the world tree and respectfully thanked him. Thank you, Saint. Master, the dragon tooth rice is ready. Ha called out. And Chonqing smiled at Xuandu. Come, let us eat before you depart. Nuwa Saint, what is the six-winged celestial silkworm doing? The mosquito curiously looked at the large cocoon, while Nuwa appeared equally perplexed. I do not know. Xiaobai, come here. Nuwa beckoned to Xiaobai. Take a look at what the six-winged celestial silkworm is doing. Didn't he the master tell you I was similarly weak when I birthed my 10th claw? The Chaos Saint Dragon glanced at the large cocoon. It is undergoing metamorphosis. Nuwa suddenly recalled, having heard Chenqing mention this before. That moment, Chonqing approached with a cheerful demeanor. What is this? Are you all suddenly interested in the six-winged celestial silkworm? Nuwa cast a puzzled glance behind Chenqing, who smiled and replied. Xuandu has left. I asked him to bring a bowl of rice and some dragon-tooth rice seeds for Laojun. Nuwa pouted. The Lord is biased. Giving dragon-tooth rice to humans to cultivate is also a great merit. Why give it to Laojun and not to me? Chonqing shot her a look. Aren't you the one who created the human race? In terms of teaching and enlightening, what have you done for them? Nuwa stuck out her tongue, and Chonqing huffed. You don't want to contribute anything to the human race yet expect to receive benefits? You lazy bum, what about it? This six-winged celestial silkworm is greedy by nature. What does the Lord intend to do with it? Nuwa asked curiously, gazing at Chenqing. This fellow is remarkable. Chenqing looked at the large cocoon. I plan to wait for its metamorphosis. Then send it to the western wilderness to find Wuyan, allowing it to establish a teaching there. I have even devised names and doctrines for them. I will impart several special paths from the 3,000 avenues to them, enabling them to comprehend it and establish a legend in the western wilderness. This teaching shall be called Buddhism, Chapter 67. The final great battle Donghuang, the situation is becoming increasingly dire for us. Observing the fierce battle between Mingi and Randing, Jiming quietly approached Donghuang Tai and spoke in hushed tones. I have a lingering feeling that this Saint Chonqing possesses the ability to manipulate the heavens. He seems to know everything about our situation. From the six-winged celestial silkworm to the current Randing, every method he has devised to break the stalemate has been beyond our imagination. This indicates that he is very familiar with the arrangements of Hongjun Daozu and our circumstances. Tai's eyes blazed with golden flames. Yet even so, I refuse to believe that, under the might of 300,000 heavenly troops, he can single-handedly alter the outcome of this battle. Tai fixed his gaze on the direction of the Witch clan. If we lose this battle, any hope of avenging my elder brother will be virtually extinguished. Jiming understood and spoke solemnly. I shall go down to make arrangements. As soon as the battle between Randing and Mingi concludes, we will launch a full-scale assault, regardless of victory or defeat. Tai nodded. Prepare well. Once their battle ends, we will directly attack the Witch clan. I want to see what the Witch clan has to resist us with. Jiming respectfully withdrew and began coordinating with several other demon leaders to prepare the demon troops for battle. 24 sea settling pearls. The battling Randing suddenly shouted, causing the 24 sea settling pearls to levitate into the air, floating above the endless blood sea of Mingi. Upon the appearance of these 24 sea settling pearls, Mingi realized that his endless blood sea had been immobilized, and he chuckled in delight. As expected, they are treasures of heaven and earth. Mingi summoned the recently refined Chenqing sword and charged towards one of the sea-settling pearls. Chenqing ruler. Seeing this, Randing quickly summoned his second treasure, the Chenqing ruler, and struck down towards the Chenqing sword. Lioli lantern, purple gold bowl. Randing's expression grew grave as he unleashed one treasure after another, intercepting all of Mingi's assaults. Mingi looked at Randing and chuckled. You've exhausted your means and are going all out. Randing, are you so eager for a life and death struggle with me? Randing replied indifferently. Since we have already engaged, I shall naturally give it my all. You are stronger than me, so if I am to fight, I must do so with all my might. Mingi laughed heartily. Ha ha, good. Then as you wish, let us fight with our lives. Can you achieve a great victory? You and two Ubi, Infernal Flames Red Lotus, beneath Mingi. The 9-grade Infernal Flames Red Lotus shone brightly, and Yuan Tu Ubi charged towards Randing's Lily Lantern and Purple Gold Bowl, while he himself also rushed towards Randing. Randing's body radiated light like a lamp, embodying the great light of heaven and earth, while Mingi's form was steeped in the murkiness of the blood sea, a natural counter to the brilliance of Randing's body. Master, what is he doing? In the Purple Cloud Palace, after Chenqing's destruction, Hongjun began to enter seclusion. while Haoyin's eyes revealed deep concern. With the Lord's current strength, does he still need to enter seclusion to improve? Can he even improve in seclusion? Yaoqi beside him also displayed a look of confusion. Boom. Just then, the entire purple cloud palace trembled violently. Haoyin and Yaoqi exchanged astonished glances, both gazing in shock at the closed meditation chamber. Buzz, buzz. Waves of colorful light cascaded down from the heavens. And simultaneously, a terrifying celestial might descended upon the purple cloud palace. Unable to withstand the pressure of this celestial might, Haoyin and Yaoqi fell to their knees, both staring in terror at the sky. Haoyin gritted his teeth and murmured, "What on earth is happening? What is the Lord doing inside? Why is there such terrifying celestial might?" Yaoqi gasped. It must be that the Lord is undertaking some significant task. This celestial might is something even saints do not possess. Has the Lord perhaps broken through? Celestial might. At that moment, within the golden meditation chamber, Hongjun looked up at the heavens. The way of heaven is incomplete. Thus I must complete myself. The paths of all living beings across the heavens, their souls, their blood, are all elements of completion, or rather, the beings themselves are so. And I am no different, Hongjun murmured, as the sound of thunder echoed from above. Seemingly responding to Hongjun's inquiry, if I were to nurture the way of heaven with my own body, then I would become the embodiment of the way of heaven. Therefore, I am the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is me. Hongjun suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glistening with brilliance. Hongjun finally understood why, after every battle of slaughter, endless merits of the way of heaven descend to bless the victorious side. This is a means by which the way of heaven completes itself, but he has also discovered another method to escape the control of the way of heaven, to break free from the shackles of fate. And that is to merge with the Dao. When he himself becomes the way of heaven, then all the calculations and arrangements of the way of heaven will be rendered useless, and he will be the one controlling this game. Hongjun closed his eyes, radiant light emanating from his body, slowly rising from the purple cloud palace, enveloped in a spectrum of colorful light, gradually merging with the heavens. Master. Upon witnessing this scene, Haoyin and Yaoqi in the purple cloud palace both changed their expressions, then exclaimed in unison, "What is happening?" The two were bewildered, not understanding why the Lord, seemingly well, had taken to the skies. Where could the Lord be going? If I am the way of heaven, then all the realms of the Honghuang shall be under my command. Hongjun gazed calmly ahead, contemplating. When that time comes, Chenqing, beneath the heavenly Dao, none shall escape death. Even the saints of the laws are no different from mere dogs. With such thoughts, Hongjun was engulfed in a murderous intent that soared to the heavens. Once I merge with the heavenly Dao, no living being shall remain unharmed under its dominion. Chonqing. Hongjun lifted his gaze to the celestial expanse, then, with a flash, vanished into the maelstrom of thunder. Even as he merged with the heavenly Dao, one thread of causality was rooted in his desire to slay Chenqing, revealing the depths of his hatred for Chenqing. At that moment, as Hongjun unified with the heavenly Dao, Chenqing, within the Daoist temple, sensed something amiss. He slightly raised his head to gaze towards the heavens, a flicker of astonishment evident in his eyes. Wa approached, her expression solemn. "My lord, why do I feel an unsettling anxiety? As though something monumental is about to occur?" "Indeed, it is a great matter," Chenqing sighed. "It seems a change is upon us, likely due to Hongjun's movements. I wonder what that old rascal is up to now." "Let him be, however. The battle between the witches and the demons is poised to erupt fully." Chonqing turned his attention towards the witch clan. This conflict will determine the fate of the primordial chaos. Chapter 68. The indelible Chonqing Randallite had lost his zeal for battle. Confronted by the onslaught from the river of darkness, Randallite found himself at a disadvantage, compounded by the river of darkness being empowered by the primordial purple energy. Achieving the body of the primordial Dao, despite having just acquired the Chenqing sword, Randallite poured forth all his effort in the fight, yet still struggled to withstand the sharpness of the river of darkness, leading him to entertain thoughts of retreat. Chenqing spoke calmly. "This is merely a struggle for dominance, not a fight to the death. Randallite belongs to the Chan sect, not the demon clan. How could he fight to the death for the demons?" Emperor Jiang nodded in agreement. "We must prepare ourselves. After all, this demon clan boasts 300,000 heavenly soldiers." Should they launch a full-scale assault, we must not underestimate them. As long as my witch clan stands firm, no being shall hinder our advance, Qilin declared with immense pride. Let them come to attack. Randallite, are you thinking of fleeing? The river of darkness transformed, smiling at Randallite, who replied nonchalantly, River of darkness. You've changed significantly, thanks to the saint's grace. I have this opportunity. The river of darkness laughed heartily. Otherwise, even with an advantage over you, I wouldn't be able to defeat you so easily. Randallite's gaze flickered. Once again, it was the saints. What origins does this Chenqing saint possess? He is unfathomably formidable, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Randallite respectfully addressed Tai and Dong Wanggong. Dong Wanggong, today's battle is not due to our lack of effort. It is the witch clan that has long been prepared. Fellow Daoist Zhao Gongming is deceased. The six-winged celestial silkworm has been captured, and I too have suffered defeat. I truly feel unworthy to remain here. Dong Wanggong, I shall take my leave. Fellow Daoist Randallite. Dong Wanggong attempted to retain him, but Randallite's form illuminated brightly, disappearing within that radiance. Dong Wanggong turned to Tai, who ignored him and waved his hand decisively. Advance. Annihilate the witch clan. Kill, Jiming roared, and the demon leaders behind him echoed in unison. Kill, trample the witch clan. 300,000 heavenly soldiers surged forth, proud and valiant, charging towards the witch clan. Emperor Jiang, Xianming, and the other ancestral witches watched this scene, their expressions grave. Emperor Jiang nodded at Xianming, who let out a long howl, proclaiming, Let us annihilate the invading enemies. The 9 ancestral witches sang in unison, radiant light erupting from them as diverse powers surged forth. Emperor Jiang waved his hand. Kill! Such a grand spectacle left Dong Wanggong utterly stunned. He had always believed that the so-called decisive battle was merely a contest of strong individuals. But this was far beyond his expectations. The formidable figures from both sides joined the fray, especially Tai, who was under special scrutiny, besieged by Xianming, Emperor Jiang, Rushou, and Changliang Emph. Yet Tai remained unperturbed, summoning the Donghuang bell. The bell's chime resonated melodiously, its brilliance illuminating vast distances, and under the protection of the Donghuang bell, the 4 ancestral witches found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. The final battle began. Within the Daoist temple, Chenqing observed the tumult from the direction of the witch clan, the overwhelming figures surging forth. Knowing that the ultimate battle had commenced, my lord. Niwa looked towards Chenqing, who replied calmly, You must go and retrieve Tai's Donghuang bell. In this battle, Tai must perish. That bell cannot fall into Hongjun's hands. Chenqing's eyes flickered with determination. Niwa nodded. I shall attend to this matter at once. Chonqing cast a glance at the Chaos Saint Dragon. Xiaobai, lost in thought. Xiaobai seemed to sense Chonqing's gaze and looked back in confusion. Just as Xiaobai felt something was amiss, Chonqing turned to him, prompting Xiaobai to adopt a wary expression. Master, I haven't caused you any trouble. Have I? Chonqing chuckled, replying, Xiaobai, don't you find it rather dull staying in this Daoist temple day after day? Xiaobai shook his head vehemently. Not at all. It is an honor to be by my master's side. How could Xiaobai ever feel bored? Absolutely not. Chenqing's smile widened. In that case, I intended to have you lead the Dragon Clan's remnants outside, but judging by your demeanor, it seems you prefer to stay in. If that is the case, I shall send Erha instead. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai leaped forward. Master, I am a Chaos Saint Dragon. Born from the chaos, my dragon essence is infused with chaotic spiritual energy, and I have soaked in the chaos pool for countless years. My very being exudes the might of the Chaos Dragon. Even the progenitor dragon would tremble before me. I must be the ruler of the Dragon Clan. But you are not. Chonqing looked at Xiaobai with a bemused expression. Xiaobai wore a righteous demeanor. For my master, no hardship is too great. Xiaobai is willing to go. Chonqing lightly tapped his head. Then why not hurry along? Niwa has already located some remnants of the Dragon Clan. Your journey will help amplify our presence. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly and dashed off. Chonqing shook his head and smiled as Erha approached. Wagging his tail, he looked up at Chenqing. Master, amidst the witch-demon war, I also wish to go out and find a female wolf. What do you think? Chenqing paused, looking at Erha with a peculiar gaze. Shouldn't you be searching for a female dog instead? Why a female wolf? Ha lamented. I wish I could, but there are no dogs around. I can only settle for a beautiful female wolf to relieve my boredom. Chenqing was speechless, waving his hand dismissively. It was better to send this creature away. Ha departed directly, leaving the vast Daoist temple with only Chenqing and one remaining. What a peculiar situation. Just as Chenqing was lost in thought, he suddenly felt something soft at his back. He turned to find Wen gazing at him with an alluring expression, her fiery red lips enticing. My lord. Wen spoke coyly, startling Chenqing, who quickly stood up. What are you doing? My lord, you are being rather hurtful. Wen feigned sorrow. Chonqing regarded her oddly. Don't even think about tempting me. Chenqing blurted out, leaving Wen momentarily stunned. Tempting you? What does that mean? Chonqing then realized. It's nothing. Just keep your distance. I am currently devising strategies against Hongjun. That old rascal is quite cunning and must be dealt with. Chonqing hastily concocted an excuse. Your proximity is hindering my calculations. And also, you should dress more appropriately, Wen retorted. Saint Nuwa told me that you always ask her for a close-fitting belly wrap upon seeing her. Chenqing coughed up blood. It was futile to clear his name now. Once they all found out, how could he ever redeem himself? That Nuwa. Why does she divulge everything? Chapter 69. The tragedy of Tai Tai. You have already been defeated. Do not resist futilely. Emperor Jiang, along with 3 others, surrounded Dong Huang Tai, who leaned on the Dong Huang Bel's formidable defense, facing 4 adversaries alone, defeated. Tai surveyed his surroundings, laughing despondently. Even if I am defeated, what of it? Today, does your witch clan truly believe you will triumph? You think you have won? I beg to differ. Tai's eyes ignited with golden flames as he let out a long cry, transforming into the 3-legged golden crow, his true form soaring into the sky. Beware! Both Emperor Jiang and Ximing shouted in unison. Tai laughed heartily, golden flames erupting upwards, enveloping the 4. Emperor Jun addressed them. Emperor Jiang, Ximing, since I have reached a dead end, what do I have to fear in walking towards death? But what about you? Are you prepared to accompany me? Tai howled, the light from the Dong Huang Bell illuminating hundreds of miles as Tai's colossal form descended upon them. Ximing and Emperor Jiang struck simultaneously. Boom! They each managed to block Tai's 2 claws, but Tai possessed a 3rd claw, ablaze with golden flames, crashing down. However, this 3rd claw was not aimed at them but rather at someone behind them. Emperor Jiang's expression changed dramatically. Chongliang, retreat. Tai laughed maniacally. Retreat? Can it retreat? Today, you are all destined to accompany me to the grave. Perish. The 3rd claw of the golden crow seized Chongliang, and the golden flames ignited, causing Chongliang to scream in agony. Ha 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 ha. Amidst Tai's frenzied laughter, Chongliang's massive form was obliterated in that sea of golden flames, while both Emperor Jiang and Ximing roared in fury. Boom, boom. Ximing bone arrow, the wrath of Dijiao. A formidable assault crashed heavily upon Tai's Eastern Emperor Bell, resonating with thunderous roars. As the teacher had foretold, the moment is now. Yet, amidst the chaotic throng, no one noticed the figure of Si Jiao, whose piercing gaze shone with brilliance as he observed the unfolding scene. The chaos cauldron, the god-slaying spear. With a low exclamation, Si Jiao brandished the god-slaying spear, the chaos cauldron hovering before him, directing his focus towards Tai's position, and surged forth with a fierce rush. This is merely the first strike. Tai, witnessing Dijiao and Ximing, felt an intensifying blaze of golden flames enveloping him, his complexion pale, yet madness flickered in his eyes. Boss, we must devise a strategy. He is consuming the essence of the golden crow, fully merging with the great sun's golden flame, wagering his life against ours. With the Eastern Emperor Bell, he harbors no fear of us. We need a plan. Dijiao's expression turned grave, and at that moment, he and Ximing simultaneously looked up to see a figure slicing through the air behind Tai. It was Si Jiao. Dijiao and Ximing were momentarily taken aback. Then they beheld the Chaos Divine Treasure, the Chaos Cauldron, brutally smashing down upon Tai's Eastern Emperor Bell. Boom, clang. With a resounding bang, the Eastern Emperor Bell began to tremble, Tai's expression shifting. A Chaos Divine Treasure? A low growl escaped Si Jiao's lips as he thrust the god-slaying spear precisely where the Chaos Cauldron had struck, prompting another violent explosion. Tai's countenance changed drastically, his gaze locked onto Si Jiao. You? The chaos divine treasure, the god-slaying spear, splendid, yet regrettably, just a fraction short. Si Jiao's demeanor remained calm. After his strike, he retreated. Tai snorted coldly, preparing to take flight in pursuit, when a brilliant golden light suddenly blazed forth. Upon witnessing the dazzling golden axe beam, Tai's expression finally altered. He growled in low fury. Panga banner, Eastern Emperor Bell, hold firm. Open the heavens blade, shatter time and space. A soft murmur resonated as Xingtian wielded his axe. Stepping through the void, directing his gaze at Tai's Eastern Emperor Bell, and then swung down with force, open. Xingtian's eyes widened, radiating fierce brilliance, as the terrifying open heavens blade plummeted directly onto the Eastern Emperor Bell. Block it for me, Tai roared, the golden flames upon him blazing fiercely, the Eastern Emperor Bell shimmering with light, swiftly bracing to withstand the onslaught. Boom. Xingtian seemed to have anticipated this moment, perfectly targeting the location of Si Jiao's previous strike. And the open heavens blade came crashing down. Tai shuddered, realizing Xingtian's intent to exploit a weakness in his Eastern Emperor Bell's defense. Tai bellowed in fury as the Eastern Emperor Bell spun rapidly. With its rotation, the open heavens blade accurately struck the earlier assault. The Eastern Emperor Bell reverberated with a resounding clang, quaking incessantly, while Tai was forced to retreat, his gaze fixated on Xingtian. This was the sole source of threat to him. For in Xingtian's grasp was the Panga banner, when suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled from behind Tai. He turned, and with a chime of the bell, a sharpened arrow shot in from afar, colliding forcefully with the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was Dai. And Tai's pupils constricted. Rushu, return. At that moment, Di Jiao was taken aback, for Rushu had appeared at Tai's right side unbeknownst to anyone. Just in time. Tai let out a sinister laugh. This Rushu had seized the opportunity during Xingtian's assault to strike. Die! Tai laughed maniacally, as Rushu's golden fist beam struck down upon the Eastern Emperor Bell, precisely at the spot previously targeted by Si Jiao and Xingtian. Boss, eliminate him. Obliterate the heavenly court, with a thunderous roar. Rushu's fist exploded, his entire form detonating. Rushu? Di Jiao howled in despair, and with Rushu's self-detonation, the defenses of the Eastern Emperor Bell were shattered, sending Tai reeling back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tai chuckled softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he glanced at Di Jiao and the others, with a low chuckle. That makes the second buzz. Just then, a radiant array of multicolored light suddenly illuminated the heavens, cascading down towards Tai's Eastern Emperor Bell. Tai turned his gaze towards the multicolored brilliance, his eyes betraying confusion. Beneath the radiant glow, he sensed a terrifying power. With a resounding crash, the Eastern Emperor Bell was forcibly dislodged from Tai, leaving him stunned, staring at the bell that had fallen from him. How could this be? Tai was taken aback, and at that moment, a spear beam pierced through from a distance, penetrating through his back and shattering his heart. The god-slaying spear. As he beheld the spear protruding from his chest, Tai let out a low chuckle, just as a golden axe beam descended from above, striking down upon him, sizzle, with a single axe swing. Tai shuddered as the blow cleaved towards him, his colossal form slowly fracturing. Big brother, Tai murmured softly, before his form was utterly obliterated beneath the golden radiance. Chapter 70. Nuwa confronts the three great sages. Clang. Clang. As Tai fell, the Eastern Emperor Bell resonated across the heavens, sounding as if lamenting for Tai's demise. A dazzling golden light erupted in the sky, and amidst the brilliance, a colossal golden hand reached out towards the Eastern Emperor Bell. Di Jiao, Xianming, and the others gazed in astonishment at the golden hand, exchanging incredulous glances before exclaiming, "A sage!" This immense golden palm belonged to a sage, and they had not anticipated that a sage would intervene to seize the Eastern Emperor Bell. Though they were unsure which sage it was, humph! A cold snort echoed from the heavens as a brocade ball rolled forth, radiating red light, instantly shattering the golden hand. The Eastern Emperor Bell is not something you can covet. A voice of disdain rang out as Nuwa materialized from the void, waving her hand as rainbow light cascaded down. Nuwa! A furious cry erupted from the heavens as a flash of golden light vanished, revealing the figure of Zhuenti, who glared angrily at Nuwa. "What? Do you wish to engage me in combat?" Nuwa cast a disdainful glance at Xuanti, who was furious yet dared not strike. Nuwa, my friend. A gentle voice emerged as Jane approached from the other side. Bowing to Nuwa, Jane pays respects to you. Nuwa. Nuwa glanced at Jane, then replied calmly. What? Are you two preparing to join forces? If so, let us see if you can gain the upper hand against me. Jane smiled warmly. Nuwa, you jest. We sages cannot engage in battle, as it is against our covenant, and Jane will naturally refrain from hostility. He glanced at the Eastern Emperor Bell in Nuwa's possession. You, my friend, became a sage by creating the human race, while the three pure ones established their teachings to attain sagehood, and Hutu transformed into reincarnation to become a sage. Nuwa, do you know why we two attained sagehood? Jane inquired of Nuwa, who answered indifferently. The master has said that you both achieved sagehood by taking on debts. Taking on debts? Xuanti and Jane exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by this notion. However, they did not press further into the meaning of taking on debts. We both made grand vows to become sages. Your Eastern Emperor Bell relates to our grand vows and our future paths to sagehood. Thus, Jane earnestly requests you, Nuwa, for the sake of the Western Wilderness's beings, to assist our paths to enlightenment by allowing us to take possession of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Jane spoke earnestly. I assure you, once our path to sagehood is further solidified and we restore the spiritual aura of the Western Wilderness, we shall return the Eastern Emperor Bell to you. Nuwa? Nuwa regarded Jane with an expression of curiosity. What is the matter? Is it not permissible to consider this as a loan from you? Nuwa? Jane shook his head. It is not that it is not permissible. It is merely that the master had previously mentioned 3 matters to remember while out in the world. She looked at Jane with an unusual expression. The first is to heed Hongjun's words to attain sagehood. The second is to refrain from conversing intimately with Yuan Shi. And the third, well, it pertains to Jane borrowing things. Nuwa regarded Jane, who appeared taken aback, and he queried, What does this mean? Please enlighten me, Nuwa. The first, to heed Hongjun's path to sagehood means that the benefits obtained will essentially belong to Hongjun, so naturally, one should not heed it. The second, the master warned that should you engage in intimate conversation with Yuan Shi, you may encounter great peril at any moment, and the mastermind behind this calamity will be Yuan Shi himself. He is capable of stabbing you in the back when you least expect it. Nuwa shook her head. She too was perplexed by Chenqing's assertions, for he seemed to possess profound understanding of these sages. Nuwa turned to Jane. In the third, Jane, if you borrow something, it is generally a case of borrowing without returning. Jane fell silent, while Xuanti gazed at Jane with a strange expression. Jane addressed Nuwa. Nuwa, I can swear an oath. Nuwa shook her head. Your oath is of no use, for the Eastern Emperor Bell is not something I desire, but rather something the master requires, and thus I must take it back. Jane could not help but speak again, but Nuwa waved her hand. No need for further words. The master desires this object, and I must take it back. Nuwa, do you believe you can safely take the Eastern Emperor Bell back from us? Xuanti's icy gaze bore into Nuwa, his eyes glinting with cold light. What? Do you wish to engage me in battle? Nuwa replied coolly, gazing at Xuanti, who sneered. The Eastern Emperor Bell was mine to discover first. You intervened to snatch it away. If anyone has broken the covenant, it is you, Nuwa, not me. Xuanti gazed at Nuwa, and Jie nodded in agreement, saying, Nuwa, my friend, Xuanti speaks the truth. The fall of Tai and the Eastern Emperor Bell were initially witnessed by us. When Xuanti sought to seize it, you covertly intervened and took it for yourself. Thus, you were the one who first broke the rules. Jane looked at Nuwa and continued. If we were to engage in conflict, even the Saint of Sentiments would have no justification, as he has a pact with the Dao ancestor, does he not? Nuwa responded calmly. During the war of Wu and Yao, the Yao clan represented the Dao ancestor, while the Wu clan stood for my esteemed lord. Now that the Yao clan has been defeated and the heavenly court annihilated, the Eastern Emperor Bell naturally belongs to my Wu clan as spoils of war. She turned her gaze towards Xuanti and Jie, stating, You both lurk in the shadows, attempting to seize the Eastern Emperor Bell, which suggests your intentions are far from honorable, is it not? Nuwa glanced towards the opposite side of the firmament. And you, even if I did not act, you would have intervened, would you not? Perhaps you should express your gratitude towards me. Otherwise, if you were to contend for it, it would lead to internal strife. As her words fell, Zhuan and Jie also turned their attention towards the west. Another saint, Di Jiang and Xianming, were taken aback in the direction Nuwa was gazing. A figure gradually materialized from the void, revealing none other than the primordial beginning. The primordial saint. Di Jiang and Xianming sensed a foreboding, as their adversaries possessed three great saints, while they had only Nuwa on their side. Xianming, Di Jiang, lead the Wu clan and obliterate the heavenly court. You need not concern yourselves here. Nuwa spoke indifferently to Di Jiang and Xianming. Understood. The primordial began to address Nuwa. Nuwa. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhuan and Jie have not erred. The Eastern Emperor Bell was initially intended for Zhuan, and you seized it. He continued coolly. If we are to discuss this fairly, you have violated the agreement with the teacher and the saint of sentiments by acting first. Now, you ought to relinquish the Eastern Emperor Bell. Nuwa regarded the primordial with a faint smile. And if I refuse? Are the three of you truly prepared to join forces to wrest it from my grasp? Or perhaps you would care to give it a try? Chapter 71. The Great Yin-Yang Technique Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving final victory in the Great Cataclysm of the Wu and Yao War. System rewards are commencing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete Great Yin-Yang Technique from the 3,000 Great Avenues. Do you choose to merge? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 320,000 units of Heavenly Dao Merit. The current total of Heavenly Dao Merit stands at 690,000. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an innate supreme treasure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Within the Heavenly Dao Academy, radiance shimmered as innate spiritual treasures of varying ranks appeared successively around. Beside him, when gazed in astonishment. What is happening? Why are these magical artifacts manifesting on their own? Could it be that the master has been hoarding them? Meanwhile, Chenqing was observing the great yin-yang technique. Yin and yang, the four symbols flourishing, the supreme dual cultivation path, containing the profound mysteries of the great Dao. Ranked 10th among the 3,000 great avenues, Chenqing's pupils constricted. The great yin-yang technique was indeed the supreme dual cultivation method among the 3,000 great avenues, where yin and yang harmonize, leading to the sublimation of the soul and essence. This path originated from a pair of chaotic demon gods, yin and yang, hence named the great yin-yang technique, mastering the principles of yin and yang in heaven and earth. The division of yin and yang is the foundation of all things. Chonqing took a deep breath and then clicked to merge, causing a radiant aura to envelop him. The master, observing the yin-yang energy and the black and white radiance emanating from Chenqing. Wen's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. The master has progressed again. Is this the great yin-yang technique, one of the 3,000 great avenues? 1. Having heard Chenqing's teachings, naturally understood the significance of the 3,000 great avenues. It was known that the master had comprehended the great thunder technique and achieved the position of Hongyun saint. Now he had grasped the great yin-yang technique? If so, then what of Hongjun? Wen's gaze was filled with calculation. If this were the case, Hongjun would pale in comparison to the master. Thunder rumbled. As Chenqing merged, a beam of yin-yang radiance shot into the sky, converging into a yin-yang spring in the firmament. What is that? At the same time, in the battlefield of the Wu and Yao, the four great saints, Nuwa, Primordial, Zhuan, and Jie, simultaneously turned their heads towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. It is the teacher. A soft exclamation of admiration arose as the vortex roared, and those who touched it would perish. This was the reincarnation vortex, where the figure of Ho Tu materialized. Nuwa glanced at her. Your reincarnation has grown considerably stronger. It seems the master has invested considerable effort into you, advancing so swiftly. Ho Tu shook her head. It is due to the teacher's enlightenment that I have made progress. Yet, the master. How can he still break through? What realms lie beyond that of a saint? Nuwa also shook her head, while the primordial and the others gazed solemnly towards Buzhou Mountain, realizing that the Eastern Emperor Bell was now beyond their reach. With Ho Tu present, in a 3-against-2 scenario, they had no confidence, especially with such monumental events unfolding. What exactly was happening beneath Buzhou Mountain in the Heavenly Dao Observatory? The yin-yang extremity. Transforming thunder into fish. A voice of the great Dao resonated from the position of the yin-yang spring, and Chenqing's figure materialized above it. Master, Teacher, Nu Wa and Hou exclaimed in unison. As they beheld Chenqing seated cross-legged, surrounded by thunder and lightning, the sound of booming resonating continuously. What is that? Surrounding Chenqing were two fish, one black and one white, symbolizing the forces of yin and yang. Swirling around him while crackling with thunder. Fish? They exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of astonishment. Why are there fish around Chenqing? Moreover, these are thunderfish, the great yin-yang technique of the 3,000 great avenues. Nu Wa was the first to react, gazing at Chenqing. Master, you have comprehended yet another complete great Dao, the great yin-yang technique. Hou was taken aback. Hongjun had once expounded on this, and Chenqing had also shared insights. They understood that there are 3,000 paths, all capable of leading to sainthood, and Chenqing had achieved this through the great thunder technique. Now, having mastered the great yin-yang technique, did this not mean that Chenqing was equivalent to the existence of two saints? Moreover, the most powerful kind. Aside from them, the ones most shocked were the Primordial Qilin and Jie, their expressions grave. The stronger Chenqing grew, the more unfavorable it became for them. It was essential to note that Chenqing and Hongjun were bitter rivals, and with them aligning with Hongjun, Chonqing's growing strength only indicated a more formidable opponent. Since the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans commenced, Hongjun had vanished without a trace, and now Chonqing was becoming increasingly powerful, while the Yao clan had been obliterated by the Wu. Jie, let us depart. Zhuan subtly nodded towards Jie, who surveyed the scattered remnants of the heavenly courteous Yao clan, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Let us go. With a simultaneous wave of their hands, they whisked away 1,500 beings, all of whom were former heavenly court soldiers. The Primordial's gaze flickered as he quickly grasped Zhuan and Jie Yin's intentions. These two scoundrels were utterly shameless. The master was indeed correct. These two fellows had reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. Nu Wa also shook her head. They have taken 3,000 heavenly soldiers. The western wilderness was in decline, and these two sought to establish a sect without any foundation, only making grand vows of becoming saints. Seizing this opportunity, they would undoubtedly hold on tightly. The Primordial cast his gaze towards the defeated heavenly soldiers, his voice echoing. The heavenly court has perished, and as all beings survive, they shall enter my Chan teaching to seek my protection. Nu Wa and Hou did not intervene. Chenqing had anticipated this and informed them not to worry about Zhuan. Jie or the Primordial taking these beings away. Nu Wa looked down at Dijiang and Xianming. Dijiang, Xianming, now that the heavenly court has fallen, there is no need for a total extermination. The Wu clan need not make unnecessary sacrifices. Dijiang and Xianming understood, replying respectfully as they called off their troops, gathering all Wu clansmen who were pursuing the remnants of the heavenly court. Dijiang turned towards Xingtian and Dai. Xingtian, Dai, I command you both to lead our great Wu clan and tidy the battlefield, bringing back the remains of our clan's kin. Yes, at that moment, above Buzhou Mountain, beneath the condensation of yin and yang, the lightning mark on Chonqing's brow also floated forth. The yin-yang extreme fish transformed into black and white light points. Resting on either side of this lightning mark, flickering in and out of visibility. Chenqing opened his eyes, and the black and white thunder extreme fish merged into his gaze, causing his figure to vanish into thin air. Chapter 72. The arrival of Hongjun in the bathing pool of the heavenly court, atop Fusang. Luo watched the unfolding scene with a face full of sorrow. It was over. The heavenly court had been destroyed, and his uncle had vanished without a trace. The water churned, and beneath the roots of Fusang, a phantom slowly materialized, causing Luo to tremble as he stared at the apparition. Uncle? This manifested figure was none other than the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, who smiled at Luo. Luo, when you see the remnants of my essence, it signifies that I have completely dissipated. A yellow light flickered, and an innate gourd floated forth. Using my own primordial essence of the great sun's golden flames, combined with my soul, spirit, and this Fusang tree, I have forged a treasure within this innate gourd for you. It is my hope that it will safeguard your future well-being. This treasure can slay even immortals and break through the void. Take care of yourself, uncle. Luo let out a piercing cry, while Tai Yi merely smiled faintly. Then, the sacred tree of Fusang spontaneously ignited, drawing him into the primordial gourd alongside it. Second uncle, I shall avenge you. Gazing at the treasured gourd in his hand, Lu Yu's eyes brimmed with determination as he whispered softly, before turning to depart. Jianling, Wu Deng, in this current war of the witches and demons, the demon race has been defeated, the heavenly court lies in ruins, and all beings across the realms are left adrift. Why Jiejiao shall open wide its doors to welcome all living beings into our fold. Relay my decree. Any who enter my Jiejiao shall be treated equally, for I, Tong Tian, embrace all without discrimination. Tong Tian cast a glance towards the direction of Mount Buzhou and then calmly issued a command. Understood, Jinling and Wu Deng both responded respectfully. Tong Tian closed his eyes, pondering. How will our master retaliate next? Not only Tong Tian, but upon returning, Yuan Shi also instructed Randang and the disciples to actively recruit new members to expand the Chan teaching, while Chenqing remained eerily silent, making no moves whatsoever. After merging with the great yin-yang technique, Chenqing radiated a peculiar aura, surrounded by the essence of great thunder, making him appear even more ethereal. Mosquito approached, gazing at Chenqing with an infatuated expression. My lord, have you perhaps comprehended the great yin-yang technique? Are you now equivalent to two saints? Chenqing regarded Mosquito warily. Do not be so greedy. Have you gained any insights into your stellar primordial source? Do you see any signs of the great stellar technique? Mosquito pouted. I am not your servant. I don't even know when I comprehended the great yin-yang technique. My lord, what does the dual cultivation of yin and yang contained within this technique entail? Is it not the joint cultivation of both? Mosquito's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chenqing, who immediately discerned her intentions. What are you trying to say? Chenqing inquired. Mosquito blushed coyly. My lord, since you have fully grasped the great yin-yang technique, would you not take me along for a bit of practice? Please. Her demeanor sent a shiver down Chenqing's spine. Do you understand what dual cultivation of yin and yang means? He queried, gazing at the young girl. Even as a saint, he found it hard to restrain himself. Who could withstand such a lure? Just then, the doors of the heavenly Dao temple burst open, and Wa and Fuxi entered, alleviating Chenqing's awkward predicament. Chenqing exhaled, while a flicker of regret crossed Mosquito's eyes. She had been so close to success, only to have them return at this moment. Wa and Fuxi approached Chenqing with expressions of delight. My lord, have you comprehended the great yin-yang technique? Wa exclaimed joyfully. Chenqing nodded with a smile, while Fuxi bowed respectfully. Congratulations, master, on your further advancement. With your understanding of 2 of the 3,000 great Tao, you are akin to 2 saints now. It should not be. Chenqing was about to respond when he abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens above Mount Buzhou. Both Wa and Fuxi followed suit. What kind of aura is that? Wa's eyes widened in shock, while Fuxi's expression turned grave. It is the aura of the heavenly Dao. It is the heavenly Dao. It must be Hongjun. Chenqing's expression shifted as he observed the terrifying aura of the heavenly Dao. Wa and Fuxi gasped. Is it truly him? It should be. Chenqing's gaze deepened. Though he was uncertain of what Hongjun had done, he could sense that it had to be him. The overwhelming pressure of the heavenly Dao transformed into a white sphere of light, descending forcefully towards the heavenly Dao temple. You all, retreat. Chenqing commanded as Wa and Fuxi moved aside. Surrounding Chenqing, countless bolts of lightning flashed and crackled. He fixed his gaze on the white light sphere, raising a hand as thunder erupted forth. With a crack, the lightning converged above the heavens, merging into a divine thunder god, who struck down upon the white sphere. Boom! The clash of the thunder god, imbued with unmatched might, resounded with violent echoes. How has his power grown so formidable? Chenqing mused. The thunder god was shattered under the impact of the white sphere. Yin-yang extreme fish, great thunder seal. Chenqing murmured softly, placing a finger upon his brow, as bolts of lightning surged forth, with black and white fish swirling around him. Go! Chenqing commanded, sending the great thunder seal and yin-yang extreme fish soaring towards Hongjun. The intensity of the white sphere increased. As the brilliant white light exploded, both the yin-yang extreme fish and the great thunder seal were continuously obliterated. Chenqing's pupils constricted as he focused intently on the white sphere. Hongjun's power cannot possibly be this overwhelming. Grasping the chaos sword, Chonqing ascended into the sky, fiercely striking down towards the white sphere. The brilliance of the chaos sword descended. Within the white sphere, a figure began to materialize, surrounded by the creation jade plate. Indeed, It was Hongjun. The blade of the Chaos Sword connected with the Creation Jade Plate. And Chenqing regarded Hongjun coolly. Hongjun, you have violated our agreement once more. Violate the agreement? Hongjun regarded Chenqing with indifference. And what of it? Now, I am the Heavenly Dao. Since I embody the Heavenly Dao, there is no such thing as agreement or violation. Chenqing, allow me to congratulate you on comprehending yet another of the 3,000 great Tao. How unfortunate that just as you grasped a new one, you are destined to perish, to break through and meet demise on the same day. Chenqing, how lamentable. Hongjun's expression remained tranquil. Are you so sure you can kill me? Chenqing replied with a calm smile. Chapter 73. Hongjun retreats. Jin Shan emerges. At this moment, Hongjun exuded an aura of terrifying might, his presence not yielding in the slightest to Chenqing, perhaps even surpassing him. But that was not the crux. The true essence lay in the Creation Jade Plate beneath Hongjun, its chaotic treasure aura under his command, immensely powerful. A formidable and terrifying force radiated from the Creation Jade Plate as Hongjun gazed at Chenqing. This is the disparity between us. He raised a hand, the Creation Jade Plate hovering in his palm. Even if you possess a Chaos Spirit treasure, there remains a significant difference when compared to a Chaos Supreme treasure. Without a Chaos Supreme treasure, in our states of comparable strength, you could never hope to be my opponent. Hongjun regarded Chenqing with calm detachment. Is that so? Chenqing retorted. Then let us see if you can defeat me. Otherwise, how can you be certain I am not your match? You are quite self-assured. Hongjun raised his hand, the Creation Jade Plate glowing brilliantly in midair, expanding rapidly. Boom! The Creation Jade Plate, carrying unparalleled heavenly might, came crashing down upon Chenqing. Chenqing looked up, a serene smile upon his face. He raised a hand, a green pearl materializing in his palm. As he observed the descending Creation Jade Plate, he smiled nonchalantly. The green pearl floated upward. Layers of green light radiated from the pearl as the Creation Jade Plate struck down, colliding fiercely with the green pearl. The Creation Jade Plate shimmered, its tremendous force erupting forth, while the green pearl emitted layers of rippling green waves, successfully blocking the onslaught. Above the heavens, Hongjun was momentarily stunned, gazing at the green pearl before Chenqing in disbelief. Could it really withstand his Creation Jade Plate? How is this possible? Hongjun stared at the scene, astonished. This green pearl, the Chaos Pearl, is indeed a fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure. How could it be in your possession? Hongjun gazed at Chenqing in shock. The sphere filled with astonishment. Why should it not be in my hands? Chenqing replied calmly. Dio, you still possess such confidence. You have merged with the Heavenly Dao? Hongjun's eyes deepened as he regarded Chenqing. Well, Chenqing, you have truly exceeded my expectations. The Chaos Pearl is indeed in your grasp. Hongjun's eyes darkened. But do you believe this is the end? Chenqing, I can still continue to elevate my strength, while you, on the other hand, cannot. His gaze turned icy. Your comprehension of the second of the 3,000 great Tao is indeed beyond my expectations, yet I do not believe you can grasp a third. Hongjun retracted the Creation Jade Plate, his figure slowly vanishing into the horizon, yet his voice echoed back. Chenqing, await my return. I shall soon seek you out once more. Chenqing's gaze turned profound as he watched Hongjun's vanishing figure. The rapid enhancement of Hongjun's power was alarming. Having merged with the Heavenly Dao, he had become the Heavenly Dao itself. Urgent measures must be taken. Chenqing's expression hardened. If he did not act soon, he would inevitably perish at Hongjun's hands. The estate required just over 2 million merits to upgrade. First, he would upgrade the estate. Chenqing's eyes glimmered, believing that accumulating those 2 million merits should not be too difficult. Master, my lord. Chenqing descended from the sky, as Nuwa, Mosquito, and Hutu turned to him. It is Hongjun. Chenqing spoke softly, solemnly. He has fed himself to the Heavenly Dao. Now he has become the Heavenly Dao. Both Nuwa and Hutu's expressions shifted. For as saints, they understood the implications of this act all too well. Nuwa spoke in a deep voice. If we consider this, then once he further merges with the Heavenly Dao, will he not become unbeatable? Chenqing nodded and calmly replied, if he fully embodies the Heavenly Dao, then he will dictate the fate of this world. He shall be the celestial sovereign. Huda looked at Chenqing respectfully and said, Master, Since Hongjun has already made a move against you and is currently merging with the heavenly Dao, should we not take this opportunity to eliminate the Chan sect and the Jie sect? Eliminate the Chan sect and the Jie sect? Wa exclaimed in surprise, while Hu calmly continued, they belong to Hongjun's faction. If we do not eradicate them, once Hongjun merges with the heavenly Dao, they will become the principal force opposing you. Hu took a breath and added, in that case, it would be wise to eliminate them first, thereby averting future troubles, my lord. I concur with Hu's reasoning. Wa whispered to Chenqing, perhaps we should first eliminate the Chan sect and the Jie sect. For this matter is of utmost urgency. Chenqing shook his head, the most pressing concern lies elsewhere. Hu summoned Dijiang. Hu was taken aback but promptly complied with respect. Chenqing then turned to Wa, you should gather Sifang, the leader of the human race, and Laozi at the Daoist sanctuary. Wa, puzzled yet respectful, acknowledged. Chenqing then looked at the mosquito beside him. You go and summon the river of oblivion. I have matters to arrange. The mosquito, disgruntled, withdrew, while Chenqing lowered his head in contemplation. He glanced at Bai Zhe, who seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Bai Zhe, Chenqing said calmly, the heavenly court of the demon race has been destroyed. You now return to my fold, and I have a task for you. Please instruct me, sage. Bai Zhe stood respectfully. Chonqing smiled, do not rush. First, wait for me outside the sanctuary until everyone has gathered. Understood. Bai Zhe respectfully exited. Chenqing then slowly approached the cocooned six-winged celestial cicada. Crouching down, it is time to break free from the cocoon. Chenqing whispered, then took out the last trace of primordial purple qi from his being, gazing at the cocoon with a serene smile. All for the sake of merit. With a soft sigh, Chonqing directly merged the primordial purple qi with the cocoon. A radiant purple light erupted from the cocoon, shimmering with layers of brilliance. Chenqing narrowed his eyes, silently observing the magnificent purple cocoon. Gradually, under the fusion of the purple light, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the cocoon, from which strands of golden light began to seep out. Crack, crack! The purple cocoon slowly split open, and the golden light grew even more resplendent. Chonqing beheld a golden cicada emerging before him. The golden cicada flapped its wings and floated out, opening its eyes and respectfully greeting Chenqing. Thank you for your grace, sage. Chapter 74. Chonqing divides the realms of land, sea, and sky outside the heavenly Dao temple. In the Daoist sanctuary, numerous beings sat respectfully on both sides, all gazing reverently at Chenqing, who occupied the central position. Leading the assembly were the three great sages, Wa, Hu, and Laozi, followed by beings such as the River of Oblivion, Dijiang, Bai Zhe, the mosquito, and the golden cicada. Chonqing surveyed them and then spoke slowly. You all should be aware that this battle between the shaman and the demon races is also a grand contest between myself and Hongjun. He gazed slowly at the heavens. Now that the heavenly court of the demon race has been vanquished, it is only fitting that a new ruling race emerges. The shaman race shall obliterate the demon race in this conflict. Thus, I decree that from this day forth, the shaman race shall govern the heavenly court. Establish heavenly laws, unite the myriad races, and share in the cultivation of the heavenly Dao, Dijiang. Chonqing called out, and Dijiang respectfully rose, stating solemnly, you shall be the first heavenly emperor of the shaman race's heavenly court. Do you have any objections? Dijiang had no objections. How could he? He was filled with joy at the prospect of the shaman race governing the heavens. The shaman race had sustained significant losses in this battle, and the primal land had also suffered great devastation, rendering it unsuitable for the cultivation of the myriad beings. Chonqing turned to Fuxi, surprised to find him now the leader of the human race. He calmly asked, Fuxi, as the leader of the human race, what achievements do you have to show? Fuxi respectfully replied, as your disciple, I have united the various tribes of humanity, established the imperial capital in the Chen region, held the worship at Mount Tai, and researched the principles of yin and yang, from which I derived the 8 trigrams. I also borrowed from the writing of the Kuanping demon race to create a written language for humanity and taught them to weave nets for fishing. My contributions are thus in that case, as the leader of humanity, it stands to reason that there are no dissenters among your people. Chonqing pondered briefly, henceforth, the human race shall govern the land. The nation shall be referred to as Huaxia. And you, Fuxi, shall be known as the emperor of humanity. Chonqing looked at Fuxi and spoke calmly. Thank you, sage. Fuxi bowed respectfully. Chonqing continued, in the future, the guardian spirit of the human race shall be the Qilin clan. Sifang, do you consent? I am willing, Sifang replied respectfully. Chonqing smiled. Let this be the totem of Huaxia, and may the human race soar to the heavens as it does. With a gesture from Chenqing, all beings raised their heads to see the chaos sacred dragon. Xiao Bai, leading a multitude of dragons towards Mount Buzhou. Fuxi gazed at Xiao Bai, recognizing the dragon totem as quite commendable. He knelt before Chenqing, saying, I understand now. Chonqing nodded for him to rise. At that moment, Xiao Bai descended from the sky, and the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the heavens. Xiao Bai beamed at Chenqing. Master, look at how many dragons I have brought back this time. I can tell you, most of the dragon race is here now. Once they heard that their master would protect them, they followed me without hesitation. Not a moment wasted. Xiao Bai grinned widely, radiating joy. We pay our respects to Sage Chenqing, and we hope for your protection. The dragons knelt before Chenqing, filled with utmost respect and fervent desire. Among you, who is the leader of the dragon race? Chenqing asked nonchalantly. One dragon stepped forward respectfully. Ao Guang pays respects to Sage Chenqing. The dragon race has endured great tribulations. The ancestor dragon is missing, and Ao Guang is the eldest among us. Thus he currently leads the dragon race. Chenqing regarded Ao Guang. As the heavens and earth are now under my control, the dragon race, which originally governed the four seas, shall be entrusted to you as the dragon king of the East Sea. Ao Guang was taken aback, and Chenqing continued calmly, you and your dragon race may rest and thrive in the East Sea, and when the time comes to restore your vitality, you may once again govern the heavens and the four seas. Do you consent? Chenqing's words caused Ao Guang to kneel deeply. Ao Guang, on behalf of the dragon race, expresses our gratitude for your benevolence, Sage. We are willing to proceed to the East Sea. Chonqing nodded. From now on, the shaman race shall govern the heavens, the human race shall govern the land, and the dragon race shall govern the four seas. Do any of you have objections? We obey the sage's decree. All beings naturally responded with respect, not daring to express any dissent. Chonqing nodded with satisfaction. Very well, then it shall be so. Laozi, the river of oblivion, you two remain. The rest may withdraw. Chonqing waved his hand, and Dijiang and the others respectfully exited. Laozi, Chonqing turned to Laozi, who cupped his hands in greeting. Chonqing spoke slowly, you have greatly contributed to the enlightenment of humanity, yet I have not appointed you as the emperor of humanity. What are your thoughts? Sage, you overthink it, Laozi replied with a slight smile. Having witnessed the true goodness and beauty of humanity is enough for me. I have no desire for the title of emperor. Chonqing chuckled. If you do not seek the position of emperor, then I shall establish another role for you. The Dao ancestor of the human race. How does that sound? You may establish the Dao teachings and impart the path of humanity. Laozi was momentarily taken aback, and Chenqing continued calmly, from now on, the human race shall follow the Dao teachings, and you, Laozi, shall be the Dao ancestor, receiving the incense offerings of the human race and becoming their faith. Even though Laozi was not fond of contention, hearing this nonetheless filled him with excitement, and he bowed to Chenqing. Laozi thanks Sage Chenqing. As long as you are satisfied, Chenqing nodded, then turned to the River of Oblivion, who was brimming with excitement. The River of Oblivion pays respects to the sage. I know your eagerness to attain sainthood. The primordial purple chi has fully merged, establishing the foundation for your sanctification. River of Oblivion, the time has indeed come for you. Please, sage, guide me. The River of Oblivion, filled with anticipation, bowed deeply. Chonqing smiled gently. Your path to sainthood is no different from that of Nuwa. Nuwa, the sage? The River of Oblivion was taken aback. And Chenqing nodded. Just as Nuwa achieved sainthood, you too can follow her path. The River of Oblivion trembled and softly murmured. The Lady Nuwa created humanity to attain sainthood. Do you mean? Chonqing looked at him. You, as the River of Oblivion, harbor an endless sea of blood, and blood essence is the foundation of your race. Given this, how can you not understand how to utilize your innate advantages? He pointed at the mosquito. She too was birthed from your boundless blood sea. If you were to create, how many beings like her could emerge from that sea? The River of Oblivion grasped the meaning and, overwhelmed with excitement, bowed deeply to Chenqing. I understand now. Sage, thank you for your guidance. Chonqing turned to the final golden cicada, recognizing its remarkable potential. After its transformation, its comprehension was astoundingly high. Teaching it the lesser vehicle of Buddhism allowed it to independently grasp the greater vehicle. This being was indeed a natural talent for enlightenment. If this individual were to lead, with the heavens as support, these two could easily overshadow the likes of Xuanti and Jane. It was time to devise a plan. Chapter 75. The Ascendance of the River of Hades. Great Thunder Technique. Great Yin-Yang Technique. Within the boundless chaos of the void, a hint of ruthlessness emerged in the depths of Hongjun's gaze. Who was harmonizing with the way of heaven? He must not be allowed to grow. Once the brand new 3,000 avenues emerge, it will signify a complete transformation of the heavens, the obliteration of the way of heaven, and the avenues dominating the world. Such a scenario must never come to pass. Chenqing. In Hongjun's eyes, endless storms surged, the aura of chaos enveloping him. He will inevitably confront the Chan sect and the Jie sect. The two fellows, Xuanti and Jane, have not made any movements until now. They are utterly incompetent. Hongjun's thoughts raced as he surveyed the chaotic space around him. Harmonizing with the way of heaven still required some time. And this time must be drawn out. If the critical moment of his harmonization with the way of heaven were to be interrupted, the consequences would be immeasurable and irretrievable. Hongjun could only rely on Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, hoping that their Chan sect and Jie sect could withstand Chenqing's onslaught, buying him some time. Little did he know, Chenqing was entirely disregarding his thoughts, wholly engrossed in the upgrade of the way of heaven. Congratulations to the host for establishing the heavenly court system, with a total of 310,000 beings from the Wu clan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 310,000 units of merit. Congratulations to the host for establishing the human Dao system, with a total of 117,000 from the human clan, rewarding the host with 117,000 units of merit. Not enough. Gazing at the over 800,000 units of merit, Chonqing murmured, just over 100,000 short, that's quite a lot. The Wu clan's population is rather sparse. There must be other races involved. Or else there wouldn't be this many. Currently, the Chan sect and Jie sect are flourishing, with beings from all realms seeking refuge, yet alas, this is Hongjun's lineage of teachings. As Chenqing pondered, he glanced at Nuwa beside him, who regarded him with confusion. Why is my lord looking at me like that? Does my face have flowers? She was unaware that Chenqing was contemplating whether, apart from creating humans and mending the heavens, Nuwa had any other mythical tales that could garner merit from the way of heaven. However, he truly could not think of what other deeds Nuwa might perform to obtain the merit. Causing Chenqing to feel distressed, Mosquito, with a glint in her eye, leaned closer, her voice sweet and tender. My lord, what are you thinking? I can share your burdens. Chenqing looked at Mosquito, noting her uncanny ability to intrude. I intend to benefit all beings. Do you have any good ideas? Mosquito was taken aback. Benefit all beings? After pondering for so long, you were thinking of this? She looked at Chenqing with a strange expression, incredulous. Chenqing replied calmly, as a sage, one must naturally consider the well-being of all beings. What is so strange about my thoughts on how to benefit them? Does my lord also lack merit from the way of heaven? Mosquito inquired curiously. Chenqing coughed twice, astonished at her question, while Nuwa chuckled nearby. If my lord needs merit from the way of heaven, just say so. Nuwa smiled at Chenqing, who suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Do you have a solution? Isn't my lord seeking distant solutions while neglecting the nearby ones? Nuwa chuckled. Have you forgotten how I acquired merit from the way of heaven? The river of Hades is currently working diligently. At her reminder, Chonqing's eyes lit up. Indeed, the river of Hades is on the path to ascendance. Chenqing's eyes shone brightly, and then his figure vanished, leaving Mosquito stunned. My lord? Is he that impatient? Nuwa also did not expect Chenqing to be so eager, exchanging glances with Mosquito, speechless for a while. Little did they know, Chenqing was racing against time. Otherwise, once Hongjun fully harmonized with the way of heaven, there would be no place for him, above the river of Hades. After Chonqing's enlightenment, the ancestor of the river of Hades transformed into the blood-robed Daoist, beginning to create a new race within the river. As he moved, figures began to coalesce within the sea of blood, manifesting above the river of Hades, exuding a strong stench of blood. A smile appeared on the ancestor's face. He felt a unique power continuously gathering within him with each creation. He grinned widely, realizing that this must be the power of merit. The river of Hades grew increasingly excited as beings continued to emerge from the blood river. It begins. Chenqing appeared in the skies above the river of Hades. Observing the ancestors' actions below with a hint of surprise, quite a swift pace, Chenqing chose not to interrupt the river of Hades and quietly watched as beings gradually came into existence. A sage, the river of Hades, engaged in creating races, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chenqing. Chonqing smiled. There's no need to mind me. I am merely here to observe. Observe? The river of Hades respectfully bowed to Chenqing and resumed creating races. However, once he reached a certain number of creations, he finally paused. The initial form is taking shape, yet it still lacks flesh and soul. The river of Hades looked at the races he had created with a beaming smile. This could already be considered a success. Only the final components remain. The river of Hades gazed at the 9-grade fiery lotus beneath him, softly murmuring, "The success of my ascendance depends on you." With a flick of his hand, the 9-grade fiery lotus floated towards the newly created races, hovering in midair, and then exploded. The fiery lotus shattered, and streams of red energy rained down from the sky. Chenqing watched this scene. The river of Hades is indeed generous. The river of Hades softly chanted, unleashing the vast sea of blood in a thunderous eruption, which cascaded down upon his newly created races. The sea of blood condensed, radiating brilliance, as the figures within merged with the power of the sea of blood and the fiery lotus, slowly taking shape. I have succeeded. The river of Hades trembled at this sight. He had succeeded in creating a brand new race, a sage. The river of Hades excitedly gazed at Chenqing, and at that moment, countless units of merit descended from the heavens, flowing into the river of Hades. Just as the river of Hades was about to speak, he felt the boundless power within him, shining brightly, as his body slowly began to levitate. I have ascended, the river of Hades softly murmured. And with his ascendance, rays of light flickered in the sky, revealing the river of Hades' silhouette in the celestial dome above. In the realm, another sage had emerged. As the silhouette of the river of Hades appeared in the vast heavens, beings from all realms looked up in awe, contemplating silently. Chapter 76. The reincarnation of the golden cicada. He has ascended. Chenqing beamed at this spectacle, a smile breaking forth. The merit from the estates would soon arrive. And this time, let us see if he can level up directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for guiding the river of Hades to ascendance, rewarded with 100,000 units of merit. The river of Hades created a new race, with a population of 70,000 beings, rewarding the host with 70,000 units of merit. 107,000? Chuckling, Chonqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. 107,000? He descended towards the river of Hades. I pay my respects to Saint Chenqing. The river of Hades bowed respectfully to Chenqing, now fully aware of Chenqing's terrifying power due to his ascendance. Although he had attained the sage realm, facing Chenqing, he genuinely felt an instinctual dread, which indicated something significant. Among sages, Chenqing's strength far surpassed his own. Chenqing smiled at the river of Hades. The beings of the Wu clan number in the tens of thousands. While the human clan exceeds 100,000, he pointed at the 70,000 beings behind the river of Hades. You only created these 70,000? You ought to create more. This way, it will be easier to accumulate merit from the way of heaven in the future. The river of Hades smiled wryly. I wish to do so, but it seems that after creating 70,000 beings, the blood sea has reached its limit. It has lost its vitality. Chenqing was taken aback, and the river of Hades looked at him helplessly. Even if I wanted to continue, it's impossible. I've already hit the peak. Chenqing surveyed the remaining tens of thousands of merit. There's no other way. I must seek the golden cicada and send him to the western wilderness to find Wuyin. Saint Chenqing, under your witness, the river of Hades has created a race and achieved ascendance. Please bestow a name upon the race created by the river of Hades. Bestow a name. Chenqing looked at the 70,000 beings. The river of Hades is adjacent to reincarnation. And with reincarnation being endless, hellish, and demonic, let your race be called Azura. Before Chenqing could finish, the river of Hades' eyes sparkled with excitement. I meant to say it should be called the Reincarnation Clan. Why Azura? Thank you, Saint Chenqing, for the name. Henceforth, the race created by the River of Hades shall be known as the Azura clan. The River of Hades was immensely thrilled, clearly fond of this name. Do as you wish. Chenqing waved his hand helplessly. Your Azura clan has just been created. I shall not disturb your propagation and education any longer. I shall take my leave. I bid farewell to Saint Chenqing. The River of Hades expressed profound respect. Chenqing, burdened with thoughts, returned to the way of heaven, catching sight of the golden cicada meditating beside the world tree, his eyes brightening, after breaking free from his cocoon. The golden cicada had used the large chrysalis to forge a piece of Kasaya as a magical artifact, as it had merged with the primordial purple energy bestowed by Chenqing, rendering it a postnatal supreme treasure. With unparalleled defense, it was further infused with 81 types of minor Buddhist teachings and 49 types of major Buddhist teachings. Nuwa and Mosquito were about to approach when Chenqing stopped them and walked towards the golden cicada. The golden cicada blinked in surprise upon seeing Chenqing and then respectfully bowed. Saint. Chenqing nodded slightly, gazing at Jin Shan. You have transitioned from greed to Buddhism, attaining clarity of mind and essence. Now that the teachings of Buddhism are beginning to manifest, it can be said that you were born for this purpose. How do you perceive your own understanding of the Buddhist path? Jin Shan, having emerged from his cocoon and been enlightened by the sage, felt a heavy burden of past grievances, having consumed countless sentient beings. Although he now sought to cultivate Buddhism, the seeds of demonic thoughts still lingered in his heart. Contemplating deeply, Jin Shan pondered how to purify his inner demons and strive towards enlightenment. Eye in his eyes, there was a profound realization, yet also a hint of confusion. Among the witch clan, there was once a great shaman named Wa Fu, whose nature was inherently kind and simple. It was precisely this trait that led him to show mercy during the witch-demon war, ultimately causing his demise at the hands of a fearsome demon. The Earth Mother gathered his lingering soul, allowing him to reincarnate within the cycle of rebirth. Now reborn as a human, he had undergone numerous tribulations and had returned to the celestial court of the witch clan, where he valiantly guarded the southern gate, suppressing all evildoers. Jin Shan reflected deeply as Chenqing observed him. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spot. If you are willing, you may follow Wa Fu into the cycle of reincarnation and cultivate the Buddhist path anew. Jin Shan was taken aback, and Chenqing raised his hand, summoning the Chaos Bell. I shall use this Chaos Bell and the 100 treasures Kasaya as your companions, ensuring your reincarnation is devoid of worries. Sage, Jin Shan looked at Chenqing with gratitude in his eyes. Previously, he had aided the demon court in resisting the sage, and now, the sage bore him no grudge, which filled Jin Shan with immense appreciation. Now, with the sage bestowing such a precious gift upon him, if he were to fail in promoting the Buddhist path, it would be a disgrace before the sage. Thus, Jin Shan willingly embraced the prospect of reincarnation and recultivation. Very well, I shall take you to seek the Earth Mother. Chenqing nodded and led Jin Shan away towards the reincarnation tunnel of the Earth Mother. How terrifying the master is, the mosquito observed as Chenqing departed with Jin Shan. Poor Jin Shan, deceived by the master's mere words, now he embarks on reincarnation. Nuwa cast a glance at her. You clever little girl, if you are so wise, why do you not realize that after reincarnation, all karmic ties vanish? Jin Shan's rebirth may not be a bad thing. The mosquito pouted, and Nuwa murmured. Yet, the master's eloquence is indeed formidable. One must be cautious in future conversations. The mosquito then chuckled, recalling how she once perceived the master as foolish and dazed, yet now recognized the hidden depth of his formidable nature. Chenqing, meanwhile, brought Jin Shan directly to the entrance of the Earth Mother's reincarnation tunnel, where her figure emerged from the cycle of rebirth. Master, what brings you here? This is Jin Shan. Chenqing gestured towards Jin Shan, who respectfully bowed. Jin Shan pays his respects to the Earth Mother. Master, who is this? The Earth Mother's eyes displayed a hint of perplexity. Chenqing responded. I wish for you to assist Jin Shan in his reincarnation, granting him rebirth as a human. This? The Earth Mother was puzzled, while Jin Shan bowed again. I am grateful for your assistance, Earth Mother. You harbor doubts, which I shall clarify in due time. But for now, please assist him with his reincarnation. Is there any issue? The Earth Mother respectfully replied, Rest assured, Master. The reincarnation tunnel for humans has been thoroughly secured by me. There will be no complications. Chenqing nodded, turning to Jin Shan, and then raised his hand. Summoning the Chaos Bell, he touched it to Jin Chan's forehead, and golden light enveloped him as the Chaos Bell merged with his being. Subsequently, he draped the 100 treasures Kasaya over Jin Chan and smiled. Now, the reincarnation shall proceed without any issues. Thank you for your gracious gifts, sage. Jin Chan knelt before Chenqing. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I hope to have the honor of taking you as my master. Very well, Chenqing replied with a smile. Once you awaken from your reincarnation, I shall accept you as my disciple. Disciple bids farewell to the master. Jin Chan respectfully bowed, and the Earth Mother saluted Chenqing before leading Jin Chan into the cycle of rebirth. Chapter 77. Changes in Humanity in the Realm of Humanity. After numerous generations of development, the society of today is far from the primitive state of early humans. Under the governance of Fuxi, humanity has flourished. They have explored a quarter of the vast wilderness, establishing tribes and cities, providing shelter and sustenance for their people. With the conclusion of the Witch-Demon War, the spiritual energy of the mortal realm has diminished significantly. Yet the fearsome beings of transformation are no longer as terrifying, and ordinary creatures have begun to emerge. Hunting has gradually evolved into a profession within humanity, with Fuxi focusing on cultivating human wisdom and shaping their future, while Laozi dedicated himself to the transmission of civilization and moral education. Upon entering the territory of humanity, Chenqing was already noticed by Laozi and Fuxi. Laozi feigned ignorance, continuing his teachings, while Fuxi approached him. Master, Fuxi performed a respectful bow to Chenqing, who smiled and said, Since you have performed the bow of a disciple, why continue to call me master, master, Fuxi? Fuxi hesitated, and Chenqing shook his head. You are different from your sister. You may call me teacher, teacher. Excitement gleamed in Fuxi's eyes as Chenqing surveyed the surrounding humanity. The development of humanity has indeed exceeded my expectations. This is thanks to the teachings you have imparted, which are perfectly suited for the advancement of humanity. Fuxi marveled at the tailored nature of Chenqing's teachings for humanity. How is humanity currently organized? As they walked, Fuxi respectfully explained, Humanity is divided into 3 parts. One consists of cultivators, trained in the breath techniques taught by the sage, accessible to all with spiritual roots. The second comprises skilled artisans, mastering crafts such as mechanics, forging, and archery. By the way, teacher, I have discovered a tribe among humanity with a unique ability. This tribe is the Shinnon clan, led by Emperor Yin, who has tasted countless herbs, pioneered medicine, and introduced the use of pottery and cooking utensils, contributing immensely. Oh? Chenqing's eyes sparkled, and Fuxi continued. Thus, I wish for this second group of humanity to be governed by him. What do you think, teacher? Chenqing smiled and replied, If I have entrusted all matters of humanity to you, then naturally it is yours to decide. You need not consult me. Fuxi was taken aback. And Chenqing slowly added, I have come here with a particular task for you that requires your special attention. Fuxi bowed respectfully, and Chenqing continued. The Earth Mother has arranged for a young one to enter the cycle of rebirth. Destined to be reborn among humanity, I have grand designs for this young one. He looked at Fuxi. This child will be born with 100 treasures Kasaya protecting them. Please keep an eye on where they are born and ensure their safety. I will arrange for a teacher to guide them. You need not worry about anything else. Fuxi was momentarily stunned by Chenqing's words, but then respectfully acknowledged them. And the zither? Chenqing exclaimed. Noticing an ancient zither resting upon a large tree, Fuxi replied with reverence. This zither is named after me, the Fuxi zither. Its melodies can indeed cultivate one's character. With a smile, Chenqing gently strummed the Fuxi zither. And an idea struck him as he turned to Laozi. What if? His eyes gleamed as he approached Laozi, who was teaching the children of humanity. Upon seeing Chenqing approach, Laozi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Sage Chenqing? Taking a deep breath, Chenqing addressed Laozi. Laozi, you have passed down civilization and moral teachings to humanity. Have you ever considered educating the world? Laozi was taken aback, and Chenqing continued to gaze intently at him. Now that humanity has exceeded 100 million, their reproductive rate surpasses that of any other being. Look at the children around you. Their will to survive is resolute. Even in hardship, they yearn to persist. Do you not find your current pace of education rather slow? Laozi's expression turned solemn, and he clasped his hands in salute. Please, Sage Chenqing, teach me how to enlighten humanity. What method should I employ? Calmly, Chenqing replied. The written language has already been created for humanity. Why not inscribe the moral teachings into bamboo slips, forming a literary tradition? Teach all of humanity to read and comprehend your teachings from these texts. In this way, your wisdom will be passed down throughout the world. Other beings may also learn the human script, disseminating your teachings, which would be far more effective than your current method of instruction. The brilliance of sage Chonqing's words filled Laozi with excitement. Chenqing smiled. The essence of teachings and the Dao may diverge, yet they share a common source. Just as the Dao gives birth to one, which in turn gives rise to myriad things. You should not confine yourself to teaching only one disciple, but rather, take on more, especially those who grasp your teachings profoundly. Let them traverse the world, spreading your Dao. Establish schools among humanity, allowing any child seeking enlightenment to enroll. Learn to read and understand your teachings. You may also recruit disciples to serve as teachers for these children, organizing dozens or even hundreds into a single school. In this manner, schools will emerge throughout the world. Laozi's eyes sparkled with realization as he absorbed Chenqing's words, which he had never contemplated before. Even Xiandu, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, gazing at Chenqing with admiration. Fuxi bowed deeply, expressing, "Teacher, your foresight for humanity spans countless generations. I am grateful for your guidance. This method will not only serve to impart teachings." Fuxi's eyes shone brightly. In the future, skills in archery, sewing, and forging may also be passed down in this manner. Selecting those with talent to inherit the art. Xiandu nodded in agreement, and agricultural techniques, irrigation, and well digging can also be passed down through generations. The words of sage Chenqing truly benefit countless generations. Xiandu murmured in admiration as he gazed at Chenqing, his eyes filled with respect. This truly breaks new ground. This is what we call pooling our wisdom. Chenqing shook his head and gestured dismissively. As for the specifics of how to proceed with these matters, that is entirely up to you. I shall take my leave now. Turning away, Chenqing was followed by Fuxi, who insisted on seeing him off. Chenqing chuckled, "There's no need for such formality. As I have said before, all decisions regarding the human race are yours to make. Pay no mind to my thoughts or yours. Simply act as you see fit." Fuxi was taken aback, but nodded in understanding. Chenqing made his way directly to the Celestial Dao Temple. After watching Chenqing depart, Fuxi respectfully bowed to him, his eyes brimming with awe and admiration. He had never anticipated that Chenqing would possess such visionary ideas and developmental philosophies. The words and initiatives expressed by Chenqing today would undoubtedly impact the human race for countless generations to come. Had Chenqing not articulated them, they might have remained unthought of forever. Chapter 78. Chonqing advocates for Kunpeng Master. Upon returning to the Celestial Dao Temple, Wa and Wen followed closely behind. Wa cheerfully inquired, "Master, why did you deceive that little golden cicada into reincarnation?" "Deceive? What do you mean by that?" Chenqing shot her a glance. Wen, with a playful smile, added, "Master, it's quite evident you have ulterior motives. Is it really that obvious?" Chenqing couldn't help but question his own intentions. "Do you think that fellow, Jin Shan, might have sensed something?" Chenqing looked at Wa and Wen, inquiring softly. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Wa remarked, "He's no fool. He surely understands that you intentionally led him to reincarnate and cultivate anew." Chenqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, a person of high comprehension would hardly be dim-witted. But why would he cooperate with me so readily? What do you think? Wa and Wen regarded him with incredulous expressions. Confused, Chenqing asked, "What is it?" Wa replied nonchalantly, "Master, grant me a chaos spell, and send me into reincarnation as well." Wen eagerly chimed in, "I too am willing. Just give me the Eastern Emperor bell, and I would gladly undergo reincarnation and cultivate anew." "Do you have any left? Is it truly all about the chaos bell?" Chenqing observed the exasperated expressions of Wa and Wen. "Wasn't that rather obvious?" Chenqing clenched his teeth and, somewhat irately, instructed Wen, "Go to the North Sea and summon Kunpeng. Just tell him I wish to see him. Another errand for me?" Wen cast a displeased glance at Chenqing. Chenqing huffed, "Who told you to be so swift? If your speed were not so remarkable, I wouldn't have asked you to go." "Fine, I'll go." Wen turned on her heel and departed. Wa glanced at Wen's retreating figure before turning to Chenqing with a smile. "Master, do you wish to inquire about something?" Chenqing shot her a sidelong glance. "You are rather astute, as a sage. You should know how to enhance your merits. Do you have any methods for increasing your merits?" Wa was taken aback. She had not expected Chenqing to ask this. Her eyes twinkled. Of course, I know. Would you like to find out? Chenqing nodded, and Yuhua laughed. That's fine, but you must teach me the great yin-yang technique first. Surely that's acceptable? Chenqing was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yuhua. She continued, Master, the great yin-yang technique is a path of dual cultivation. If you teach it to me, there shouldn't be any issue. Right? You little rascal. Chenqing chuckled. Do you still think you can deceive me? If such a method existed, you would have elevated your power by now, wouldn't you? However, considering you have attained sagehood, why are you so fixated on the great yin-yang technique? Chenqing pondered. Yuhua replied, This is one of the 3,000 great avenues. If I were to comprehend it on my own, it would be quite difficult. However, if you impart it to me, I would naturally grasp it without needing to struggle to understand it myself. Thus, I would come to know what the great yin-yang technique entails. Chenqing had not anticipated that Yuhua's interest lay in this. He was at a loss for words. What was it with Yuhua and Wan? Fixating on his great yin-yang technique? Did they really believe that dual cultivation simply meant two individuals practicing together? Just then, one returned with Qinpeng in tow, and with a smile directed at Chenqing. She announced, Master, I've brought Qinpeng. There a reward? Chenqing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your reward is to accompany Yuhua and thoroughly contemplate the great yin-yang technique. You two may discern its intricacies together, delighted, when turned to Yuhua. While Chenqing led Qinpeng aside, Yuhua could only shake her head in exasperation. This foolish girl, they were discussing the great yin-yang technique. What business did she have in this discussion? Who would be yin and who would be yang? How ridiculous that she appeared so pleased. Sage. Qinpeng respectfully bowed to Chenqing. Chenqing returned the gesture. Qinpeng, I have a task for you, and I wonder if you are willing to accept it? A task? Qinpeng was taken aback. Ever since he had betrayed Dijun, although he had received Chenqing's rewards, Chenqing had not shown him much warmth. Please, sage, give your command. Qinpeng, being shrewd, recognized this opportunity. After all, both the Chan and Jie schools regarded him as an enemy now. Whatever task Qinpeng could accomplish, he would not delay. With a serious demeanor, Qinpeng thought, this was the perfect opportunity to cling to a powerful ally. Chonqing nodded. Previously, as a celestial teacher for the demon race, you were responsible for imparting the demon language and guiding their teachings. Thus, I wish for you to serve as a teacher for someone. Qinpeng was taken aback. Not expecting Chenqing to propose this, he respectfully asked, Sage, are you referring to a human? The human race? Chenqing affirmed, this individual is a reincarnated disciple of mine who requires a guardian to protect his growth. Your strength is quite suitable. Qinpeng was astonished. Was he being asked to become a protective divine beast? He hesitated, knowing that he was among the elite of quasi-saints. If he were to engage in battle, as long as the sage did not intervene, he would have no fear, not even of a powerful being like Yuan Shi Tong Tian. Even with Yuhua, he would need to consider his options. But this was Chenqing. Qinpeng was fully aware of Chenqing's formidable prowess. What? Are you unwilling? Chenqing observed Qinpeng's demeanor, understanding his inner conflict. Qinpeng hesitated slightly. Sage, are you suggesting I serve as a protective divine beast? You could say that. Chenqing nodded slowly. Qinpeng gritted his teeth. Sage, although he is a disciple of a sage, I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant. Please forgive me. After speaking, Qinpeng cautiously regarded Chenqing, who chuckled. There's no need to look at me like that. If I ask you to do something, I naturally want you to do it willingly. What if this task is pivotal to your own ascension to sagehood? Chenqing smiled gently at Qinpeng, who was taken aback and abruptly raised his head to meet Chenqing's gaze. You must know that not long ago, the river of oblivion just became a sage. Chenqing narrowed his eyes. Qinpeng was well aware of this and understood its connection to Chenqing. Chenqing continued with a subtle smile. My disciple's reincarnation and cultivation will eventually lead him to the West to establish a teaching and attain sagehood. And you, before he achieves sagehood, will have the opportunity, Qinpeng regarded Chenqing, who spoke calmly, to become a sage's teacher and safeguard a sage's ascension. These are immeasurable merits. Qinpeng's gaze flickered. Chenqing watched him closely. Should you protect him in establishing his teaching and attaining sagehood, even if you ultimately do not ascend, what would your status be within his teachings? The opportunity is yours. How you choose is entirely up to you. If you decline, I can always seek another. Everything lies in your hands. Chapter 79. Shakyamuni awakens and heads west on this day. A new life quietly emerged within the human race, radiating with golden brilliance, adorned in 100 treasures. From the moment of birth, he possessed a smile in his eyes, a dignified and divine appearance. With full, red lips and remarkable ears, this newborn infant captured Fuxi's attention, prompting his figure to appear silently within the tribe.